The Venerable Swordsman Chapter 1512 to Chapter 1563. How painful was it to be invincible? Xian was speechless. Like hell he knew, he had never been invincible before. This swordsman's words were quite a blow to his confidence. However, he also knew that this swordsman was telling the truth, and that was the most fatal part. It was not scary for a person to act tough. What was scary was when he was acting tough for real. Swordsman suddenly said, "Cherish this feeling now." Xian shook his head and smiled. "I'm afraid I still have a long way to go before I become invincible." Swordsman laughed. "Take it slow. At least you're like a swordsman now. Moreover, you can gain confidence from your sword, and that's a good thing." Confidence. Xian looked at the sword in his hand. He had to admit that the current him was completely different from before. Previously, his confidence came from his physical body, the power of bloodline, and various external objects. But now, without these external forces and objects, he was still as confident as ever as he held the sword. The sword gave him confidence. This feeling was very comfortable. His confidence now came purely from his swordsmanship. As if he had thought of something, Xian suddenly asked, "Senior, can I still use the power of bloodline and cultivate my physical body in the future?" Swordsman nodded. "Of course you can. Whether it's the power of bloodline or your physical body, they're all cultivated by yourself. But before that, it's best for you to achieve the true common sword. If you can achieve the true common sword, you won't have to put the cart before the horse in the future, and you won't lose yourself in external forces." Xian nodded. "I understand." Swordsman laughed. "What you need to do now is to break through your limits, so we need to find a strong opponent. You must be mentally prepared." Xian looked into the distance and smiled. "I'm already mentally prepared." Swordsman nodded slightly. "That's good." Xian suddenly asked, "Senior, you've been to the pagoda and seen the door of disaster. What kind of existence is it?" Swordsman shook his head. "I'm not sure." Xian said solemnly, "This door can trigger the calamity." Swordsman said, "There should be some kind of universal law in its body. This tribulation is born from the laws." Xian frowned. "Universal law?" Swordsman smiled and said, "It is a kind of law that exists in the universe. This law maintains the entire universe." Xian asked, "Is it powerful?" The sword cultivator smiled. "It's just so. Xian was speechless. He realized that he couldn't ask this swordsman this kind of question, because this swordsman said it like that. It was absolutely not what he thought it was. As if thinking of something, Xian asked again. "Senior, the karmic line of disaster." Swordsman glanced at Xian. "I've already blocked those karmic lines of disaster for you. You'll be fine for the time being." Xian hesitated for a moment and then asked, "Senior, if you leave, then these karmic lines of disaster?" Swordsman smiled. "You'll have to face it yourself." Xian nodded. "That's true." Karmic line of disaster. Xian knew that he couldn't always rely on others to help him resist this karmic line of disaster. He had to bear it himself, work hard. Xian glanced at the sword in his hand and smiled. If Qing'er and this swordsman could avoid all karmic lines of disaster, then he, Xian, could do the same one day. Along the way, Xian would occasionally ask Swordsman some questions, and Swordsman would usually answer. This made Xian learn many things from the past. For example, this swordsman in front of him was once from Sword Sect. Somewhere in the unknown starry sky, Miss Ding and Xianxia were flying through the air. Both women were extremely fast. They were looking for that green-robed man. At this time, Miss Ding suddenly stopped. She looked into the depths of the starry sky, frowning slightly. And Xianxia looked at Miss Ding. "What's wrong?" Miss Ding said softly, "He's getting further and further away from us." And Xianxia asked in a deep voice, "Can you contact him?" Miss Ding shook her head. "I'm not strong enough." And Xianxia's face sank. Miss Ding suddenly said, "Let's look for someone else first." And Xianxia asked, "Who?" Miss Ding said, "An old friend." With that, she brought in Xianxia with her and vanished into the horizon. Great Desolate Mountain Range. Swordsman brought Xian to the Great Desolate Mountain Range that Master Gu had mentioned. This mountain range stood towering in the boundless starry sky, and one couldn't see the end of it. Within this mountain range, the sound of breathing could be heard from time to time. The sound of breathing carried a formidable pressure that struck fear into the hearts of those who heard it. Xian frowned. This mountain range isn't simple, danger, that was what he felt at this moment. Swordsman suddenly pointed at the distant great desolate mountain range. Go 1,000,000 kilometers to the end of this mountain range. I'll wait for you there. Xian blinked. Do I walk there myself? Swordsman nodded. Yes. Is there a problem? Xian hesitated for a moment, then said, Can I just walk there? Swordsman looked at Xian. You can't fly on a sword, rely on external objects, or use tricks. You can't rely on the Xiaota in your body. If you violate any of these, then the fate between us will end here. Xian nodded. I understand. He knew that Swordsman wanted to train him. Swordsman lightly patted Xian's shoulder. Intelligence is also a part of strength. But at this moment, I hope that you don't use your intelligence. I hope that you can use your strength to fight your way out. It doesn't matter how long it takes. I'll wait for you at the end. After he finished speaking, he had already disappeared. Xian slowly closed his eyes. Passed through this great desolate mountain range. In fact, he did not have much confidence because he could feel the danger just by standing there. Moreover, there were many unknown auras. If it was before, he would still be confident because although he was only in the Tao realm, his physical body had already reached the immortal realm. But now, without his physical body, he was only a Tao realm swordsman. Moreover, he did not have the power of bloodline. Right now, he only had his sword. Other than that, there was nothing else. Sword. Xian lowered his head to look at the sword in his hand. After a long moment of silence, he suddenly grinned. Isn't having a sword enough? With that, he walked towards the mountain range. Swordsman, Xian, was now a swordsman. Soon, Xian entered the mountain range. As soon as he entered the mountain range, his vision darkened. Because he was surrounded by towering ancient trees, he could not see the stars when he looked up. All he could see were endless branches. Under his feet, the weeds were tens of feet high. He could only walk on the grass. Xian held the sword in his left hand. His expression was calm. He was ready to deal with anything. After walking for about half an hour, Xian still did not encounter any danger. He did not even see a beast. However, his expression became more and more serious, because this meant that there was a high chance that there were powerful beasts in this area. If it was before, he would sneak over. After all, his concealment technique was very good. But now, he could not do that. He was here to train, not to play. He could only fight his way out. However, looking at the endless mountain range and unknown dangers before him, he was at a loss. As if he thought of something, Xian shook his head and smiled. It's a little hard to adapt to suddenly losing my physical body and the power of bloodline. Dependence. Previously, he was too dependent on his physical body and the power of bloodline. After calming down, Xian continued to move forward. His footsteps quickened. About 15 minutes later, Xian arrived in front of a lake. This lake was thousands of feet wide. The lake water was so clear that one could see the bottom. At a glance, it was very beautiful. Xian did not stop. He walked towards the opposite side. His hand was holding the supreme sword in his hand tightly. When he arrived at the lake surface, snowflakes suddenly floated above the lake. Seeing this scene, Xian said softly, I'm just passing by. Really? More and more snowflakes appeared. Soon, the entire lake surface suddenly began to freeze. The surrounding temperature dropped in an instant. His body directly began to freeze. Xian suddenly drew his sword and slashed. Sword drawing technique. As the sword slashed down, on the surface of the lake, a sword light pierced through the air. Countless snowflakes shattered. At this moment, the ice on the lake surface also cracked inch by inch. The entire lake surface began to crack inch by inch under this sword. At this moment, deep at the bottom of the lake, a white figure shot up into the sky. Xian frowned slightly. Once again, he drew his sword and slashed down. Buzz, a sword cry shook the heavens and the earth. As Xian's sword slashed down, the lake water in front of him suddenly exploded. As for the white figure, it was directly slashed to the depths of the lake. But in the next moment, the surrounding lake water suddenly turned into pieces of ice. These pieces of ice were like blades that slashed towards Yixian. Yixian sheathed his sword in his right hand. In the next moment, he drew his sword again and slashed. The sword light was like a waterfall, rumble, the ice blades in front of him directly shattered and were annihilated. The sword light was like a rainbow, shooting straight towards the white figure in the distance. In the distance, the white figure suddenly transformed into a ball of white light and shot out, rumble, the sword light directly exploded. A white figure directly appeared in front of Yixian. At the same time, an ice blade directly slashed towards the space between Yixian's eyebrows. With a calm expression, Yixian drew his sword again and slashed. Boom, an expanse of sword light erupted in front of Yixian, and then the white figure was blasted 300 m back. The space around the white figure trembled, and then the white figure gradually condensed into a woman. The woman had white hair, scarlet red eyes, and a long white tail behind her. A trace of surprise flashed through Yixian's eyes. What sort of demon beast are you? The technique that the demon beast had executed earlier was slightly similar to the techniques of humans, and it made him quite curious. The woman gazed at Yixian and spoke coldly, "Do you only know how to draw your sword?" Yixian thought for a moment and said, "I was just passing by." A wisp of ridicule arose on the corners of the woman's mouth. "Who gave you the courage?" "You." Right at this moment, the woman's pupils suddenly constricted. A ray of light flashed deep within her eyes, and a sword was already pressed against the center of her forehead when she was about to attack. Yixian gazed at the woman. "I was just passing by." The woman looked at Yixian for a moment and said, "Sorry to disturb you." With that, she suddenly transformed into a white stream of air and floated down to the bottom of the river. In a short while, she completely disappeared. Yixian. Seeing the woman disappear, Yixian was a little dumbfounded. She left just like that, she didn't even say a word. After a while, Yixian put away his sword and continued to move forward. His expression was solemn. The demon beasts here were different from those he had encountered outside. Most importantly, the demon beasts here were not so stubborn. They were flexible and knew when to advance and retreat. Demon beasts were not scary. What was scary was that they were cultured. He knew that the road ahead might be a little difficult. An hour later, Yixian passed through the lake and entered a valley. On both sides of the valley, two mountains towered into the clouds. From time to time, birds would fly past. Yixian walked slowly in the valley. He was highly focused, and the sword in his hand was ready to be unsheathed at any time. He was best at sneak attacks, so he was afraid of being ambushed. After all, he did not have a strong physical body. If he was ambushed, he would be killed in one blow. About an hour later, Yixian entered the depths of the valley. In front of him, between the mountains, clouds and mist lingered, blurring his vision. Yixian held the sword in his hand tightly, his expression calm. He walked openly and did not hide his aura. In other words, if there were powerful demon beasts in this place, they would definitely be able to detect him. However, he did not feel the aura of demon beasts. Could there be no demon beasts? This thought popped up in Yixian's mind. However, at this moment, a mountain on his right suddenly trembled violently. The next moment, a black python broke out of the mountain. The python's head was as big as 3 bathtubs. Its bloody mouth was wide open, and it went straight for Yixian, wanting to swallow Yixian in one bite. Seeing the sudden appearance of the python, Yixian reacted extremely quickly. He suddenly leaped and slashed with his sword. Sword drawing technique. As the sword slashed down, a ray of sword light fell directly on the head of the python. Boom, the sword light was directly shattered, and Yixian was forced back nearly 100 feet. On the contrary, the python was not damaged at all. Seeing this scene, Yixian's face darkened. The body of this giant python was at least at the peak of the consolidation realm. Although he had not reached the god realm, it was still very terrifying. In the distance, the giant python looked down at Yixian. "Human." His voice was deep and carried a sense of oppression. Yixian nodded. The giant python stared at Yixian. "Scram." Yixian shook his head and smiled. In the next moment, he suddenly transformed into a ray of light that shot out explosively. "Impudent." The giant python roared angrily. It directly collided with Yixian. Its strength was so great that it directly tore through space. Yi Xian's sword slashed at the python's head, and a sword light erupted from the python's head. Yi Xian retreated rapidly, but the python's head was also split open, and blood splattered. Seeing that it had been injured by a human, the giant python was furious. It roared and was about to speak when a sword suddenly pierced its right eye. Boom! Blood splattered from the python's right eye, but the sword did not stop. It went straight through the python's body. Roar! A shrill scream suddenly resounded from the sky. In the air, the giant python trembled violently, then fell from the sky, and finally smashed heavily to the ground. It was not dead yet. Yi Xian did not kill it, as long as he won. He opened his palm, and the sword flew back into his hand. Then, he walked into the distance. On the ground, the giant python stared at Yi Xian. Human! Yi Xian still did not look back. At this moment, the giant python suddenly roared, Human, this lord will not let you go. You! At this moment, a ray of light suddenly descended from the sky, and finally stabbed straight into the giant python's head. Chi! The giant python's voice stopped abruptly. In the distance, Yi Xian opened his palm, and a sword broke out of the giant python's body, and finally fell steadily into Yi Xian's hand. Yi Xian inserted the sword into the scabbard and continued to move forward. Along the way, Yi Xian closed his eyes slightly, thinking about the previous battle with the giant python. If it was a normal battle, it would have been impossible for him to kill this giant python so easily. Because although his sword-drawing technique could break the giant python's defense, it was not fatal. The reason why he was able to kill this giant python with one sword was because of the instantaneous slash. Of course, it was not just an instantaneous slash, but he found the giant python's weakness, eyes. Obviously, although the giant python's body was strong, its eyes were not. This reminded him of himself. Previously, he had a divine state body, and his eyelids were very hard, but his eyes did not have such a strong defense. If someone's sword was so fast that he could not react, and the sword pierced through his eyes, he might also be killed in an instant. Weakness: as a swordsman, one must be good at finding weaknesses, and starting from the weakness would yield twice the result with half the effort. Yi Xian recollected his thoughts and quickened his pace. About an hour later, he walked to the end of the valley. At the end of the valley, Yi Xian stopped, because in front of him was a giant python's head. It was the giant python that he had killed before, and on this giant python's head sat a man wearing a green robe, and the top of his head was densely covered with small snakes. These small snakes wriggled and looked extremely horrifying. The man looked at Yi Xian, and just looked at him. There was a trace of an evil smile on his face. Yi Xian did not speak and continued to move forward. When he was about 100 feet away from the man suddenly turned into a green light and disappeared. Yi Xian drew his sword and slashed. Boom! Where the sword light landed, green light swirled, and the man retreated repeatedly. However, the space around Yi Xian began to rot directly. Venom! Yi Xian's brows knit together slightly. He took a step forward and activated his sword domain. In the next moment, countless rays of light crisscrossed and intersected within his sword domain, and it didn't take long for the venom around him to be completely destroyed. The man in the distance frowned. Domain. Yi Xian glanced at the man, and the man spoke in a low voice, Human, why have you come here? Yi Xian gazed at the man, I'm just passing by. The man stared at Yi Xian, passing by? Yi Xian nodded. The man gazed at Yi Xian for a short moment before he said, I'll let you pass. Yi Xian shook his head, let's fight first. As soon as he finished speaking, Xianxia suddenly vanished on the spot, and a strand of sword light appeared in front of the man. The man's eyes narrowed slightly as he suddenly smashed his fist forward, and the space around him trembled. Rumble, the sword light was blasted apart, and the man was pushed over 100 m back. He'd just stopped when Yi Xian appeared in front of him again, and then Yi Xian swiftly drew his sword and slashed. A trace of ferocity flashed through the man's eyes, and then he swiftly raised his hands. In an instant, the space where he and Yi Xian resided had turned dark green. Yi Xian immediately withdrew his sword and retreated 300 m away. He gazed at his sword. The supreme sword had turned dark green, and it was being corroded. Fortunately, it possessed the ability to repair itself. However, his right hand didn't possess the ability to repair itself, so a large portion of it had been corroded to the point his bones were visible. If he hadn't retreated quickly, then not to mention his hand, even his entire body would have been crippled. After all, his body didn't possess the ability to repair itself. The man gazed at Xian. Do you still want to fight? Xian nodded, yes. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly vanished on the spot, and then a strand of sword light flashed. The man took a step forward and smashed his fist forward, and countless strands of green liquid swept out from his fist. Poison. When facing the poison, Xian immediately activated the sword domain. In the next moment, countless rays of sword light slashed down towards the man. This time, the man actually didn't dodge at all, and he allowed Xian's sword to stab his chest. However, Xian's sword had merely pierced half an inch into his chest before it was unable to go any further. On the other hand, Xian's expression changed drastically, and he instantly retreated explosively by over 1 km. As soon as he stopped moving, the supreme sword in his hand had turned dark green. Moreover, a strand of formidable poison was moving along the sword and spreading towards his right hand. Xian's right hand suddenly shook, and then a strand of formidable sword intent surged out from it. The poison was eliminated, but the skin on his right hand had been completely corroded. Xian's face fell when he witnessed this scene. The man gazed at Xian from afar. You've come to temper yourself. Xian didn't answer the man. He gazed at the supreme sword in his hand. Why was my sword unable to resist this poison? It's definitely not because of my sword isn't strong enough. He didn't execute instakill because he wanted to temper his ability in close combat. Instakill was very formidable, but if a demon beast's physical defense was at the god rank realm, then his instakill would be useless. At that time it would be a competition of close combat. However, he hadn't imagined that the man's poison would actually be so formidable. Under the circumstances that he didn't execute instakill, it was utterly impossible for him to attack. Meanwhile, the man spoke again. Do you still want to fight? Xian glanced at his right hand. His right hand had almost recovered. Even though he didn't have the undying bloodline, his body possessed a certain level of ability to recover. Of course, it was far inferior to the undying bloodline. If he had the undying bloodline, then he could bathe in this poison. Unfortunately, he didn't. Xian restrained his thoughts and gazed at the man. In the next moment, he vanished on the spot. In the distance, the man's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he suddenly clenched his fists. In an instant, the space around him turned dark green, poison. Suddenly, a strand of mysterious energy enveloped the man. In the next moment, countless rays of light crisscrossed and slashed within the sword domain, and the poison was instantly slashed into pieces. At the same time, a sword slashed towards the man's head. The man frowned slightly. He was just about to attack when the sword suddenly vanished. The man was slightly stunned. In the next moment, he swiftly turned around and smashed his fist forward. A strand of light slashed from his fist, but it vanished as soon as it came into contact with his fist. In the next moment, countless rays of light appeared around the man. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Numerous sounds of slashing resounded incessantly. However, it only lasted for an instant. An instant later, the rays of light and the sword domain had vanished, and Xian had returned to where he stood earlier. At this moment, the man's entire body was densely covered in scars. The man was just about to attack when Xian had returned to where he stood earlier, and he was stunned. But in the next moment, Xian had appeared in front of him again. A few dozen rays of light flickered around the man, but Xian had returned to where he stood in an instant. This stunned the man who was about to counterattack. Because Xian had fled by the time he was about to counterattack. Exhaustion, fleeing after touching him a few times. Right at this moment, Xian suddenly vanished on the spot again. The man's pupils constricted, and he smashed his fist forward. However, he was stunned by this punch. Because Xian hadn't attacked at all, his punch had struck a lonely figure, but right at this moment, Xian suddenly vanished once more. The man's expression changed abruptly because a sword had arrived directly above his head. The man clenched his fists tightly, and then countless strands of poison swept out from within him. However, Xian had returned to where he stood at the instant the poison appeared. The poison had struck loneliness as well. Xian was about to attack again when the man suddenly said, "Stop." Xian gazed at the man, and the man gazed at Xian. "Big brother, I surrender. You can leave." As he spoke, he moved aside and made way for Xianxia. Xian was speechless. At that moment, the man felt aggrieved, this was because speed was his weakness, his speed could not match up to Xian's. Hence, if Xian used this shameless method and Xian's sword could break through his defense, there was nothing he could do, he could only admit defeat. If this went on, he would be exhausted to death. Xian looked at the man and blinked. Not fighting anymore? The man shook his head. Not fighting anymore. Admit defeat. Go away. Xian was speechless. In fact, he was fighting with all his might. This was because he had learned a new way of fighting. In the past, he relied on his strong physique and bloodline power to face everything head-on. Of course, he could take it head-on. However, this made his swordsmanship very monotonous. What if he could not take it head-on? It was just like when he met someone as strong as the third lady. He still remembered the sparring session with the third lady. From the beginning to the end, he was completely suppressed. Why? Because he did not know how to change. If he met someone weaker than him, he could take it head-on. However, what if he met someone stronger than him? Swordsmanship was not a static thing. Just like earlier, he chose to take it head-on, but that would result in both of them suffering. This was because the man's venom could pose a threat to him, but after he changed his method, he was able to suppress the man. In the past, his swordsmanship had reached the stage of sword transformation, but at this moment, he finally understood what transformation meant. Thinking of this, Xian shook his head and smiled. He was glad that he met that swordsman. Otherwise, he would still be lost in external forces. There were some things that others said were useless. Only those who experienced it themselves would understand the truth. Just like when people say that it hurts to be cut by a knife, you would know the pain. However, if the knife did not cut you, you would not know how painful it was, and you would not know what it felt like. At this moment, he gradually understood the real reason why Swordsman asked him to leave this mountain range. Xian sheathed his sword and looked at the man. Sorry for the offense. After that, he continued to move forward. He came here to gain experience. If it wasn't necessary, he naturally wouldn't make enemies. Meanwhile, the man suddenly said, "You want to walk out like this?" Xian stopped in his tracks. He looked at the man and nodded. Yes. The man shook his head. You won't be able to leave. Xian smiled and asked, why? The man looked at Xian. You'd better go back now. Otherwise, you'll definitely die inside. Xian was puzzled. Why do you say that? The man said indifferently, your arrival has already alarmed us. Right now, countless greater demons already know of you. There are many great demons ahead waiting for you. They are all betting on how far you can go. Xian blinked. You all know me? The man nodded. Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, is it really that exaggerated? The man said calmly, it has already been close to 100 years since a human has set foot here. As soon as you step in here, we can smell the scent of a human. Xian smiled sheepishly. You won't gang up on me, right? The man was expressionless. Don't worry, we won't gang up on you. We don't want to gang up on you. But I can tell you that the road ahead of you will be very difficult. Xian said solemnly, what rank do you belong to here? The man glanced at Xian. I refuse to answer this question. Xian was speechless. The man didn't say anything else. He turned around and left. Soon, he disappeared into the distance. Where he stood, Xian was silent for a moment before he continued forward, fight your way out. This was the mission that Swordsman had given him. Xian gripped the sword in his hand tightly and smiled coldly. When have I ever been afraid of anyone? Soon, Xian disappeared at the end of the valley. Out of the valley, there was a vast plain with no end in sight. Xian continued forward. After walking for about 15 minutes, the ground in front of him suddenly began to tremble. Xian stopped and looked into the distance. At the end of his line of sight, he could vaguely see a demon beast. This demon beast was huge and had 6 legs. On its back were 2 huge pairs of black wings. As the wings flapped, the space in front of them was directly torn apart. At this moment, this demon beast was charging toward Xian. At the same time, a powerful aura directly locked onto Xian. The speed of the demonic beast was getting faster and faster, and its aura was getting stronger and stronger. When it was only 10,000 feet away from Xian felt as if a magnificent army was charging towards him. It was unstoppable. Xian's expression was extremely solemn. He gripped the sword in his hand tightly in his left hand. He had never felt such a powerful aura before. The mysterious woman and the others very rarely released their aura. Meanwhile, the demon beast was growing faster and faster, and its aura was actually increasing explosively at an extremely swift speed. Moreover, the space in front of Xian had actually started to warp. I can't go against it. Such a thought suddenly arose in Xian's mind. Xian's face was gloomy. He knew that he'd lost the initiative. At this moment, he'd been completely crushed in terms of aura. Retreat, if he retreated, then he'd be in an absolutely disadvantageous position. Moreover, he couldn't retreat because his opponent's aura had completely locked down this area of space. Attack, at this moment, he'd lost the initiative. If he attacked, then he could only go head-on against his opponent's aura. He wasn't confident at all. Xian felt slightly aggrieved. At this moment, he thought of his body at the god realm. If he still had his body, then would he have to suffer such grievances? Without giving it any further thought, Xian took a step forward, and his sword domain directly enveloped the demon beast that had charged towards him. However, in an instant, his countenance turned pale. At the same time, his sword domain started to crack inch by inch. At this moment, Xian couldn't be bothered about anything else, and he immediately drew his sword and slashed. Bang! An expansive sword light descended, and then Xian's figure was blasted flying. He flew for over 3 kilometers before he smashed onto the ground, and he smashed open a hole that was over 30 m deep. Within the hole, Xian's right hand trembled while blood sprayed incessantly from his mouth. He'd been heavily injured by this strength. This time, he hadn't just been suppressed by the demon beast's imposing aura, he'd even been suppressed by its strength. The demon beast's strength far surpassed his strength. After all, he didn't possess the strength of his body anymore, so his pure strength of the sword Dao couldn't compare to that demon beast. Xian didn't give it any further thought and immediately crawled up from the ground. Meanwhile, the demon beast that far surpassed him leaped up and smashed towards him. This collision was like a mountain smashing towards him, and Xian's expression changed abruptly. He suddenly stomped his foot on the ground and transformed into a ray of light that vanished on the spot. When he appeared once more, he was over 100 m away, and the expanse of space where he stood earlier had collapsed. Xian's eyelids twitched when he witnessed this scene. Because the strength of this demon beast was even stronger than his body at the god realm, the demon beast immediately turned around after its attack missed, and it gazed at Xian with a ferocious glow in its eyes. Xian held his sword in his right hand while blood was still flowing from the corners of his mouth. Right at this moment, the demon beast suddenly vanished on the spot. Xian's pupils constricted abruptly. Damn it! Not only is this fellow's strength so formidable, his speed is actually so swift as well. Xian didn't give it any further thought and immediately executed insta-kill. This strike slashed directly at the demon beast's right eye. However, right at this moment, the demon beast suddenly closed its eye. Bang! Xian's sword was directly blasted away. Xian was stunned. Damn it! What's that even possible? Meanwhile, the demon beast had already charged over to him, and Xian's expression changed drastically. He was utterly unable to dodge at such a distance, and he didn't even have his sword in his hand. So, he could only use his body to go against it. He had no choice but to go against it. Xian suddenly crossed his arms before pushing them forward. Bang! Along with the sound of 2 bones breaking, Xian's figure was blasted flying for over 10 kilometers, and he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood essence as soon as he stopped. The demon beast didn't attack again, and it just gazed at Xian with eyes filled with ridicule. So weak? I've been looked down upon. Xian glanced at the demon beast. At this moment, the bones in his arms had been shattered. Regardless of whether it was in terms of speed or strength, he didn't have any advantage at all. How should I fight it? Flee? Running away was the best choice. However, he didn't want to flee. Can I not use my sword just because I don't have my hands? Xian issued a command in his heart, and the supreme sword in the distance suddenly transformed into a ray of light that slashed at the demon beast. However, the demon beast didn't dodge at all and allowed the sword to strike its body. Bang! The ray of light shattered while Xian's sword was blasted away, and there was only a mark on the demon beast's head. Xian was speechless. The demon beast gazed at Xian and laughed with ridicule. That's it? Xian fell silent. Now, he'd realized how abnormal his strength was. If one's body was sufficiently strong, then one would be invincible. Right at this moment, the demon beast suddenly leaped up and collided with Xian again. Xian's pupils constricted, and he tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and floated backwards. He'd just floated away when the space in front of him had turned pitch black. Xian seemed to have thought of something when he saw that pitch black space, and he suddenly stomped his right foot on the ground, causing a mysterious force to envelop the demon beast. Darkness. At the instant the darkness appeared, the pitch-black space where the demon beast resided started to explode apart, and the demon beast was blasted over 100 m away. At this moment, numerous cracks had appeared on its body. Xian was delighted when he witnessed this scene. Darkness. The power of the darkness depended on the amount of dark matter energy, and after the demon beast crashed into that space, the dark space was filled with dark matter energy. He directly used the darkness to detonate the dark matter energy in that space. He hadn't expected the power to be so great. As if he'd thought of something, Xian's mind moved, and an illusory dark energy sword suddenly condensed in that dark space. In the next moment, the sword slashed towards the demon beast in the distance. This sword didn't just contain the darkness, it also contained the sword domain. The power of the two domains combined, the demon beast didn't dodge and chose to take it head-on. Boom, the sword slashed against the demon beast's head, and the demon beast retreated over 100 m away. At the same time, a bloody mark appeared on its head. The demon beast was stunned. Its defense had been broken. The demon beast looked at Xian, and Xian twisted his buttocks and smiled wickedly. That's it? That's it? That's it? The demon beast was speechless. P.S. Asking for votes. Asking for support. The demon beast was infuriated. It leaped up and smashed towards Xian. This collision was simply capable of obliterating the world, and the space in its path collapsed inch by inch. Xian's eyelids twitched when he witnessed this scene. Damn it. This demon beast is really strong. He didn't give it any further thought, and he issued a command in his heart. The supreme sword in the distance suddenly transformed into a ray of light that slashed towards the demon beast. At the same time, he retreated explosively. Bang! His sword had just struck the demon beast's head when it was blasted flying, but at this moment, Xian had retreated over 1 kilometer away. The demon beast was just about to attack once more when the distant Xian grinned instead. The demon beast's expression instantly changed drastically when it saw Xian smile. Because the space it was in had already collapsed from the collision, and it was within this spatial black hole. Moreover, it was filled with dark matter energy. The demon beast was about to retreat when Xian suddenly said, "Explode." Bang! The pitch-black space suddenly exploded, and all the dark matter energy inside was detonated by Xian with the dark domain. This explosion was simply capable of obliterating the world. With the demon beast at the center, the space in an area of over 3 kilometers was instantly turned pitch black. At this moment, both man and beast were within a spatial black hole. When the demon beast stopped moving, many of its scales had exploded apart, and it was badly mangled. However, this wasn't the end of it. Because both it and Xian were within a dark space, and there was boundless dark matter energy here, Xian grinned as he gazed at the demon beast, and then he issued a command in his heart. In an instant, the dark matter energy in the surroundings suddenly transformed into numerous energy swords. In an instant, Xian had transformed into over 100,000 energy swords. The demon beast's expression instantly changed when it saw those energy swords. It started to retreat slowly. Xian suddenly took a step forward, and his sword domain enveloped the demon beast. In the next moment, he suddenly roared furiously, "Explode." As soon as he finished speaking, the energy swords transformed into rays of sword light that slashed towards the demonic beast. The pupils of the demon beast constricted abruptly. Its wings suddenly unfolded, and then they transformed into a wing shield that blocked in front of it in a defensive posture. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, one explosion after another sounded out from within the black hole. This continued for a full 15 minutes before the energy swords finished exploding. By this time, the demon beast had been forced back more than 3,000 meters. At this moment, the demonic beast's appearance could not be said to be a little miserable. This was because its pair of wings had been shattered and its body was covered in bloody sword wounds. Blood spurted out from its body like a fountain. Fortunately, its body was big enough. Otherwise, it would have died from the spurting. At this moment, Xian's face was extremely pale. Weakness. Right now, he felt incomparably weak. Controlling 2 domains and so many sword chi was extremely taxing on his stamina. That attack just now had almost exhausted him. After losing his god realm body, his body was not as good as before. The demon beast suddenly raised its head and gazed at Xian, and its eyes were filled with killing intent and viciousness. Human. You've infuriated me. Xian blinked and said, look around you. The demon beast glanced at the surroundings. At this moment, it and Xian were still within the black hole. Moreover, the black hole had grown even larger from the force of the attack just now. The demon beast's eyelids twitched when it witnessed this scene. It noticed that Xian's strength was much stronger within such a black hole. Xian issued a command in his heart, and then the dark energy in the surroundings suddenly started trembling. It didn't take long for over a dozen energy swords formed from dark energy to appear in front of Xian. The demon beast's face twitched when it witnessed this scene, and it stared fixedly at Xian. Human. Do you dare use a sword? What the fuck? Xian's jaw almost hit the floor when he heard this, and he gazed at the demon beast with slight disbelief. Are you even human? The demon beast roared furiously, I'm not human. Xian was speechless. The demon beast stared fixedly at Xian. Human. Do you dare to fight me without using a sword? Xian gazed at the demon beast and shook his head. I'd thought that my skin was thick enough, but I never expected that there would be someone even thicker. Tell me, if I don't use a sword, then what should I use? Fight you with my head? The demon beast roared furiously, as long as you don't use a sword, you can use anything. Xian was speechless. Damn it. Is this demon beast underage? It's actually speaking such childish words. As if he'd thought of something, Xian's pupils constricted, and he gazed at the demon beast. Damn it. You're buying time. As soon as he finished speaking, the black holes in the surroundings actually started to recover slowly. There were laws in the world, and so long as space wasn't directly obliterated, then it could be recovered. At this moment, the space in the surroundings was automatically recovering. This demon beast wasn't stupid, but it was very shrewd. This guy had been stalling for time. The demon beast looked coldly at Xian. Human, you're not that stupid. As it spoke, the surrounding space had already recovered by 60 to 70%. Seeing this scene, Xian's face suddenly sank, and as if he thought of something, he suddenly looked at the demon beast. You seem to be badly injured. The demon beast sneered, aren't you also badly injured? Xian blinked. Do you have any other enemies in this mountain range? Hearing this, the demon beast frowned. Seeing this scene, Xian chuckled. If we continue to fight, both sides will only suffer. How about this, let's both recuperate first, and then continue fighting after we've recovered. He needed time now as well because the bones in his arms had been shattered by this demon beast, but it was good because it allowed him to comprehend the combination of the sword domain and darkness domain. It could be said that his sword would become even stronger after they were combined. Especially when his opponent or himself shattered the space in the surroundings. Under such circumstances, his combat strength would increase by an unknown amount while he was within the sword domain. The sword domain naturally couldn't be considered as an external force. Moreover, he'd even combined the sword domain and darkness domain. This could be said to be an extension of his sword Dao. The demon beast fell silent when it heard Xian. It was naturally not stupid, and it knew that if they continued fighting, then it was very likely that both sides would suffer heavy injuries. Moreover, if it were to suffer heavy injuries now, then once its enemy took advantage of the situation, then it would be extremely disadvantageous to it. After all, it didn't have any deep enmity with this human before it, and they were merely on different sides. When it thought up to here, the demon beast gazed at Xian. Then let's rest for a while before we continue fighting. Xian nodded. All right. The demonic beast slowly retreated, but Xian did not move. He had to watch the demonic beast retreat. Otherwise, if the demonic beast launched a surprise attack, it would be very difficult for him to defend against it in his current state. After the demonic beast left, Xian sat cross-legged on the ground and began to recuperate. Without the power of the bloodline, he could only use Xianqi to repair his body. Although it was very slow, he had no other choice. While he was recuperating, he kept thinking about the fight with the demon beast. In the beginning, he was crushed by the demonic beast's aura, which led to him being suppressed. Imposing manner, Xian took a deep breath. He had used his sword force before, but he realized that his force was much weaker than the demonic beast's. What was momentum? Xian. He fell into deep thought. He suddenly discovered that after he abandoned his physical body and bloodline power, he could discover his own inadequacies at every moment. There were simply too many inadequacies. Just like that, after about 2 hours, Xian's arms recovered to their original state, and the injuries on his body had also recovered by 80% to 90%. Xian stood up and moved his body. The bones in his body immediately made cracking sounds. Xian took a deep breath. He opened his left hand and the unparalleled sword appeared in his hand. Looking at the sword in his hand, Xian smiled slightly and continued forward. He realized that the moment he held the sword, he was more confident than before. This confidence was something that he had fought for. Xian continued forward. After about 2 hours, he saw the demonic beast that fought with him earlier. At this moment, the demonic beast's injuries had almost recovered. The demonic beast looked at Xian with a much calmer gaze than before. Xian suddenly smiled and said, "Come and fight." As soon as his voice fell, he suddenly charged towards the demonic beast. He was charging. The demonic beast was instantly stunned when it saw Xian suddenly charge over. This fellow is actually taking the initiative to attack. When Xian charged towards the demonic beast, he had a smile on his face as if he was certain that he would be able to eat the demonic beast. At the same time, a strand of sword energy enveloped the demonic beast. The demonic beast frowned slightly as it gazed at Xian. Xian's gaze and smile made it feel very uncomfortable, and it felt like Xian was certain that he would be able to eat it. The demonic beast suddenly leaped up and directly collided with Xian. This collision caused the space around it to tremble, but it didn't shatter. Obviously, it had restrained its strength. It had no choice but to retract its strength. Once space shattered, then this human's combat strength would instantly soar. It was still slightly afraid of those two domains. The human and beast had chosen to fight head-on as soon as they met. When Xian arrived above the demonic beast's head, he suddenly drew his sword and slashed. Sword drawing technique. This strike directly tore space apart. At the same time, the sword domain appeared along with it. Bang! Xian's sword struck the demonic beast's head. In an instant, his figure was blasted flying while the demonic beast was blasted down from the sky by the formidable force within Xian's sword. In the end, it crashed heavily onto the ground. As soon as it crashed onto the ground, the demonic beast stood up, and it raised its head to look at Xian, who was in the distance. At this moment, Xian was already over 1 kilometer away from it. The demonic beast revealed a savage smile and was about to attack. However, right at this moment, a crack resounded as the space in front of it collapsed completely. In an instant, the space in front of it had become pitch black. The demonic beast's expression changed drastically when it witnessed this scene, and it was about to retreat. However, right at this moment, countless dark energy swords had suddenly appeared within the darkness. In the next moment, these dark energy swords shot violently towards it. Moreover, it possessed the sword domain. The demonic beast's face twitched slightly. This time, it didn't choose to go head-on against Xianxi's attack. It just turned around and leaped, and it instantly appeared 3 kilometers away. Xian was stunned when he witnessed this scene. Damn it! This fellow isn't going to go head-on against me? The demonic beast gazed at Xian from afar. It didn't move, and it was waiting for the shattered space to repair itself. On the other hand, Xian naturally understood the demonic beast's intentions. So, he just didn't allow the space to repair itself, and he constantly used his swords to destroy the space in front of him. Just like that, the human and the demonic beast stood in confrontation. This confrontation lasted for an entire day and night. Neither was willing to retreat. In the distance, the demonic beast gazed at Xian and sneered. "Human, aren't you tired?" Xian fell silent. "Damn it! This fellow intends to fight me to the end." The demon beast immediately lay down on the ground and prepared to fight a long battle. Xian glanced at the demon beast. He was helpless against it when it acted wretchedly. Even though his sword was swift, it wasn't able to instantly annihilate the demon beast. Moreover, he could only suppress it by utilizing his sword domain. However, the demon beast would flee as soon as he tore open space. Most importantly, the demon beast would pursue him as soon as he retreated. It was trying to fight a battle of attrition with him. Xian was slightly speechless because no one could do anything to this demon beast. Doubtful, but he couldn't afford to waste time. As if he'd thought of something, Xian suddenly turned around and ran. The demon beast suddenly leaped up and smashed against Xian when it saw the scene. Everywhere it passed, space warped, but it didn't shatter because it controlled its strength. Xian suddenly stopped in the distance, and then he swiftly drew his sword and slashed it forward. The target of this attack wasn't the demon beast but the space in front of him. As soon as his sword descended, the space in front of him shattered. However, the demon beast suddenly stopped. In the next moment, it turned around and leaped over 3 kilometers away. However, a sword suddenly slashed down towards it as soon as it stopped. The space in front of the demon beast was instantly torn apart. The demon beast's pupils constricted when it saw space being torn apart, and it didn't even hesitate to turn around and flee. It was extremely swift, and it was 3 kilometers away in the blink of an eye. However, another sword slashed down towards it as soon as it stopped fleeing. But space wasn't torn apart this time. The demon beast didn't retreat this time, and it allowed Xian's sword to strike its head. Bang! An expanse of sword light shattered. The demon beast forcefully resisted this attack. This time, it didn't allow Xian's sword to fly away. It suddenly slapped Xian's sword to the ground, and then it pressed down forcefully onto Xian's sword. The demon beast gazed at Xian and sneered, "Human, you don't have a sword anymore." Xian fell silent, and his expression seemed to be quite unsightly. The demon beast smiled with slight complacency, "Human, you're anxious. It's my turn." As it spoke, it suddenly leaped up to the top of Xian's head, and then it suddenly slapped its palm towards Xian. As the palm descended, it felt like a mountain was pressing down on him. The space around Xian directly twisted into a strange spatial vortex. The space did not shatter. Xian was a little shocked. This demonic beast's control over its own strength was not ordinary. Without much thought, he opened his palm, and the executing heaven sword appeared in his hand. In the next moment, he suddenly slashed forward. The target of this slash was still not the demonic beast, but the space in front of him. The space he was in was already on the verge of collapse due to the power of the demonic beast. As he slashed down with his sword, the space instantly collapsed. However, Xian was sent flying. That was because the strength of his sword was not as strong as the strength of the demonic beast. However, the moment he flew out, countless energy swords suddenly appeared in the shattered space. In the next moment, those energy swords were directly detonated by Xian. Rumble. Between heaven and earth, a deafening explosion sounded like a clap of thunder. In an instant, the demonic beast was directly blasted away. However, that was not the end of it. When the sword chi was detonated by Xian, the space within a radius of tens of thousands of miles was directly blasted apart and turned pitch black. In the distance, Xian suddenly roared furiously, "Condense!" As soon as he spoke, the dark energy directly transformed into numerous energy swords. In an instant, over 100,000 energy swords were condensed. However, Xian's face also turned pale at this moment. The consumption was too great. Without thinking too much, Xian was about to detonate the sword chi when the demonic beast in the distance suddenly roared furiously, "Human, I surrender." Surrender? Hearing this, Xian was directly stunned. He looked at the demonic beast. At this moment, the demonic beast was completely mutilated. Especially its wings, one of which had even been blasted off. It looked extremely miserable. The demonic beast looked at Xian, "You win." As soon as it finished speaking, it turned around and fled, and it vanished at the end of the plains in the distance in the blink of an eye. Xian heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the demonic beast flee. Actually, he was unable to detonate it any longer. Because he'd already reached his limits, and if he forcefully detonated it, then it would be no different than taking the demonic beast down with him. Xian sat cross-legged on the ground and started to recuperate. He was completely exhausted from the battle with the demonic beast earlier, and if this demonic beast hadn't been slightly careless, then he might have really been exhausted to death by it. Needless to say, this battle with the demonic beast allowed him to notice many things that he was lacking in. Speed wasn't absolute. Even though his speed crushed the demonic beast, his strength was insufficient. and his sword was unable to pose a lethal threat to a demon beast at the godrank realm. The speed of his sword was barely fast enough, but it wasn't strong enough. Fortunately, he'd gained quite a bit from the battle with the demonic beast, and the greatest gain was his grasp of the sword domain. His current sword domain wasn't as useless as it was in the past. After an hour, Xian stood up and stretched his body. At this moment, his body had already mostly recovered. Needless to say, he still slightly missed the godrank realm physical body and undying bloodline from before. With the godrank realm physical body and undying bloodline, he could forcefully exhaust that demonic beast to death. Of course, without the godrank realm physical body and undying bloodline now, he wasn't afraid of that demonic beast. Xian glanced at the sword in his hand, and then he grinned lightly and continued forward. Even he himself didn't notice that his mentality had already undergone a change. More and more confident, and this confidence came from the sword in his hand. 4 hours later, Xian walked out of that plane. He stood on the spot, and before him was a dense forest that had no end. Xian glanced to the left and right at the horizon. At this moment, the sky was already dark. After a moment of silence, Xian glanced at that dense forest. The dense forest was very quiet, and there wasn't the slightest sound. It's definitely not normal. Xian glanced to his left and right, and he realized that he could take a detour, but it would only take 1 to 4 more hours. After a moment of silence, Xian finally did not choose to take a detour, because he was here to gain experience. Wherever there was danger, he would go. After entering the dense forest, his vision instantly darkened, and a sense of oppression assaulted his face. Xian walked slowly, unhurriedly. At this moment, Xian stopped, and around him, the trees suddenly trembled. Xian slowly closed his eyes, and a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Human? Xian nodded. That voice was a little surprised. Human, how dare you step into this place? Xian smiled. To gain experience. That voice said, but it's very dangerous here. Xian opened his eyes, he glanced around, and there was nothing around. At this moment, that voice laughed. Human, you can't see me. Xian smiled. Why? That voice said, because I'm a wood spirit. Do you know what a wood spirit is? A spirit of heaven and earth. Xian was slightly shocked. This mountain range didn't just have demon beasts, there were also spirits of heaven and earth. At this moment, the wood spirit said, Human, ahead is the territory of the great ferocious beast demon King Xianxia. That demon beast is very, very powerful, and his temper is very, very bad. You must not go, or you'll die. Xian said with a smile. Why did you remind me? Wood spirit said, because if I don't warn you, you might die. Xian was stunned, and then he smiled. Thank you. Wood spirit smiled. You're welcome, quickly go back. Xian shook his head. I can't go back. Wood spirit was slightly puzzled. Why? Xian smiled. I want to become stronger. Wood spirit said, but I feel that you're already very strong. Xian smiled. Not enough. Wood spirit said, I understand. You want to become even stronger. Xian smiled. Yes. As he spoke, he continued forward. Meanwhile, a wooden bottle suddenly floated over to Xian. Xian was slightly puzzled. What's this? Wood spirit said, Essence wood spirit liquid, it can be used to heal injuries. Keep it for yourself. Xian smiled. Needless to say, these spirits of heaven and earth were very kind indeed. He could sense the wood spirit's kindness, that kind of sincere kindness. Xian didn't refuse. He put the wooden bottle away and smiled. Thank you. Wood spirit smiled. You're welcome. Human, take care. Xian nodded and smiled. I'll give you something as well. As he spoke, he opened his palm, and strands of violet energy floated towards the surroundings. Meanwhile, the wood spirit was shocked. Wow. Human, what kind of violet energy is this? The energy here is actually so pure, I've never seen such pure energy. Xian smiled. Do you like it? Meanwhile, a woman suddenly appeared not too far away from Xian. She wore a green dress, had exquisite features, and seemed like a fairy. The woman's eyes opened wide as she gazed at the violet energy, and she was very shocked. Xian smiled. I'll give it all to you. The woman gazed at Xian and blinked. You're giving it all to me? Xian nodded. Yes. The woman hesitated for a moment and said, It's very precious. Yi Xian waved the wooden bottle in his hand and smiled, "This is very precious as well." The woman shook her head, "It's not as precious as this violet energy. This violet energy might be able to allow me to evolve." Yi Xian smiled, "Quickly accept it." The woman hesitated for a moment and said, "Then I'll accept it." Yi Xian nodded, "Take it." The woman gazed at Yi Xian and said in a soft voice, "Thank you." As she spoke, she sniffed lightly, and the violet energy instantly entered her body. As soon as the violet energy entered her body suddenly trembled, and then a strand of pure energy swept out from within her. At the same time, the trees in her surroundings actually started wriggling. Yi Xian sized the woman up. "She's about to break through. Is Xiao Ta's energy so terrifying?" The violet energy he gave the woman earlier wasn't his own, but it was from Xiao Ta. Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he asked Xiao Ta to withdraw some violet energy. In next to no time, the surroundings were covered in violet energy. Yi Xian glanced at the woman before he left. He didn't know how long it would take for the woman to break through, but he knew that it would definitely take a long time. So, he couldn't waste too much time here. 2 hours later, Yi Xian walked out of the dense forest. As soon as he walked out, a voice suddenly resounded from not too far away, "I've been waiting for you." Yi Xian looked up, and there was a demon beast standing not too far away from him. The demon beast was like an ape, and it was as strong as a hill. Its arms were like pillars, and it had a tail behind it. Demon King Xiaochu. Xiaochu looked down at Yi Xian. "Human, you want to go through the Great Desolation Mountain Range?" Yi Xian nodded. Xiaochu spread its legs and smiled, "Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. Come, go under my crotch." Yi Xian nodded, and then he walked over to Xiaochu. In the next moment, he suddenly drew his sword and stabbed it towards Xiaochu's crotch. Bang! A ray of light stabbed Xiaochu's crotch, but Xiaochu's crotch wasn't damaged at all. After his attack failed, Yi Xian instantly retreated 300 m. Xiaochu looked down at Yi Xian, patted his crotch, and sneered, "That's it?" Yi Xian clenched his sword tightly in his left hand. The defense of Xiaochu's body was even stronger than the demon beast he'd encountered earlier, another tough nut to crack. However, there wasn't a trace of fear in his eyes, and there was even more excitement. Xiaochu sneered, "A tiny ant dares to trespass into my Great Desolation Mountain Range? You really don't know your place." Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly said, "You talk a lot of bullshit." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly vanished on the spot. A ray of light slashed down towards Xiaochu's head. Xiaochu sneered and didn't dodge, allowing Yi Xian's sword to strike its head. Bang! The ray of light exploded, but there wasn't even a mark left on Xiaochu's head. However, the space above its head had been slashed apart. Xiaochu looked at Yi Xian and ridiculed, "Human, you." Suddenly, over 100 dark swords of energy appeared in the pitch-black space above its head. Xiaochu frowned slightly when it sensed this scene, and it looked up. Meanwhile, the dark swords of energy exploded, rumble. Along with an explosion, the space around Xiao Qingxing shattered apart, and the powerful force blasted Xiao Qingxing 300 m away. At the same time, the space in an area of 3 kilometers had turned pitch black. After Elegant Capture stopped, its expression directly became hideous because over 100 blood-colored sword scars appeared all over its body. Graceful Capture looked at the distant Yi Xian, and at this moment, in front of it was a dense swarm of dark energy swords, numbering in the tens of thousands. In the distance, Yi Xian suddenly issued a command in his heart, and the tens of thousands of swords shot directly towards Xiaochu. Xiaochu's eyes narrowed slightly when he witnessed this scene. In the next moment, he took a step forward and suddenly smashed his fist forward. This punch shook the heavens and earth. Rumble! In the blink of an eye, countless energy swords shattered, and numerous explosions resounded ceaselessly while Elegant Capture retreated explosively. In the process of Elegant Capture retreating, Yi Xian suddenly vanished on the spot, and in the next moment, sword lights flickered ceaselessly around Elegant Capture. Chi 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 chi, the sound of sword chi tearing through space resounded incessantly. Just like that, after around 15 minutes passed, Yi Xian returned to where he stood earlier, and all the sword chi had vanished. Elegant Capture was still alive, even though its entire body was covered in blood-red sword scars. They weren't lethal, and they were equivalent to the skin of a human. Yi Xian gazed at Elegant Capture with a trace of seriousness in his eyes. This Demon King's body wasn't just a little bit stronger than the demon beast he'd encountered earlier. Elegant Capture glanced at its body, and then it gazed at Xian and ridiculed, "Is that all?" As he spoke, he punched Xian. Bang! A powerful force swept through the surroundings, and everywhere it passed, space collapsed inch by inch. The instant Xianxia punched out, Xian suddenly disappeared from where he stood. In the next moment, a sword fell straight down from above Xianxia's head. It was extremely fast, and it instantly stabbed into Xianxia's head. Bang! The sword shook violently while Xian felt his arms go numb. It was like he'd stabbed a piece of hard iron. Elegant Capture's head wasn't damaged at all. After his attack failed, Xian immediately stabbed his sword towards Elegant Capture's right eye. Meanwhile, Elegant Capture suddenly closed his eyes. Bang! Xian's attack failed once more. At the same time, a powerful force blasted him flying, and at the instant he was blasted flying, Elegant Capture suddenly turned around and smashed his fist forward. Rumble! The space in front of him shattered into pieces. Xian was blasted 3 kilometers away, and he'd just stopped when Elegant Capture smashed his fist towards him once more. Xian felt as if a huge mountain was pressing down on him when this punch came. It was suffocating pressure. Xian suddenly stomped his right foot on the ground, and his entire body flashed back 10,000 feet. As soon as he dodged, the space in front of him instantly turned pitch black, and the powerful impact once again blasted him several thousand feet back. After he stopped, Xian suddenly drew his sword and slashed. Sword drawing technique, a ray of sword light shot into the sky and slashed down. In the distance, Elegant Capture suddenly raised his right hand to block. The sword light descended. Bang! Elegant Capture's right arm had forcefully blocked Xian's sword strike. Elegant Capture lowered his right arm, and at this moment, a sword suddenly stabbed towards his throat. Bang! Elegant Capture's body trembled violently, but in the next moment, he suddenly smashed his fist forward. Rumble! Xian's expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly raised his sword to block. Bang! Xian was blasted 3 kilometers away along with his sword. After he stopped, a wisp of blood slowly seeped out from the corner of Xian's mouth. He wiped the blood off the corner of his mouth, and then he looked at Elegant Capture. "This fellow is too tough. I can't break through his defense." Actually, he could ignite his lifespan to execute the life sword. If he ignited his lifespan now and utilized the sword drawing technique or instant death, then he was entirely capable of breaking through Elegant Capture's defense. However, igniting his lifespan was equivalent to using an external force. Meanwhile, Elegant Capture suddenly leaped up, and then he suddenly smashed his fist towards Xian. Xian's expression changed slightly when he saw the scene, and then his figure shook and vanished on the spot. Bang! Elegant Capture's punch struck empty air, but the space where Xian stood had transformed into an enormous pitch-black hole. Xian didn't utilize the dark domain because even if it was combined with the sword domain, it was still unable to break through Elegant Capture's defense. Elegant Capture's punch struck empty air, and then he turned to look at Xian in the distance and laughed coldly. "Human, do you only know how to dodge?" Xian glanced at Elegant Capture. "Why do you have so much nonsense to say?" As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly vanished on the spot. Hiss! A strand of sword light instantly slashed against Elegant Capture's chest. However, it still wasn't able to break through Elegant Capture's defense. Elegant Capture raised his hand and punched again. Bang! The sword light shattered into pieces while Xian had retreated over 1 kilometer away. As he retreated, countless flying swords slashed towards Elegant Capture. These flying swords were extremely swift, and they struck all over Elegant Capture's body in the blink of an eye. However, Elegant Capture had forcefully resisted all of them. He resisted them forcefully. Elegant Capture patted his chest and laughed coldly. "Human, you're trying to find a flaw in my defense." Xian fell silent. He was indeed trying to find a flaw in Elegant Capture's defense. Unfortunately, this fellow didn't seem to have any flaws at all. There was nowhere to attack. Elegant Capture suddenly said, "Human." Xian suddenly spoke angrily, "It's just a fight. Why do you have so much nonsense to say?" As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot. Hiss! A strand of sword light flashed. In the distance, Elegant Capture's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he suddenly smashed his arms forward. Rumble! The strand of sword light was instantly shattered. But in the next moment, a few more strands of sword light appeared around it. Just like that, the man and beast entered into battle once more. Xian didn't choose to fight Elegant Capture head-on, and he chose to exhaust it instead. if a single strike couldn't break through its defense, then what about 100, 1,000, or even 10,000? It could only be described as grinding. However, it was very dangerous. Because while elegant capture's speed was inferior to his, its strength far surpassed his. So long as he wasn't careful, he might be killed by a single punch. Just like that, Xian forcefully tortured Xiaoqiu for 4 hours. At this moment, Xiaoqiu's body already had many blood-colored sword scars. Although they were not deep, these sword scars were getting deeper and deeper. Because every single strike of Xian's would strike those marks. On the other hand, elegant capture grew more and more restless. Because he noticed that he couldn't do anything to Xian. Xian was too wretched. Xian never fought it head-on. Each of its punches had the power to destroy the world. However, Xian just did not take it head-on. That made it extremely angry. And it was exactly because of this that it became more and more agitated as it fought. On the other hand, Xian grew more and more excited as he fought, because he noticed that the strength of his sword was growing stronger and stronger. Moreover, he also discovered that his reaction speed had become faster, because the slightest carelessness might cause him to be heavily injured when fighting elegant capture. So, he couldn't afford to make any mistakes. Just like this, time passed bit by bit, and Xian tortured Xiaoqiu for an entire 6 hours. At this moment, the sword marks on Xiaoqiu's body were getting deeper and deeper, and its entire body was already dyed red with blood. On the other hand, Xian's countenance was slightly pale. Because he couldn't afford to make any mistakes. So, he'd been maintaining a high degree of concentration throughout these past few hours. Such concentration consumed a lot of his strength. However, he grew more and more excited as he fought. Moreover, he seemed to have entered into a strange state. Presently, his mind was filled with a single thought, and that was to fight, a frenzied battle. Numerous rays of light crisscrossed ceaselessly. Xian's sword was growing faster and sharper. On the other hand, even though elegant capture had calmed himself down, he was still helpless against Xian's wretched method of fighting. He'd been constantly waiting for Xian to make a mistake, but Xian just didn't make a mistake. He didn't make a single mistake. Just like that, another 4 hours passed. Xian suddenly dodged backwards and dodged elegant Kurjan's fatal blow. After he stopped, elegant Kurjan suddenly said coldly, "Human, if this continues, will you be able to outlast me?" Xian waved the sword in his hand and smiled, "Cut the crap and continue fighting." As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a ray of light that vanished on the spot. Hiss, a ray of light tore through the surroundings. Elegant capture suddenly spoke fiercely when he witnessed this scene, "Attack." As soon as he finished speaking, a few powerful auras suddenly flashed over from afar. In the next moment, an explosion resounded, and then Xian was blasted flying. He flew for over 10 kilometers. After Xian stopped moving, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He wiped off the blood from the corner of his mouth, and then he gazed at elegant capture. At this moment, 4 formidable demon beasts had appeared by elegant capture's side. Xian was quite stunned. A group fight? Elegant capture stared fixedly at Xian. "Did I say I would fight you in a one-on-one battle?" Xian said, "I'll fucking." Ganging up, one had to admit, Xian was somewhat stunned. Weren't demonic beasts all very unyielding? How could they do this sort of tasteless thing like ganging up? Far away, that Xiaoqing's expression was also somewhat ugly. It also did not think of ganging up, but Xian seriously made him angry. Xian's fighting method was too wretched. This made it fight very aggrieved. Of course, the most important thing was that he knew that if this carried on, it would be extremely disadvantageous to him, because the sword scars on its body were getting more and more, and they were also getting deeper and deeper. If this carried on, the situation would become more and more disadvantageous to it. Right at this time, Xian suddenly turned around and ran. Those demonic beasts behind Xiaoqing were about to chase but were stopped by Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing looked at the Xian disappearing in the distance and did not speak. Beside Xiaoqing, a demonic beast said in a solemn voice, "King, this human's strength is uncommon. His background is likely not simple." Xiaoqing's eyes slowly shut. It actually just wanted to chase away Xian. Because it discovered that it already could not do anything to this human in front of it. Continuing to fight, it could not gain any advantage and might even be defeated. If it was defeated by a human, then this demon king, would lose too much face. In the great desolate mountain range, apart from that demonic beast ancestor, there were still the 10 great demon kings. It was one of them. If it were to be defeated at the hands of a human, not only would it lose face, it would even lose its prestige as a demon king. And if it ganged up on Xian and killed Xian with numbers, it would also be ridiculed by the other demon kings. Hence, the best way was to directly chase away Xian and let Xian go to other demon kings' territories. Redirect the trouble. After Xian escaped, he found a quiet place to sit down cross-legged, and then started to recuperate. While recuperating, his mind kept thinking about the scene of exchanging blows with that Xianxia previously. His greatest shortcoming right now was that the sword was not sharp enough. If the sword was sharp enough, that Xianxia was not his match at all. How could he make the sword stronger? Fight, that was the only word in Xian's mind. The reason for that was because he discovered that his power was continuously increasing as he fought against Xianxia. The closer one was to death, the easier it was to break through one's limits. After an hour, Xian stood up. At this moment, all the injuries on his body had been completely healed. Xian sheathed his sword and continued forward. He did not choose to take a detour. Instead, he continued to search for Xiaoqiu Demon King. Soon, Xian arrived at Xiaoqiu Demon King's territory again. Demon Monarch Xiaoqin stared at Xian. This human was here again. Xian looked at Demon Monarch Xiaoqin. Demon Monarch, fight me one-on-one. One-on-one, Demon Monarch Xiaoqin was expressionless. Are you sure? Xian nodded. Xiaoqin nodded and said, how about this? I'll let you pass if you can withstand 3 punches from me. If you can't, then you'll have to return to where you came from. 3 punches, Xian blinked. I won't. Take 3 punches head-on. He was not stupid. If he took it head-on, he would not even be able to withstand 1 punch. At this moment, Xiaoqin said again, since you don't dare to take 3 punches from me, then I'll take 3 sword strikes from you. If I can withstand 3 sword strikes from you, you'll admit defeat. How about that? Xian's face darkened. Damn, is this even human? Not to mention 3 sword strikes. I can't kill this fellow even with 30 sword strikes. This fellow doesn't want to fight, Xiaoqin suddenly said coldly. I can't hit you, but you can't hit me either. Do you want to be ganged up on? Am I right? Xian, Xiaoqin glanced coldly at Xian. I'm not playing with you anymore. With that, he turned and left. Xian was speechless. He finally saw through it. This fellow doesn't want to fight anymore. After a moment, Xian shook his head and left. If the other party didn't want to fight, he couldn't force him to, right? If he angered this fellow and they really ganged up on him, wouldn't he be beaten to death? Soon, Xian disappeared at the end of the dense forest in the distance. Somewhere, Xiaoqin looked at the place where Xian disappeared and shook his head. He's seeking his own death. With that, he turned and left. It had to be said that Xian's strength was indeed very strong. However, in the vast great desolate mountain range, it was really nothing. Wanting to leave the great desolate mountain range, that was basically impossible, not to mention Xian, even he could not fight his way out of the great desolate mountain range. At this moment, a voice sounded from beside Xiaoqin, my king, that human entered the swamp of Mount Mang. Hearing this, Xiaoqin was stunned and then said softly, he really knows how to choose a place. Xian came before a swamp. Looking at the swamp in front of him, Xian frowned. This place doesn't look like a good place. At this moment, the swamp in front of him suddenly wriggled. Then, the space around him suddenly trembled. Xian frowned slightly. He drew his sword and slashed down. Chi, a sword light fell straight down. However, the space in front of him did not move at all. Seeing this, Xian's expression sank. The space around him had been sealed. At this moment, the space around him suddenly cracked open. Swamp mud seeped out from these cracks. Xian suddenly took a step forward and slashed down again. This time, a sharp sword hum suddenly rang out. However, the space where the sword landed still did not move at all. After a moment of silence, Xian slowly closed his eyes. He sensed his surroundings. There seemed to be some mysterious barrier in the space around him. Xian did not dare to be careless. He knew that not all the demon beasts here relied on their physical bodies. There were some that knew mysterious divine abilities. From a certain perspective, these demon beasts were even more terrifying than those that relied on their physical bodies. At this moment, the swamp mud increased. At this rate, in less than 15 minutes, the space around him would become a swamp space. Xian frowned slightly. The other party wanted to use this method to kill him? As if thinking of something, Xian held his sword and slashed at the swamp mud. This slash did not damage the swamp mud at all. Not only that, but his own sword was covered by the swamp mud and then corroded. Xian was shocked, and the sword in his right hand shook violently. Boom, a sword light shook out, and the sword returned to normal. Xian glanced at the swamp mud. What was this thing? It could even corrode his supreme sword. More and more swamp mud appeared in the surroundings. Xian fell silent. If he utilized the Space Dao Law, then he would actually be able to break through this spatial barrier with ease. However, he didn't want to use it, because it wasn't his own strength, but the strength of the Space Dao Law. Swordsman had said that he would rely on his own strength to walk out of here, his own strength. Xian glanced at the surroundings. A moment later, his sword domain suddenly enveloped the surroundings, and then he suddenly drew his sword and slashed in front of him. Space trembled as his sword slashed down, but it didn't split open. Meanwhile, Xian immediately slashed down again. Just like that, he'd slashed over 100 times towards the same spot in just a few breaths of time. Finally, when Xian's final slash descended, a rift split open in space, and Xian immediately activated Dark Prison before detonating it. Rumble, with him at the center, the space around him suddenly shattered. After the space shattered, Xian issued a command in his heart, and a few hundred dark energy swords appeared around him. Meanwhile, a voice suddenly resounded from the swamp in front of him. Sword domain. How rare. Xian gazed at the swamp. Meanwhile, a man slowly floated up from the swamp. The man's upper body was no different from a human's, but his lower body was like a wolf's. Most importantly, the man was dressed extremely flirtatiously. He had heavy makeup on his face, and he even wore a small red flower in his ear. He looked extremely flirtatious. Xian sized him up. Is this fellow half-human half-demon? The corners of the man's mouth curled up slightly when he noticed Xian's gaze, and he revealed a charming smile. Do I look good? Xian was speechless. The man sized up Xian and smiled. Human, I heard you want to pass through this mountain range? Xian nodded. Yes. The man laughed. His laughter was a little sharp, and it was neither a man nor a woman. It was very ear-piercing. After laughing for a while, the man looked at Xian, and his smile became even more charming. Human, I have a way to help you lead this mountain range. Xian said indifferently, what way? The man covered his mouth and smiled. Sleep with me. Xian was speechless. The man looked at Xian, and his face blushed. If you sleep with me and make me feel good, I will help you lead this desolate mountain range. I'll help you lead this desolate mountain range, you. Xian suddenly shook his head. I can't take it anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly disappeared. A wisp of sword light tore through the air. In the distance, the man's smile suddenly turned cold. He clapped his hands together, and this time, he directly caught Xian's sword. However, the next moment, Xian's sword shook violently. Bang, the man was directly pushed back. At the moment when the man was pushed back, the sword in Xian's hand suddenly disappeared. Instant kill. In the distance, the man's pupil suddenly shrank. He stomped his right foot, and his whole body directly sank into the swamp. Bang, the sword light entered the swamp, and the entire swamp shook violently. Swamp mud shot up into the sky. Xian opened his palm, and the sword returned to his hand. He looked at the swamp and frowned. He could not feel the man's aura. At this moment, Xian suddenly turned around. In front of him, an afterimage swept past. Xian drew his sword and slashed. Bang, as the sword fell, the space in front of Xian directly shattered, and an afterimage retreated rapidly. It was the man. The man was pushed back several thousand feet, and there was a deep sword mark on his hand. After the man stopped, he glanced at the sword mark on his hand, and then he smiled at Xian. What a powerful sword. Yi Xian was about to attack. Suddenly, the man smiled and said, "You're Yi Xian, right?" Yi Xian was stunned when he heard this. This guy knows that I'm Yi Xian? He had to admit that he was a little confused at this moment. How did this guy know his name was Yi Xian? It didn't make sense. One had to know that this place was very far from the fifth dimension. Moreover, this was his first time here. At this time, the man smiled. "You seem very confused." Yi Xian looked at the man, a little. The man's lips curved. "Yi Xian, I heard you have a treasure on you." Yi Xian frowned. "Treasure?" The man nodded, "Yes." Yi Xian smiled. "What treasure?" The man looked at Yi Xian. "You still don't know what treasure it is?" Yi Xian shook his head. "I have a lot of treasures, I don't know which one you are talking about." The man smiled. "Let me remind you. Purple gas." Purple gas. Hearing this, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. "You know about purple gas?" The man laughed. That wood spirit suddenly broke through. This alarmed many monster kings. Yi Xian shook his head. "Let's not talk about purple gas first. Can you tell me how you know my name?" The man smiled. "Guess." Yi Xian shook his head, not guessing. As his voice fell, he suddenly disappeared. Chi, the space in front of the man was suddenly torn apart. The man's pupils shrank. He wanted to dodge but found that Yi Xian's sword was many times faster than before. He couldn't dodge at all, he could only take it head-on. The man suddenly pointed between his eyebrows. "Wolf soul." Bang, a wolf soul suddenly appeared behind the man. This wolf soul held fiercely, and a powerful soul force swept out, forcefully blocking Yi Xian's sword. In the distance, Yi Xian subconsciously wanted to take out the soul-suppressing sword, but he quickly realized that the soul-suppressing sword inside the prison pagoda gradually calmed down. Yi Xian was silent. He suddenly found that as long as he used external objects, ordinary experts were not his opponent. In the distance, the man looked at Yi Xian and said with a smile, "You really aren't simple." Yi Xian looked at the man. He opened his palm, and a wisp of purple gas appeared in his hand. Xiao Ta's purple aura. The man's eyes instantly narrowed when he saw the purple qi. His eyes flickered with excitement and greed. Yi Xian smiled and said, "Tell me, how do you know my name?" The man looked at Yi Xian and said with a smile, "Guess." Yi Xian suddenly disappeared on the spot. A wisp of a cold smile arose on the corners of the man's mouth. He pressed his palms together and suddenly bent down. Soul annihilation. Behind him, the wolf soul suddenly bent down and roared. Rumble. With this roar, the space in front of him was directly destroyed. It was extremely shocking. However, as soon as the space was destroyed, tens of thousands of energy swords were suddenly condensed by Yi Xian. In the next moment, the tens of thousands of energy swords exploded. Rumble. The man was sent flying along with his soul. At the moment he was sent flying, a sword suddenly stabbed into the wolf soul above his head. Soul-subduing sword. Although it wasn't the soul-subduing sword, this sword had an extremely strong restraining effect on the soul. After being stabbed by the sword, the wolf soul was directly annihilated. The man let out an extremely shrill scream. When he landed on the ground, a sword suddenly pressed against his forehead. Yi Xian looked down at the man. "I'll ask you one last time. How do you know my name?" The man stared at Yi Xian. "My father is the Demon King of Mount Mang. If you dare touch," Yi Xian suddenly slashed down with his sword. Chi, the man's head flew off. The eyes of the man's head that had been sent flying were wide open, filled with disbelief. "I haven't finished speaking yet." After killing the man with one strike, Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. At that moment, a blood-red thread suddenly flew out of the dead man's body. This thread slowly flew up and finally appeared on his body. "Disaster karma thread," Yi Xian said softly, "it really is you." With that said, he entered the prison pagoda and went to the 9th level. The door of disaster was still on the 9th level. Yi Xian walked in front of the door of disaster. "I got to know the wood spirit and sowed good karma. However, because of this good karma, I will become a juicy piece of meat in the eyes of the demon beasts in the great desolate mountain range. Because to these demon beasts, the temptation of the violet mist was far too great. If these demon beasts want the purple gas, they will definitely come to me. If I kill them, I will attract more karma and bad karma, right?" The door of disaster did not speak. Yi Xian said again, you want me to have more bad karma, or rather, you want to use the demon beasts in the great desolate mountain range to kill me, right? The door of disaster still did not respond. Yi Xian continued, the demon beasts must know my name because of you, right? The door of disaster still did not respond. Yi Xian looked at the door of disaster, smiled slightly, and turned to leave. The cause of disaster, he was no longer that afraid. As long as he, Yi Xian, did things with a clear conscience. As for other things, as long as he had a clear conscience, why should he care about anything else? After Yi Xian left, the door of disaster suddenly trembled. Outside the prison pagoda, Yi Xian continued forward. Right now, he no longer cared about the cause of disaster. Be yourself and have a clear conscience. As for other things, screw them. Not long after, a demon beast suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. The demon beast looked at Yi Xian, its eyes filled with ferocity and greed. Human, I heard you have purple gas, you. Yi Xian raised his hand and slashed. Pissed, the demon beast's head flew off, blood spurting out. Yi Xian continued forward. Soon, Yi Xian reached the end of the swamp. Behind him, there were dozens of demon beast corpses. When he was about to walk out of the swamp, a timid voice suddenly sounded from his right. Human. Human, Yi Xian turned to look. Not far to his right, there was a small demon beast. The demon beast was shaped like a tiger. Its body was snow white, and it had 2 tails. Yi Xian smiled and said, what are you doing? This demon beast had been following him for a while. The small demon beast hesitated, then said, Human, can you give me a bit of purple gas? Just a bit. Yi Xian looked at the small demon beast and smiled, what do you want purple gas for? The small demon beast said timidly, my father fought with someone and was seriously injured. If there is no healing item, he won't live. Yi Xian said, really? The small demon beast hurriedly said, yes. If you don't believe me, I can take you to see it. Are you willing to go? Yi Xian smiled, all right, take me there. The small demon beast was extremely excited, and its voice trembled, come with me. As it spoke, it turned around and ran towards the distance. Yi Xian followed the small demon beast. No, he followed it to a cave, and he saw a comparatively larger demon beast within the cave. At this moment, the demon beast was covered in blood. Yi Xian frowned when he saw this scene. This demon beast was heavily injured. The demon beast suddenly sat up when it saw Yi Xian, and then it pulled the small demon beast behind it and stared fixedly at Yi Xian while its eyes were filled with vigilance. Human. Yi Xian nodded. The demon beast spoke in a low voice, Human, what are you doing? Yi Xian smiled, and then he opened his palm. A few dozen strands of violet energy floated towards the demon beast. The demon beast instantly trembled when it saw the violet energy. This, Yi Xian pressed down lightly with his right hand, and the violet energy was instantly absorbed by the demon beast. Bang! As soon as the violet energy entered its body, the demon beast instantly emanated a strand of pure spiritual energy, and then the injuries throughout its body started to heal at an extremely swift pace. Yi Xian nodded slightly when he saw this, and then he turned around and left. Meanwhile, the demon beast suddenly spoke in a trembling voice, wait. Yi Xian turned around to look at the demon beast, and the demon beast glanced at Yi Xian. Thank you. Yi Xian nodded and left the cave. Meanwhile, the small demon beast chased after him, and it gazed at Yi Xian as it spoke softly, thank you. Yi Xian smiled, you're welcome. As if he'd thought of something, he suddenly opened his palm, and then a few dozen strands of violet energy floated out from his palm and entered the small demon beast's head. As soon as the violet energy entered its body, the small demon beast's body instantly trembled because the violet energy was changing its bones and meridians. It could be said that the small demon beast's future achievements were limitless, because the violet energy within Xiao Ta's body had been left behind by the spirit ancestor. A short while later, a strand of aura suddenly emanated from within the small demon beast. It had broken through directly. After it broke through, the small demon beast immediately knelt before Yi Xian and spoke in a trembling voice, thank you. Yi Xian smiled, take care. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Meanwhile, the small demon beast suddenly said, wait a moment. Yi Xian gazed at the small demon beast, and it hesitated for a moment before it said, I saw many demon beasts looking for you, but you killed them all. Why didn't you kill me and even gave me so much violet energy?" Xian smiled, "Because they came looking for me with the intention of seizing it, but you're different. You came to beg me. Do you understand?" The small demon beast blinked. I don't really understand." Xian roared with laughter, "You'll understand in the future." As soon as he finished speaking, he swiftly vanished into the distance. The small demon beast gazed at Xian's figure from afar, and it seemed to be lost in thought. Xian had arrived at a valley in the distance. Mountains towered into the clouds on both sides of the valley, and they were extremely precipitous. Xian walked slowly. He walked very slowly. He'd been constantly thinking about his shortcomings throughout this period of time. Actually, so long as one dared to face one's heart, then one would notice that one actually had numerous shortcomings, and once one was able to notice them, one would be able to change them. Humans had to constantly work hard to change themselves. Xian withdrew his thoughts and looked around. He could sense that there were many obscure auras in the surroundings, and these auras had been spying on him for a long time. After a moment of silence, Xian looked into the distance. This was supposed to be a simple trial, but it was different now. But it didn't matter, to him, he had to continue on his path. If God stood in his way, he'd destroy gods and demons. At this moment, Xian suddenly stopped in his tracks. 100 zhang in front of him stood a demon beast. The demon beast had a strange shape, with the body of a bull and the head of a tiger. It had 3 legs and a huge body. The demon beast looked at Xian. "Human, leave the violet energy behind, and I'll spare your dog life. If you dare to say no." The demon beast's voice suddenly stopped, and Xian had already appeared behind the demon beast. Sword sheathed, Xian continued walking into the distance, and behind him, the demon beast suddenly split into 2, fresh blood splattered all over the ground, and it was extremely bloody. At this moment, Xian suddenly stopped in his tracks. He lifted his head and saw that the sky had suddenly split open. In the next moment, a powerful coercion swept over from the sky. The coercion felt like the sky and earth were collapsing, and under this coercion, Xian was like a lone boat in the middle of the ocean, appearing extremely frail. Below, Xian looked at the sky and took a step forward. His eyes flashed with a hint of hostility. "You're begging for death." Boom, a powerful sword intent suddenly soared into the sky, and the entire sky was directly torn apart by this sword intent. The entire Great Desolate Mountains was shocked. At the same time, a powerful sword intent swept out from within Xian's body. This sword intent was like a tidal wave that shook the surrounding space. At the end of the Great Desolate Mountains, a swordsman suddenly turned his head and looked in the direction of Xian. He was slightly stunned at first, then he smiled and said, "You're begging for death. I like it." Seeking death was a state of mind, a form of resistance, and more importantly, a form of momentum. When he first entered the great wilderness, he did not kill all the demonic beasts in front of him. He basically showed mercy. He, Xian, did not bully humans, nor did he bully demons. However, who dared to bully him? No way. Inside Xian's body, endless sword intents soared into the sky. These sword intents eventually converged into a torrent, and the powerful pressure in the sky was directly blocked by this sword intent. In fact, this was no longer sword intent, but sword momentum, seeking death with a single thought, turning intent into momentum. Xian did not expect that the momentum he had been pursuing would be manifested in such a manner. If a person had the thought of dying in their heart, their momentum would reach its peak. A middle-aged man suddenly appeared in the sky. He wore a beast robe and had a burly figure. His eyes were scarlet blue, and his body exuded an extremely domineering pressure. Demon Monarch Mount Mang. Among the 10 great demon monarchs, Demon Monarch Mount Mang was ranked 5th. Demon Monarch Mount Mang looked down at Xian. He was somewhat shocked because Xian's sword momentum had actually blocked his momentum. As a demon monarch who commanded millions of demonic beasts, he had a king's aura. In addition, his strength had reached the peak of the eternal realm. Therefore, his momentum was definitely not something ordinary people could resist. However, the human in front of him had resisted it with just his sword momentum, and this human was only at the Tao attainment realm. At this moment, Xian, who was down below, suddenly pulled out his sword and slashed at the sky. Attack first. Yi Xian's strike was not an instant kill strike, nor was it the sword-drawing technique. It was just a simple strike, but this strike's momentum was like a rainbow, as though it wanted to tear the sky apart. In the sky, a trace of hostility flashed in Demon Monarch Mount Meng's eyes. Human ant. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward and threw a punch. It was pure physical strength. This punch caused the entire sky to distort. At that moment, Yi Xian's sword arrived. Rumble. In the sky, a beam of sword light suddenly shattered, and Yi Xian retreated to the ground. As soon as he landed, the ground under his feet shattered into a huge abyss. As for Demon Monarch Mount Meng, he retreated nearly 1,000 feet. There was an extremely deep sword mark on his right fist, and his white bone could be seen. Mount Meng looked down at Yi Xian with cold eyes. Human, you have angered me. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly dove down from the sky. As soon as he dove down, the space below him directly shattered and transformed into an expanse of pitch black. Below, Yi Xian looked up at the swooping Demon Monarch Meng Mountain as he slowly closed his eyes. Die. A wisp of a savage smile appeared on the corners of Yi Xian's mouth. In the next moment, he suddenly drew his sword and slashed. Sword drawing technique. The sword slashed out, and the sword light tore through the sky. Rumble. The space where Yi Xian was directly shattered and annihilated. At the same time, he was sent flying backward. However, the instant he flew out, he stomped his right foot. Explode. In an instant, the space in front of him was suddenly enveloped by a dark domain. Right on the heels of that, countless sword beams suddenly exploded in the entire space. Boom boom boom, boom. Demon Monarch Mount Meng was sent retreating by the explosive force of the sword beams. He retreated thousands of feet away. After stopping, Demon Monarch Mount Meng's expression turned extremely ugly. This was because there were dozens of sword wounds all over his body. Although these sword wounds weren't fatal, they were a disgrace to him. He had actually been injured by a human at the Dao Manifestation Realm. Demon Monarch Mount Meng looked up at the nearby Yi Xian, and his expression turned extremely ferocious. Damn human, you. At this point, his voice suddenly stopped because Yi Xian had already charged at him. To Yi Xian, a fight was a fight. What was the point of spouting nonsense? He hated spouting nonsense before a fight. It was already a life and death battle, so what was the point of spouting nonsense? Yi Xian was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Demon Monarch Mount Meng and slashed down. Sword drawing technique. This strike was still as imposing as before. Demon Monarch Mount Meng raised his hand and punched out. Boom. A sword beam shattered as Yi Xian was sent flying thousands of feet away. However, the next moment, the sword in his hand vanished. Instant kill strike. In the distance, Demon Monarch Mount Meng raised his right arm to block as a beam of light flashed on it. Boom. Demon Monarch Mount Meng retreated hundreds of feet instantly. Before he could stop, Yi Xian slashed again. The corners of Demon Monarch Mount Meng's mouth suffused a sinister smile. He clenched his right hand and punched. Simple and violent. Boom. Yi Xian was sent flying again, but he charged at Demon Monarch Mount Meng the next moment. This sword was even faster and stronger than before. Demon Monarch Mount Meng suddenly took a step back. He raised his head and widened his eyes. Veins protruded from his forehead as he half-squatted and clenched his fists tightly. A powerful force condensed in his dantian and rapidly gathered on his arms. In the next moment, he crossed his arms and held them horizontally. Heaven-destroying sinking boat. Boom. On Demon Monarch Mount Meng's arms, a powerful force erupted like a volcano that had been accumulating for tens of thousands of years. The space in front of him was instantly annihilated, and the powerful force sent Yi Xian flying hundreds of thousands of feet away. However, at the instant Yi Xian was sent flying, countless dark energy swords suddenly appeared in front of Demon Monarch Mount Meng. There were hundreds of thousands of them. In the distance, Yi Xian roared angrily, "Explode!" Boom. The area where Demon Monarch Mount Meng was drowned by the sword beams. Boom. Boom. Space constantly shattered and spread in all directions. This continued for nearly 15 minutes before the world slowly calmed down. At that moment, Yi Xian was already hundreds of thousands of feet away from Demon Monarch Mount Meng. Yi Xian stood with his sword in hand. Blood constantly gushed out from the corner of his mouth. His face, in particular, was devoid of any color. That exploding sword had consumed too much of his energy. In the distance, Demon Monarch Mount Mang's situation wasn't much better than Yi Xian's. His body was covered in sword wounds, and some parts were so mangled that his bones could be seen. His body was very strong, but it couldn't withstand such an explosion. Fortunately, although he was injured, it wasn't fatal. Demon Monarch Mount Mang looked up at the nearby Yi Xian. He suddenly stretched out his right hand and clenched it tightly. Condensing mountain seal. Boom, hundreds of thousands of feet away, a mountain suddenly collapsed. In the next moment, the mountain condensed into a 10,000-foot-long palm seal. And at that moment, the distant Yi Xian suddenly vanished from his spot. He naturally wouldn't wait for Demon Monarch Mount Mang to unleash his ultimate move. His advantage was speed. He had to expand this advantage. Upon seeing Yi Xian suddenly attack, Demon Monarch Mount Mang's expression changed. He had no choice but to give up on casting the condensing mountain seal because it was too late. In the midst of his thoughts, Yi Xian's sword beam had already slashed out. Demon Monarch Mount Mang retracted his right hand and punched out. This punch caused the space in front of him to turn into a groove. Boom, Yi Xian's sword was blocked by a powerful force. And at that moment, Demon Monarch Mount Mang suddenly punched out with his left hand. This punch went straight for Yi Xian's face. Upon seeing this scene, Yi Xian's pupils constricted. He didn't dare take Demon Monarch Mount Mang's punch head-on. He immediately blocked with his sword. Boom, with a single punch, Yi Xian was sent flying 10,000 feet away. Just as Demon Monarch Mount Mang was about to take advantage of the situation to give chase, his pupils suddenly constricted as he closed his eyes. Boom, a sword beam stabbed into his right eyelid. Demon Monarch Mount Mang retreated more than 100 feet. When he opened his eyes, the sword had returned to Yi Xian's hand. Demon Monarch Mount Mang didn't dare be careless against Yi Xian's fast sword. It should be said that he was somewhat afraid of Yi Xian's fast sword. If Yi Xian's sword was stronger and could break through his defense, he wouldn't dare fight Yi Xian. However, he realized that Yi Xian's sword was becoming stronger. The human in front of him was constantly becoming stronger. With this in mind, Demon Monarch Mount Mang suddenly turned his head. "Have you seen enough?" The moment he said that, laughter suddenly came from afar. "Demon Monarch Mount Mang, it looks like you can't take him down." As the voice faded, a man suddenly appeared behind Demon Monarch Mount Mang. The man wore a loose black robe, and his hands were hidden in his wide sleeves. Demon Monarch Guyu, he was also one of the 10 great demon monarchs. He was ranked 4th, just ahead of Demon Monarch Mount Mang. Demon Monarch Mount Mang glanced at Demon Monarch Guyu. "Let's join forces." Demon Monarch Guyu smiled. "Demon Monarch Mount Mang, this human isn't simple." Demon Monarch Mount Mang was expressionless. How is he not simple? Demon Monarch Guyu looked at the distant Yi Xian and said with a smile, "Such a young swordsman has such terrifying combat strength. Tell me, do you think he's an ordinary person?" Just as Demon Monarch Mount Mang was about to speak, Yi Xian suddenly said, "You don't know me?" Demon Monarch Guyu looked at Yi Xian and said with a smile, "Of course I do. Your name is Yi Xian, right?" Yi Xian nodded. "I'm a little curious. How do you know me?" Demon Monarch Guyu smiled. "A mysterious person told us that you have a treasure on you. It's that mysterious purple gas. This purple gas can change a demon beast's bloodline, allowing them to break through their bloodline shackles. That mysterious person was right, right?" Yi Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, "Who is that mysterious person?" Demon Monarch Guyu shook his head. "I don't know." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "You don't know?" Demon Monarch Guyu smiled. "Why? You don't know yourself?" There was a trace of doubt in Yi Xian's eyes. "Mysterious person, is it the door of calamity?" Demon Monarch Guyu suddenly said, "Human, give us the purple gas, and we will let you pass. What do you think?" Yi Xian looked at Demon Monarch Guyu. "I don't think so." With that said, he pointed his sword at Demon Monarch Guyu. "Both of you, come at me together." He knew that he couldn't escape now. Since he couldn't escape, he had to fight. It didn't matter whether he could win or not. What was important was that he couldn't lose. In fact, he was panicking. Demon Monarch Guyu stared at Yi Xian. After a moment, he suddenly laughed. "You're relying on that swordsman who came with you, right?" I can tell you that he can't save you because he can't even protect himself. Yi Xian blinked. Suddenly, he didn't feel so panicked anymore. Swordsman, Yi Xian's expression was a little strange. He did not expect these demon kings to look for swordsmen. Yi Xian hesitated and said, I really don't understand. Isn't your target me? Why are you looking for swordsmen? Demon King Guyu laughed, he came with you, didn't he? Yi Xian blinked, are you afraid he will help me? Demon King Guyu nodded, yes. So, just in case, we have to get rid of him first. Get rid of swordsman? Yi Xian's expression became more and more strange. Demon King Guyu looked at Yi Xian, what's with your expression? Yi Xian thought for a moment, then said, can I tell the truth? Demon King Guyu laughed, of course. Yi Xian grinned and gave a thumbs up, well done. Looking for swordsman, Yi Xian had to admit that he was so happy that his stomach hurt. In this world, not only people liked to think that they were infallible, but so did demons. Demon King Guyu looked at Yi Xian and felt a sense of unease. He turned to look, could it be that swordsman was very strong? Inside Yi Xian's world prison pagoda, the door of disaster suddenly trembled. Blood lightning flashed around the door as if it was angry. At the end of the great desolate mountain range, Swordsman stood in the starry sky, looking into the depths of the starry sky. No one knew what he was thinking. In fact, the reason why he brought Yi Xian around and gave Yi Xian pointers was because of the azure-robed man. As the son of an old friend, he naturally had to help. But after interacting with him, he found that Yi Xian was very much to his liking. Moreover, he suddenly felt a sense of accomplishment from giving pointers to a little guy and watching him grow bit by bit. At this moment, a man suddenly appeared not far from Swordsman. The man was dressed in a grey robe, his long hair draped over his shoulders. His hands were behind his back, and there was a domineering air about him. Demon King Helion, ranked second among the 10 great demon kings. Demon King Helion looked at the great desolate mountain range in the distance and laughed. I have seen several powerful swordsmen among the humans, but I have never seen you. Swordsman retracted his gaze and looked towards the depths of the great desolate mountain range. Is something the matter? Demon King Helion looked at Swordsman and said with a smile, shall we have a spar? Swordsman glanced at Monster King Helion and shook his head. You're not worthy. The expression on Demon King Helion's face froze. The next moment, he suddenly laughed out loud. This is the funniest joke I've ever heard in my life. He knew that this swordsman in front of him was not an ordinary person, because he could not sense Swordsman's aura. However, Swordsman's words were a little too arrogant. He wasn't worthy. This was the first time Demon King Helion was looked down upon like this. Demon King Helion turned to face Swordsman and said with a smile, Human swordsman, come, I'll let you slash me 3 times. His words were filled with invincible confidence. Swordsman blinked and turned to look at Demon King Helion. 3 slashes? Demon King Helion nodded. 3 slashes. If you think it's not enough, 5 slashes is fine too. Swordsman shook his head. I don't mean to insult you, but you really aren't worthy of my slash. I hope you have some self-awareness and don't make things difficult for me. Demon King Helion stared at Swordsman and clenched his fists. His expression gradually turned ferocious. I beg you, use your sword. Swordsman slashed. It was a very ordinary slash. The moment Swordsman slashed, Demon King Helion's pupils shrank. He half-squatted and crossed his arms in front of him to block. His body was like a rock, impregnable. The reason why he was so confident was because his body wasn't at the divine realm, but the eternal realm. In the entire great desolate mountain range, his body could at least be ranked in the top 3. However, Qingqing, Yi family, ancestral hall. Ancestors above, Yi Xian has no talent and no virtue. From this moment on, Yi Xian's position as prince will be replaced by Yi Lang. The one who spoke was an old man in a black robe. Not far behind the old man stood a youth. The youth had a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides were the Yi mansion's elders. Why? At this moment, a timid voice suddenly sounded in the ancestral hall. Everyone looked at the voice and saw a little girl standing at the door. The little girl was about 12 or 13 years old. Her 2 small hands were tightly holding the hem of her skirt. Her face was sickly pale and looked a little weak. There was even a trace of timidity in her eyes. This little girl was called Yi Ling. She was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the family wanted to remove Yi Xian, she rushed over despite her illness. The black-robed old man frowned. Yi Ling, what are you doing? The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to the people in the ancestral hall and said timidly, Great Elder, my brother Yi Xian is a prince. Why did you cripple him for no reason? The Great Elder coldly looked at Yi Ling. This is a family matter. Why are you interrupting? Leave. Yi Ling was obviously afraid and did not dare to look at the Great Elder. However, she did not leave. Instead, she mustered up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She once again bowed to the elders on both sides. Dear elders, my brother is fighting with the Li family over the mining rights at Nanshan. He is fighting for the family, and his life is uncertain. But the family is using a groundless excuse to strip him of his position. This is really unfair. Impudent. The Great Elder suddenly raged. Whether or not he is crippled is not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away from me. At this time, the new Prince Yi Ling suddenly laughed. You should be flogged 30 times as a warning. The Great Elder coldly replied, then flog 30 times. Very quickly, 2 Yi Mansion's guards rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists and said angrily, this is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the family for so many years. Even now, he is fighting for the family. The family is unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new Prince Yi Ling. He knew that his chance to shine had come. The guard sneered, young Master Yi Ling inherits the prince's position. What are you yelling about? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap, a crisp slap sounded. The right side of Yi Ling's face instantly turned red and swollen. However, she did not cry. She only held her cheek tightly. Yi Ling looked at the guard and smiled, what's your name? The guard hurriedly bowed, subordinate Zhang Mu greets the prince. Yi Ling nodded, you're not bad. After I become the prince, I will need 10 guards. You can be my guard from now on. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed. He hurriedly bowed deeply, subordinate will go through fire and water for the prince. I will do anything for you. Yi Ling nodded slightly, drag him away. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall. Don't hold back. Understood? Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Ling. When he saw the murderous intent in Yi Ling's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu seemed to see something and suddenly stopped. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe. The robe was tattered and covered in blood. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Ling's mouth curled into a cold smile. In the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The Great Elder narrowed his eyes. His face was dark and gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He hurriedly looked at Yi Ling and was about to speak. At this moment, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung, Zhang Mu felt dizzy, and he stumbled and fell. Yi Ling did not stop there. He rushed towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Ling suddenly roared, Yi Xian, he's my man. How dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh, Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Ling's face turned ugly. Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, your man? As he spoke, he stomped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, Prince, save me. Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced apart. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed, brother, it hurts. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Peng, Qingqing, Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as prince shall be replaced by Yi Lang. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man, there was a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides, there were the elders of the Yi clan. Why? Right at this moment, a slightly timid voice suddenly resounded within the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that Yi Xian was to be replaced, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. "Yi Ling, what are you doing?" The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to everyone in the hall, as she asked timidly, "Great elder, my brother, Yi Xian, is the prince. Why did you cripple him for no reason?" The great elder looked at Yi Ling coldly. "This is a matter of the clan, what are you interrupting for? Leave." Yi Ling was obviously afraid, not daring to look at the great elder, but she did not leave. Instead, she plucked up her courage and walked into the hall. Once again, she bowed to the elders. "Dear elders, my brother is fighting with the Li clan over the mining rights at Nanshan. He is fighting for the clan, and it is unknown whether he is dead or alive. Yet, the clan is using a groundless excuse to strip him of his position. This is really unfair. Impudent." The great elder suddenly raged. "Whether or not he is crippled, it is not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away." At this time, the new prince, Yi Lang, suddenly laughed. "You should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others." The great elder replied coldly, "Then flog him 30 times. Very quickly, 2 Yi clan guards rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists, and said angrily, "This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, and even now, he is fighting for the clan. The clan is unfair to him." One of the guards glanced at the new prince, Yi Lang. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard sneered, "Young Master Yi Lang inherits the position of prince. What are you yelling about?" As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap, a crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly swelled up. However, she did not cry, and only held her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard and smiled. "What's your name?" The guard hurriedly bowed. "This subordinate, Zhang Mu, greets the prince." Yi Lang nodded. "You are very good. After I become the prince, I will need 10 guards. From now on, you will be my guard." Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed, and hurriedly bowed deeply. "This subordinate is willing to go through fire and water for the prince, even if it means death." Yi Lang nodded slightly. "Drag him away. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall, do not show mercy, understand?" Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang, and when he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu did not know what he saw, but he suddenly stopped. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe, and the robe was tattered, and there was blood everywhere. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's mouth curled into a cold smile. In the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder narrowed his eyes, and his expression was frighteningly gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his expression turned savage. "Who gave you the guts to touch my sister?" When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his expression changed. He quickly looked at Yi Lang, and was about to speak, when Yi Xian suddenly leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Peng, Zhang Mu's head spun, and he stumbled and fell. Yi Lang did not stop there, and he rushed towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, "Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you!" Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh, Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's expression turned ugly, while Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, "Your man?" As he spoke, he stomped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, "Prince, save me." Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's appearance, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced apart. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, tears welled up in her eyes. "Brother, it hurts, it hurts." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Peng! Old Meng Shan was silent. He knew that Guyu was afraid of that swordsman. In fact, he was afraid of that swordsman as well. If Demon King Helion really died in the hands of swordsman, then swordsman's strength was not something he and Guyu could contend against. However, this human was too arrogant. He was furious. Guyu suddenly said, "Meng Shan, think about it. Why did that mysterious person tell us that Yi Xian has a purple aura? It's simple. He wants us to kill Yi Xian. In other words, the other party wants us to fight with Yi Xian until both of us are injured, and then reap the benefits." Meng Shan said solemnly, "This matter is not simple." Guyu nodded, "That purple aura is good, but we cannot let others use it." Meng Shan said, "Then what do you think we should do?" Demon King Guyu smiled, "It's simple. Wait for the right opportunity." Meng Shan was silent for a moment, then nodded, "I'll listen to you." At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly said, "Are you guys still fighting?" Guyu looked at Yi Xian and smiled, "Little brother, your strength is amazing. We are not your match. We admit defeat." Yi Xian, Guyu continued, "Little brother, if you want to train yourself, you can go to Burial Mountain." Yi Xian frowned, "Burial Mountain?" Guyu nodded, "That place is very suitable for little brother." Yi Xian asked, "What is that place?" Guyu smiled, "Relatively speaking, it is a more dangerous place. It's suitable for little brother." Yi Xian glanced at Guyu, "I think you are quite strong. Are you really not going to join forces with Meng Shan? I can't beat the two of you." Guyu quickly shook his head, "Little brother, you must be joking." Yi Xian said seriously, "I really have no backing." Demon Monarch Guyu nodded, I understand. Yi Xian was speechless. By the side, Demon Monarch Mount Meng said indifferently, "If you want to train yourself, go to Burial Mountain. No humans have ever set foot in that place." Yi Xian looked at Mount Meng. "I killed your son previously." Mount Meng said indifferently, "I have more than 10,000 sons." "Which one did you kill?" Yi Xian was dumbfounded. Beside him, Demon King Guyu suddenly said, "Little brother, if you want to go to Burial Mountain, just walk straight ahead. You'll reach Burial Mountain in about 4 hours." With that said, he vanished with Demon Monarch Meng Mountain. Yi Xian was speechless. Damn it, these two fellows actually stopped fighting. After a moment, Yi Xian continued to move forward. His target was Burial Mountain. He knew that Demon King Guyu was up to no good, but this was exactly what he wanted. The main reason he came to the Great Desolate Mountain Range was to train himself. Wherever there was danger, he would go. Not long after Yi Xian disappeared, Demon Monarch Guyu and Mount Meng appeared again. Mount Meng said solemnly, "This guy really went to Burial Mountain." Demon Monarch Guyu said softly, "Where did this guy come from?" Mount Meng shook his head. "I don't know." Demon Monarch Guyu turned his head and looked. "I just tried to contact Demon Monarch Helion, but there was no news at all. It seems that he really died in the hands of that swordsman." Hearing this, Mount Meng's face turned solemn. Demon Monarch Guyu said softly, "That mysterious person." At this point, he seemed to have thought of something and did not continue. Mount Meng said solemnly, "That swordsman is the real scary one." "Swordsman?" Demon Monarch Guyu turned his head and looked at the horizon. Then, he said softly, "Let's just wait and see." On the other side, Yi Xian slowly walked into the distance. He was deep in thought. He realized that his greatest weakness was that he did not have enough strength in his sword. Although his current sword could break through the defenses of a deity realm body, it was not fatal. Against an expert like Mount Meng, his chances of winning were not particularly high. At most, he had a 40% chance because he could not afford to make a mistake. If he made a mistake, he would die. He no longer had a powerful body. If he was punched, his body would be directly shattered. Therefore, he had to be extremely careful when fighting Mount Mang because Mount Mang could take 100 of his sword strikes, but he could not take a punch from Mount Mang. He had to admit that he really missed his deity realm body. If he still had his deity realm body, he could beat Mount Mang like a son. No, as though he thought of something, Xian suddenly stopped. If he still had his deity realm body, would his sword Dao still be so strong? The answer was definitely no, because with his body, he would be overly reliant on his body, and his sword Dao would not grow so quickly. With this in mind, Xian could not help but shake his head and smile as he continued forward. He would continue cultivating his body, but the premise was that his sword Dao had to be improved first. His sword Dao was already on the right track because even without a powerful body, Xian was confident that he could face any enemy. Burial Mountain, Xian looked up into the distance as he sped up. He wanted to fight now, a frenzied battle. Xian did not notice that the door of calamity in his prison pagoda suddenly trembled but quickly returned to normal. Somewhere in the cosmos, Mu Niannian and company were still constantly traversing the cosmos. However, they had completely lost track of the door of calamity. And now, they were far away from the fifth dimension. As for where they were, the three women did not know. The mysterious woman in the lead stopped. She looked into the depths of the cosmos, her face somewhat pale. Fear, she had never felt such fear in all this time. She had seen the terror of the door of calamity. Not to mention Xian, even the three of them might not be able to stop the door of calamity. Was Xian really still alive? She did not dare to think too deeply about this question. Beside her, Tu's expression was extremely unsightly. In fact, she was also afraid, and she was becoming more and more afraid. The door of calamity was too powerful. With Xian's current strength, he could not stop the door of calamity at all. At this moment, Mu Niannian suddenly said, "He is still alive." Tu and the mysterious woman looked at Mu Niannian. Mu Niannian smiled and said, "If he is dead, do you think we can still be alive?" Hearing this, Tu and the mysterious woman immediately came to a realization: if Xian was dead, would the plain-dressed woman not return? They could not sense Xian, but the plain-dressed woman could. If Xian was really dead, the plain-dressed woman would have definitely returned. Since she hadn't returned yet, there was only a single explanation, and it was that Xian was still alive. The mysterious woman and Tu's expressions instantly eased up when they thought up to this point. Meanwhile, Mu Niannian said, "However, we still have to find him as soon as possible. The misfortune seed has already made its move, and his situation will only worsen. So, we must find him as soon as possible, otherwise." She did not continue when she spoke up to this point. The misfortune seed, the three women's faces sank again. The misfortune seed had drawn away the mandate of heaven. It could be said that it was best to kill Xian now. The mysterious woman gazed at Mu Niannian. How should we find him now? Her mind was filled with thoughts of Xian, and she was unable to think normally. Mu Niannian fell silent for a moment before she said, "Continue forward and think of a way to contact him. The reason we can't contact him now is probably because we are quite far away from him. We should be able to contact him if we are closer." The mysterious woman nodded. "Right. Let's go." After saying that, she disappeared into the distance. Tu glanced at the mysterious woman with a cold expression. "I really want to kill her." Mu Niannian shook her head. "Our top priority now is to find him and fight against the misfortune seed." The misfortune seed, Tu's expression gradually turned solemn. Mu Niannian said softly, "Let's go." After saying that, she turned into a sword light and disappeared into the depths of the starry sky. Tu remained silent for a moment before disappearing into the depths of the starry sky. The great desolate mountain range. Xian walked between the mountain range. Along the way, it was strangely peaceful, and he did not see a single demonic beast. The closer he got to the burial mountain, the calmer it became. At first, there were sounds of insects and birds chirping, but as he got closer to the burial mountain, those sounds disappeared. Xian knew that the so-called burial mountain was definitely not an ordinary place. Of course, the more dangerous it was, the more excited he was. Right now, he was eager to fight. Soon, Xian quickened his pace, and he got closer and closer to the burial mountain. However, he did not realize that there was a pair of eyes watching him from behind. On the other side of the great desolate mountain range, Swordsman stood quietly in the starry sky. Around him, there were some disaster karma threads. These were the disaster karma threads that he had sown when he tried to save Xian. Of course, he did not care at all. These disaster karma threads could not do anything to him. At this moment, the disaster karma threads around him suddenly dimmed. Gradually, they disappeared. Seeing this, Swordsman's eyes flashed with astonishment. It disappeared on its own. Swordsman raised his head and looked into the depths of the great desolate mountain range. His gaze landed directly on the disaster gate in Xian's body, and he was slightly displeased. I am extremely interested in disaster karma. Don't make it disappear for me. Hurry up and bring it back. The disaster gate was speechless. Seeing that there was no movement, Swordsman frowned slightly, and an invisible sword intent directly locked onto the disaster gate. The disaster gate suddenly trembled violently, and it hurriedly hid in a corner, shivering. At the same time, disaster karma threads appeared around Swordsman's body, but there were not many, only a few. Swordsman was still slightly displeased. It's too little, give me more. The disaster gate hurriedly trembled, and then, more than 10 disaster karma threads appeared around Swordsman's body. Seeing this, Swordsman's brows relaxed, and he also retracted his sword intent. Meanwhile, inside Xian's body, the disaster gate was still shivering in a corner. It was a little sullen. When had it ever suffered this kind of grievance? This was too much of a bully. P.S. Previously, a reader said that when I burst out, I would only add 2 more chapters. I don't accept this. I want to slap his face. Today, there are 8 chapters. The one who said that I would only add 2 more chapters, come out, give me all your monthly tickets, and I will forgive you. Also, if everyone likes the Invincible Sword Domain manga, you can go to the Manon website and search Invincible Sword Domain. Invincible Sword Domain manga. Brother Yan has been drawn. After an unknown period of time, Xian finally stopped. There was a huge mountain over 3 kilometers away from him. The mountain towered into the clouds, and it emanated a ghastly aura. Xian knew that this was probably Burial Mountain. Xian glanced at the surroundings, and it was deathly silent. It was slightly unusual. Burial Mountain, exactly what sort of place is this? Xian pondered for a moment before he walked towards Burial Mountain. The weeds before him were over 10 m tall, and there were no signs of anyone stepping on it. Obviously, no human or demon beast had come here. Xian grew even more cautious. Even though he yearned for battle, he didn't dare underestimate Xianxia in the slightest. In next to no time, Xian arrived halfway up the mountain. It was very peaceful all along the way, and he didn't even see a bird. Xian raised his head to look at the peak of Burial Mountain. He pondered for a moment before he continued forward. His expression gradually became solemn because he saw some dried-up corpses in the surroundings. Most of them belonged to demon beasts, but there were humans as well. Xian raised his head to glance at the peak of Burial Mountain. Without a doubt, there was definitely an extraordinary expert at the peak of Burial Mountain. When he thought up to here, Xian sped up. Soon, Xian arrived at the top of the mountain. When he arrived at the top of the mountain, his face instantly turned serious. There was an enormous blood-red circle 300 m away from him, and a woman sat cross-legged at the center of the blood-red circle. Her hair was disheveled, and her limbs were bound tightly by 4 blood-red chains. Moreover, there was a blood-red sword floating above her, and there was a large blood-red word on the tip of the sword, Sin. Xian frowned slightly. What the hell is that? Right at this moment, the woman suddenly raised her head to look at Xian. Xian was shocked when he saw her appearance. Her appearance was absolutely drop-dead gorgeous, and it was rare in the world. Of course, besides her eyes were empty, without eyeballs. At first glance, it was somewhat horrifying. Even though she had no eyeballs, Xian was able to sense that she was looking at him. Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, "Should we spar? The kind that doesn't go overboard." The woman suddenly roared, "Scram!" Boom, a sound wave flashed through the surroundings. Everywhere it passed, space was obliterated inch by inch. In an instant, the space in an area of over 100 kilometers in front of the woman had been transformed into pitch-black darkness. In the distance, Xian's expression changed drastically. He quickly unsheathed his sword and slashed. Sword drawing technique and sword domain, as the sword slashed down, a ray of sword light tore through everything. However, as soon as the sword descended, his entire body seemed to have suffered a heavy blow, and he was instantly blasted back. This time, he was blasted a few tens of thousands of meters away. As soon as Xian came to a stop, he spat out several mouthfuls of blood essence. He seemed to have discovered something, and he suddenly turned his head to look. Behind him, the layers of space were cracking, and the cracks were rapidly spreading into the distance. In the blink of an eye, the space within 100,000 feet of him had turned into a spider web. Xian blinked, and he was extremely astounded in his heart. This woman is so ferocious? Meanwhile, Xian spat out a few more mouthfuls of blood essence in succession, and then he hurriedly sat down cross-legged and started recuperating. If he hadn't utilized the sword domain to suppress that attack just now, then he might have been finished. She's too formidable, she's countless times stronger than that demon king from before. Those two demon kings really didn't have any good intentions. Around 2 hours later, Xian felt that his injuries had more or less recovered. He took a deep breath and continued walking towards the peak of Burial Mountain. There wasn't even a trace of fear in his eyes, and there was only excitement. He didn't know when it started, but he felt like being bashed, because every single time he was bashed, he would notice that he was able to improve. A person could only grow by ceaselessly forcing himself. It wasn't long before Xian arrived at the peak of the mountain once more. Meanwhile, the woman raised her head to look at Xian again. Xian held his sword in his left hand while he stared fixedly at the woman. I'm Xian, and I seek death. I seek death. The woman suddenly clenched her right hand into a fist and smashed it forward. This punch caused the iron chains on her right hand to tremble violently, and then the space in the surroundings that had been repaired instantly exploded apart. At the instant that the woman punched forward, Xian's pupils constricted abruptly, and then he charged forward swiftly and swiftly drew his sword. Hiss! Space was directly torn apart wherever his sword descended. However, his expression instantly changed violently as soon as his sword descended. In the next moment, the sword light shattered while his figure was blasted flying. He flew for over 30 kilometers, and he just stopped when the space beneath his feet collapsed. However, the sword in his hand suddenly flew forward at the instant that he was blasted flying. Instant death. At the center of the blood-red circle in the distance, the woman suddenly stretched out her palm, and a sword just happened to stab into her palm. However, she didn't move at all. When he witnessed this scene, Xian, who'd stopped in the distance, had a slightly solemn expression in his eyes. That woman had actually resisted his sword with such ease. Right at this moment, the woman suddenly clamped her fingers together to clamp Xian's sword between them, and then she tossed it away. Hiss! A strand of sword light flashed like a thunderclap, and it slashed directly at Xian. This attack was even swifter than Xian's instant death. In the distance, Xian's expression was calm. He slowly closed his eyes. Gradually, the speed of the sword became slower and slower. When the sword arrived in front of him, the speed of the sword had already become extremely slow. He directly reached out and grabbed the sword. He controlled the sword with his intent. This sword was connected to his heart, and it could communicate with his intent. Xian put his sword away and gazed at the woman in the distance. Blood was still flowing incessantly from the corners of his mouth. He'd still fallen into a disadvantaged position in the collision from before. The woman stretched out a finger, and then she crooked it at Xian. Her provocation was self-evident. Xian wiped off the blood on the corners of his mouth, and then he walked towards the woman. When he arrived over 100 m away from her, he suddenly vanished. In an instant, over a dozen rays of sword light appeared around the woman. The woman slapped her palm down towards him. Bang! In an instant, those rays of sword light were blasted into pieces, and then a figure retreated explosively. It was exactly Xian. As soon as Xian retreated, the woman suddenly clawed at space from afar. The space where Xian resided had suddenly warped, and then a powerful force enveloped Xian and was about to tear Xian into pieces. Xian was shocked, and he hurriedly utilized his sword domain to suppress her. At the same time, he slashed with his sword. Bang! The space in front of him was blasted into pieces. The woman frowned slightly when her attack failed, and she was just about to attack again. Meanwhile, a few tens of thousands of energy swords formed from dark energy suddenly appeared from within the shattered space in front of Xian. In the next moment, they transformed into rays of light that slashed towards the woman. The woman suddenly spread open her right hand when she saw the energy sword slashing towards her, and then she lightly pressed forward. The space in front of her suddenly rippled like water. Rumble. Rumble. The energy swords exploded one after another in front of the woman, but the space in front of her was impregnable, and it wasn't damaged at all. It didn't take long for Xian's energy swords to vanish completely, but the space in front of the woman was still completely undamaged. It was an impregnable defense. Xian's heart sank when he witnessed this scene. I've encountered an expert. Xian didn't give it any further thought. He suddenly stomped his right foot against the ground, and then his figure transformed into a ray of light that slashed towards the woman. Meanwhile, the woman suddenly stretched out her right hand and spun it lightly. Crack! The space in front of her suddenly crisscrossed and split apart, and Xian's expression instantly changed. He hurriedly stopped moving, and then he drew his sword and slashed that expanse of space apart. Rumble! The space where Xian resided was instantly shattered into pieces while he retreated over 1 kilometer back. However, he just stopped before he charged forward once more, and the ray of his sword tore through everything. The woman was facing Xian in the distance. When Xian arrived in front of her, she suddenly stretched out her hand and clamped down on Xian's sword. But in the next moment, a sword appeared in Xian's left hand, and then he slashed it down towards the woman's head. Dual swords. The woman's expression was calm as she directly clamped down on Xian's sword to block it. Clang! An expanse of sword light exploded apart while Xian was blasted back once more. However, a flying sword suddenly slashed down towards the woman's head while he was retreating. Instant death. The woman suddenly moved around 1.5 m back, and the sword slashed down in a straight line towards her. In the end, it stabbed into the blood-red circle. But in the next moment, the blood-red circle trembled violently, and then Xian's sword was blasted flying. It flew over 30 kilometers away. The woman didn't attack again, and she just fell silent. In the distance, Xian opened his palm, and the unparalleled sword flew into his hand. He frowned as he looked at the unparalleled sword in his hand. Because the unparalleled sword had been shattered, Xian gazed at the blood-red circle in the distance, and he was slightly surprised. What's that? Meanwhile, the woman suddenly said, You want to seek death? Xian gazed at the woman and nodded, yes. The woman placed her hands on her knees. Isn't that simple? Help me escape and I'll kill you. Escape? Xian sized her up and said, You've been trapped? The woman's face remained emotionless. You don't seem to be blind, right? Xian was speechless. The woman continued, I'm trapped here, so I'm unable to utilize my full strength. If you want to seek death, then you can help me escape. Xian hesitated for a moment and said, I can't do that. The woman said, You can. Xian blinked. Why? The woman said, You are a swordsman. Xian was puzzled. What do you mean? The woman pointed at the sword above her head. Help me break the array beneath me, then help me take this sword away. I'll be able to escape. Xian glanced at the sword above the woman's head. It was a blood sword, as if it was forged from fresh blood. Xian was silent. The woman suddenly said, How is it? Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, Actually, I don't really want to die. The woman, Xian continued, I feel that your current strength is just right. You can suppress me, but you can't kill me, so, the woman suddenly roared, Do you think I'm here to play with you? Do you want me to sleep with you? Rumble! In an instant, the entire burial mountain shook as if there was a great earthquake. It was incomparably shocking. As the woman roared, the entire burial mountain trembled. Xian was a little apprehensive. This woman's strength was not ordinary. Why were all the women he met so strong, more yin than yang? Right at this moment, the woman in the distance suddenly stood up. Although she had no eyes, Xian could sense that she was staring fixedly at him. Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, I'm here to spar. The woman said, Didn't you want to die? Xian nodded. But I don't really want to die. The woman said angrily, Then why the *ck do you want to die? Xian said seriously, Seeking death is a kind of attitude. The woman sneered with a hint of mockery in her smile. Attitude? You want to train yourself, but you don't dare to push yourself to the limit. If you can't reach your limit, how can you break through? Didn't your elders tell you that it's easiest to improve yourself in a desperate situation? Xian was silent. The woman continued, my current strength is enough to suppress you. But I can't force you to your limit. What's the point of your advancement? Xian glanced at the woman. If I let you out, I'm afraid you'll beat me to death. The woman was expressionless. You want to die, but you fear death. You are deceiving yourself, understand? Xian didn't say anything. He felt that what this woman said made sense, however, he also knew that if he really let this woman out, he might really be beaten to death, because he did not know how strong this woman was. The woman suddenly asked again, afraid? Xian glanced at the woman. The woman coldly laughed, Swordsman, a swordsman should have no fear in his heart. Since you have fear in your heart, it proves that your sword Dao is flawed. Xian looked at the woman. I feel like you're trying to trick me. The woman said coolly, this kind of trial doesn't have much meaning. If you want to break through and reach a higher level of the sword Dao, you have to force yourself. If you don't force yourself, you won't be able to break through within 100 years. Because the current you has already reached your own shackles. Understand? Xian did not follow the woman's train of thought and asked, why are you imprisoned here? The woman said, does it have anything to do with you? Xian turned around and left. You're so cocky, and you still want me to let you out? Dream on. Meanwhile, the woman suddenly said, wait. Xian twisted his butt and continued to move forward. Who told you to pull? The woman continued, why is such a handsome young man so narrow-minded? Xian stopped in his tracks and turned to look at the woman. What did you just say? The woman said, why are you so narrow-minded? Xian shook his head. The previous sentence. The woman said, such a handsome youth. Xian blinked. Do you think I'm handsome? The woman nodded. In terms of appearance, among all the men I've seen, you're in the top. No, you're number one. Xian chuckled. Miss, I think we have a common topic. The woman slowly sat down and said, to tell you the truth, I want your help. Xian nodded. I can see that. The woman hesitated and did not speak. Xian also did not speak. After a moment, the woman said, this sword is called Heavenly Sin. It's the second strongest sword in the Nether River Star Field. It contains the power of sin. If you obtain this sword, Xian suddenly shook his head. Miss, I'm not the kind of person who relies on external objects. Saying so, he raised the sword in his hand. I, Xian, don't rely on external objects other than my sword. The woman nodded and gave a thumbs up. Young master is amazing. This little girl admires you. Xian sheathed his sword and said with a smile, Miss, you're actually very powerful too. Although I didn't use my full strength just now, you couldn't use your full strength either. So, we're evenly matched. You're powerful, so am I. The woman suddenly said, young master didn't use his full strength? Xian said seriously, of course. The woman's mouth slightly twitched. Damn, this was the first time she met someone who lied through his teeth. Xian said again, Miss, I'm more curious. Why are you suppressed here? After a moment of silence, the woman said, I'm from the Tian family. Xian frowned. The Tian family? The woman frowned. You've never heard of the Tian family? Xian blinked and shook his head. I haven't. The woman's expression became a little strange. Where did this hothead come from? Xian suddenly said, do you know who I am? The woman shook her head. I don't. Xian suddenly brought out the door of adversity. When she saw the door of adversity, the woman's expression changed. What is this? Danger. The moment the door of adversity appeared, she smelled the scent of death. Xian patted the door of adversity and smiled. This is my slave. The door of adversity trembled slightly. Inside the door, blood lightning surged. Xian pressed his right hand on the door of adversity and said with Xianqi, you better behave yourself. Otherwise, I'll ask my big brother to kill you. Hearing this, the door of adversity suddenly quieted down. Xian looked at the woman and smiled. Miss, do you know who I am now? The woman said in a deep voice, who are you? Xian blinked and said, have you heard of the realm of adversity? The woman's expression changed. You're from the realm of adversity? Xian quickly nodded. Yes. you know about the realm of adversity? The woman said in a deep voice, it's been recorded in ancient history. However, I don't know much about this place. Xian smiled. To tell you the truth, I am the young realm master of the realm of adversity. The door of adversity suddenly trembled. Xian glared at the door of adversity and said with Xianxia, do you believe that I won't call you big brother right now? The door of adversity was speechless. The woman faced Xian. After a moment, she said, what are you trying to say? Xian put away the door of adversity and said with a smile, Miss, I just want to say that I'm not an ordinary person. The woman was silent for a moment and said, I can help you reach the next level. Xian narrowed his eyes. Reach the next level? The woman nodded. My current strength has been sealed. With my current strength, I can't force you to your limit. If you can't reach your limit, you won't be able to surpass yourself. I can feel that your sword has reached its limit, be it in terms of strength or speed. If you want to break through again, you will only be able to break through the shackles of your body and reach new heights. Of course, this is very dangerous because you might really die. So, let's see if you dare to risk your life. Xian was silent. He knew what the woman meant, the limit between life and death, right now, be it in terms of strength, speed, or mastery of the sword Dao, he had reached a limit. This limit was the shackles. If he wanted to break through again, it was impossible to do so through simple trials, only in the desperate situation between life and death could he break through his limit. However, as the woman said, it was only a possibility. He might break through his limit, or he might really die. Should he risk it? Xian fell silent. The woman in the distance did not speak either. She was waiting for Xian to make his choice. After a long time, Xian shook his head and smiled. Miss, you're right. The woman faced Xian. Xian laughed at himself. As you said, I said that I want to die, but I'm not really asking for it. I'm actually deceiving myself and others. Moreover, when I faced you just now, your strength did cause a trace of fear in my heart. However, I didn't dare to face the fear in my heart. As he spoke, he looked at the sword in his hand and smiled lightly. I'm a little overcautious now. The woman said softly, have you thought it through? Xian looked at the woman. If I save you, I might be tainted with some bad karma. The woman said, I can't promise you anything. I can only say that I'll bear any karma with you. Of course, the prerequisite is that you're not afraid. Xian laughed. Like hell I'm afraid. I'm irreconcilable with karma. In the past, I always wanted to cause less trouble and taint less karma. But now it seems like it's useless. Since that's the case, then I might as well taint more karma. As he spoke, he walked to the woman. Miss, I'll save you. Help me. The woman nodded. Sure. Xian said, how should I help you? The woman pointed above her, take that sword away. Xian said, that's all? The woman nodded. Xian gazed at the blood-red sword. After a short moment of silence, he opened his palm with the intention of controlling it. However, it was useless. Xian furrowed his brows. This sword was a little interesting. It actually doesn't give me any face. Xian leaped up and arrived in front of the sword, and then he utilized his sword domain to suppress it. Meanwhile, the sword suddenly started trembling violently. In the next moment, a strand of formidable force suddenly surged out from within the sword. Rumble, Xian was blasted 300 m away. Xian was quite shocked. Is that sword that formidable? Meanwhile, the woman spoke abruptly, it isn't the sword that's formidable. If it was just a sword, then it wouldn't be a match for you at all. It's the formation beneath me that's formidable. Xian gazed at the blood-red circle beneath her. It had suddenly been activated, and the surroundings were filled with strange blood-red energy. The woman said, you have to break the spirit-devouring blood formation. Xian said solemnly, how can I break it? The woman said, think of a way. Think of a way. Xian was speechless. You're so powerful, yet you can't break it. How can I break it? As if he had thought of something, Xian's eyes suddenly lit up, and he took out the door of adversity. Xian sneered. There would definitely be bad karma if he saved this woman, and the door of adversity was the culprit. Since that's the case, why not let it save her? In the future, I'll let this door take the blame. If there's no blame, then I'll let it take the blame. Yi Xian placed the door of adversity in front of the woman, and then said, break this stupid circle for me. The door of adversity didn't move. Yi Xian transmitted his Xian energy, hurry up and break it, or I'll ask my big brother to kill you. The door of adversity. P.S. Thank you to all the readers for your tips and votes yesterday, especially the sect leader's tip of 1 fries. Thank you for your tips and votes. I'm going to get my precious sword. The door of adversity trembled slightly. Within the door of adversity, countless bolts of blood-colored lightning flashed and tore. It was obvious that it was enraged. Damn it, it had never been bullied like this before. Yi Xian could sense the door of adversity's anger, but he did not care. He patted the door of adversity lightly and transmitted his voice using celestial qi. I'll give you 3 breaths. If you don't break this blood formation in 3 breaths, I'll call my big brother. I'll immediately call my big brother to come and kill it. 1. The door of adversity did not respond. 2. The door of adversity still did not respond. Yi Xian opened his palm, and a ray of sword light appeared in his hand. Just as he was about to call for help, the door of adversity suddenly floated in front of the woman, and it smashed into the blood circle. Boom! In an instant, the blood circle shook violently and then collapsed. However, countless blood-colored runes appeared and surged into the blood sword above the woman's head. The blood sword shook violently, and in an instant, the entire sky above Burial Mountain turned into a sea of blood. The sword stood in the sea of blood, and the sea of blood around it surged. It was as if doomsday had arrived. It was extremely frightening. Seeing this, Yi Xian's expression became solemn. The power contained within the sword made his heart palpitate. However, was this sword going to go against the door of adversity? At this moment, the sword suddenly fell from the sky and slashed at the door of adversity. Seeing this, Yi Xian blinked. Good lord, this sword was really going to destroy the door of adversity. It had guts. Below, the door of adversity suddenly trembled. It was angry. It was one thing to be bullied by that swordsman. After all, they really could not win. However, what kind of trash was this broken sword? How dare it bully it? The door of adversity suddenly turned into a ray of bloodlight and shot into the sky. It directly collided with the blood sword. Boom! The blood sword directly exploded and turned into nothingness. At the same time, the sea of blood in the sky disappeared without a trace. Seeing this, the woman slowly clenched her right hand. Her heart was filled with a deep fear. Yi Xian glanced at the door of adversity. This door of adversity was really fierce. Apart from the 3 swords, there was probably no one who could match up to him. Even if Nian Nian and Tu joined forces, they still couldn't resist the calamity it emitted. Unfortunately, this guy was unlucky to meet that swordsman. Meanwhile, the door of misfortune suddenly returned to Yi Xian's body. Naturally, it did not dare to leave, because the swordsman was not far away, and there were 2 sword auras within its body. It was afraid that if it ran, it would lose its life immediately. All it could do now was wait for the swordsman to leave. Now, it could only lay low. Meanwhile, the woman suddenly said, "Thank you." Yi Xian looked at the woman. "How should I address you, miss?" The woman said, "Pull the gentleman." "Save the husband," Yi Xian nodded. "Miss Wanjun, can we start now?" Lu Jun said, "Wait a moment. Let me recover." As she spoke, she sat cross-legged on the ground and started to heal her injuries. Yi Xian suddenly opened his palm, and some violet energy surged towards Pull the Gentleman. Pull the Gentleman was slightly surprised when she saw the violet energy, and she said, "This violet energy is too precious. However, since it's a token of goodwill, I won't hold back." "Thank you." As she spoke, she directly absorbed the violet energy. Yi Xian was speechless. "I've met my match." A short while later, Pull the Gentleman had more or less recovered. She stood up and suddenly clenched her fists tightly. In an instant, the chains in her hands collapsed. Pull the Gentleman took a deep breath, and then she slowly closed her eyes. After a very long time, she opened her eyes again. Her eye sockets were still pitch black, and they looked extremely horrifying. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he said, "Miss Pull the Gentleman, can't you reconstruct your eyes?" Pull the Gentleman's expression suddenly became ferocious. "My eyes are in the hands of the Tian family, and I'm going to take them back with my own 2 hands." Yi Xian glanced at Pull the Gentleman. He knew that Pull the gentleman definitely had a blood feud with him. However, that wasn't something that he wanted to care about. Right now, he only wanted to break through his limits. Pull the gentleman suddenly turned to Xian. Are you ready? Xian said in a low voice, I'm ready. He hadn't even finished speaking when Pull the gentleman suddenly attacked. She moved like lightning, and her finger touched the space between Xian's eyebrows. Xian hadn't expected Pull the gentleman to attack so suddenly. He was caught off guard, and he was horrified. It was too late to dodge, but he could only forcefully dodge. However, it was still a little too late. Pull the gentleman's finger touched the space between his eyebrows. Boom, in an instant, Xian's body collapsed, and his soul retreated hundreds of kilometers. In the process, his soul started to burn. At this moment, the soul-suppressing sword suddenly transformed into a sword light and fused with his soul. Boom, Xian's burning soul immediately calmed down. After he stopped, Xian clenched his fists tightly, and his mind went blank. If it wasn't for the soul-suppressing sword, he would have been instantly killed. Pull the gentleman appeared in front of Xian. Do you understand what it means to be between life and death? Xian nodded, I understand. Between life and death, Xian slowly closed his eyes. That moment just now was the closest he'd ever been to death in his life, and at that moment, he was afraid of death. In this world, how many people could be unafraid of death? Originally, he thought that he wasn't afraid of death, but in reality, he still felt fear in his heart when he really faced death. Xian laughed at himself. To think that he had asked for death, wanted to die, a person who was afraid of death actually wanted to die. Now that he thought about it, it was really ridiculous. Pull the gentleman didn't say anything else. She knew that Xian must have a lot of thoughts going through his mind right now. The feeling of being between life and death far surpassed any kind of bitter cultivation. At this moment, Xian suddenly sat cross-legged on the ground and began to reconstruct his body. This time, he used his violet energy to reconstruct his body because it was faster. Around 2 hours later, Xian's body had recovered. Xian shook his head and smiled as he gazed at his reconstructed body. His current body was too fragile. Meanwhile, Pull the gentleman suddenly said, Shall we continue? Xian was about to nod when Pull the gentleman suddenly attacked. This time, it was even faster than before. Fortunately, Xian was mentally prepared this time, so he'd already retreated the moment Pull the gentleman attacked. However, Pull the gentleman's finger pierced through space and tapped the center of his forehead. Bang, Xian's body collapsed once more, and his soul retreated explosively. This time, he retreated for over 30 kilometers. Moreover, his soul had become extremely illusory, as if it would vanish at any moment. Actually, if it wasn't for the soul-quelling sword, his soul really would have vanished. Pull the gentleman walked towards Xian. You can't do it more than 3 times. If you do it again, that sword won't be able to protect your soul. She stopped as she spoke. Do you dare to continue? Do I dare to continue? These words struck the heart. Xian took a deep breath. Come. He sat down cross-legged on the ground and continued to reconstruct his body. Pull the gentleman stood on the spot in silence. 2 hours later, Xian's body had recovered. Xian stood up and looked at Pull the gentleman. Pull the gentleman was about to speak when Xian suddenly stabbed with his sword. Instant kill. Never speak when you're fighting, a lesson learned in blood. This sword went straight for the space between Yanjin's eyebrows. However, as soon as he thrust his sword out, it was caught between 2 of Yanjin's fingers. Almost at the same time, the space where Xian was suddenly split open. However, Xian had already reappeared hundreds of feet away. To be more precise, he'd retreated the moment he'd attacked. That was why Pull the gentleman's finger hadn't struck him. Pull the gentleman held Xian's sword and faced the gentleman. Xian said, It seems that having your body shattered twice has taught you a lot. Xian said in a low voice, Please enlighten me, Miss Pull Jun. Pull the gentleman walked towards Xian. What's the fastest? Xian said, The heart. Pull the gentleman nodded, That's right. When we fight, we can't rely on our instincts alone because some people's speed surpasses our instincts by several times, just like me and the gentleman from before. My speed surpasses our instincts, which is why you couldn't dodge my finger. And this time, the reason he was able to dodge it was because he had already anticipated that I would make a move. So, he had already retreated before I even made a move. Xian frowned. Prediction? Pull the gentleman shook her head, not just prediction, but also mental calculation. Yi Xian was puzzled, mental calculation? Pull the gentleman nodded, fighting is like playing chess. Every move is like placing a chess piece. When a chess master plays, he's already calculated the possibilities of the next few dozen or even hundreds of moves before placing a chess piece. This is called mental calculation. When you attack with your sword, you shouldn't rigidly adhere to the sword technique, you should think of more possibilities. Just like just now, when you attacked with your sword, you chose to retreat immediately and avoided my fatal blow. This means that you've already entered the realm of the heart of the sword. Hearing this, Yi Xian suddenly saw the light. At this moment, he recalled what Swordsman had said to him, where the heart goes, the sword goes. What was speed? In fact, the pinnacle of speed was prediction. As for prediction, this was a very, very simple concept. Of course, he also understood that if he did not increase his speed to the limit, he had no right to predict, just like when he fought Pol Jun. If he did not increase his speed to the limit, it would be useless even if he thought of how Pol Jun would attack. Thinking was not as fast as the other person. Pol Jun suddenly said, "We martial artists call it mental calculation, while you swordsmen should call it the heart of the sword. Using the heart to control the sword, using the heart to calculate the sword, if you add the sword technique just now to the heart of the sword, it will become even more terrifying." Yi Xian said solemnly, "Is the heart of the sword also divided into realms?" Pol Jun nodded, "Yes. It's like when people play chess, some can predict 10 moves after placing a chess piece, while others can predict 100 moves. Simply put, there are 3 realms, namely the initial realm, the great achievement realm, and the pinnacle realm." Yi Xian said softly, "I'm now considered to be at the initial realm." Pol Jun nodded, "Yes. But it's a little special." Yi Xian was puzzled, "Why do you say that?" Pol Jun said, "Because I'm only at the Dao realm." In fact, she was also a little shocked. Yi Xian was at the Dao realm, while she was at the peak of the eternal realm. Moreover, she could advance at any time if she wanted to. Strictly speaking, she was 3 major realms higher than Yi Xian. However, when facing Yi Xian, she still did not dare to underestimate him, especially now. As if thinking of something, she suddenly looked at him, "Do you want to continue?" Yi Xian did not speak, but directly retreated 100 feet. As soon as he retreated, the space in front of him directly cracked. Yi Xian glanced at Pol Jun, thinking that it was a close call. If he had answered this woman's question, it would have been over. He suddenly realized that fighting could be done like this. Pol Jun was about to speak. At this moment, the space in the sky suddenly trembled, followed by a huge space vortex appearing in the sky. Pol Jun suddenly looked up, her face gradually turning cold. "Let's go first." Yi Xian hesitated, then asked, "Did someone from the Tian family come?" Pol Jun nodded. Yi Xian smiled awkwardly, "It's not convenient for me to participate." Pol Jun said, "Let's go." Yi Xian turned to leave, but after taking 2 steps, he suddenly stopped. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly walked to Pol Jun, then said, "Miss Pol Jun, don't be afraid. I am the Misfortune Realm's young master, and this matter will be handled by the Misfortune Realm. If the Tian family does not give face to the Misfortune Realm, then the Misfortune Realm will be destroyed." Inside the Prism Pagoda, the Misfortune Gate suddenly trembled, almost going berserk. The disaster cause. Yi Xian had been thinking about a problem. He had the disaster body and the disaster cause. Since the disaster cause was causing trouble for him every day, why didn't he cause some trouble for the disaster cause? Moreover, even if he didn't take the initiative to cause trouble, wouldn't there be trouble? Definitely not. No matter what, the cause of misfortune would find him. There was no point in running away. Since there was no point in running away, he might as well take the initiative to cause trouble and let the door of disaster take the blame. At most, he would perish together. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Wan Jun looked at Yi Xian, "Are you sure?" Yi Xian smiled, "Miss Wan Jun, do I look like I'm joking?" Wan Jun said softly, "This is my business." Yi Xian looked at the sky, "From now on, your business is my business. Whoever bullies you is bullying me, Yi Xian, bullying my disaster realm. Whoever dares to bully my disaster realm will be killed no matter how far away you are." Wan Jun, the door of disaster. As the vortex appeared in the sky, the entire Great Barren Mountain range was shocked. Countless monsters raised their heads and looked in the direction of Burial Mountain. At this moment, a fiery red flag suddenly flew out from the black vortex. On the fiery red flag, there was a huge word, Tian. As the flag floated out, a voice came from the spatial vortex. The Tian family is handling matters. Those who are not involved, please leave. The Tian family. As the voice sounded, the entire Great Barren Mountain range shook. In an instant, the countless demon beasts around Burial Mountain fled in all directions like birds startled by the mere twang of a bough. Xian looked around and frowned. This Tian family was so arrogant. At this moment, Jun suddenly said, "It's not too late to leave now." Just as Xian was about to speak, a young man walked out from the sky. The young man wore a brocade robe and held a folding fan in his hand. At the end of the folding fan was a jade pendant. After the young man appeared, he looked around and smiled. Great Barren Mountain Range. As he spoke, he looked down at Jun. "Cousin, how have you been?" Cousin, Xian's expression was a little strange. This was a family infighting. Xian thought of the Yi family of Qingqing. It seemed that any family would have internal strife. Jun turned to the young man. "Xianxia, you're alone?" The man called Xianxia laughed and said, "Cousin, am I that weak in your eyes?" Jun was expressionless. "Don't you know what kind of trash you are?" The smile on Xianxia's face gradually darkened when he heard this. He seemed to have thought of something and suddenly looked at Xian, who was standing next to Jun. "Are you here to rescue my cousin?" Xian nodded. "It's me." Xianxia closed his fan and smiled. "I can tell you that no matter who it is, no matter what background he has, the Tian family will take his head." Inside the prison pagoda, the door of disaster suddenly trembled. No one knew what it meant. Xian hesitated for a moment and said, "I'm from the misfortune world." "Can you give my misfortune world some face?" "Disaster realm?" Xiao shook his head and smiled. "What kind of rubbish place is that? I've never heard of it." Xian blinked. "You've never heard of the misfortune world?" Xiao smiled. "Is the misfortune world famous?" Xian turned to look at Jun. Jun said indifferently, "His rank is too low. He can't come into contact with the core things of the family." "His rank is too low." Xian was speechless. This girl's words were too hurtful. Because Jun had said it very loudly and intentionally for Xiao to hear, the smile on Xiao's face gradually darkened when he heard Jun's words. He didn't dare to provoke Jun. Instead, he looked at Xian. "Do you think you can protect the misfortune world?" Xian nodded hurriedly. "My misfortune world is invincible." The door of disaster was speechless. "Invincible?" Xiao laughed extremely loudly. "Invincible? That's the funniest joke I've ever heard." Xian clenched his fists, appearing very angry. "How dare you humiliate my misfortune world?" Xiao looked down at Xian and sneered. "Humiliate the misfortune world? What kind of rubbish place is the misfortune world? Is it worthy of being humiliated by the Tian family? In front of the Tian family, the misfortune world isn't even comparable to an ant." At this moment, a bloody light suddenly flew out from Xian's body. Boom! Before Xiao could react, he was directly hit by a bloody door. In an instant, Xiao's soul was destroyed, not even a piece of him was left. The one who attacked was the door of disaster. Seeing the door of disaster attack, Jun's expression gradually turned serious. No one knew what she was thinking. Xian glanced at the door of disaster. Damn, he realized that this guy might be many times more powerful than he imagined. That young man was at least in the eternal realm, but he was instantly killed. It could be said that apart from the three swords, no one could stop this broken door. Should he be more friendly when facing this door in the future? In the sky, the door of disaster trembled slightly. Lightning flashed around it. Anger, it was very angry. It was fine if it was bullied by that swordsman. What kind of trash dared to insult the misfortune world? Did it really think that the misfortune world was easy to bully? At this moment, on the other side of the great desolate mountain range, Swordsman suddenly turned his head and looked in the direction of the door of disaster. As the swordsman looked, the door of disaster in the sky suddenly turned into a streak of bloody light and entered Xian's body like a bird startled by the mere twang of a bowstring. Xian and Jun were dumbfounded. On the 9th floor, the door of disaster hid in a corner and shivered. At this moment, Lil Tower slipped into the 9th floor. Lil Tower flew in front of the door of wretched disaster and hopped around. Lil Air, I said before that you would recognize me as your father. Have you considered it? If you don't want to be my son, then recognize me as your grandfather. The door of disaster, hearing Xiao Ta's words, Yi Xian was speechless. This Xiao Ta would be beaten up one day. Beside Yi Xian, Wan Jun suddenly said, things may have gotten a little serious. Yi Xian said, it was killed by that door. Wan Jun turned to look at Yi Xian, isn't that door yours? Yi Xian said, it's mine. However, one should take responsibility for his actions. It will solve itself. Wan Jun hesitated, then said, can we do that? Yi Xian nodded, yes. Wan Jun gave a thumbs up, impressive. Just as Yi Xian was about to speak, a powerful aura suddenly surged out from the spatial vortex in the sky. Yi Xian looked up, his left hand tightly gripping the sword in his hand. Wan Jun said softly, a decent one has arrived. As soon as she finished speaking, an old man walked out from the spatial vortex. The old man wore a simple grey robe and held a sheathed longsword in his hand. A swordsman, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. What he wanted the most was to fight a swordsman. Wan Jun looked at the old man, third uncle, I didn't expect you to come this time. The old man's expression was calm, isn't it better to stay here and wait for time to run out? Wan Jun said fiercely, I'm not convinced. The old man shook his head, if you're not convinced, then die. Wan Jun said with a smile, bring it on. He smiled and said, then come. At this moment, the old man suddenly shook his head, let's put this aside for now. As he said that, his gaze fell on Yi Xian, did you kill Xianxia? Then, his gaze fell on Yi Xian, did you kill Xianxia? Yi Xian shook his head, no. The old man frowned, you dare to do it, but don't dare to admit it? Yi Xian said, I really didn't kill him. The old man looked at Wan Jun, and Wan Jun said calmly, I didn't kill him either. The old man looked at Yi Xian, if you didn't kill him, then you let Wan Jun go, right? Yi Xian nodded. The old man stared at Yi Xian, who gave you the guts to meddle in my family's affairs? Yi Xian pointed at the old man, I want to save him, so I did. You're not convinced? Come and hit me then. Wan Jun was speechless. The old man narrowed his eyes, I've never seen such an arrogant person. Looks like he has quite the backing. Yi Xian said angrily, I'm from the disaster realm. Inside the prison pagoda, the disaster realm trembled slightly. If it wasn't for that swordsman, it would have smashed Yi Xian into meat paste. Damn, why did they have to put all the blame on the disaster realm? In the sky, the old man frowned slightly, disaster realm. As he said that, he looked at Yi Xian, you think you can be so arrogant just because you're in the disaster realm? As soon as he said that, he suddenly pointed with his finger, and a sword light slashed down from the sky. Below, Yi Xian suddenly pulled out his sword, slash. A ray of sword light shot up into the sky. In the sky, the old man's sword light was directly slashed into pieces, and then, the space in front of the old man was directly torn apart. Seeing this scene, the old man was shocked. This young man's sword was so sharp, not daring to think too much, the old man suddenly pulled out his sword and stabbed. It was a tit for tat, boom, a ray of sword light suddenly exploded in front of the old man, and the old man retreated several tens of feet, but he did not stop, and a sword stabbed at him again, the old man blocked with his sword. Boom, the old man retreated nearly 100 feet again, and as soon as the space in front of him was torn apart, thousands of dark energy swords appeared, and then, these dark energy swords directly flew towards the old man. The old man's pupils constricted, and then he swung his sword, causing an expanse of sword light to shoot out like a waterfall. Bang! 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 In an instant, countless rays of sword light exploded throughout the sky, and then the entire sky was torn into countless pieces. In the distance, Yi Xian was just about to attack again when the spatial vortex in the distance suddenly trembled violently, and then numerous formidable auras surged out. Yi Xian was even more excited when he witnessed this scene. On the other hand, Wan Jun's expression changed, and she immediately appeared by Yi Xian's side and grabbed Yi Xian's arm, let's go. As soon as she finished speaking, she brought Yi Xian with her as she flew into the sky. In the sky, Yi Xian hurriedly said, I'm not leaving, I can still fight. Wan Jun said angrily, fight my ass. Someone above the eternal realm has arrived. And there's more than one. Yi Xian was stunned, and then he said, "It's fine, I can still fight." Wan Jun glared angrily at Yi Xian. "There's someone more formidable than me, and there's more than one of them." Yi Xian blinked. "Don't be afraid, I'm from the misfortune world. I'm the young master of the misfortune world." Meanwhile, an icy cold voice suddenly resounded, "Can you be a little more shameless?" Yi Xian was stunned when he heard this. "Who's speaking?" It didn't take long for Yi Xian's expression to change. "It's the door of misfortune, damn it, this fellow's been angered to the point of speaking. P.S. Please give me tickets." To be frank, Yi Xian was a little shocked. This door of disaster actually spoke. Just as he was about to study it, Wan Jun brought him and disappeared into the horizon. As for the old man beside him, he didn't stop them. Because he was afraid of death. If it was just Yi Xian, he wouldn't be able to kill him. However, with Wan Jun, he had a chance. He didn't dare to take the risk. Not long after they disappeared, two people suddenly walked out from the whirlpool, a man and a woman. Seeing both of them, the old man's face suddenly changed. He quickly walked in front of them and respectfully greeted, "Sage, Heavenly Mother." Sage, Heavenly Mother. These two's position in the Tian family is only second to the Tian family's master and master. Sage looked into the distance. Who was that young man just now? The old man said in a deep voice, "I don't know who he is. However, he claimed to be from the disaster realm." Disaster realm. Sage and Heavenly Mother looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with deep meaning. The old man hesitated for a bit before saying, "Sage, Heavenly Mother, why are you both here?" Sage looked at the old man. "This matter isn't something you can intervene in. Go back." That old man didn't dare to ask more. He respectfully bowed and retreated. Sage looked into the distance and whispered, "What do you think?" Heavenly Mother's face was expressionless. "Kill him." Sage shook his head. "Don't underestimate him. Master said that this man is related to the rise and fall of our Tian family. To be able to affect our Tian family's rise and fall, he's definitely not an ordinary person." Heavenly Mother looked at Sage. "He saved Wan Jun. This means that he's already on the same side as Wan Jun. If we don't kill him, should we rope him in? If we rope him in, our Tian family will be in chaos." Sage sighed in a low voice. Wan Jun and the Tian family's master have a blood feud. To stand on Wan Jun's side, it means the Tian family will be in chaos. Sage suddenly said, "Is he really from the disaster realm?" Heavenly Mother shook her head. "Impossible." Sage asked, "Why do you say that?" Heavenly Mother looked into the distance. "Didn't you already see it?" Sage smiled. "Disaster body." The Heavenly Mother nodded. If he really came from the disaster realm, how could he be a person with a disaster body? Of course, he might really be from the disaster realm, but he definitely escaped. As she spoke, she looked into the distant horizon. No matter what, he must die, and so must Lu Jun. The sage said in a deep voice, "We can kill that man, but Lan Jun. The celestial master will not let us kill her." The Heavenly Mother shook her head. "Leaving her alive will be a scourge. Right now, she must hate the clan to the core, and she is a genius. If we allow her to continue growing, she will definitely become a great threat in the future." The sage said softly, "Heavenly Master, we have no choice but to be apprehensive." The Heavenly Mother fell silent. Celestial Master's position in the Tian family was very influential. It could be said that even the Tian family's Heavenly Master had to give her face. If it wasn't for her, Bai Jun wouldn't have survived until now. After a moment, Heavenly Mother said softly, "Act first and report later." The sage was still somewhat hesitant. At this time, a young man suddenly appeared. He wore a white robe, and his hands were hidden in his sleeves. He looked gentle and quiet. Celestial Imperial Court, the Tian family's young master, Tian Ke looked at the sage and the Heavenly Mother, smiled and said, "Father said that he will deal with the Celestial Master." The sage said, "That person can affect the rise and fall of my Tian family." Tian Ke smiled and said, "He is already standing on my cousin's side." The sage didn't speak anymore. He knew that if he didn't kill Bai Jun and that young man, the Tian family would really be in chaos. Thinking to this point, the sage said softly, "Then kill them." As his voice fell, he suddenly took a step forward, and with a light stroke of his finger, the space in front of him was directly broken. Millions of miles away, Bai Jun suddenly stopped. Qingqing, Yi family, ancestral temple. Ancestors above, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From this moment on, Yi Xian's position as prince will be removed, and Yi Lang will inherit. The one who spoke was an old man wearing a black robe. Not far behind the old man stood a young man, and the young man had a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. And on both sides were the Yi family's elders. Why? At this time, a somewhat timid voice suddenly sounded in the ancestral temple. Everyone looked over and saw a little girl standing at the door. The little girl was about 12 or 13 years old, and her two small hands were tightly grasping the hem of her skirt. Her face was sickly pale, and she looked a little weak, and there was a trace of timidity in her eyes. This little girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's blood sister. This time, when she heard that the family wanted to remove Yi Xian, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. Yi Ling, what are you doing? The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to the people in the ancestral temple, and said timidly, Great Elder, my brother Yi Xian is the prince, why did you cripple him for no reason? The Great Elder coldly looked at Yi Ling, this is a family matter, why are you interrupting? Leave. Yi Ling was obviously afraid, and did not dare to look at the Great Elder, but she did not leave. Instead, she plucked up her courage and entered the ancestral temple. Once again, she bowed to the elders, Elders, my brother is fighting with the Li family over the mining rights at Nanshan Hill. He is fighting for the family, and his life is uncertain. But now, the family is using a groundless excuse to strip him of his position. This is really unfair. Impudent. The Great Elder suddenly raged, whether he's stripped or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away. At this time, the new Prince Yi Lang suddenly laughed, you should be flogged 30 times, as a warning to others. The Great Elder coldly replied, then flog him 30 times. Very quickly, 2 Yi family's guards rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists, and said angrily, this is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the family for so many years, and even now, he's fighting for the family. The family is unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new Prince Yi Lang, and he knew that his chance to shine had come. The guard sneered, young Master Yi Lang inherits the title of prince, and it's everyone's wish. What are you yelling about? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap, a crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly swelled up. However, she did not cry, and only held her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard, and smiled, what's your name? The guard hurriedly bowed, subordinate Zhang Mu greets the prince. Yi Lang nodded, you're not bad. After I become the prince, I'll need 10 personal guards. From now on, you'll be my personal guard. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed, and hurriedly bowed deeply, I'll go through fire and water for the prince, and I'll do anything for you. Yi Lang nodded, drag him away. This person is causing trouble in the ancestral hall, do not hold back. Understood? Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang, and when he saw the killing intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this time, Zhang Mu seemed to have seen something, and he suddenly stopped. Within the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. He was dressed in a tight-fitting robe that was tattered, and covered in blood. This person was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from the Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's lips curled into a cold smile. Within the ancestral hall, all the elders were frowning. The Great Elder narrowed his eyes, and his face was dark. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage, who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He quickly looked at Yi Lang, and was about to speak. At this time, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Bang, Zhang Mu's head spun, and he stumbled and fell. Yi Lang did not stop there, and charged towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh, Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly, while Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, your man? As he spoke, he stomped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, "Prince, save me." Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed. "Brother, it hurts, it hurts." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu, and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Peng, Qingqing, Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as prince shall be replaced by Yi Ling. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man, there was a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Ling. On both sides, there were the elders of the Yi clan. Why? Right at this moment, a slightly timid voice suddenly resounded within the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to remove Yi Xian, she rushed over despite her illness. The old man frowned. "Yi Ling, what are you doing?" The girl called Yi Ling bowed to everyone in the hall, as she asked timidly, "Great elder, my brother, Yi Xian, is the prince. Why did you cripple him for no reason?" The great elder looked at Yi Ling coldly. "This is a matter of the clan, why are you butting in? Leave." Yi Ling was clearly a little fearful. She did not dare to look the great elder in the eye, but she did not leave. Instead, she mustered up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She bowed to the elders on both sides of the hall and said, "Elders, my brother is currently fighting with the Li family for the mining rights of the mine in Nanshan. He is now fighting for the family, and it is unknown whether he is alive or dead. However, the family has used a groundless excuse to remove his position as the crown prince. This is truly unfair. Impudent." The great elder suddenly raged, "Whether he's crippled or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away." At this time, the new prince, Yi Ling, suddenly laughed. "He should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others." The great elder replied coldly, "Then flog him 30 times. Very quickly, 2 guards of the Yi clan rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists, and said angrily, "This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, and even now, he's fighting for the clan. The clan is unfair to him." One of the guards glanced at the new prince, Yi Ling. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard sneered, "Young Master Yi Ling inherits the position of prince. What are you yelling about?" As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap, a crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly swelled up. However, she did not cry, and only covered her cheek tightly. Yi Ling looked at the guard, and smiled. "What's your name?" The guard hurriedly bowed. "Subordinate Zhang Mu greets the crown prince." Yi Ling nodded. "You're not bad. After I become the prince, I need 10 guards. You can be my guard from now on." Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed, and quickly bowed deeply. "I'll go through fire and water for the prince, and I'll do anything for you." Yi Ling nodded. "Drag him away. This person is causing trouble in the ancestral hall. Don't hold back, understand?" Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Ling, and when he saw the murderous intent in Yi Ling's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu saw something, and suddenly stopped. Inside the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside the hall. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe, and the robe was tattered, and there was blood everywhere. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Ling's mouth curled into a cold smile. In the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder squinted his eyes, and his face was dark. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. "Who gave you the guts to touch my sister?" When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He quickly looked at Yi Lang, and was about to speak. At this time, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Bang! Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. Yi Lang did not stop there, and charged towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, "Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you!" Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh! Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly, while Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, "Your man?" As he spoke, he stomped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, "Prince, save me!" Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed. "Brother, it hurts, it hurts." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu, and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pung! Within the spatial crack, the Saint Monarch stared at the phantom, his heart still on guard, because even now, he still couldn't feel the reality of this phantom. Logically speaking, this was basically impossible. One has to know that his current strength was already at the peak of the Nether River Star Field. At this moment, the phantom spoke again, "You can't kill him, but you can destroy his state of mind. As long as you go in and force the person behind him to make a move, his state of mind of the sword will collapse, and he will also disappoint the person behind him. Only when that person leaves will he possibly die." At the side, Tian Ke shook his head and smiled, "We can't kill him? Are you looking down on my Tian family?" The phantom suddenly slapped out. Pa! A resounding slap resounded, and immediately after, Tian Ke's entire body was directly sent flying, and he directly disappeared. He didn't die, just flew out of sight. Seeing this scene, the Saint Monarch and the Heavenly Mother's expression suddenly changed. At this moment, both of their hearts were incomparably shocked, because both of them actually couldn't see how the phantom attacked. At this moment, the phantom coldly said, "Looking down on your Tian family? What kind of trash is the Tian family? Are you even worthy of my respect?" The Saint Monarch stared at the phantom, "Who the hell are you?" The phantom looked at the Saint Monarch, "Don't care who I am, as long as you know one thing about Daoyi, and that is that my goal is the same as yours, and that is to kill him." The Saint Monarch solemnly said, "With your strength, isn't it a simple matter to kill him?" Hearing this, the phantom suddenly flew into a rage. "Do you know how many people he has backing? This shameless person has backing everywhere. I'm really king convinced. I finally managed to get rid of that woman," and then another swordsman appeared. "I'm really pissed off." Thinking of this, she felt somewhat sullen. Originally, she was about to complete the mission, but she didn't expect to encounter that swordsman. She was just passing by. Besides those 3 swordsmen, she could walk sideways with anyone she met, but she just had to encounter one of those 3 swordsmen. This was bloody bad luck. The Saint Monarch solemnly said, "Is his backing very strong?" The phantom's emotion slowly calmed down. She softly said, "Don't be afraid. It's just one person. Your Tian family can handle it." The sage took a glance at the phantom, but didn't say anything. The phantom said again, "If you don't go in and kill him now, believe me, when he comes out, the 2 of you won't be able to do anything to him. This person, now, seems to be on steroids. He just wants to fight, and he's only a step away from the common sword realm. No, only half a step. Once he reached the mortal sword realm, realms would no longer have much meaning to him. Also, the woman who went in with him has an ulterior motive. She brought him in on purpose. I don't know what her motive is, but it's definitely not a good thing for you. Besides, there's a law of the universe inside. Don't tell me you're not tempted?" After the sage went silent for a moment, he said, "Your Excellency, this is a forbidden area for humans. Once you enter this place, your cultivation will be sealed." The phantom said, "Once they obtain the universal law, they will be able to use it to seal your cultivation when they come out, and their cultivation will not be affected at all." Hearing this, the sage's complexion immediately changed. How much hatred does Wan Jun have for the Tian family? It could be said to be a blood feud. If Wan Jun were to obtain the universal law, there was no doubt that she would directly slaughter the Tian family. Heavenly Mother suddenly said, throughout history, it's unknown how many experts have entered this forbidden area for humans. Those who are several times stronger than her haven't obtained the universal law. Why is your excellency so sure that she can obtain the universal law? The phantom said, she can't obtain it, but he might. Heavenly Mother frowned, why? The phantom said with some anger, because his big brother is awesome. Heavenly Mother, the phantom said again, you still have the chance to kill the two of them. As for the problem of coming out, you don't have to worry. If you kill them, I will naturally help you out. Of course, whether you go or not, it's up to you. After saying that, she directly disappeared. The sage turned to look at Heavenly Mother. Heavenly Mother said in a deep voice, we can't let her obtain the universal law. The sage nodded. Once Wanjun obtained the universal law, it would undoubtedly be a huge disaster for the Tian family. The two of them no longer hesitated and directly turned into two white lights and disappeared not far away. In the forbidden area for humans, Xian looked up at the distant palace. Miss Wanjun, what is that? Wanjun gently stroked the hair beside her ear and softly said, I also don't know what it is. Xian turned to look at Wanjun, you also don't know? Wanjun nodded, this place is a forbidden area. Even experts above the eternal realm dare not enter. Moreover, those who have entered before have never left. As she said that, she paused and said, it's said that there is a universal law inside. Xian said, Miss Wanjun wants to obtain that universal law? Wanjun nodded. Xian smiled, then have you thought about how to get out? Wanjun's expression was calm, if I can't obtain that universal law, I will also die if I leave. Xian understood. This Miss Wanjun is going all out. At this moment, Wanjun suddenly said, you are a person with a disaster body, how can you still live for so long? Xian thought for a moment, then said, I am the Misfortune Realm's young lord. The Misfortune Gate trembled, damn, this person is really going to be shameless. Wanjun stopped and looked at Xian, you want to shift the blame to the Misfortune Realm. Xian smiled sheepishly, I've been seen through. Wanjun said softly, your background is not simple, especially that door in your body. That door has already surpassed my understanding. As she said that, she paused and said, that door is hostile to you, but it did not dare to attack you. If I'm not wrong, that door is afraid of something. As Xian glanced at Wanjun, he sighed inwardly. None of these super experts are simple, they seem to be laughing and joking, but in fact, they know very well. Wanjun suddenly stopped, there was a corpse not far from her and Xian, it was a middle-aged man. When she saw this middle-aged man, Wanjun's expression became extremely solemn. Xian asked, do you know him? Wanjun said solemnly, this person is called Qiuyi. 1,000 years ago, he shocked the entire Nether River galaxy because he reached the eternal realm before the age of 30. It can be said that his cultivation speed is unprecedented. But then he disappeared for some reason. I never expected that he would come here. Moreover, he even perished here. Xian looked around, who killed him? Wanjun looked at the palace in the distance, her hands clenched, and no one knew what she was thinking. At this moment, Xian suddenly walked up to Qiuyi and bowed slightly, Senior, do you have any inheritance to leave behind? I think I can do it. Wanjun, the Misfortune Gate, Xian still wanted to speak, but Wanjun suddenly said, his soul has been destroyed. His soul had been destroyed. Xian glanced at Qiuyi's corpse and sighed softly. The path of a cultivator was actually a path of no return, some people would disappear just by walking on this path. The two of them continued forward, along the way, the two of them fell into silence. Clearly, this was not a simple place. Before long, the two of them stopped again. Not far in front of them, there was another corpse, it was an old man. Xian turned to look at Wanjun, but she shook her head, I don't know him. The two of them continued forward. Along the way, they saw about a dozen corpses, all of which were giants when they were alive. There were even experts from hundreds of thousands of years ago. The more the two of them walked, the more shocked they became. Even Xian's expression became more and more solemn. One should know that the two of them had no cultivation at all. The two of them got closer to the palace, but they did not encounter any danger along the way, which surprised them. This was not normal. The two of them became even more cautious. Before long, the two of them arrived in front of the palace. It was an ancient palace, and the entire place looked a little desolate. A woman sat on the stone steps below the palace. The woman wore white armor and a feathered helmet. She held a silver spear in her hand, and she looked rather cold. At this moment, the woman in white armor was looking at Xian and Jun. To be more precise, she was looking at Xian. Xian secretly raised his guard. There was actually a living person here. Jun glanced at the woman, but did not say anything. No one knew what she was thinking. At this moment, the woman in white armor suddenly stood up and walked slowly towards Xian. Disaster body, disaster door, disaster karma. Young man, you're really tough to survive until now. Xian was shocked. You know about the disaster door? The woman in white armor stared at Xian. If it wasn't for this door, do you think the two of you could have made it here? Xian hesitated for a moment, then asked, Senior, you are? The woman in white armor stopped walking. She looked at Xian, and suddenly pointed her spear at Xian's abdomen. A trace of killing intent flashed in her eyes. The disaster door wants to divert the disaster? There was no movement from the disaster door. The woman in white armor suddenly put away her spear and sneered, so it was sealed. No wonder it was so low-key. There was still no movement from the disaster door. The woman in white armor looked at Xian. Leave this place. After saying that, she turned and left. Xian suddenly said, Miss, wait. The woman in white armor stopped and turned to look at Xian. What's the matter? Xian said in a deep voice, Miss, what is this disaster door? Inside the prison pagoda, the disaster door suddenly trembled and almost went berserk. Xian did not even care about this stupid door. The woman in white armor looked at Xian. You don't know where it came from? Xian nodded. The woman in white armor said, After I tell you, leave this place and never come back. Is that all right? Jun, Xian blinked. Senior, what do you mean by that? The woman in white armor looked at Xian. You're unlucky. I don't want to be implicated. Xian, Jun, the woman in white armor said again, is that all right? Xian hesitated for a moment, then said, Senior, please say it. He really wanted to know the origin of this disaster door. The woman in white armor nodded. There are 9 laws in the universe, and these 9 laws have 9 guardians. The disaster door is the guardian of the disaster law. As a disaster body, you should have fallen long ago, but you've survived until now. Right now, you're defying the heavens, truly defying the heavens, defying the laws of the universe. To put it simply, even if you don't do anything, as long as you're alive, you're defying the heavens. Xian said in a low voice, even if I do something good, they won't forgive me, right? The woman in white armor looked at Xian. Since you've become a disaster body, it means that you've done something unacceptable in your previous life. In this life, even if you do something good, it will cause disaster karma. Saying this, she seemed to have realized something, and her eyes narrowed. Someone changed your fate for you. The person who changed your fate for you not only went against the disaster law, but also the life law, reincarnation law, and karma law. As she said this, she suddenly gave Xian a thumbs up. The person who helped you is awesome. Xian. P.S. Voter, awesome. Everyone can follow my official account. Directly search for it, on the green phoenix peak, and then click follow. There are games inside. Apart from that, there will be some activities recently, and you can get exquisite games, as well as physical books of Sword Realm and Sword Supreme. They're all free. Everyone can follow it. One had to admit that the white-armored lady was extremely shocked. Defying the laws of the universe, she knew how difficult that was. As the Tao protector of the universe, she knew how terrifying a single law was. And someone actually helped this youth to defy so many laws of the universe. The white-armored lady suddenly felt that this world was a little dangerous. At the side, Xian shook his head. Actually, I don't know anything. He actually felt extremely sullen. Until now, he was still in a daze. All he knew was that along the way, he was constantly in trouble, getting beaten up daily, and the enemies were always the abnormal kind. Even their heads were smashed. When would such days come to an end? At this moment, the white-armored lady asked again, do you know who the enemy is? Xian looked at the white-armored lady. Isn't it the cause of misfortune? The white-armored lady shook her head. Not just the misfortune law, the enemy should be the Cosmos God Court. Xian frowned. Cosmos God Court? The white-armored lady nodded. I told you before that there are 9 laws of the universe, and within the Cosmos God Court, there are 6 laws of the universe. The misfortune law is one of them. Xian said solemnly, is this Cosmos God Court powerful? The white-armored lady glanced at Xian. Do you think the door of misfortune is powerful? Xian hesitated for a while before nodding his head. Even though he didn't like the door of misfortune, he had to admit that it was powerful. With 3 swords, it was almost invincible. The white-armored lady looked at Xian, and it isn't the misfortune law, it's just the protector of the misfortune law. The real misfortune law is at least 100 or 1,000 times stronger than it. Xian suddenly held his chest, his expression was one of pain. The white-armored lady asked, what's wrong? Xian shook his head, my heart hurts. The white-armored lady, Xian looked at the white-armored lady, you're also the protector of the universe law, are you not on the same side as the Cosmos God Court? The white-armored woman shook her head. No. As she spoke, she glanced at Xian and said, normally speaking, he shouldn't be alive, but he just so happens to be alive. So, I'm afraid this matter isn't over. Xian suddenly asked, where is the Cosmos God Court? The white-armored woman asked, why do you ask? Xian said indifferently, I want to bring my big brother to the Cosmos God Court to train. My big brother has been lonely for more than 100,000 years. I want to take him to have some fun. The door of disaster, the white-armored woman shook her head, I do not know where the Cosmos God Court is. Xian frowned. Miss, you don't know? The white-armored woman nodded. It's not just me who doesn't know. The gate of misfortune in my body doesn't know either. Only the laws of the universe know. Xian was silent. This was a bit of a headache. If he knew where the Cosmos God Court was, he would really bring Swordsman there. Xian suddenly thought of Could Qing be looking for the Cosmos God Court? The white-armored woman suddenly said, let's go. Xian was about to speak when the white-armored woman shook her head. No, I have to go. Xian looked at the white-armored woman. The white-armored woman said solemnly, if I meet him, I might be implicated. Goodbye. As she finished speaking, she turned and left. Xian hurriedly said, Miss. The white-armored woman turned and looked at Xian. Is there anything else? Xian hesitated. Then he said, Miss, is there a law of the universe here, too? The white-armored woman shook her head. No. However, there is a law left behind by the law that I guarded. So, outsiders who enter this place will have their cultivation suppressed. Wanjun suddenly asked, were you the one who killed those people earlier? The white-armored woman nodded. Yes, I did. Wanjun glanced at the white-armored woman but didn't say anything. The white-armored woman laughed coldly, the universal laws and higher laws. These fellows actually want to obtain and control the universal laws. They really don't know their limits. Wanjun sighed softly in her heart while her expression dimmed down. Her objective this time was to find the universal laws, but it would seem like she had no chance at all. She was already extremely lucky to be able to survive. The white-armored woman didn't speak further. She glanced at Xian's stomach while a trace of killing intent flashed through the depths of her eyes. However, she didn't choose to attack in the end, and she just turned around and left. Xian suddenly said, Miss. The white-armored woman stopped and turned around to look at Xian. Xian smiled, Miss, it's fate that brought us to know each other. Allow me to give you something. As he spoke, he opened his palm, and then a strand of violet energy surged out from within it. There were over 100 strands of violet energy. A trace of surprise flashed through the white-armored woman's eyes when she saw the violet energy. What pure violet energy! Xian smiled, it's fate that brought us to know each other. If you don't mind, then just accept this violet energy. Of course, if you're afraid of being tainted by calamity because of this, then I can understand. The white-armored woman glanced at Xian, I'm not afraid. As soon as she finished speaking, she put the violet energy away, and then she hesitated for a moment before she said, Can I give you a little more? Xian nodded, of course. As he spoke, he withdrew another 300 strands of violet energy. The white-armored woman put all of them away, and then she gazed at Xian, I can't take your violet energy for nothing. She opened her palm as she spoke, and then a golden talisman suddenly floated over to Xian. Xian was slightly surprised, what's that? The white-armored woman said, "This talisman contains the energy of a universal law within it, and it can seal a person's cultivation after it's utilized. However, it's only a single chance." Xian asked, "Can anyone be sealed?" The white-armored woman shook her head, "Not if they're too strong." Xian hurriedly asked, "For example?" The white-armored woman pondered deeply for a moment, and then she said, "For example, someone who defies the heavens and changes one's fate." Xian understood when he heard this. This thing was probably useless against those with 3 sword strikes, but it would definitely be useful against those with less than that. The only question was whether it would be useful against the door of misfortune. Xian didn't refuse, and he put the talisman away. The white-armored woman glanced at Xian, "Be careful of the door of misfortune within you. She's much more terrifying than you'd imagined. Farewell." As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and vanished. As soon as the white-armored woman vanished, Xian noticed that the world had suddenly started to change. The energy of the seal was slowly vanishing. Wanjun suddenly said, "Do you think she's recuperating here?" Xian spoke softly, "That's not important." Wanjun nodded. She knew what Xian meant. To form a good relationship, Xian suddenly said, "Miss Wanjun, what's your next plan?" Wanjun was silent. Xian said, "Miss Wanjun, I'm afraid we'll have to part ways soon." Wanjun nodded, and she looked at Xian, "Thank you for saving me." Xian smiled. "No problem. By the way, Miss Wanjun is a member of the Tian family. How did you end up like this?" Wanjun was silent. Xian smiled, "If it's not convenient to say, Wanjun sat to the side, and softly said, "My father was the previous Tian family's patriarch, and at that time, I was the Tian family's young master. One day, my father and my second uncle, who is the current Tian family's patriarch, Tian Lin, went to Sword Abyss in Styx Starfield. 10 days later, my second uncle returned. However, my father fell. My second uncle said that my father was in danger in Sword Abyss. I didn't believe it and wanted to use the family's power to investigate, but my second uncle became the patriarch with the support of some elders. After he became the patriarch, he immediately eliminated some elders who supported me, and wanted to kill me for treason, but was stopped by my Tian family celestial master. After saying that, she sneered, then I was imprisoned in Burial Mountain by the family for 1,000 years. During the time I was imprisoned, my father's bloodline was almost slaughtered. Now, I'm the only one left." Xian whispered, "Father should have been killed by my second uncle." Wanjun faced Xian, "It's not should have been, it's him. Everyone in the Tian family knows that he did it." Xian frowned slightly, "Why didn't the Tian family do anything? Moreover, they allowed him to become the Tian family's patriarch." Wanjun shook her head, "Because after my father's death, the only one who can bear the responsibility of the Tian family is my second uncle. He is also the strongest person in the Tian family. If the Tian family chose to punish him, then my Tian family will instantly be torn apart. For the sake of the big picture, the elders of the Tian family could only sacrifice our bloodline to protect the Tian family." Speaking of this, her expression suddenly turned ferocious. "It's a pity that hundreds of people in my family were all killed." Xian sighed. Such a family is even more complicated than an emperor's family in the secular world. Wanjun looked up at the sky, clenched her fists, and her nails pierced deep into her palms. "If I don't take revenge for this blood feud, I, Tian Wanjun, am not a human." Speaking of this, she turned her head to look at Xian, "I'm sorry. That time, I lured you to save me and dragged you into my Tian family's whirlpool, implicating you." Xian was about to speak, but at this moment, both of them suddenly turned around. Not far away from them, there were 2 people walking towards them, the sage and Heavenly Mother. The sage looked at Xian, "You've obtained the universal law." Xian was speechless. Damn it, this misunderstanding is too big. That white-armored woman just left, and the seal here disappeared. Obviously, these 2 thought that they had obtained the universal law. At this time, the sage added, "Your Excellency, we don't wish to be enemies with you. As long as you're willing to hand over the universal law, my Tian family will never be enemies with you." Xian smiled, "If I say that I didn't obtain the universal law, would you believe me?" The sage looked at Xian, "Do you think I will believe you?" Xian smiled, "If I hand over the universal law, will you really let me go?" The sage nodded, I will. Yi Xian blinked his eyes, do you think I will believe you? The sage squinted his eyes, I know there's someone behind me, but do you know who I'm facing? It's the Tian family. Do you know the Tian family? Yi Xian turned his head and looked at Wan Jun. Wan Jun calmly said, the Tian family, the #1 family in Stick Star Field, a super force. With a single flag, 10,000 worlds will surrender. Just as Yi Xian was about to speak, Heavenly Mother suddenly said, why is there a need to talk nonsense with him? In this Stick Star Field, why would my Tian family be afraid of anyone? If there's someone behind him, we'll just eliminate them together. As her voice fell, she suddenly disappeared from her spot. The space in the field was suddenly torn apart. At this moment, the surroundings had returned to normal because the universal law seal had completely disappeared. Heavenly Mother's strength was above Ranjuan's. Her first move was a killing move, she didn't hold back at all, obviously, she wanted to kill Yi Xian in one move. Because an expert at her level understood the importance of taking the initiative. Since she wanted to kill someone, she had to give it her all. The moment Heavenly Mother attacked, Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, his mind suddenly became extremely clear. There was a difference of 3 major realms between him and Heavenly Mother, 3 major realms, not to mention his current state. Even if he had a God realm physical body, he definitely wouldn't be Heavenly Mother's match. Even if he had the undying bloodline, he might not be able to do it. The difference in realms was too great. Moreover, an expert who could reach this level must be a monster among monsters. To challenge someone 3 realms above him, that was impossible. Between life and death, the moment Heavenly Mother attacked, Yi Xian realized that he had no chance of winning, he could only die, a hopeless situation. It was different from when he fought Lady Ranjun. This time, it was a true hopeless situation because Heavenly Mother before him would absolutely not give him any chance. Death, Yi Xian felt death again. This death was even more real than when his body was shattered, because he knew that the woman before him wouldn't give him any chance. If he couldn't take this attack, Yi Xian's soul would be annihilated. Death, since he was going to die, why think so much? Death was the end. Yi Xian suddenly smiled. At this moment, Yi Xian's entire body relaxed. He had never felt so relaxed before. Death wasn't scary. What was really scary was the moment he faced death. Of course, facing death calmly didn't mean that he was going to be captured and let others do whatever they wanted. Facing death calmly was facing death calmly. He wasn't afraid of death, and his heart was fearless. This time, he really wasn't afraid of death. Yi Xian took a step forward and slashed with his sword. This sword wasn't the sword drawing technique, nor was it an instant kill. It was just a simple sword. A sword after facing death calmly, a sword after having no fear in his heart, indifferent to life and death, fight if you're not satisfied, a sword slashed out. Boom, a figure suddenly retreated violently. This figure retreated more than 100,000 feet, this figure was not Yi Xian, but the Heavenly Mother. At this moment, the surroundings were deathly silent. Beside Yi Xian, Wan Jun, who was about to attack, looked at Yi Xian in disbelief. How is this possible? In the distance, the sage's eyes were also filled with disbelief. In the starry sky above the great desolate mountain range, the swordsman suddenly turned his head and his gaze landed on Yi Xian. His eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. The sword Dao has yet to enter the mortal realm, but this sword has. Can it be played like this? As he spoke, he shook his head and smiled. How interesting. In the forbidden area, Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. Had he entered the mortal realm? No, Yi Xian could feel that his sword Dao had yet to enter the mortal realm, but that sword just now had entered the mortal realm. This sword had already surpassed the realm. In front of this sword, one's realm was meaningless. Yi Xian looked at the unparalleled sword in his hand and smiled. Comprehended between life and death. Let's call it the sword of life and death. The sword of life and death. This sword was a mortal sword. In the truest sense of the word, it was a mortal sword. In the distance, the Heavenly Mother looked at the cracked space around her. She was slightly stunned. After a while, she stared at Yi Xian. How is this possible? As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly disappeared on the spot. A ray of purple light tore through the space. Wherever the purple light passed, the space cracked inch by inch. Qingqing, Yi Clan, Ancestral Shrine. Ancestors above, Yi Xian has no talent and no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as the crown prince will be replaced by Yi Lang. The one who spoke was an old man in a black robe. Not far behind the old man stood a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides were the Yi clan's elders. Why? At this moment, a timid voice suddenly rang out in the ancestral shrine. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This little girl was called Yi Ling. She was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to depose Yi Xian, she rushed over despite her illness. The black-robed old man frowned. Yi Ling, what are you doing? The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to the people in the ancestral shrine and said timidly, Grand Elder, my brother Yi Xian is the crown prince. Why did you cripple him for no reason? The Grand Elder looked coldly at Yi Ling. This is a matter of the clan. Why are you interrupting? Leave. Yi Ling was obviously afraid and did not dare to look at the Grand Elder. However, she did not leave. Instead, she mustered up her courage and walked into the ancestral shrine. She bowed again to the elders on both sides. Dear elders, my brother is fighting with the Li clan over the mining rights at Nanshan. He's fighting for the clan, and we don't know if he's dead or alive. Yet, the clan is using a groundless excuse to strip him of his position. This is unfair. Impudent. The Grand Elder suddenly raged, whether he's stripped or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away. At this time, the new crown prince, Yi Lang, suddenly laughed. He should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The Grand Elder replied coldly, then flog him 30 times. Very quickly, 2 Yi clan's guards rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists and said angrily, this is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years. Even now, he's fighting for the clan. The clan is unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new crown prince, Yi Lang. He knew that his chance to shine had come. The guard sneered, young master Yi Lang inherits the crown prince's position. What are you yelling about? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap, a crisp slap sounded. Yi Ling's right cheek instantly turned red and swollen. However, she didn't cry. She just clutched her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard and smiled, what's your name? The guard hurriedly bowed, this subordinate, Zhang Mu, greets the crown prince. Yi Lang nodded, you're not bad. After I become the crown prince, I'll need 10 personal guards. You can be my personal guard from now on. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed. He hurriedly bowed deeply, this subordinate will go through water and tread on fire for the crown prince. Yi Lang nodded, drag him away. This person is causing trouble in the ancestral hall. Do not hold back. Understood? Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang. When he saw the killing intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this time, Zhang Mu seemed to have seen something and stopped. Within the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. He was wearing a tight-fitting robe that was tattered and covered in blood. This person was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from the Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's lips curled into a cold smile. Within the ancestral hall, all the elders were frowning. The great elder narrowed his eyes. His face was dark and gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He quickly looked at Yi Lang and was about to speak. At this time, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung, Zhang Mu felt his head spin, and he stumbled and fell. Yi Lang did not stop there. He charged towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, Yi Xian, he's my man. How dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh, Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly. Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, "Your man?" As he spoke, he stomped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, "Prince, save me." Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced apart. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed. "Brother, it hurts, it hurts." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Peng, Qingqing, Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as prince shall be replaced by Yi Ling. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man, there was a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Ling. On both sides, there were the elders of the Yi clan. Why? Right at this moment, a slightly timid voice suddenly resounded within the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a hint of fear in her eyes. This girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that Yi Xian was to be replaced, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. "Yi Ling, what are you doing?" The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to everyone in the hall, as she asked timidly, "Great elder, my brother, Yi Xian, is the prince. Why did you cripple him for no reason?" The great elder looked at Yi Ling coldly. "This is a matter of the clan, what are you interrupting for? Leave." Yi Ling was obviously afraid, not daring to look at the great elder, but she did not leave. Instead, she plucked up her courage and walked into the hall. Once again, she bowed to the elders. "Dear elders, my brother is fighting with the Li clan over the mining rights at Nanshan. He is fighting for the clan, and it is unknown whether he is dead or alive. Yet, the clan is using a groundless excuse to strip him of his position. This is really unfair. Impudent." The great elder suddenly raged. "Whether or not he is crippled, it is not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away." At this time, the new prince, Yi Ling, suddenly laughed. "You should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others." The great elder replied coldly, "Then flog him 30 times. Very quickly, 2 Yi clan guards rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists, and said angrily, "This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, and even now, he is fighting for the clan. The clan is unfair to him." One of the guards glanced at the new prince, Yi Ling. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard sneered, "Young Master Yi Ling inherits the position of prince. What are you yelling about?" As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap, a crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly swelled up. However, she did not cry, and only held her cheek tightly. Yi Ling looked at the guard and smiled. "What's your name?" The guard hurriedly bowed. "This subordinate, Zhang Mu, greets the prince." Yi Ling nodded. "You are very good. After I become the prince, I will need 10 guards. From now on, you will be my guard." Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed, and hurriedly bowed deeply. This subordinate is willing to go through fire and water for the prince, even if it means death. Yi Ling nodded slightly. "Drag him away. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall, do not show mercy, understand?" Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Ling, and when he saw the murderous intent in Yi Ling's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu did not know what he saw, but he suddenly stopped. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe, and the robe was tattered, and there was blood everywhere. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Ling's mouth curled into a cold smile. In the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder narrowed his eyes, and his expression was frighteningly gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his expression turned savage. "Who gave you the guts to touch my sister?" When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his expression changed. He quickly looked at Yi Lang, and was about to speak, when Yi Xian suddenly leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung! Zhang Mu's head spun, and he stumbled and fell. Yi Lang did not stop there, and he rushed towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, "Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you!" Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh! Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's expression turned ugly, while Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, "Your man?" As he spoke, he stomped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, "Prince, save me!" Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's appearance, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed. "Brother, it hurts, it hurts." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pung! The sudden disappearance of the door of adversity caused Yi Xian and the others to be slightly stunned. Wasn't this fellow very arrogant just a moment ago? Why did he suddenly run away? Yi Xian turned to look in the direction of the desolate mountain range. Could it be because of the swordsman? He knew that the door of adversity was afraid of the swordsman. Right at this moment, a powerful aura suddenly surged from the horizon. Seeing this scene, Wan Jun's expression instantly changed. She directly pulled on Yi Xian's hand. "Let's go." As she spoke, she was about to leave with Yi Xian, but at this moment, the sage and Heavenly Mother blocked their way. The sage looked at Yi Xian and Wan Jun. "You want to leave now?" "It's too late." As soon as the sage's voice fell, the space above their heads suddenly tore open. In the next moment, a middle-aged man walked out. As this middle-aged man walked out, the entire world seemed to ripple like water. Wan Jun glared at the middle-aged man who walked out, her eyes filled with undisguised killing intent. The Tian family's heavenly master, Tian Lin, one of the strongest powerhouses in the Nether River Star Field. Tian Lin's gaze directly fell on Yi Xian. "The universal law is on you." Obviously, he was here for the universal law. Yi Xian shook his head. "Not at all." Tian Lin chuckled. "Actually, I'm very curious about your origin. Because I've already investigated before coming here, there's no one like you in the entire Nether River Star Field. Logically speaking, a monstrous genius like you should be famous throughout the world. However, it's like you appeared out of thin air. As for your origin, I couldn't find anything at all. If I'm not wrong, you should be from somewhere else." Yi Xian smiled. "If I said I came from the disaster realm, would you believe me?" Tian Lin looked at Yi Xian and smiled. "You want to use the disaster realm to suppress me?" Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. "Let's not talk nonsense. If you're here for the universal law, then I can tell you that the universal law isn't on me." Tian Lin smiled. "Do you think I'll believe you?" Yi Xian waved the sword in his hand. "I am a swordsman. A swordsman disdains lying." Tian Lin hadn't even spoken when the Heavenly Mother suddenly spoke coldly. "Bullshit. You disdain to lie? You're the most shameless swordsman I've ever seen. I really don't understand how a showy person like you could have such a high level of cultivation in swordsmanship." Yi Xian was speechless. In the sky, Tian Lin smiled and said, "My Tian family's heavenly teacher said that you are related to the future of my Tian family. I understand what she means. She wants my Tian family to rope you in, but I don't believe her. I feel that my Tian family's fate is in our own hands." As he spoke, he placed his right hand behind his back and said with a smile, "I know your identity isn't simple. Come, I'll give you a chance to call for help." Call for help. Inside the World Prison Pagoda, the door of misfortune suddenly raised its head, its expression cold. "Idiot. Call for help." These people were too stupid. As soon as they saw Yi Xian, they would directly beat him up. They even gave him a chance to call for help. Call your mother. Let this guy call for help. If he called for help, what was the point of fighting? The door of misfortune was so angry that its chest hurt. Both of its chests hurt. She had no choice. Because she was currently being suppressed, she couldn't use the karma disaster technique. Otherwise, she wouldn't have found people from the Tian family to target Yi Xian. Because they were too stupid, these people were here to train Yi Xian. Don't be afraid of a strong opponent. only afraid of a pig-like teammate. Outside the World Prison Pagoda, Xian smiled and said, my big brother usually doesn't make a move. Tianlin smiled and said, big brother? Xian nodded and said, he usually doesn't make a move. Tianlin smiled and said calmly, in that case, your big brother is very powerful? Xian said seriously, of course he's very powerful. Tianlin revealed a playful smile and said, how powerful is he? Xian thought for a moment and said, invincible. In his heart, Swordsman, Qing and that green-cloaked man were all invincible. Invincible? Tianlin was stunned, and then he laughed and said, you're saying that your big brother is invincible? Xian nodded. Tianlin shook his head and smiled, then can you call your big brother over? I want to see what it means to be invincible. Xian was about to speak when a furious voice suddenly resounded, who's calling your mother? As soon as the voice resounded, a woman suddenly appeared not too far away from Xian. It was the door of misfortune. Xian was slightly stunned. Why has this woman appeared again? Tianlin frowned slightly when she saw the door of misfortune. Who are you? The door of misfortune glanced coldly at Tianlin and said, call someone, call someone. I'll call you ancestor. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly smashed her fist forward, a bolt of mysterious blood lightning flashed through the air. Tianlin's expression changed drastically when he witnessed this scene, and he swiftly raised his arms to block it. Bang! Tianlin's figure was blasted flying, and he flew over 3 kilometers away. As soon as he stopped moving, his body instantly exploded into pieces. The others were slightly stunned when they witnessed this scene. Even Xian was slightly stunned. Doesn't she want me dead? What was she trying to do? At this moment, Tianlin's mind had gone blank. My body was blasted apart with a single punch. Right at this moment, the door of misfortune suddenly clenched through the air and grabbed Tianlin's throat. She gazed coldly at Tianlin and said, I don't understand. Do you think you're very strong? Call someone? Are you an idiot? If you want to kill him, then just do it. Who do you want him to call? I'll call your mother. As she spoke, she suddenly exerted force. Bang! Tianlin's soul exploded apart. However, in the next moment, the space around him trembled, and then a soul suddenly condensed into form. It was Tianlin. Xian was slightly shocked when he witnessed this scene. You can do that? Meanwhile, Wan Jun said, this is the soul condensation technique, the supreme secret technique of my Tian family. It can condense a shattered soul 3 times in a day. Xian nodded, not bad. In the distance, the door of misfortune gazed at Tianlin. Tianlin's expression was extremely solemn. You're his big brother? Xian, the door of misfortune flew into a rage when she heard this. I'm your ancestor. As she spoke, she was about to attack when Tianlin suddenly said hurriedly, Your Excellency, please wait. My Tian family surrenders. Surrenders? Xian, the sage and heavenly mother were slightly stunned as well. Surrenders just like that? Tianlin's expression was extremely unsightly. As soon as they exchanged blows just now, he knew that he wasn't a match for this woman, not at all. He could only choose to surrender. Tianlin looked at the door of misfortune and cupped his fists. Your Excellency, this is all a misunderstanding. My Tian family didn't know that this young Master Yi is one of your people. If my Tian family had known that he was one of your people, even if my Tian family had 100 guts, I wouldn't have targeted him. Xian's expression became somewhat strange. The door of misfortune looked at Tianlin and didn't speak. However, its expression became increasingly gloomy. Seeing this, Tianlin hesitated for a moment before bowing respectfully to Xian. Young Master Yi, everything that happened before was a misunderstanding. I represent the Tian family to apologize to young Master Yi. Xian hurriedly said, It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. I forgive all of you. Tianlin was slightly taken aback. So easy to talk to? At this moment, Xian spoke again. It's all a misunderstanding, a huge misunderstanding. I'm willing to be on good terms with the Tian family. From now on, I'll share life and death with the Tian family. Tianlin was stunned, and then he smiled. I didn't expect you to be so understanding and reasonable. I also guarantee you that from now on, my Tian family will share life and death with you. Whoever makes an enemy of you will be making an enemy of my Tian family. My Tian family will be the first to not let them off. As he spoke, he glanced at the door of misfortune, but he noticed that the woman's expression was even gloomier than before. What's going on? Could it be that this big shot isn't satisfied? Tianlin was puzzled. At this moment, the Holy Mother behind Tianlin was about to speak, but Yixian beat her to it. Sect leader Tianlin, are my enemies the Tian family's enemies? Tianlin smiled, of course. Yixian said in a serious tone, I'm very touched. Really? Tianlin felt that something wasn't right. He suddenly turned his head, and at this moment, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck him. Boom, Tianlin's soul directly exploded, but a moment later, his soul condensed once more. Soul consolidation technique. Seeing this scene, Yixian was somewhat shocked. He was a little tempted by this soul consolidation technique. This thing was equivalent to having 3 more lives at a critical moment. At this moment, Wanjun, who was beside Yixian, suddenly said, You like this soul consolidation technique? Yixian nodded vigorously. Wanjun said, I'll teach you when the time comes. Yixian blinked. Okay. Wanjun shook her head, You don't have to be so polite. Yixian smiled, We're on the same side. There's no need to be polite. We're on the same side. Wanjun's expression changed subtly. In the distance, Tianlin looked at the door of misfortune, a little confused. Senior, what do you mean? The door of misfortune coldly stared at Tianlin. Take a guess. Tianlin glanced at Yixian, Little friend, hasn't our misunderstanding been resolved? Yixian nodded, yes. Tianlin was a little confused, then this senior, Yixian looked at the door of misfortune in the distance, a little displeased, Little misfortune, how can you be like this? They've already admitted their mistake. How can you be so unforgiving? You've really gone too far. The door of misfortune turned to look at Yixian, angrily saying, Shut up. Yixian blinked, Little misfortune, you can't be like this. You should win people over with virtue, you. At this moment, 2 blood-colored lightning bolts suddenly appeared on the hands of the door of misfortune. Seeing this, Yixian hurriedly shut his mouth. Although the door of misfortune was suppressed by sword qi, even if it was suppressed, this thing was still a little too ridiculously strong. The door of misfortune coldly looked at Yixian, then turned to look at Tianlin, You idiot. As she spoke, she was about to attack, but at this time, Tianlin suddenly pointed angrily at the door of disaster. You've gone too far. As the sound of his voice faded, he waved his right hand. The sky suddenly split open, and then he took out a token. Welcome, ancestor. Boom, the token soared into the sky, summoning the ancestor. In the distance, Yixian blinked his eyes. This was a little too much. Ancestor summoning, Yixian was a little surprised. Of course, he was more curious. Would the Tian family's ancestor be able to destroy the door of disaster? Yixian glanced at the door of disaster. The door of disaster stood there with a calm expression. There was no fluctuation in its eyes. Seeing this, Yixian's expression darkened. The Tian family's ancestor might not be able to kill this woman. He looked at Tianlin again. Tianlin's expression was extremely ferocious, anger. He, the dignified head of the Tian family, had already lowered his voice and compromised. Yet this woman was still unwilling to let him go. She was too much. Even a clay figurine had some anger. In the sky, the token suddenly turned into nothingness. At the same time, a white-haired old man appeared in the sky. With the appearance of this white-haired old man, an invisible pressure suddenly spread between heaven and earth. In an instant, the entire world trembled as if it could not withstand this old man. Seeing this, Yixian's expression gradually became solemn. This old man looked quite fierce. Wanjun suddenly said softly, Tian Qian. The strongest ancestor in the history of the Tian family. He was also the one who brought the Tian family to its peak. Even the Tian family does not know how strong he is. Yixian looked at the door of disaster in the distance. The door of disaster's expression was still very calm. After a moment of silence, Yixian suddenly grabbed Wanjun's hand. Let's go. With that, he was about to leave with Wanjun. He knew that other than the 3 swords, no one could destroy the door of disaster, not even Sister Nian and Tu. This woman was a bit heaven-defying. if she had not been suppressed by Swordsman's sword energy, she would probably be even more abnormal. It was better to escape first. At this moment, the old man in the sky suddenly said, "Little friend, please wait." Xian stopped and turned to look at Xianxia in the sky. "Senior, what's the matter?" Xianxia glanced at the door of adversity, then looked at Xian and said with a smile, "Little friend, this happened because of you. Isn't it a little unkind for you to leave like this?" Xian blinked. "Senior, it has nothing to do with me." Xianxian shook his head and smiled, "Little friend, this old man already knows the ins and outs of the matter. I don't have any other meaning. My Tian family facing such a calamity is all because of the stupidity of our Tian family's head." As he spoke, he turned to look at the door of disaster and bowed slightly. "Miss, the Tian family has never shown any disrespect to the disaster realm. I hope you will be magnanimous." Tian Lin's expression instantly became extremely unsightly when he saw Tian Gon admit defeat. He was not stupid. He knew that he had kicked an iron plate this time. This woman in front of him isn't someone the Tian family can afford to provoke. At this moment, the Heavenly Mother suddenly walked to Tian Lin's side and said a few words in a low voice. A moment later, Tian Lin's pupils suddenly shrank. He raised his head and glared angrily at Xian in the distance. "She's not your brother at all." Xian said with a straight face, "I never said that she's my brother." Tian Lin stared at Xian before he died. "You tricked me." Xian was somewhat innocent. "You're the one who said that you want to live and die with me. I didn't force you. You even said that my enemy is your enemy. To be honest, I'm very touched, really." Tian Lin was so angry that his liver almost exploded. What kind of words were these? The Heavenly Mother's expression was incomparably gloomy. It wasn't that she didn't want to tell Tian Lin earlier, but she was also dumbfounded by the door of adversity's operation. This woman had instigated them to kill Xian in the beginning, but now, this woman was suddenly helping Xian. What kind of operation was this? Actually, forget about the Heavenly Mother, even Xian was a little confused at the beginning. This was because he didn't expect the door of adversity to suddenly attack Tian Lin. After thinking about it, he could only think of one possibility, and that was that this woman wasn't normal. At this moment, Tian Lin suddenly glared at Xian. "Since she's not your brother, then who is your brother?" "You." In the distance, the door of adversity suddenly slapped out. Boom! Tian Lin was directly struck by a blood lightning, and his soul instantly shattered. However, very quickly, Tian Lin's soul condensed once again. However, at this moment, his soul was incomparably illusory, as if it was transparent. This was the last time it condensed his soul. Tian Lin was slightly stunned by the attack. The door of adversity stared at Tian Lin with an incomparably cold expression. "Brother, brother. Will you die if you don't mention him?" Xian, Tian Lin's expression was incomparably ferocious. "Woman, what is the meaning of this? My Tian family targeted him, and you came to attack us. When we didn't target him, you attacked us. Is there something wrong with your brain? You." At this moment, the heaven's wrath suddenly sighed. The next moment, he waved his right hand. Boom! Tian Lin was directly suppressed by a powerful force. Tian Lin raised his head and looked at Tianxian. "I refuse to accept this." Tianxian shook his head. "Silly child, can't you see the situation clearly?" As he said that, he glanced at Xian in the distance. "This lady and this little friend are enemies, but this little friend is still alive. Moreover, he's living very arrogantly. Do you understand?" Hearing this, Tian Lin's entire body froze. He naturally understood what Tianxian meant. At this moment, he finally regained his senses. That's right, this woman and this young man were enemies, but this young man was still alive. What did this mean? This meant that this young man wasn't simple either. The Tian family couldn't afford to offend this woman, and similarly, they couldn't afford to offend this young man. This was a fight between immortals, and mortals suffered. Thinking of this, Tian Lin slowly closed his eyes. In fact, the Tian family shouldn't have gotten involved in the first place. It was all because of the universal law. This time, he didn't come to save the emperor, but for the universal law. Everyone in the world knew that there was a universal law here. Now that this place had returned to normal, It was obvious that the universal law had been obtained by someone. How greedy, Tianlin sighed softly. He glanced at the door of disaster below. At this moment, he understood what it meant by there would always be someone better than you out there. The Tian family had been living too comfortably these past few years. In the entire Nether River Star field, who dared to go against the Tian family? Over time, the Tian family had become arrogant. Even if it was him, he had become incomparably arrogant. He felt that there was no one in this starry sky that the Tian family couldn't destroy. Arrogant, arrogant. Thinking of this, Tianlin deeply bowed towards the door of disaster. I've troubled you previously. Please be magnanimous and spare this one's life. Cower. It wasn't shameful to cower in front of such an expert. The door of disaster looked at Tianlin. If apologies were useful, why would I still practice martial arts? As her voice fell, she waved her right hand. Boom! Tianlin's soul was directly erased by a blood lightning, completely erased. This time, his soul was truly destroyed. At the side, Xian glanced at the door of disaster. This woman had character. Xianxia looked at the door of disaster below. I wonder if you're satisfied? The door of disaster looked at Xianxia. Why, are you not satisfied with what you said? Xianxia smiled. I don't dare to be dissatisfied. The door of disaster slowly walked towards Xianxia. Do you think you're a big shot? Xianxia frowned slightly. What was wrong with this woman? She was so angry. Qi La. At this moment, more than 10 blood lightning bolts suddenly appeared around the door of disaster. The expressions of everyone in the surroundings changed when these bolts of blood-red divine lightning appeared. Even Xian's expression became extremely solemn. Back then, his god realm physical body was as fragile as paper in front of this divine lightning. Even Yen could only barely withstand the divine lightning. In the sky, Tianxian said solemnly, Your Excellency, my Tian family is convinced. The door of adversity stopped in its tracks. She threw a cold look at Tianxian and then at Xian. She stared at Xian without hiding the murderous intent in her eyes. This killing intent sent chills down one's spine. Xian smiled. I'm convinced too. Don't hit me. Tianxian was speechless. The door of disaster suddenly walked towards Xian. Xian's eyelids twitched. This woman wouldn't go crazy, right? He knew that this woman had been infuriated recently. The door of disaster walked in front of Xian. She was very close to Xian. 2 blood lightning bolts circled around her arms. Behind Xian, La Jun suddenly walked to Xian's side. She looked at the door of disaster and slowly clenched her right hand. The door of disaster looked at Xian. After a long time, she smiled and said, I have a suggestion. Do you want to hear it? Xian was a little curious. What suggestion? The door of disaster said seriously, Do you want to reach the mortal sword realm? Xian nodded. The door of disaster said seriously, It's useless for you to train like this. Xian was a little puzzled. Why is that? The door of disaster said, Because you have Big Brother behind you. Think about it. If you let your big brother follow you all the time, under such circumstances, you will feel that you are not afraid of anything because he will support you. Under such circumstances, you will not be able to truly grow. Xian thought for a while and then said, You do have a point. The door of disaster smiled. Yes. If you really want to reach the mortal sword realm and grow, you cannot have a backer. A backer will be a burden to you. So, you should let your big brother leave. That way, you will be able to grow. Xian hesitated and said, If my big brother leaves, will you beat me to death? The door of disaster blinked. Don't you want to train? Xian was furious. Train? Train your grandma. How many levels higher are you than me? Are there 5? You are bullying the weak and won't let me call for help. Do you think I am stupid? The door of disaster stared at Xian. Xian said angrily, What are you looking at? As he said that, he slapped his face. Come, hit me. Kill me if you can. The door of disaster clenched its fists. Lightning surged around it and a formless pressure caused the world to tremble. Xian suddenly clapped his hands and twisted his butt. Beaming, he said, My elder brother is awesome. My younger sister is awesome. I want to rely on my elder brother. I want to rely on my younger sister. Come and hit me. Come and hit me. I really want to be hit. You. Ah. The door of disaster suddenly roared angrily. It suddenly slapped out. It was not aimed at Xian but at the distant sky. Boom, before Xianxia could react, he was struck by a bolt of blood lightning. In the sky, the soul of heavenly wrath that was about to disappear was confused. He is shameless. What does that have to do with me, everyone? P.S. Everyone can join the group, 106-715-4732. Welcome to complain, chat, and act cool. Group leader's photo. The sky was filled with flashes of blood-red lightning, and its might was oppressive. The door of disaster stared at Xian with lightning flashing in its eyes. Killing intent, an invisible killing intent filled the surroundings, and the target of this killing intent was Xian. Beside Xian, Wanjun's expression was extremely solemn. She had never sensed such a powerful killing intent before. She was puzzled. The door of disaster clearly wanted to kill Xian, but it did not make a move. Why was that? From the looks of it, even if Xian's sword had reached mortal mode, he was still no match for the door of disaster. At that moment, she thought of Xian's big brother. How strong was that big brother? To think that this woman was so afraid of him, Wanjun's heart was filled with curiosity. At that moment, the door of disaster suddenly pointed at Xian. Just you wait, you be *tch. After saying that, it returned to the prison pagoda. As the door of disaster disappeared, the blood-red lightning instantly disappeared without a trace. In the end, she did not choose to make a move. To be more precise, she did not dare to. The swordsman had let Xian out to train, but that did not mean that he would really let Xian be killed. In particular, if she made a move, the swordsman would definitely make a move. This was because her strength was much higher than Xian's. The swordsman would not allow her to make a move against Xian. After the door of disaster disappeared, the smile on Xian's face also disappeared. He had purposely provoked the door of disaster, but he knew very well that his current strength was still insufficient to contend against the door of disaster. Most importantly, the white-armored woman had said that the door of disaster was not the disaster law. The disaster law was even stronger than the door of disaster. Moreover, from the white-armored woman's words, it seemed that he had not only defied the disaster law, but also the karma law, the time law, the life law. In other words, he had offended at least half of the 9 universal laws. Thinking of this, Xian shook his head and sighed. It's too difficult for me. Meanwhile, the space in the distance suddenly split open, and then a woman walked out of it. The woman wore a long white dress and held an ancient book in her hand. When they saw this woman, the sage and the Heavenly Mother hurriedly bowed slightly. Heavenly Teacher. Heavenly Master. His position in the Tian family is only second to the clan head. Now that Tian Master had fallen, this Tian family naturally belongs to Master Xianxia. The Celestial Master nodded. She then looked at Wanjun in the distance with a complicated expression. It's been hard on you all these years. Huajun fell silent. She did not hate the Celestial Master. If not for the Celestial Master's protection, she would not have survived at all. The Celestial Master opened her palm and a black seal suddenly flew into her hand from afar. With a light tap of her fingers, the black seal floated in front of Wanjun. From this moment on, you are the patriarch of my Tian family. The Heavenly Mother's expression instantly changed when she heard this. One had to know that Wanjun hated the Tian family very much. Once she became the family head, if there was a purge, the Heavenly Teacher glanced at the sage and the Heavenly Mother. The Tian family will be fine. The sage hesitated for a moment and said, Heavenly Teacher, should we inform the elders about this? The sage was expressionless. They have already agreed. The sage did not say anything else. The Celestial Master and the elders had agreed. This matter was basically set in stone. The Celestial Master walked in front of Wanjun. Wanjun did not take the black seal. The Celestial Master looked at Wanjun. If you want to clear father's grievances, you must become the patriarch. Wanjun shook her head. What's the use of clearing the grievances? They are already dead. The Celestial Master shook her head. You cannot think like this. Now, you can change the Tian family. Wanjun looked at the Celestial Master. The celestial master said softly. All these years, the Tian family's path has become narrower and narrower. It needs reform. Wan Jun looked at the celestial master. Why not become the Tian family lord? The celestial master shook her head. I am not suitable. But suitable. Wan Jun frowned. Why? The celestial master looked at Wan Jun. Because that position has always been yours. Wan Jun's hand slowly clenched. It had always been hers. In the past, her father was the Tian family lord and she was the Tian family's young master. But then something happened. The position of the Tian family lord was taken by Tian Lin, the celestial master said again. We should take back what originally belonged to father. After a moment of silence, Wan Jun suddenly turned to look at Yi Xian. What do you think? Yi Xian was slightly stunned. He did not expect Wan Jun to suddenly ask him this question. Yi Xian thought for a moment. This is an internal matter of the Tian family. Wan Jun looked at Yi Xian. I want to hear your opinion. Yi Xian pondered for a moment. My opinion is not suitable. Wan Jun was stunned. Then she smiled. Why? Yi Xian glanced at the celestial master. When father was in trouble, how did the Tian family treat our family? To be honest, I don't think such a cold-blooded family is worth staying. Moreover, this lady's motive for making her the patriarch is not that simple. As he spoke, Yi Xian kept staring at the celestial master. The celestial master looked at Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, the Tian family is her home. Yi Xian smiled. It's her home? Then why did you watch her family get destroyed? I know it's for the sake of Daquan. For a family like yours, Daquan is equivalent to sacrificing anyone. Am I right? The celestial master was silent. Yi Xian continued. If I were Miss Wan Jun, I would destroy the Tian family. The celestial master frowned. Young Master Yi, Yi Xian smiled. But I can see that Miss Wan Jun doesn't have that much hatred for the Tian family anymore. That's because the culprit is dead. Having said that, he looked at Wan Jun, as a friend, my advice is not to go back. Of course, it's still up to you. I respect and support your decision. Wan Jun smiled sweetly. Then I won't go back. Yi Xian nodded. All right. What do you plan to do next? After a moment of silence, Wan Jun said, Can I follow? Yi Xian was stunned. Wan Jun smiled. I'm just joking. I'm going to Sword Abyss because my father died there. I want to see that place. Sword Abyss, Yi Xian subconsciously asked, Do you need me to go with you? Wan Jun immediately said, Yes. Yi Xian was speechless. Wan Jun smiled. From your expression, you don't seem too willing. Yi Xian shook his head. It's not that I don't want to, but my intuition tells me that something bad might happen if I go with you. Wan Jun asked, The cause of calamity? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Wan Jun smiled. I'm not afraid. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. Wan Jun, do you know? If it's not my big brother, anyone who follows me will suffer a calamity. He naturally would not forget that terrifying calamity. Even Yan Yan and Tu seemed so powerless in the face of that calamity. Wan Jun faced Yi Xian. I've said it. After saving me, we'll bear any karma together. Yi Xian hesitated and was about to speak when Wan Jun suddenly said, I'm not afraid, so what's there to be afraid of? Or do you think I'm pestering you? Yi Xian hurriedly shook his head. Of course not. Wan Jun said, Then let's go to Sword Abyss. Saying that, she pulled Yi Xian and turned to leave. After Yi Xian and Wan Jun left, the Heavenly Master suddenly shook his head and said softly, No matter what, I must be the family head. The Heavenly Mother looked at the Heavenly Master. Heavenly Master, is it because of that youth that you insist on choosing Wan Jun? The Heavenly Master nodded. The Heavenly Mother was puzzled. Why? He's a person with a calamity body. The Heavenly Master looked at the distant horizon and said softly, A person with a calamity body can live until now, and live so comfortably. What does this mean? It means that there's someone behind him who can defy the laws of the universe. If our Tian family can hug this leg, our Tian family will be able to rise to the next level, and even jump out of this nether river star field. Saying that, she turned to look at the Heavenly Mother. The fall of the Heavenly Master will definitely cause quite a stir. Some forces that were suppressed by our Tian family back then will probably cause trouble, especially the Sage sect. The two of you will go back to the Tian family and recall all the experts of our Tian family outside. The sage said in a deep voice, Heavenly Master, Wanjun is currently very resistant to our Tian family. If we want her to be the family head, I'm afraid, the Heavenly Master said, I'll handle this matter. The sage glanced at the Heavenly Master. Good. Then I'll return to the family with the Heavenly Mother. After saying that, he and the Heavenly Mother disappeared. The Heavenly Master also turned and disappeared into the distant horizon. Not long after the Heavenly Master disappeared, a woman appeared in the field. It was the white-armored woman from before. The white-armored woman looked into the distance with a gloomy expression. She didn't expect to encounter the gate of adversity here. It wasn't a good thing to encounter the gate of adversity here. A moment later, the white-armored woman said softly, damn it. After saying that, she disappeared. In the starry sky, Xian was flying on his sword with Wanjun by his side. Wanjun said softly, this sword abyss is one of the 2 forbidden areas of our nether river star field. Its degree of danger is second only to the forbidden areas of humans. Xian asked, why is it a forbidden area? Wanjun said, legend has it that a swordsman used his sword there. It was that sword that directly turned a large world there into an abyss, which is the sword abyss. The reason why it's dangerous is because there's an extremely terrifying and brutal sword Dao will there. The deeper you go, the stronger the sword Dao will. Swordsman, Xian immediately became interested and quickly asked, is it very strong? Wanjun nodded with an incomparably solemn expression. Very, very strong. Ordinary experts can't even get close to the sword abyss. After saying that, she paused and said, actually, strictly speaking, that place is more dangerous than this forbidden area. However, you can choose that place because if you can't go any further, you can retreat. But once you enter this forbidden area, it's basically impossible to get out. Xian frowned slightly. If it's so dangerous, why do so many people go there? Wanjun said in a low voice, because a spirit ancestor once appeared there. It's said that the spirit ancestor buried a box there. A box? Xian was stunned for a moment. The next moment, he directly jumped up. Spirit ancestor? A box? Is it that little white guy? Wanjun looked at Xian, a little surprised. It's said that the spirit ancestor's entire body is snow white. Do you know him? Xian was a little dumbfounded. Know him? Of course he knew him. As if thinking of something, he suddenly said, Swordsman. The one who used the sword. Don't tell me it's that green-robed man. That can't be. That green-robed man has a gentle temperament. How can his sword Dao will be brutal? At this moment, Xiaota suddenly said timidly, young master, gentle temperament. This word really doesn't suit master. You should use another word. Xian. P.S. It's not that I'm late, but every time Zongheng updates the system, it needs to be reviewed. Gentle temperament, Xiaota was speechless. Until now, it could not forget its blood-red master. At that time, besides Xiaobai, he would kill anyone, he even killed it. In short, its master went crazy and did not recognize his own family. Hearing Xiaota's words, Xian was confused. I think your master's temper is quite good. Xiaota, Xian asked again. Is it not good? Xiaota was silent for a moment, then said, he is quite good to his own people, and his temper was not bad. His temper was really bad in the beginning, sigh, when I followed master at that time, he was simply a pervert. One word of disagreement, he would kill your mother. Basically, no matter where he went, that world would be destroyed. He was simply a malefic. Moreover, he is even more troublesome than you, young master. Young master, trouble comes to you, but many of master's troubles were caused by him. Speaking up to this point, it paused, then said, actually, young master, you are very fortunate. Fortunate? Xian was confused. Xiaota, you said I am fortunate? Xiaota said, compared to master before, you are really fortunate. Master in the past was really miserable. Back then, he fought his way out with real swords and spears. Behind him, there were millions of corpses. How could his bloodline break through? Because he was really crazy. Moreover, the people that Master cared about in the past, too many died. For example, Grandpa Mu, Master's mother, Master's father. Especially the last battle that year, Sister Axiu and Sister Chi Bai Tian died in the battle, and two sisters Tian Ming also died in the battle. Arya and Xiao Bai were almost killed by that terrifying woman. That woman. Speaking up to this point, Xiao Ta seemed to have thought of something, his voice actually trembled. Yi Xian said in a low voice, "You mean Qing?" Xiao Ta hurriedly said, yes, that's her. Her name is Tian Ming. The strongest Tian Ming. If it weren't for Swordsman's help in that battle, everyone would have died. Even with the help of that swordsman, Master still couldn't kill that woman. That woman is terrifying. Yi Xian was speechless. Wan Jun felt a little curious. Who is Xiao Ta's master? Also, who was the woman Xiao Ta was talking about? Meanwhile, Xiao Ta said, although Master's temper isn't good, as long as you don't provoke him, he won't take the initiative to bully others. As for that woman, it's no longer a matter of whether she has a good temper or not. I feel that she dislikes everyone. Yi Xian said solemnly, Xiao Ta, I think Qing has a good temper. Xiao Ta suddenly jumped up, young master, don't joke around. She has a good temper? My God. Yi Xian was speechless. Wan Jun suddenly said, Xiao Ta, your young master has a body of adversity. Those who have the body of adversity will be plagued by adversity for the rest of their lives. Xiao Ta said angrily, the body of adversity is nothing. Master can kill the Mother *King cause of adversity with one slash. Hee hee. Inside the prison pagoda, the door of adversity suddenly laughed coldly. Xiao Ta suddenly ran to the 9th floor. Xiao are you unhappy? The door of adversity said angrily, get lost, I don't want to talk to you. If it weren't for that swordsman sealing her abilities, she would have smashed this stupid pagoda to pieces. Compared to Yi Xian, she was even more displeased with this stupid pagoda. Yi Xian was despicable, but this stupid pagoda was annoying, extremely annoying. Xiao Ta did not leave, but continued to say, Xiao have some manners. The door of adversity stared at Xiao Ta. You're talking about manners with me? Are you trying to make me laugh to death and inherit my pagoda? Yi Xian was speechless. Xiao Ta said, Xiao I didn't scold you, did I? The door of adversity was expressionless. Can you get lost? Xiao Ta jumped up and down. I won't. Hit me then. The door of adversity stared at Xiao Ta. She did not make a move, because she could not do anything to this stupid pagoda in her current state. In fact, this Xiao Ta was more terrifying than the experts outside. She could kill an Eternal Realm expert in seconds, but she could not do anything to this Xiao Ta. This Xiao Ta was too tough, only in her normal state could she defeat this Xiao Ta. Yi Xian suddenly said, Miss Xiao can I ask you a question? The door of adversity looked up. You get lost too. You and this stupid pagoda are both despicable. I don't want to talk to you. Yi Xian was speechless. Beside him, Wan Jun shook her head and smiled. Miss Xiao why must you kill him? Just because he has a disaster body? Yi Xian looked at Wan Jun. Wan Jun had asked exactly what he wanted to ask. This girl knew what he was thinking. Could she be interested in him? Inside the prison pagoda, the door of adversity said calmly, isn't that enough? Wan Jun frowned. Then you're too overbearing. The door of adversity looked up and sneered. Overbearing? Are you joking? Do you know why he has a disaster body? Wan Jun shook her head. I don't. The door of adversity said coldly, there are 3 reasons. First, he himself. Second, his father. Third, his sister. Yi Xian was confused. What do you mean? The door of adversity was expressionless. What do you mean? Do you know how deep the sin your father and your sister committed back then was? Especially when the 2 of them forcefully went against the heavens in order to save some people. They disrupted the laws and order of the universe, causing cracks to appear in them. Do you know how serious the consequences were? Yi Xian frowned. You can just look for them for what they did. Why did they bully me? Don't tell me they're just bullying the weak and fearing the strong. The door of adversity said angrily, do you think you're innocent? Xian said angrily, of course I'm innocent. I'm the scapegoat. Who else would I be innocent if not? The door of adversity's voice suddenly grew louder. Innocent my ass. It's all your own doing. Innocent my ass. Xian was confused. What do you mean by myself? The door of adversity's expression was extremely cold. Do you know who you are? Xian said, I'm Xian. The door of adversity shook its head. I'm speechless. Xian was speechless. The door of adversity said again, you're that woman's brother, but do you know what your past life was like? You definitely don't know, because none of us know. Xian blinked in disbelief. What the heck? You mean to say that the life in which I was Qing'er's brother's brother wasn't simple? The door of adversity fell silent for a moment before saying, from what we know, you've been going against the heavens since the beginning. There was a period of time when the reincarnation laws were disrupted. It was also because of that time that the reincarnation laws were heavily injured. According to our calculations, it was definitely your doing. However, we don't know who you were in your past life. We only know that mysterious person was the first person to break the laws and reincarnate. Xian said excitedly, so you're saying that my past life was a superpower? The door of adversity was expressionless. Why? You seem very happy? Xian was about to speak when the door of adversity said angrily, you're a pig. That person reincarnated, but it wasn't a true reincarnation. His body, soul, and memories were reincarnated together. Simply put, you were a sacrifice chosen by him. Once he regained his memories, you would cease to exist. Unfortunately, he reincarnated and became that woman's brother. Furthermore, he was unlucky and died before he regained his memories. Most importantly, that woman woke up. Did you know? After that woman woke up, she defied the heavens again and disrupted the reincarnation laws to forcefully change your fate. Xian was silent for a moment before saying, the mysterious person you mentioned, has he already reincarnated? The door of adversity said, no. He's still you. Xian was puzzled. Isn't he dead? The door of adversity said angrily, in that life, that woman in a plain dress forcefully defied the heavens. She forcefully entered the reincarnation cycle to save you. Not only that, but she also defied the laws of life to forcefully extend your life. She saved you, which was equivalent to saving the mysterious person who reincarnated into your body. However, she was very impressive. She stopped that person from awakening. She forcefully stopped that person from awakening. Otherwise, you would have been long gone. Xian was speechless. The door of adversity said, your entire family is perverted. That green-robed man also defied the heavens and forcefully entered the reincarnation cycle to save someone. That woman is also. Do you know? The reincarnation laws were seriously injured and unconscious by your family. She's really pitiful. It's because of her coma that countless experts in the universe are able to reincarnate with their memories. In the past, this would have been impossible. One life is one life. If a person's life reaches its end, it's the end. It's impossible for them to reincarnate with their memories. However, as the reincarnation laws went into hibernation, the world was in chaos. This is all your family's doing. Xian was speechless. The door of adversity was furious. It said, it's fine if she defied the reincarnation laws. That woman also defied the laws of life, time, cause and effect, and fate. In order to save you, she defied almost all the laws except the number one law. Moreover, she continues to defy them. If she continues to defy them, the order of the universe will be gone. Once all living beings are free from the restrictions of these laws, many people will be able to live forever and reincarnate with their memories. Do you know how terrifying that is? At this point, she paused and said, Big brother, if you still have a conscience, kill yourself. If you continue to play like this, you won't be able to take it anymore. Xian was speechless. The door of adversity said, that's not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing is that she's looking for the laws of the universe everywhere. Not only does she want to defy them, but she also wants to kill us. This is 2F** King unreasonable. P.S. To explain again, every update is reviewed, so it might be a few minutes late. Everyone, please forgive me, it's really not that I woke up late, it's that I'm late, this time, I'm telling the truth. Lastly, I've been working hard to save up my manuscripts. Wait for my next explosion. There was no justice in this world, the door of adversity was feeling extremely aggrieved, the universal law could be said to be the justice of the universe. Now, this family was defying the heavens. Not only did they want to defy the heavens, but they also wanted to kill them. There was no justice in this world. At this moment, Xiao suddenly said, "Xiao, don't make it sound so aggrieved. Back then, it was you who wanted to kill the young master without asking the reason. That's why that woman was angry. If it wasn't for that woman and master's strength, the young master would have been killed by you." Yixian shook his head and smiled. He naturally wouldn't sympathize with the door of adversity. Just like what Xiao said, if it wasn't for Qing'er, he would have been dead. At that time, who would sympathize with him? The door of adversity suddenly said, "He is the source of all misfortune. As long as he doesn't die, this matter will not end." Xiao angrily scolded, "You stupid door. If the young master dies, that sister Tianming will go crazy. Once she goes crazy, forget about you, even master and that swordsman won't be able to stop her. At that time everyone will die." The door of adversity coldly looked at Xiao. Since ancient times, no one has ever been truly undefeatable. Xiao angrily jumped up, "Idiot." It knew how terrifying that woman was. She was a woman who was even scarier than its master when she went crazy. Under normal circumstances, its master wouldn't act recklessly, but that woman could at any time. Moreover, in that woman's eyes, other than her brother, everyone else was no different from a dead person. Among the three swords, she was the most indifferent to life. Within the tower, the door of adversity slowly closed its eyes. Although it had never come into direct contact with the plain-clothed woman, it knew that she was very strong. If she wasn't strong, the adversity law wouldn't have personally appeared to lure her away. Not only the plain-clothed woman, but the swordsman she met was also very strong. She had never seen such a strong swordsman. However, the Cosmos God Court had no way out. Just like in the secular world, when someone rebelled, did the emperor have a way out? The ministers could surrender, but could the emperor surrender? In space, Yixian was silent. From adversity's mouth, he learned many, many things. He had to admit that he was feeling very complicated at the moment. He suddenly realized that Qing'er had done a lot for him, but Qing'er had never told him about it. Yixian raised his head and looked into the depths of the starry sky. A complicated look flashed across his eyes. "Qing'er, can you hear me?" In a certain unknown starry sky, the entire starry sky was blood red, and in the depths of that starry sky, there was an endless bridge. Upon closer inspection, the entire bridge was made of bones. Below the bridge was a sea of blood, a bridge of bones, blood as the sea. On the bridge, a woman was walking slowly. It was the plain-dressed woman. As if sensing something, the woman in the simple dress suddenly stopped. She tilted her head slightly, and a moment later, the corners of her mouth curled up. This smile caused the starry sky to lose its color. At this moment, the sea of blood under the bridge suddenly trembled. Not long after, the sea of blood began to squirm. Gradually, the blood began to gather on the bridge. After several breaths of time, a bloodied man appeared in front of the plain-dressed woman. Below the bridge, the sea of blood had disappeared. In between the bloodied man's eyebrows, there was a small black word, "Prisoner." The bloodied man took a deep breath and said greedily, "The taste of freedom is so good." The plain-dressed woman looked at the bloodied man and did not speak. Instead, she continued to move forward. The bloodied man looked at the plain-dressed woman and smiled. "I've been imprisoned for 1,000,000 years, and that woman said that as long as I kill you, I can regain my true freedom and leave this boundless godly penitentiary. I know that you're very strong and killing you is very difficult. However, no matter how difficult it is, it's not as difficult as defying the heavens, right?" The plain-dressed woman stopped and looked at the bloodied man. "Defying the heavens, there's still a chance of survival." "Defying me?" As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly drew her sword and slashed. Before the bloodied man could react, a ray of sword light had already pierced through his eyebrows. At this moment, the plain-dressed woman was already behind him. The plain-dressed woman sheathed her sword and her lips curled into a mocking smile. What is the heavens? Can you take a strike from me? As she spoke, she continued to walk into the distance. On the bridge, the bloodied man stared blankly at the distant starry sky. Imprisoned for 1,000,000 years, died as soon as I came out. I didn't even report my name. As soon as he finished speaking, he dispersed like a wisp of green smoke with the wind. He was directly erased. Nether River Galaxy. Xian withdrew his gaze. Right now, he really wanted to see Qinger. However, he also knew that his current strength was still too weak. Strength. Xian glanced at the sword in his hand. Right now, his top priority was to reach the level of a common sword. Wanjun suddenly said, "We're almost there." Xian withdrew his thoughts and looked into the distant starry sky. He was a little curious. Why did the green-dressed man attack in that place? What would be in the box that the little white guy buried there? Xian and Wanjun began to quicken their pace. At this moment, Xiaota suddenly floated to Xian's shoulder and gently rubbed it against Xian's shoulder. "Young master, let's fuse." Xian glanced at Xiaota and smiled. "Why?" Xiaota said, "If we fuse, you will be able to unleash my full power. Then, we will be able to break that broken door." Xian shook his head and smiled. This guy was going against the door of disaster. Xiaota said again, "Fuse? If you are willing to fuse with me, I can give you many treasures left behind by my master." "Right. An Arya's blood, the blood left behind after she was beaten, can help you improve your physical body." Blood. Xian was instantly tempted. The little girl with the horn on her head was very terrifying. If he used her blood to rebuild his physical body, he would at least be at the consolidation realm. Or even the eternal realm. Xian was a little excited. Xiaota continued to tempt him. "Young master, as long as you agree, I can give you many, many treasures." Xian shook his head. "Not now." Xiaota was a little confused. "Why?" Xian smiled, "Because I want to reach the mortal sword level." It was not easy for him to not rely on external objects. How could he easily use them again? He knew that if he reached the eternal realm and unsealed 2 of his bloodlines, his combat power would be very terrifying. Forget about everything else, even Wanjun would not be a match for him. Under those circumstances, eternal realm would be like ants in front of him. However, he really did not want to rely on external objects, at least before reaching the mortal sword level. He would not use any external objects. Xiaota sighed softly. Xian smiled. "It's fine. Once I reach the mortal sword level, we will work together to defeat her." Inside the prison pagoda, the door of disaster sneered, "Defeat me? Is there a need for you to be so shameless?" Xian. At this moment, Wanjun suddenly said, "We're here." Saying so, she stopped. Xian also stopped. He looked into the distance, and at the end of his vision, in the depths of the starry sky, there was a huge abyss, the sword abyss. This sword abyss was really big, and standing in front of it was like an ant standing in front of a bathtub. They were very far away from the sword abyss, but Xian could feel an extremely powerful sword Dao will. This sword Dao will was extremely violent, and it exuded a vicious aura. Moreover, he was slightly surprised because this sword Dao will seemed slightly familiar to him. At this moment, the door of disaster appeared next to Xian. She looked into the distance and frowned. Xian glanced at the door of disaster. "Why did you come out?" The door of disaster looked coldly at Xian. "Are you not convinced? If you are not convinced, fight me. The kind that doesn't call people." Xian. Wanjun suddenly said, "Miss, what do you think of this sword Dao will?" The door of disaster looked coldly at the sword abyss, and did not speak. Wanjun did not ask any more questions, and looked at Xian. "Let's go." Xian nodded. The two continued forward, and before long, Wanjun's expression gradually became solemn. This sword Dao will was too powerful. It was like a mountain was pressing down on her, and the further they went, the stronger the pressure. Wanjun was very shocked. She was a peak eternal realm expert, but at this moment, she was being suppressed by a sword Dao will, and this sword Dao will had existed for many years. Just how strong was the owner of this sword Dao will? As if thinking of something, Wanjun looked at the door of disaster, and the door of disaster seemed to be affected as well, frowning slightly. Just like that, the 3 of them walked for about 3,000 feet, and they had reached the edge of the sword abyss. At this moment, Wanjun's face was already dripping with cold sweat. and her footsteps felt like they were weighed down by 1,000 kilograms, and every step was extremely strenuous. Moreover, the hostility in the sword Dao was becoming more and more terrifying, and if not for her strong will, she would have been corroded by the hostility. The frown on the misfortune Gate's brows grew deeper and deeper, but there was a peculiar glint in the depths of her eyes. This wisp of sword chi was very strong. If they used it well, they might be able to kill this guy. At this moment, Xian suddenly said, "You seem to be having a hard time." Hearing this, the two women turned to look at Xian, and Xian looked relaxed, as if nothing had happened. Jun was confused. How is this possible? Xian blinked. "I feel fine." Jun frowned slightly. "Can't you feel that sword Dao well?" Xian said, "Yes." Jun was shocked. "Then why are you still so relaxed?" Xian was a little puzzled. "It's very easy." "Why do you look like you're having a hard time?" Just as Jun was about to speak, Xiao Ta's voice suddenly rang out. "Of course young master feels relaxed. Because this sword will was left behind by the master. How could it dare to be impudent in front of the young master?" "Young master, I just received a message from this sword will. It said it wants to go with you. What do you think?" Xian blinked. "Come with me?" Xiao Ta said, "Yes, it said it wants to go with you. Please accept it, it can help you fight." Jun, at the side, the door of disaster's expression became extremely ugly. As if she couldn't take it anymore, she suddenly swung her hand. "Mother asterisk cur. I'm not playing anymore." Boom, in the distance, a part of the starry sky was annihilated. She returned to the prison pagoda. Xian ignored the door of disaster and looked into the distance. At that moment, they were about to enter the sword abyss. He could feel the sword Dao will, but unlike Jun, he did not feel any pressure. On the contrary, he felt a sense of familiarity with the sword Dao will. Xian's eyes gradually became blank. A strand of sword Dao will, even after tens of thousands of years, could still exert pressure on a powerhouse like the door of disaster. How terrifying was that? That was just a strand of sword Dao will. Moreover, it was definitely not intentional by the green-robed man. It might have been left behind by accident. What level had the green-robed man reached? What was a swordsman? This was a swordsman. A strand of sword Dao will not be extinguished even after tens of thousands of years. Xian looked at the sword in his hand and shook his head with a smile. The path of sword Dao was endless. Becoming mortal was probably just the beginning. At this thought, Xian's eyes were no longer blank. He looked into the sword abyss in the distance again and smiled. "Let's go, Jun." Jun nodded. The two of them continued forward. After 2 steps, Xian found that Jun was getting more and more strained. He hesitated for a moment and then grabbed Jun's hand. With this pull, Jun felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her body. The oppressive force of the sword Dao will actually disappeared. Jun turned to look at Xian. Xian smiled. "I didn't mean to take advantage of her." At this moment, Xiao Ta suddenly said, "Young master, just use your sword Dao or sword domain to envelop Sister Jun." Xian's face was expressionless. He said in his heart, "Shut up." Xiao Ta jumped up and down. "Young master, I understand now. You wanted to hold Sister Jun's hand on purpose. You're such a pervert." Xian was speechless. Beside him, Jun looked calm because she had heard Xiao Ta's words. Xian smiled. "Xiao Ta is naughty and likes to talk nonsense. Don't mind him." "Xiao Ta, is it the tower that's mischievous, or the person that's mischievous?" Xian blushed with shame and was about to let go of Jun's hand, but Jun grabbed his hand instead. Jun faced Xian. "It's just holding hands. It's not like we're sleeping. It's no big deal." Xian was speechless. The two of them no longer bothered about holding hands. Soon, they entered the sword abyss. This sword abyss was originally a world, but this world had been completely erased by a single sword strike. Even the laws of the universe couldn't restore it. The sword abyss was so deep that one couldn't see the bottom. After entering, the entire abyss made one involuntarily fearful. Xian was fine. He was not afraid of this place at all. After all, the sword will here had already submitted. What was there to be afraid of? The two of them continued forward. As they walked, Huajun's expression became more and more solemn. Because the deeper she went, the stronger the will of the sword Dao grew. Fortunately, the will of the sword Dao didn't target her again, otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to reach this place. Not long after, Xian and Huajun suddenly stopped. An old man's corpse was floating not far in front of them. Huajun frowned slightly at the sight of the corpse. Xian asked, "Do you know him?" Huajun said solemnly, "This was an elder of my Tian family. He came here with my father and second uncle." As she spoke, she pulled Xian over to the old man's corpse. After looking at it for a moment, her expression became even more gloomy. "He was killed by someone." Xian glanced at the old man. Just as Huajun had said, he was indeed killed by someone. Huajun suddenly walked into the distance. Xian hurriedly followed. Huajun quickened her pace. Xian glanced at Huajun but didn't say a word. About an hour later, the two of them stopped again. A middle-aged man's corpse was floating hundreds of feet in front of them. From the looks of it, he bore some resemblance to Huajun. However, there was no longer a soul in the middle-aged man's body. His soul had truly been extinguished. Looking at the corpse, Huajun was completely dumbfounded. Gradually, two streams of clear liquid flowed out of her eyes. Xian sighed inwardly. This Miss Huajun was also a person with a bitter life. Her father was killed, she was imprisoned, and her entire family was slaughtered. If it were him, he would definitely slaughter the entire Tian family. At this moment, Huajun put away the middle-aged man's corpse and turned to Xian. "Let's go." Xian nodded. The two of them continued forward. Huajun didn't say a word along the way. Although the sword intent was getting stronger, the two of them weren't affected in the slightest. At this moment, Huajun suddenly said, "I want to go back and become the Tian family's patriarch." Xian looked at Huajun. "I support you." Huajun turned to Xian. "Aren't you going to ask why?" Xian smiled. "Why?" Huajun shook her head. Her expression was complicated. She paused before continuing, "The Tian family is my father's life's work. If he was still alive, he definitely wouldn't let the Tian family become a cold-blooded family. Therefore, I want to go back and become the patriarch. I want to change the Tian family so that the tragedy of my family will never happen again." Xian nodded. "That's fine. However, Huajun, you need to understand one thing. If you don't have enough strength, I'm afraid you won't be able to truly subdue the Tian family." Huajun nodded slightly. "I understand." Saying this, she turned to Xian. "After leaving this place, what are your plans?" Xian thought about it and said, "I want to go back to the fifth dimension." He had been out for a long time. Sister Nian and the others must be worried. Huajun asked, "Is the fifth dimension very far from here?" Xian nodded. "Very far. If it wasn't for the door of disaster tearing through the star field, he wouldn't have been able to come to the Nether River star field." Huajun suddenly said, "You need to be careful of the door of disaster." Xian nodded. "I know. The door of disaster, Swordsman couldn't follow him forever. He still had to face the cause of disaster, Mortal Sword. Now, he urgently wanted to reach Mortal Sword. Only by reaching Mortal Sword could he barely contend with the Adept of Disaster. The reason why this woman was so low-key was because of Swordsman. Once Swordsman left, the door would definitely flip out. The two continued to move forward. At this moment, they were already deep into the sword abyss. Xian could feel the sword Dao's will. He was looking forward to that little white guy's box. That little guy was weird. It must have contained some good treasure. About an hour later, Xian and Huajun arrived at the deepest part of the sword abyss. When they reached the deepest part of the sword abyss, they were stunned. This was because they saw an old man in the deepest part of the sword abyss. There was a living person here. The old man wore a loose black robe. His hands were hidden in his sleeves, and his aura was as deep as the sea. At this moment, the old man was also looking at Xian and Huajun. There was a trace of shock in his eyes. Obviously, he didn't expect someone to be able to reach this place. Huajun suddenly said, "Li Zhuiqing." The old man looked at Huajun, a trace of surprise flashing in his eyes. "Little girl, you know me?" Huajun looked at the old man with a solemn expression. "You really are Li Zhuiqing." The old man nodded. Little girl, you are? Yi Xian also looked at Huajun. Huajun said solemnly, he's the former sect leader of Glory Sect. He's currently recognized as the strongest person in Styx sector. If it weren't for fear of him, the Tian family would have destroyed Glory Sect back then. The strongest person, Yi Xian looked at Li Juiqing. No wonder this guy could carry the sword Dao's will all the way here. He's not simple. At this moment, Li Juiqing suddenly said, you're that little girl from the Tian family. Huajun nodded. Li Juiqing smiled. Not bad. As he said that, he looked at Yi Xian. This little friend is? Yi Xian cupped his fists. Yi Xian. I'm from the five-dimensional universe. Li Juiqing's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. The five-dimensional universe. As far as I know, it's very far from here. How did you get here? Yi Xian said, I came from the same gate. The gate of disaster was speechless. Li Juiqing sized up Yi Xian. A trace of shock flashed in the depths of his eyes. Adversity constitution. Young man, you're not simple. Yi Xian smiled. Senior, what are you doing here? Li Juiqing smiled. Rumor has it that a peerless swordsman once appeared here. Therefore, I wanted to pay my respects to that senior. Yi Xian asked, what does senior think of that swordsman? Li Juiqing looked around and said softly, a wisp of sword Dao can stop me. I'm far from that. As he said that, he seemed to have thought of something. He suddenly looked at Yi Xian. Little friend, with your strength, you shouldn't be able to reach here. Why did you? Yi Xian blinked. Is this sword Dao very strong? Li Juiqing was stunned. Then, he asked, not strong? Yi Xian said seriously, it's just SOSO. Li Juiqing was speechless. Yi Xian cupped his fists. Senior, we're going. Goodbye. As he said that, he took Huajun and walked into the distance. Li Juiqing quickly said, little friend, wait. Yi Xian looked at Li Juiqing. Li Juiqing said in a deep voice, little friend, the area ahead not only has a strong sword Dao will, but also some remnant sword qi. These sword qi are extremely strong. If you're not careful, your soul will be destroyed. Little friend, you must not underestimate it. Remnant sword qi. Yi Xian looked in front of him. As expected, there was sword qi in the area ahead. Moreover, there was a lot of it. These sword qi were remnant sword qi. This sword qi was much stronger than Tingyun's sword qi back then. Yi Xian glanced at Li Juiqing. Senior, the reason why you stayed here is because of these sword qi? Li Juiqing nodded. Yes. Yi Xian smiled. It's just sword qi. It's not enough. As he said that, he took Huajun and walked into the distance. When he walked to the sword qi area, he suddenly shouted, how dare you act rashly in front of me, a swordsman? Back off. As soon as he said that, the sword qi in front of him retreated to both sides in an orderly manner. Not only that, but the sword Dao will also retreated like the tide. Seeing this scene, Li Juiqing, who was in the distance, was dumbfounded. He was extremely shocked. Which big shot is pretending to be weak? Inside the prison pagoda, Xiao Ta said awkwardly, little lord's pretentious act. Even I feel awkward. On the 9th floor, the door of disaster turned to face the tower wall and slammed its head against it. I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore. Let me die. P.S. The physical books have arrived, including Invincible Sword Realm and The Only Sword. I'm going to hold a small event soon. Everyone can follow my WeChat account, on the Green Phoenix Peak. He directly searched the official WeChat account, Qingluan Peak. All he had to do was click on the follow button. Needless to say, Li Juiqing was extremely shocked right now. The area that Yi Xian had stepped foot into was an area that he didn't dare step foot into in the past. Because the sword Dao intent and remnant sword qi in that area were truly too formidable. However, this young man before him was actually able to make the sword qi and sword Dao intent retreat. This wasn't a matter of strength anymore, because he was able to sense that the young man before him wasn't particularly strong. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for the young man to arrive here. However, the young man hadn't just arrived here, he'd even made the remnant sword qi and sword Dao intent retreat with a single shout. There was only one explanation, and it was that the young man was actually a big shot, an extraordinary big shot. There was nothing wrong with such an analysis. Yi Xian suddenly stopped not too far away, and then he turned around to look at Li Jueqing. Senior, do you want to go ahead and have a look? Li Jueqing hesitated for a moment before he said, I'm not worthy of being called a senior. If you don't mind, you can call me Big Brother Li. We'll talk as equals. Wan Jun had a slightly strange expression on her face. Li Jueqing wasn't an ordinary person. He was the #1 extraordinary expert of the current era, and it could be said that even her father couldn't compare to him, yet at this moment, such an extraordinary expert actually wanted to talk to Yi Xian as equals. It wasn't that Yi Xian wasn't worthy, it was mainly because it was slightly strange. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he smiled, then I won't be unreasonable. Big Brother Li, are you interested in going in with us? Li Jueqing smiled, of course I'm interested in your invitation. Yi Xian smiled, then let's go. As he spoke, he pulled Wan Jun along as he walked towards the distance. Li Jueqing followed them as well. Because of Yi Xian, the remnant sword Qi and sword Dao intent didn't target Li Jueqing. Li Jueqing was even more shocked when he witnessed this scene. He really is a big shot. Yi Xian's group of 3 walked towards the depths of the sword abyss. All along the way, the remnant sword Qi and sword intent retreated wherever Yi Xian passed. However, they didn't retreat far. They just waited at the side, as if they were waiting for something. Not long after, Yi Xian, who was in the lead, stopped. Not far away from the 3 of them, there was a man sitting cross-legged. The man's hair was disheveled, and his face could not be seen. A wool floated above the man's head, sword Dao wool. Yi Xian and the other 2 looked at each other with a trace of shock in their eyes. This man was actually alive. At this moment, the man slowly raised his head and looked at Yi Xian and the others in the distance. When he saw Yi Xian, his pupils dilated. It's you, Yi Xian blinked. What do you mean by me? The man said in a trembling voice, bloodline, your bloodline. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Did this guy think he was the man in the green robe? Are you imprisoned here? Wan Jun suddenly asked. The man nodded. He glanced at Yi Xian and said, you're not him. But you share the same bloodline. Yi Xian glanced at the man. Why aren't you imprisoned here? The man fell silent. Yi Xian smiled. Fine. It has nothing to do with me anyway. As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes lit up. There was a box not too far away from the man, a box. Yi Xian walked over to the box. There were 2 candied haws on the box. Needless to say, it must have been left behind by that white kid. Yi Xian picked up the box. He opened it and glanced at it, but he quickly closed it again. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. Yi Xian put the box away, and then he looked at Wan Jun. Let's go. Wan Jun glanced at Yi Xian, but she didn't ask anything. Yi Xian immediately put the box away. Obviously, he didn't want others to know what was inside it. Right at this moment, the man at the side suddenly said, Sir, please wait. Yi Xian turned to look at the man. The man hesitated for a moment before he said, Sir, can you let me go? Yi Xian shook his head. No. The man looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian said, the green-cloaked man imprisoned you here. Needless to say, you must have done something to infuriate him. The man said angrily, I was dragged into this. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Dragged into this? The man suddenly became slightly agitated. Big brother, think about it. He's so strong that he could kill me with a single glance. Is it really necessary for him to imprison me here? Yi Xian was slightly puzzled. Then why are you imprisoned here? The man sighed softly. I was just unlucky. There was a huge commotion here all those years ago, and I rushed here out of curiosity. As soon as I arrived, this place was transformed into an abyss before I could even figure out what was going on. Moreover, my body was blasted into pieces by a strand of remnant sword intent. As he spoke, he suddenly slapped himself. I was stupid. What the hell was I doing here? The expressions of Yi Xian and the others became slightly strange. The man smiled bitterly. I'm just too unlucky. I really just came here to watch. I didn't do anything. I really didn't do anything. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Since the green-cloaked man didn't target you, then why didn't you leave? The man's smile became even more bitter. Big brother, look around me. There's remnant sword intent and sword chi everywhere. I don't dare to move. I really don't dare to move. If I move, the remnant sword chi will kill me. Do you know how I've lived for the past tens of thousands of years? I've been pretending to be dead every single day for the past tens of thousands of years. Only by pretending to be dead can the sword chi not target me. It's too fucking hard. At this point, the man's voice was already sobbing. Yi Xian, beside him, Peyuan shook his head. You too. Why did you come here to watch the show? The man shook his head repeatedly. Who knew that swordsman would be so terrifying? If I'd known he was so terrifying, I wouldn't have come even if you beat me to death. Peyuan, Yi Xian suddenly asked, you can't beat the sword chi? The man looked at Yi Xian. He hesitated for a moment before saying, I can't beat it. Yi Xian was slightly surprised. It's just some remnant sword chi. You can't even beat it? The man's expression became slightly unnatural. Do you think these sword chi are very weak? Yi Xian opened his palm. Some sword chi floated directly in front of him. He directly grabbed the sword chi. The sword chi didn't resist at all. Seeing this scene, the man became dumbfounded. This, Yi Xian said, I think these sword chi are quite tame. The man hesitated for a moment. He opened his palm, but just as he moved, a wisp of sword chi directly pierced through his arm. Swoosh, the man's arm was cut off. The man was shocked. He immediately did not dare to move. He looked at Yi Xian in a daze. Where did I go wrong? Yi Xian was about to speak. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Where did I go wrong, you idiot? This sword chi is on his side. Can't you tell? How dare you ask where I went wrong? If there's a mistake, then there's something wrong with your brain. The voice of the door of woe disaster. Hearing this, the man immediately flew into a rage. Who is it? At this moment, the door of woe disaster appeared next to Yi Xian. She looked coldly at the man. You're not convinced? When the man saw the door of woe disaster, he was stunned at first. Then, he hurriedly shook his head. No. I'm convinced, she confirmed with her eyes that it was someone she could not beat. The door of woe disaster glanced coldly at the man, and then she turned around and vanished. Li Jueqing's expression had unknowingly become solemn. The door of woe disaster, as soon as this woman appeared, she gave him a feeling of extreme danger. Li Jueqing glanced at Yi Xian. His background really isn't simple. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly gestured with his right hand. The remaining sword chi in the surroundings suddenly surged towards him like a tide. Moreover, the will of the sword Dao entered his body as well. Yi Xian opened his palm, and the remaining sword chi swiftly converged at the center of his palm. A sword of energy gradually appeared there. It was a sword condensed from the man's sword chi. Li Jueqing's expression became solemn once more when he saw the sword of energy, and there was even a trace of fear in the depths of his eyes. Yi Xian gazed at the sword of energy in his hand. Needless to say, the sword of energy was very strong. However, it could only be used once because the remaining sword chi had been separated from its owner for too long. If he used it, the sword chi would exhaust the last of its energy. However, if he didn't use it, the sword chi could continue existing for over 100,000 years without any external interference. Simply speaking, he was unable to regenerate the sword chi because he wasn't the man in green. After Yi Xian put away the sword chi and sword Dao's will, the man instantly regained his freedom. He stood up and took a deep breath greedily. As if he'd thought of something, he suddenly looked at Yi Xian and cupped his fists. Thank you, brother. I'm Ximen. May I know your name? Yi Xian smiled. Yi Xian. Ximen smiled. I can't thank you with words. Brother Yi, if you need anything in the future, just send someone to the dark world to notify me. No matter how far it is, I'll definitely rush over. At this moment, Li Jueqing suddenly asked, You're from the dark world? Ximen looked at Li Jueqing and nodded, yes. Li Jueqing glanced at Ximen and didn't say anything else. Ximen looked at Yi Xian and cupped his fists. Brother Yi, I've just gotten out of trouble. I miss my family, so I have to go back. Please come to the dark world in the future. Yi Xian smiled. If there's a chance, I'll definitely come. Shiman nodded. Brother Yi, farewell. After saying that, he turned and disappeared into the end of the starry sky. Yi Xian suddenly sighed in a low voice after the west gate had disappeared. Wan Jun looked at Yi Xian. What are you sighing about? Yi Xian shook his head. I'm not used to it. Wan Jun was puzzled. What are you not used to? Yi Xian sighed softly. After my big brother suppressed the cause of calamity, I've only made good karma up until now. Most importantly, the experts I've met are getting smarter. They don't do anything stupid to me anymore. To be honest, I'm not used to it. As he said that, he patted his abdomen. Little misfortune, give me some cause of calamity. In the prison pagoda, the door of calamity suddenly roared, Bitch, do you dare to let your big brother go? Do you dare? Aha. FPZW in the 9th floor, the adversity karma was so angry that she was about to go crazy. She really wanted to go out and beat this pretentious prick up, but there was no other way, because that swordsman had always been there. If she attacked, that swordsman might just stab her with his sword. She couldn't fight him, so could she just watch him act like a prick? She wanted to go out and perish together with Yi Xian. She couldn't take it anymore. In the sword abyss, Yi Xian said, little adversity. Don't be so agitated. I'm just feeling a little emotional. But honestly, without your interference, I don't think my life is that bad. In the prison pagoda, the adversity gate took a deep breath. She tried her best to calm herself down. She couldn't be angry. She couldn't be angered to death by this guy, otherwise, it would be too much of a loss. Seeing that the adversity gate didn't say anything, Yi Xian was about to ask again, but the adversity gate suddenly said, Do you really think that we would interfere with you for no reason? Do you know what karma is? Without karma, how can there be karma? The reason why you're plagued by misfortune is because of your own sins, your father, and your sister. Especially your sister, she forcefully went against the heavens to save you. That's one of the karma. Yi Xian said with a smile, according to what you're saying, I should die. The adversity gate said coldly, why can't you die? Yi Xian asked back, why should our fates be decided by you? The adversity gate said, if there's no order in this universe, do you know what will happen? Yi Xian said with a smile, don't you care about fairness in your order? The adversity gate asked back, why do you think that we're unfair to you? Yi Xian smiled and said, you told me that someone disrupted the law of reincarnation and reincarnated into my previous life, which was Qing Er's brother's life. Let me ask you, was I Qing Er's brother or that mysterious person in my previous life? The adversity gate was silent. Yi Xian continued, if I'm not mistaken, before that person awakened, I should have been Qing Er's brother, right? Since I'm not that mysterious person, why should I die? Is this fair to me? The gate of disaster said in a deep voice, if you die in that life, you will bring that mysterious person with you. If that person dies, the world will regain its order. Yi Xian smiled and said, according to what you said, the one who really broke the order is that mysterious person, right? The door of disaster did not speak again. Because as Yi Xian had said, the first person to defy the laws of the universe was that mysterious man, the woman in the plain dress didn't dare to forcefully sever her karma until now because of that mysterious person. She was afraid that it would bring bad consequences to Yi Xian. Yi Xian continued, to put it simply, the mysterious man was the one who broke the order. But in order to get rid of future troubles, you decided to kill me, right? The gate of woeful disaster said, don't lead me astray. I've said it before. Other than that mysterious person, there's another reason why you're plagued by misfortune. It's because of your father and your sister, especially your sister. In order to save you, she forcefully defied the laws of the universe and disregarded the order of the laws of the universe. This is also one of the main reasons why you're plagued by misfortune. Yi Xian was confused. Qing Er defied the laws of the universe. Why don't you look for Qing Er? The gate of woeful disaster said angrily, she's already free from all karma. How are we supposed to look for her? Yi Xian was dumbfounded. So you came to look for me? The gate of woeful disaster asked, is there a problem? Yi Xian was silent for a moment, then smiled and said, no problem. What Qing Er did is what I did. It's only right that you come to look for me. There's nothing wrong with that. The gate of woeful disaster said coldly, I've known you for so long, but this is the first time you've said something sensible. Yi Xian was speechless. At this moment, Wan Jun suddenly said, "Are we leaving?" Yi Xian collected his thoughts and nodded. "Let's go." After saying that, he looked at Li Jueqing. "Brotherly, what about you?" Li Jueqing smiled. "Of course I'm leaving too." Yi Xian smiled. "Then let's go." The three of them left the sword abyss. Yi Xian turned to look at the sword abyss. He was still a little curious. Why did the green-robed man use that sword? However, this was no longer important, because that was already history. Wan Jun suddenly said, "I'm going back to the Tian family." As she said that, she looked at Yi Xian. "What about you?" Yi Xian thought for a moment, then said, "I'm going back to the great desolate mountain range. I promised Swordsman that I would leave from there. This is my promise with him." Wan Jun hesitated for a moment, then said, "After that, will you return to the fifth dimension?" Yi Xian nodded. "That's the plan for the time being." After a moment of silence, Wan Jun said, "Some people disappear while walking. Am I that kind of person in your life?" Yi Xian looked at Wan Jun and was stunned. Wan Jun smiled. "That's a bit pretentious. No matter what, getting to know you is the most meaningful thing in my life. If you don't come looking for me, I will come looking for you. We'll meet again someday." After saying that, she directly turned around and disappeared at the end of the horizon. Yi Xian looked at the horizon in silence. Xiao Ta's voice suddenly sounded. "Young master, Sister Wan Jun seems to like you." Yi Xian chuckled. "She might be grateful to me." Xiao Ta said, No. Based on my many years of experience, Sister Wan Jun likes you." Yi Xian blinked. "Your many years of experience? Are you very experienced?" Xiao Ta said, "Of course, Master was very affectionate in the past. Compared to Master, young Master is too naive. Master is a real stallion." Yi Xian, Xiao Ta said again, "Young Master, Master often said that it's okay to be affectionate, but not promiscuous. So, if you really like her, then go chase her. What's there to be afraid of? Isn't it too embarrassing if a man doesn't have dozens of women? If I were a human, I would find hundreds of women." Yi Xian was dumbfounded. Xiao Ta still wanted to say something, but the door of disaster suddenly rushed out of the 9th floor. Then, a series of explosions came from the entire prison pagoda. They were fighting again, more accurately, Xiao Ta was being beaten. Before merging with a human, Xiao Ta's ability was limited. At this time, Li Jiqing suddenly said, "Young friend, if you have time in the future, please come to my glory sect as a guest." Yi Xian looked at Li Jiqing and smiled. "Old brother Li, I will definitely come and disturb you." Li Jiqing smiled. Today, meeting young friend made the old man understand one thing, and that is that there is always someone better. The path of martial arts has no end. Young friend, when you reach the common sword realm, please come to the glory sect and we will exchange pointers." Yi Xian blinked. "Can I do it now?" Li Jiqing laughed. "Young friend, your current strength is still not enough. Young friend, I will wait for you at the glory sect." With that, he disappeared into the sky. Yi Xian looked at Li Jiqing in the sky and smiled. He knew that Li Jiqing was not lying. Li Jiqing was much stronger than Wan Jun. Back in Sword Abyss, if not for him, Wan Jun would not have been able to enter Sword Abyss. Old brother Li had entered the deepest part of Sword Abyss. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian turned around and left. To the great desolate mountain range, to the great desolate mountain range again. Not long after Yi Xian left, the white-armored woman appeared. The white-armored woman looked at Yi Xian leaving in the distance. No one knew what she was thinking. Not long after, Yi Xian arrived at the great desolate mountain range's burial mountain range. He looked at the empty space in front of him. That was the place where Wan Jun was imprisoned. After a moment, Yi Xian smiled and continued forward. After crossing Burial Mountain, Yi Xian came to a mountain range. As soon as he entered the mountain range, two middle-aged men appeared in front of him. They were Demon Monarch Gu Yu and Demon Monarch Meng. Demon Monarch Gu Yu looked at Yi Xian. "Didn't you leave with that woman?" They also knew what happened in Burial Mountain. However, it was the Tian family's matter, so they did not dare to chase after them, they did not dare to get involved in the Tian family's vortex. Yi Xian smiled. I'm back. Demon Monarch Gu Yu frowned. Why are you back? Yi Xian blinked. I have an agreement with my brother. I will rely on my own strength to walk out of this mountain range. Demon Monarch Gu Yu stared at Yi Xian. Are you sure? Yi Xian nodded. Demon Monarch Gu Yu said in a deep voice, Human, we know you have a powerful force behind you. We do not wish to provoke you. If you want to walk out of this mountain range, you can just fly over. If you fly over, we can pretend we didn't see you. Yi Xian shook his head. I want to walk over. Demon Monarch Gu Yu's expression was gloomy. If people outside know that Daoyi, a human, walked out of this place, we will lose face. Just as Yi Xian was about to speak, Demon Monarch Meng suddenly said, Human, if you want to walk out of this place, you can, but you have to beat me first. Yi Xian looked at Demon Monarch Meng. Let's fight. Demon Monarch Meng looked at Yi Xian and said coldly, We can fight, but let's make it clear first. You are not allowed to call for help. Only the two of us will fight. Whoever calls for help is a dog. Yi Xian nodded. Sure. Demon Monarch Meng snorted coldly. Bring it on. With that said, he suddenly leaped up and punched at Yi Xian. This punch caused the space in front of Yi Xian to distort into a strange vortex. Below, Yi Xian suddenly stabbed out with his sword, sword of life and death. This sword strike was simple and simple. And it was this simple strike that instantly shattered Demon Monarch Meng's strength. At the same time, his entire body was sent flying tens of thousands of feet away. When he stopped, his body cracked and blood splattered, he was severely injured with a single strike. Demon Monarch Meng and Demon Monarch Gu Yu were dumbfounded. Demon Monarch Meng looked up at Yi Xian and gulped. How? How is this possible? Did you take some medicine? Yi Xian sighed softly. Don't you understand? You are still within the rules, but I have already jumped out of the rules. With that said, he looked up into the sky with a deep sense of helplessness in his eyes. Invincibility is lonely. Demon Monarch Meng, Demon Monarch Gu Yu, inside the prison pagoda, the door of calamity sat in a corner and covered its ears with both hands. F***ck, this fellow is here again. He's here again. Ah. I can't take it anymore. P.S. Zongheng is the first website of One Sword Supreme. If everyone wants to see One Sword Supreme's updates immediately, you can come to Zongheng or download the app. Just search for Zongheng and download it. Zongheng will not have any missing chapters or garbled words. Tomorrow, there will be a book giveaway event on the official account and Zongheng's comment section. Free giveaways. Please pay attention to the official account and Zongheng's comment section tomorrow, especially the active readers of Zongheng's comment section, because some of you are already in my heart. Inside the prison pagoda, Xiao Ta hid in a corner. Not to mention the door of calamity, even he felt embarrassed. Forcefully posturing was the most fatal. In the mountain range, Demon Monarch Gu Yu and Demon Monarch Mount Meng were completely dumbfounded. It was especially so for Demon Monarch Mount Meng. Although he wasn't able to kill Yi Xian not long ago, he wasn't at a disadvantage when fighting Yi Xian. Furthermore, with his powerful body, he had a certain advantage, but now, he was actually forced back by a single strike and his body was directly torn apart. Did this guy take any medicine when he disappeared? Gu Yu was also extremely shocked. Before this, he was confident that he could suppress Yi Xian. But now, he realized that even he could not withstand Yi Xian's strike, much less Demon Monarch Mount Meng. How did this guy suddenly become so terrifying? The two demon monarchs were dumbfounded. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly looked at Demon Monarch Gu Yu. Make your move. I'll give you 3 punches. Demon Monarch Gu Yu, Demon Monarch Mount Meng said in a deep voice, Human, how did you suddenly become so strong? Yi Xian smiled. Have you ever seen a monster? If you haven't. With that said, he pointed to himself. Have you seen one now? Demon Monarch Gu Yu, Demon Monarch Mount Meng stared at Yi Xian, his face as red as a pig's liver. Yi Xian sheathed his sword and walked into the distance. When he walked to Demon Monarch Mount Meng, he suddenly stopped and sighed. Being invincible is really lonely. Mount Meng, can you understand the loneliness of being invincible? Meng Shan felt his chest tighten as he spat out a mouthful of blood essence. The blood in his body nearly reversed. At this moment, Yi Xian had already left. Demon Monarch Mount Meng was about to rush towards Yi Xian. At this moment, he no longer cared about anything. Kill this posturing human. However, he was stopped by Demon Monarch Gu Yu. Demon King Gu Yu shook his head. That sword of his has already entered the mortal realm. Our bodies cannot withstand it. Mount Meng glared angrily at Yi Xian's back. Did you see him? It's so demonic. Demon Monarch Gu Yu looked up at Yi Xian's back and said softly, think about it calmly. This person's strength has undergone an earth-shattering change in such a short period of time. This is terrifying. Upon hearing that, Demon Monarch Mount Meng slowly calmed down. In just a few days, Yi Xian had undergone earth-shattering changes. How terrifying was this? Gu Yu Demon Monarch continued, and that swordsman has always been in our great desolate mountain range, and we can be sure that he killed Hellion Demon King. As he spoke, he shook his head. To put it simply, this human is not someone we can provoke. Since he was only here to gain experience, then let him gain experience. Anyway, we didn't lose anything. After a moment of silence, Mount Meng said, that purple aura. Gu Yu Demon Monarch shook his head. That purple aura is not something we can imagine. At this moment, Yi Xian walked back from afar. Seeing this scene, Mount Meng and Gu Yu Demon Monarch's expressions changed, especially Mount Meng. Although he wanted to kill this pretentious bastard, he had calmed down. Although he disliked this human, he had to admit that he really could not beat this human. Now that he saw Yi Xian return, he panicked a little. Gu Yu Demon Monarch's eyes were filled with wariness. At this moment, Yi Xian opened his palm. In his palm, there were two dark purple clouds of purple aura. He looked at Gu Yu Demon Monarch and Mount Meng. You like this? Gu Yu Demon Monarch glanced at Yi Xian with wariness. What do you mean? Yi Xian smiled. Nothing much. Since you like it, I'll give you some. As he spoke, he pointed with his fingers and the two clouds of purple aura floated in front of Gu Yu Demon Monarch and Mount Meng. The two demon monarchs looked at each other in confusion. What was this human doing? Gu Yu Demon Monarch looked at Yi Xian. Human. Why are you giving us purple aura? Yi Xian laughed. I've disturbed you during my training. Take this purple aura as my apology. Hearing this, Gu Yu Demon Monarch and Mount Meng looked at each other. At this moment, they suddenly found this human pleasing to the eye. Demon Monarch Gu Yu and Demon Monarch Mount Meng quietly kept the purple gas. Demon Monarch Gu Yu cupped his fists and said with a smile, it's not a bother. It's an honor for young Master Yi to come to our great desolate mountain range for training. Mount Meng quickly nodded, yes, yes. Gu Yu Demon Monarch said, young Master Yi, you said you wanted to leave the great desolate mountain range? Yi Xian nodded, yes. Gu Yu Demon Monarch quickly said, isn't it simple? Young Master Yi, we'll send you out. Yi Xian, Mount Meng quickly nodded, yes, yes. Yi Xian shook his head. I promised my brother that I would rely on my own strength to leave. Gu Yu Demon Monarch smiled, I understand. But young Master Yi, with your current strength, there aren't many demon beasts in the great desolate mountain range that can be your match. How about this, we'll escort you and let you find the stronger demon beast. This way, you won't have to waste time. What do you think? Yi Xian thought for a moment, then said, that's fine. Gu Yu Demon Monarch quickly said, young Master Yi, I'll lead the way. Saying that, he quickly walked in front of Yi Xian. As if he thought of something, he said, how can we let young Master Yi walk? Mount Meng suddenly whistled, and the next moment, a huge wolf suddenly leaped out from the distant forest. The huge wolf directly came in front of Yi Xian and slowly knelt down. Mount Meng made an inviting gesture, young Master Yi, please sit. Yi Xian glanced at the huge wolf and smiled, it's fate that we met. I'll give you some good fortune. As he spoke, he placed his right hand on the wolf's body. In the next moment, strands of violet energy surged out from the center of his palm. When the violet energy entered the wolf's body, it instantly felt as if it had been injected with stimulants, and its entire body started trembling violently. Seeing this scene, Mount Meng and Gu Yu Demon Monarch looked at each other with a trace of shock in their eyes. This was because they discovered that the huge wolf's bloodline was transforming. This was too terrifying. Yi Xian looked at the two demon monarchs, it seems to be breaking through. Why don't we walk? Just as Guyu Demon Monarch was about to speak, Mount Meng suddenly said, "How can we do that?" "Absolutely not. Young Master Yi, if you don't mind, ride me. I can do it." With that said, he returned to his true form. Mount Meng's true form was that of a wolf, but he was different from the huge wolf. His entire body was purplish black, and his body was covered in pitch-black scales. In terms of aura, he was hundreds of miles ahead of the huge wolf. Wolf Monarch, the true Mount Meng's Wolf Monarch. Seeing this scene, Guyu Demon Monarch was somewhat dumbfounded. Mount Meng's actions had exceeded his expectations. Yi Xian was also slightly taken aback. He did not expect Mount Meng to be willing to ride him. This was a demon monarch. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before saying, "Mount Meng, this isn't too good, right?" Mount Meng hurriedly shook his head. "There's nothing bad about it. Young Master Yi, hurry up and get on. We'll bring you to the first-ranked Sky Demon Monarch." Yi Xian did not refuse. He directly sat on Mount Meng's back and asked, "Mount Meng, is this Sky Demon Monarch the strongest demon monarch in the Great Desolate Mountain Range?" Mount Meng said, "He's the strongest among the demon monarchs, but he's not the strongest in the Great Desolate Mountain Range. The strongest in the Great Desolate Mountain Range is that fierce beast." Yi Xian was somewhat curious. "Fierce beast?" Mount Meng nodded. "That fierce beast isn't a demon beast native to our Great Desolate Mountain Range. It's an outsider. It now lives in the deepest part of the Great Desolate Mountain Range, the Heaven-Earth Mountain Range. It rarely appears, so we don't dare provoke it." Yi Xian asked, "Is it very strong?" Mount Meng said in a deep voice, "Very, very strong." "Very strong." Yi Xian looked up into the mountain range's depths, his thoughts unknown. Mount Meng sprinted through the mountain range. His speed could be said to be as fast as lightning, extremely fast. At that moment, Mount Meng entered a mountain range. Just as he entered the mountain range, powerful demon beasts swept over with their spiritual consciousnesses. Mount Meng's eyes flashed with a hint of viciousness. "Young Master Yi is training. Unrelated demon beasts, leave immediately." His voice was like thunder, shaking the mountains. Yi Xian, with Demon Monarch Meng Mountain's furious roar, the surrounding weaker demon beasts immediately retreated. This was Mount Meng. How could ordinary demon beasts dare to defy them? Furthermore, Mount Meng had Demon Monarch Guyu with him. 2 demon monarchs were escorting him. Mount Meng transformed into a black beam of light and disappeared into the distance with Yi Xian. Demon Monarch Guyu followed closely behind. On the 9th floor of the prison pagoda, the Door of Calamity sat on the ground with a mocking smile. "Is he here to train? He's here to posture, right?" In the mountain range, Mount Meng and Demon Monarch Guyu led Yi Xian as they sprinted. Beasts retreated wherever they went. About an hour later, Demon Monarch Mount Meng suddenly stopped. Not far in front of them was a mountain range that stretched on endlessly. Mount Meng said in a deep voice, "Young Master Yi, this is the Sky Demon Mountain Range where the Sky Demon Monarch lives." Sky Demon Monarch. Yi Xian looked up at the mountain range. He could sense an extremely powerful aura in the Sky Demon Mountain Range. "Sky Demon Monarch?" Yi Xian smiled faintly. He dismounted and walked towards the Sky Demon Mountain Range. At that moment, Demon Monarch Guyu suddenly said, "Young Master Yi, be careful." Yi Xian nodded. At that moment, an invisible pressure suddenly came crushing down from the Sky Demon Mountain Range. Yi Xian stopped in his tracks as the pressure grew stronger. At the same time, a voice sounded from the Sky Demon Mountain Range. "Human?" Yi Xian nodded. The voice said again, "Why are you here?" Yi Xian looked up at the Sky Demon Mountain Range. "I'm begging for death." Demon Monarch Guyu, Mount Meng. Begging for death. By the side, Demon Monarch Guyu and Demon Monarch Mount Meng were somewhat embarrassed. This young Master Yi was good at everything, except that he liked to posture. As Yi Xian's voice faded, a middle-aged man appeared in front of Yi Xian. The middle-aged man looked to be in his 30s. He was tall and wore a beast-hide robe. He stood there like a mountain and emitted an invisible pressure. Sky Demon Monarch, the leader of the 10 demon monarchs of the Great Desolate Mountain Range. Sky Demon Monarch looked at Yi Xian. "Are you here to seek death?" Yi Xian nodded. "Yes." Sky Demon Monarch sized up Yi Xian. Adversity Constitution. Furthermore, there are 2 bloodline powers suppressed in your body. Xian was somewhat surprised. As expected of the leader of the demon monarchs. He was not simple. Sky Demon Monarch suddenly looked at Guyu and Mount Mang. What makes me even more curious is that the 2 of them are actually with a human like you. Mount Mang said, in the Nether River Star Field, humans and demons are one family. Guyu, Xian, Sky Demon Monarch looked at Mount Mang and gave him a thumbs up. You're awesome. Mount Mang fell silent. He knew that Sky Demon Monarch looked down on him. But he didn't care. If flattery could give him that much purple aura, he was willing to become a flatterer. Purple aura. The purple aura was enough to change his and Demon Monarch Guyu's fate. This was because the purple aura could allow them to break through their bloodline shackles, allowing them to surpass their ancestors and reach new heights. Such an opportunity was hard to come by in 100,000 years. Furthermore, was flattery shameful? From his point of view, it was not embarrassing. Some demons didn't even have the chance to flatter young Master Yi. At that moment, Sky Demon Monarch looked at Xian. Are you here to challenge me? Xian nodded. Yes. Sky Demon Monarch nodded. Then I'll do it. With that said, he suddenly punched out. It was pure physical strength. With a single punch, the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. In the face of this terrifying punch, Xian showed no sign of fear. He took a step forward and thrust his sword forward, sword of life and death. He thrust his sword forward. Boom, the power of Celestial Monster King's punch was shattered. At this moment, Celestial Monster King punched again. Rumble, in front of a human demon, a wave of sword light exploded. Then, Xian retreated 1,000 feet, and the Heavenly Demon King also retreated 1,000 feet. After the Celestial Demon King stopped, he looked at his right hand. There was a deep sword mark on his right fist. Seeing this scene, he frowned. He had a corporeal body at the peak of the eternal realm, in the entire great desolate mountain range. His physique was second only to that beast, but now, his body's defenses had been broken by a human in the Tao attainment realm. Celestial Demon King looked at Xian in the distance. Your strike is impressive. Xian smiled and said, that punch of yours is not bad either. Again. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly disappeared on the spot. Chi, a strand of sword light tore through the air. In the distance, the Celestial Demon King narrowed his eyes. He suddenly spread his legs apart, and then he half-squatted and crossed his arms in front of him. Immovable mountain. As soon as he finished speaking, the ground beneath his feet suddenly trembled violently. Then, a mysterious force gathered from the ground like a tide around his body. At this moment, he seemed to be one with the ground. At this moment, Xian's sword slashed down on the Celestial Demon King's arms. Boom! The Celestial Demon King didn't move at all like a rock, but the ground sank and the mountains shook. The Celestial Demon King suddenly roared furiously, "Army Breaker!" As soon as he finished speaking, he stomped his right foot on the ground and used the power of the earth to punch with his right hand. The momentum of this punch broke the sky and destroyed the sky. Xian's pupils constricted when he saw this punch, and he blocked it with his sword. Boom! Xian was sent flying backward by the punch. He was sent flying hundreds of thousands of feet away. After he stopped, a wisp of blood slowly flowed out of Xian's mouth. What was even more exaggerated was that the space behind him turned pitch black. Although his sword had withstood the punch, the space behind him hadn't. Seeing this scene, Demon Monarch Guyu and Demon Monarch Mang's expressions turned serious. In fact, they didn't know how strong the Celestial Demon King was because they hadn't fought the Celestial Demon King before. However, they knew how strong the second-ranked Demon Monarch Hellion was, and Demon Monarch Hellion had defeated the Celestial Demon King in the past. Now that they saw the Celestial Demon King attack, they realized that the Celestial Demon King's strength was more terrifying than they imagined. In the distance, the Celestial Demon King suddenly said, "Power, come." As soon as he finished speaking, he walked toward Xian. One step was a power. At this moment, the Celestial Demon King used the power of the earth, and the entire earth became one with him. He was the earth, power of the earth, the power of the earth. In the distance, Xian slowly closed his eyes. He held the sword in his right hand and pointed it at the ground. This power of the earth was so familiar. As long as he used the power of the earth, he could instantly dissolve this power of the earth. However, he didn't do that. At this moment, the Celestial Demon King took another step forward. Again. Boom, the mountains and rivers in the entire great desolate mountain range suddenly trembled. Then, the power in front of Xian skyrocketed, power of mountains and rivers, rumble, the area where Xian was directly distorted, and in that area, Xian felt as if tens of thousands of mountains were pressing down on him. He couldn't breathe, Xian's eyes flashed with savagery. He didn't retreat and instead moved forward. His sword domain was activated. Boom, the moment the sword domain appeared, the suffocating feeling was relieved. However, his face instantly turned pale. That power was too strong, even with the sword domain, it was difficult to block it. At this moment, the celestial demon king took another step forward. He clenched his fists and roared, "Power of heaven and earth!" Boom, at this moment, the entire world shook violently. Mysterious powers suddenly appeared. These powers were like a flood that gathered towards the area where Xian was in the distance. Power of heaven and earth, rumble, Xian retreated hundreds of thousands of feet. The moment he stopped, he spat out several mouthfuls of blood essence. The unparalleled sword in his hand was already covered in cracks. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the distant demon monarch Gu Yu and demon monarch Meng instantly turned serious. The celestial demon king's strength was too terrifying. Could young Master Yi block it? The powers didn't follow up with another attack. Instead, they surged towards the celestial demon king like a tidal wave. The celestial demon king slowly closed his eyes. He clenched his right fist and the power surged into his right hand. The celestial demon king looked at the distant Xian with a savage expression. "Didn't you want to die? Come, I'll help you." As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward and smashed his fist forward. Unstoppable. He punched. A fist mark headed straight for Xian. With the appearance of this fist mark, countless mountains in the great desolate mountain range collapsed inch by inch. Not only the great desolate mountain range, but the entire world also collapsed inch by inch. With one punch, everything was destroyed. Rivers dried up and mountains collapsed. In the distance, Xian stared intently at the fist mark. This punch gathered the power of the earth, the power of the mountains and rivers, and the power of heaven and earth. In addition to the celestial demon king's own physical strength, it could be said that this punch could really destroy a world. Xian slowly closed his eyes. At this moment of life and death, his mind became extremely clear. Power, Xian suddenly opened his eyes. He suddenly realized a problem. The celestial demon king was borrowing the power of the earth, the power of the mountains and rivers, and the power of heaven and earth. Since the celestial demon king could borrow power, why couldn't he? With that thought, he wanted to borrow power. But on second thought, was the borrowed power his own power? Xian suddenly laughed. "I have a sword. Why do I need to borrow power?" As he said that, he stabbed with his sword. Sword of life and death, however, it was different from the previous sword of life and death. He was more confident and calm with this sword. Confidence in the sword, calmness in the face of life and death. A swordsman only needed a sword. As Xian stabbed with his sword, boom, in front of Xian, the fist mark was suddenly stopped by Xian's sword. Then, the fist mark suddenly began to collapse inch by inch and turned into nothingness. And that power was like a wisp of green smoke that dissipated in the world. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the distant celestial demon king were filled with disbelief. How is this possible? On the other side, the eyes of Demon King Meng and Demon King Gu Yu were also filled with disbelief. Xian easily broke this punch. That was the punch of the celestial demon king's full power. In the prison pagoda, the door of disaster's expression was very gloomy. In fact, only she knew what was going on. Xian's previous sword of life and death could not be considered a true mortal sword. The previous sword of life and death could at most be considered half immortal. It was still lacking some concept to become immortal. To put it simply, Xian was not confident enough. He did not have enough confidence in his sword of life and death. At that time, his sword Dao faith and confidence were not particularly strong, but now, Xian completely believed in his sword of life and death. This was a qualitative change. Was confidence important? Very, very, very important. Many times, confidence could affect a person's life. It could be said that the current Xian's sword of life and death could be considered to have become immortal. In fact, only she knew that if Xian was a little more confident and did not use the sword of life and death but just casually used it, then Xian had at least a 90% chance of becoming immortal. It was not the sword of life and death, but the entire person. If Yi Xian's entire person became immortal, then his strength would undergo an earth-shattering change. What is mortal? In the Cosmos God Court, being mortal meant being real. Ordinary swords were real swords. Every strike was a real sword. It truly disregarded cultivation base, defense, realm, divine abilities, laws, rules, and order. It could fight against experts of any realm. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. This was the mortal realm. If Yi Xian really reached this level, it would give her a headache. But fortunately, Yi Xian did not truly become immortal. It was just a sword of life and death. The difference was still very big. The door of calamity slowly closed its eyes. She realized that this shameless guy was growing a little too fast. This was not a good thing. Outside the world prison pagoda, Yi Xian put away his sword. He looked up at the sky and slowly closed his eyes. I really want to be beaten to death. Sky Demon Monarch Mount Mang, Demon Monarch Guyu. P.S. There's an event today. Anyone who leaves a comment in the book review section of The Only Sword has a chance of receiving a physical book of Invincible Sword Domain or The Only Sword. Don't praise, just criticism. The kind that points out the flaws of the book and makes me feel ashamed. This kind of chance is the highest. The other kind is to give good suggestions, especially those that point out the flaws and give good suggestions. This kind of chance is even higher. Other comments may also be chosen. It's up to you, of course. I also know that many readers are silently reading and silently supporting me. I hope that you can also leave a sentence to prove that you have always been here. Especially some old readers of Invincible Sword Domain, I hope that you can come out and let me see you. Most importantly, as long as you leave a comment, you can see your fan level. You can see what level you are. Alliance Master level fans will get a free book and a photo of me. He wanted to be beaten to death. By the side, Demon King Guyu and Demon King Mang Mountain had odd expressions. Young Master Ye's posturing really left them speechless. Celestial Demon King looked at Yi Xian. Human, I admit you are strong, but don't you think you are too arrogant? Yi Xian looked at Celestial Demon King and smiled. Again? Celestial Demon King shook his head. Yi Xian frowned slightly. As far as I know, you demon beasts will be stronger after returning to your original form. You can return to your original form. Celestial Demon King still shook his head. I am bullying you if I fight you. After all, my realm is much higher than yours. If I return to my original form, even if I win, what's the point? Yi Xian was about to speak when Celestial Demon King continued. Strictly speaking, I have lost to you. Besides, even if I return to my original form, I can't do anything to you with that strike just now. So, let's not fight anymore. At this moment, his heart was very complicated. This human was only at Dao Attainment Realm. He was several realms higher than this human and had an eternal realm body. But to be beaten like this, he felt like a failure. If he returned to his original form, he would look down on himself. Seeing that Celestial Demon King didn't want to fight anymore, Yi Xian didn't force him. He cupped his fists. Celestial Demon King, sorry for disturbing you. With that said, he opened his palm and a ball of purple gas floated in front of Celestial Demon King. When Celestial Demon King saw this ball of purple gas, shock flashed in his eyes. This, Yi Xian smiled. Celestial Demon King, this is a small token of my appreciation. I hope you will accept it. Celestial Demon King looked deeply at Yi Xian. Human, this is too precious. Yi Xian smiled. It is precious. That's why I am giving it to you. This gas should be helpful to you. If you don't mind, please accept it. Celestial Demon King was silent for a moment. Little friend, frankly speaking, I can't refuse this purple gas. But I can't take your purple gas for nothing. Obviously, he wanted Yi Xian to make a request. Yi Xian glanced at Celestial Demon King. Celestial Demon King was very principled. After thinking for a while, Yi Xian said, Heavenly Demon King, how about this? Take this as a good karma. Celestial Demon King naturally understood what Yi Xian meant. He wanted him to owe him a favor. After a moment of silence, the Heavenly Demon King said, Sure. As he spoke, he withdrew the strand of violet energy, and then he said, If you need my help in the future, just send someone here to notify me. I, Heavenly Demon King, will definitely not refuse. Xian smiled and said, sure. As if thinking of something, he asked, Heavenly Demon King, where is that beast? Berserk beasts, hearing Xian's words, the expressions of the three demon monarchs changed. Sky Demon King said solemnly, little friend, it's not good for you to look for it now. Xian was a little puzzled. Why? Sky Demon King looked at Xian. If you look for it now, it won't be training but courting death. Xian said solemnly, is it very strong? Sky Demon King nodded. Very, very strong. I've fought you before, so I have a rough understanding of your strength. With your current strength, it's not good for you to provoke it. Besides, according to what I know, it's cultivating in seclusion now. It's not good to be disturbed at this time. Xian said softly, I see. With that said, he looked at Demon Monarch Mount Mang and Demon Monarch Guyu. Demon Monarchs, thank you for sending me off. We will meet again if fate allows it. Demon Monarch Guyu cupped his fists and said with a smile, Young Master Yi, please come to the great desolate mountain range to play when you're free in the future. Demon Monarch Mount Mang also cupped his fists. Young Master Yi, take care. Xian smiled. Demon Monarchs, take care. With that said, he turned and left. There were two reasons why he formed a good relationship with these three demon monarchs. First, Xian, was here to train, not to make enemies. Having more friends was definitely better than having more enemies. Furthermore, he felt that many experts in the fifth dimension would come to this place in the future. Forming a good relationship here was equivalent to paving the way for the experts in the fifth dimension. At this moment, an angry roar suddenly sounded from behind him. 10,000 beasts, retreat. It was Sky Demon King's voice. As Sky Demon King's voice sounded, countless demon beasts in the endless mountain range in front of Xian retreated like frightened birds. Xian turned to look at where Sky Demon King was and said with a smile, thank you. With that said, he quickened his pace. He was going to meet Swordsman. To him, no demon beast in the entire great desolate mountain range was his match except for that fierce beast. However, he did not plan to find that fierce beast. It was not that he was afraid of death, but that it was in seclusion. It was a little immoral to disturb it at this time. Sky Demon King looked at Xian's disappearing figure and said softly, two demon monarchs, do you know where this little friend came from? Guyu Demon King shook his head, I don't know the specifics. I only know that his name is Xian and he seems to be from the fifth dimension. Fifth dimension, Sky Demon King said, so, he is not from our Nether River Star Field? Guyu Demon King nodded, yes. Sky Demon King nodded slightly and said softly, it is very likely that a big shot brought this junior here to train. Guyu Demon King smiled bitterly, isn't that so? He did not forget that this young Master Yi had a swordsman behind him. Hellion Demon King was killed by that swordsman. Sky Demon King suddenly said, no matter what, this is a good relationship. Guyu Demon King quickly nodded. At this moment, he was somewhat glad that he did not fight to the death with Xian. If that was the case, he would probably be dead by now, not to mention obtaining this purple aura, especially Demon King Mang Mountain, he was at the top previously. If not for Guyu Demon King stopping him, he would have fought to the death with Xian. Thinking of this, Demon King Mang Mountain shook his head. It seemed that he had to change his temper, be more low-key in the future, be more humble. At the end of the great desolate mountain range, Xian was already flying on his sword. At this moment, he was in a good mood. He had gained a lot from this trip to the great desolate mountain range, especially the sword of life and death that he comprehended. Now, even if he didn't use any external objects, he could easily kill an Eternal Realm expert. It could be said that compared to when he first came to the Nether River Star Field, his current sword Dao attainments had undergone earth-shattering changes. At this moment, there was a sudden change. Xian suddenly drew his sword and slashed. Boom, the sword slashed down and the space in front of him directly shattered. Boom, a sword beam dispersed, and Xian retreated tens of thousands of feet. Just as Xian stopped, an afterimage suddenly flashed in front of him. Xian's pupils suddenly constricted. He was about to strike, but he was shocked to discover that the unparalleled sword in his hand had shattered. The sword had shattered. Xian was horrified. He took out the executing heaven sword and stabbed again, sword of life and death plus sword domain. As soon as Xian stabbed, a fist blasted the tip of the executing heaven sword. Boom, Xian was instantly sent flying backward. With this flight, he flew hundreds of thousands of feet away. Before he could stop, an afterimage flashed in front of him. Following that, a fist went straight for his head. Under this fist, the space that Xian was in was instantly annihilated, and at this moment, Xian's body cracked inch by inch. At this moment of life and death, Xian suddenly roared, slash. He slashed again, a sword of life and death. Moreover, he even utilized the sword domain. It was his strongest attack. An expanse of sword light descended. Rumble. The expanse of sword light in front of Xian had just descended when it was instantly obliterated, and he retreated explosively for another 30 kilometers. But at this moment, he saw the attacker. It was a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man wore a luxurious robe, and he had an extremely robust figure that was more than twice the size of an ordinary person. Moreover, he emanated an extremely ferocious aura. Xian wiped off the blood on the corners of his mouth and gazed at the middle-aged man. You're that ferocious beast. The middle-aged man gazed at Xian. Mortal initiation. Since you were able to take 3 of my punches while at the Dao attainment realm, you should be invincible amongst your peers. Unfortunately, you've only attained mortal initiation. If you've truly attained mortal initiation, then I'm afraid I really wouldn't be able to do anything to you. Xian spoke in a low voice. You did it for the violet energy. The middle-aged man remained expressionless. Are you going to hand it over yourself, or do I have to kill you and take it for myself? Xian grinned. I'm begging to be beaten to death. The middle-aged man nodded. You've got guts. I like tough bones like you. Later, I will break all your bones bit by bit, and then erase your soul bit by bit. I hope you can still have guts at that time. As his voice fell, he suddenly punched out. The moment he punched out, Xian was instantly enveloped by a powerful fist aura. Under this fist aura, he felt his heart stop beating, and in his eyes, he saw the world being annihilated bit by bit. The fist aura was overwhelming. It was dozens of times more terrifying than Heavenly Demon King's aura. Previously, Heavenly Demon King's aura was borrowed, but this ferocious beast's aura wasn't borrowed. This was his own aura. This was truly unstoppable. Xian's eyes slowly narrowed. At this moment, he couldn't breathe. He gripped the sword in his hand tightly. His mind was a complete blank. Inside the prison pagoda, the door of adversity stared outside. With Xian's current strength, he definitely couldn't take this punch. This ferocious beast's strength wasn't something that Xian could contend with. This was no longer bullying the weak. This was crushing, a true crushing. This ferocious beast had lived for at least hundreds of thousands of years. Whether it was its realm or physical body, it far surpassed Xian's. If Xian had a true ordinary sword, perhaps he could fight it. Unfortunately, Xian wasn't. As if thinking of something, the door of adversity frowned. This vile beast wouldn't force this shameless guy into an ordinary sword, right? Just as she finished speaking, outside, the sword in Xian's hand suddenly trembled. Sensing this, the door of adversity's expression changed drastically. This shameless guy really wanted to enter an ordinary sword. Without any hesitation, the door of adversity suddenly left the prison pagoda. She directly blocked in front of Xian and punched out. Boom! The ferocious beast's fist force was directly shattered by her punch. After destroying the ferocious beast's fist force with one punch, the door of adversity turned around and slapped Xian. Boom! Xian immediately woke up from that magical state. He looked at the door of adversity blankly. You. What are you doing? The door of adversity blinked and then said seriously, don't be afraid, I'll protect you. In fact, she really wanted to slap Xian to death with one palm. However, she didn't dare to. Hearing the door of adversity's words, Xian was a little confused. Was this woman crazy? The door of adversity turned to look at the ferocious beast with an extremely cold expression. I hate people who bully the weak the most. Beast, if you're still in front of me in 3 breaths' time, I'll tear you apart. Xian, the ferocious beast. She hated the strong bullying the weak the most. Xian's face darkened. Damn it, this woman is bullying the weak, and she's talking about others. However, what was wrong with this woman's brain? Was she crazy? She's helping me. Something's wrong. In truth, Xian didn't know that he'd almost become an ordinary sword cultivator. At that time, he'd only had one thought in his mind. and that was to draw his sword. Even if he died, he had to draw his sword. However, he hadn't expected the door of disaster to suddenly appear. On the other side of the door of disaster, Xianxia stared at her. "Who are you?" The door of disaster narrowed its eyes. "My name isn't something a beast like you can know." Xianxia shook his head and smiled. In this world, there are always people who think they're infallible and powerful. Little do they know that she's like a frog at the bottom of a well. She doesn't know how big the sky is. As he spoke, he looked at the door of disaster. Arrogance is just an appearance. Its essence is ignorance. Ignorance isn't scary. What's scary is when a fool doesn't know his own ignorance. Yi Xian immediately gave Xianxia a thumbs up. "Well said." The door of disaster glanced coldly at Yi Xian, and then looked at Xianxia. "Now I finally understand why this shameless slut can live so comfortably. It's because her enemy is stupid." As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly disappeared on the spot. In the distance, Xianxia's pupils suddenly shrank. He took a step forward and punched. Boom! A bolt of blood lightning suddenly exploded on Xianxia's fist. Rumble! Xianxia's entire right hand exploded. At the same time, he retreated several tens of thousands of meters away. As soon as he stopped, a bolt of blood lightning fell straight down from his head. Seeing this, Xianxia was horrified. He stomped his right foot, and his entire body became illusory. Boom! The bolt of blood lightning missed, but the mountains below it were directly reduced to powder. Xianxia turned around and saw that Xianxia was just a few hundred meters away. Xianxia's eyes were filled with shock. "Who the hell are you?" He discovered that his physical body was as fragile as a piece of paper in front of the blood lightning. The gate of adversity slapped out with its palm, and a bolt of blood lightning tore through the battlefield. In the distance, the vicious beast's expression changed dramatically. He suddenly leaped up and punched out with his left hand. Heaven shaking. With a punch, a fist aura instantly swept through the entire world. His fist smashed into the blood lightning, and a powerful force gushed out of his fist like a volcanic eruption. Boom! The bolt of blood lightning trembled violently, but in the next moment, the beast retreated several tens of thousands of feet. The space in front of it and the door of misfortune had been completely annihilated. Not only that, but its entire left arm had exploded as well. Both his arms were gone. The beast's expression was ferocious. He glared at the door of disaster. "Who are you?" He basically knew all the experts in the Nether River Star Field. It could be said that apart from Li Juiqing, no one in the Nether River Star Field could crush him. The door of disaster looked at the beast coldly. "Do you think you're qualified to know who I am?" As she spoke, she was about to attack the beast again, but the ferocious beast turned around and fled, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. The door of disaster was about to give chase, but it seemed to have thought of something and stopped. Why did it chase after him? Did it have nothing better to do? The door of disaster turned to look at Yi Xian. Yi Xian said in a low voice, "Why did you help?" He still did not understand. This woman was definitely not that kind. The door of disaster said calmly, "Didn't I say? I hate people who bully the weak." Yi Xian said angrily, "Bullsh*t. You hate people who bully the weak? When you came to attack me, weren't you bullying the weak?" The door of disaster was expressionless. "I hate people who bully the weak, but I don't hate myself for bullying the weak. Is there a problem?" Motherf *Ker. Hearing this, Yi Xian almost went berserk. Damn it, was this something a human could say? The door of disaster clapped its hands and returned to the prison pagoda. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian said, "Little heir, that white-armored woman was also a protector of the laws. Between you and her, who is stronger?" The door of disaster said, "Don't ask. If you ask, then I'm invincible." Yi Xian was speechless. Inside the prison pagoda, Xiaota shook his head. "Little heir, after following the young master for so long, you've learned to be shameless." The door of disaster was speechless. Yi Xian did not dwell on why the door of disaster attacked him. He put away his sword and flew into the distance. On the way, Yi Xian's expression was a little heavy. After the battle with the beast, he realized that he still had many shortcomings. It was not enough to enter the mortal realm with one sword, he needed to enter the mortal realm with his whole body. Soon, Yi Xian left the great desolate mountain range. As soon as he left the great desolate mountain range, he encountered the swordsman. The swordsman looked at Xian and smiled. "You're out?" Xian nodded. "Big brother." At this point, he suddenly stopped. Big brother? He was a little confused. He had told the door of disaster that the swordsman was his big brother, but that was not the case. He did not expect that he would call him big brother. This was a little awkward. "Big brother?" The swordsman looked at Xian with a smile that did not seem like a smile. Xian smiled awkwardly. "Calling me senior is a little distant, so in my heart, senior is my big brother." "Senior, you don't mind, right?" The swordsman smiled. "If it was someone else, I would mind. But since it's you, I don't mind. After all, you're quite to my liking. However, this seniority. Forget it. You and I are both swordsmen, why should we care about these customs of the world?" Xian smiled. "Big brother." The swordsman nodded slightly. He looked at Xian. "You have a sword that allowed you to enter the mortal realm." Xian nodded. "I comprehended that sword when I was on the brink of life and death, but I have not entered the mortal realm." The swordsman chuckled. "That's already very good. The current you is only half a step away from entering the mortal realm." Xian asked in a deep voice. "How can I enter the mortal realm?" The swordsman smiled. "Think more, comprehend more, learn more, and fight more." Xian was silent for a moment, then nodded. "I understand." The swordsman continued. "I wanted to accompany you for a while longer, but I encountered something, so I might have to leave first." Hearing the swordsman's words, the door of disaster in the prison pagoda suddenly raised its head, its eyes filled with surprise. But soon, that surprise turned into solemnity. Although Xian had become very strong, he was still no match for her, therefore, before the swordsman left, it was very likely that he would kill her first. Thinking of this, the door of disaster's expression gradually turned ugly. Outside the prison pagoda, Xian was slightly stunned when he heard the swordsman's words, then said, "Big brother, you're leaving?" The swordsman nodded. "This universe is too weak. It's really boring to stay here. I want to wander around. If I can encounter that universe's law, that would be great." The disaster law, Xian thought for a moment, then said, "Big brother, will we meet again in the future?" The swordsman smiled. "I think we will." Xian smiled. "Then we'll meet again." The swordsman nodded. He glanced at Xian's abdomen. "With this woman's strength, even if you become immortal, you might not be able to resist her. Do you need me to help you kill her?" Inside the prison pagoda, the door of disaster slowly clenched its fists. Outside the prison pagoda, Xian laughed. "Since it's a disaster cause, then let me face it myself." The swordsman glanced at Xian and smiled. "Just as I thought. However, I'll still do you a small favor." He glanced at Xian's abdomen. "Within a year, you can't attack my little brother. After a year, you can attack him. Is there a problem?" Inside the prison pagoda, the door of disaster hurriedly shook its head. "No problem." She knew that the swordsman wanted her to train Xian. However, this was exactly what she wanted, because this way, she wouldn't have to die. Only by staying alive would she have a future. Outside the prison pagoda, the swordsman suddenly opened his palm. Within Xian's body, something seemed to have disappeared. Xian looked at the swordsman. The swordsman smiled. "From now on, you can use both of your bloodlines. In addition, you can also recultivate your body and your sword. Don't worry about anything else. Now that you're half immortal, your thinking has undergone a qualitative change. Even with the power of your bloodline and your body, you won't lose yourself." Saying this, he paused. "Whether it's the power of your bloodline or your body, these are all your own powers. However, you can't rely on them too much. Of course, forget about your body and bloodline, you can't even rely on your sword." Xian was puzzled. "I can't even rely on my sword?" The swordsman smiled. "Yes." Xian hurriedly asked. "Why?" The swordsman smiled. "After you enter the mortal world, you'll slowly understand." Saying this, he turned to look at the horizon. "Little guy, it's time to part. Saying this, he turned into a sword ray and disappeared into the horizon. Xian looked at the horizon. At this moment, the door of woe suddenly said, "Stop looking. He's already tens of thousands of star sectors away." Xian suddenly asked, "Little heir, how strong is my big brother?" The strength of the three swords had always been a mystery. The door of woe was silent. How strong was that swordsman, she didn't know, because he only needed one sword to kill her. At this moment, Xian retracted his gaze. He shook his head and smiled. "Forget it. I'll just cultivate my body." Saying this, he took out Xiao Ta. "Xiao Ta, where's the blood of the horned girl?" Xiao Ta was about to speak. At this moment, the door of woe's expression suddenly changed. *TCH, run. Xian was stunned. "What the hell?" The door of woe said angrily, "Idiot, run. A law guardian is tearing through the star sector and rushing here." Xian was confused. "Law guardian? No, shouldn't you be happy that a law guardian is rushing here?" The door of woe's voice grew louder. "Idiot. I can't explain it to you anymore. Run. If you don't run, just wait for your death. The other party isn't like me, where most of my strength was sealed by that swordsman. The other party is in peak condition." Peak condition. Do you understand? Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, "Can I beat him?" The door of woe roared. "Fight your ass. Do you know that beast just now? If it wanted to kill him, it only needed a glance. She's in peak condition. Do you understand?" Xian was speechless. The door of woe said angrily, "Big brother, your big brother is already far away. You don't have the capital to act tough anymore. Can't you just *king run?" Xiao Ta suddenly said, "Little misfortune, watch your manners." "Manners?" The door of woe was furious. "You stupid tower. If you talk to me about manners again, I'll die with you. I've had enough of you two weirdos." Xian was speechless. P.S. Yesterday's request for criticism. I've been dealt a blow, let's change it today. I'm asking for a compliment. One also, there were a few winners yesterday. I left messages for you, but you didn't come to me. Run. Xian did not hesitate and immediately flew away on his sword. A law guardian at its peak, he did not forget what kind of existence the door of adversity was at its peak. However, what puzzled him was why the door of adversity was more anxious than him when there was a new law guardian looking for him. Could it be that there was a conflict between the laws of the universe? Without thinking too much, Xian increased his speed to the maximum. At this moment, the door of adversity suddenly said, "From the left. Enter that black hole and escape by tearing through space." Xian headed to the left. As if thinking of something, he hurriedly said, "Little E, your speed is faster. Why don't you do it?" The door of adversity coldly said, "The reason why that woman has not found this place yet is because she is unable to determine your location. If I come out, she will be able to locate you immediately." Xian said in a low voice, "How does she know I am here?" The door of adversity was silent for a moment before saying, "It should be because I attacked earlier." Xian asked, "Is she also from the Universe God Court?" The door of adversity said, "Yes." Xian was confused. "Then shouldn't you be happy?" The door of adversity was silent. Xian said again, "You have a grudge with her." The door of adversity said indifferently, "It's none of your business." Xian was delighted. This woman definitely had a grudge with that law guardian. At this moment, the door of adversity suddenly said, "There is a black hole in space ahead. Enter it and use the black hole to teleport." Xian was hesitant. Would this woman trick him? At this moment, Little Ta suddenly said, "Little master, there is a dangerous existence approaching. It is very dangerous." Very dangerous. Xian did not think further and immediately transformed into a sword light and entered the black hole. The moment he entered the black hole, Xian's expression changed. This was because he felt a powerful force tearing his body apart. Xian hurriedly used his sword domain to block the tearing force. Not long after Xian disappeared, a woman suddenly appeared in the sky above the great desolate mountain range. The woman wore a long black dress. The long dress was as black as ink, completely black. The woman looked to be around 18 or 19 years old. Her head of fine black hair was tied up with a black ribbon. She looked very refreshing. Her eyebrows were slightly light, and they went up along with the flow, like two swords standing above her eyes. At the tip of her right hand, a flying dagger was circling around her finger. After the woman appeared, she glanced around and smirked. Is he gone? Interesting. At this point, she seemed to have noticed something and suddenly turned around. In the next moment, she disappeared. In the depths of the great desolate mountain range, the beast that was recuperating suddenly stood up. Just as it stood up, a woman appeared in front of it. The ferocious beast narrowed its eyes when it saw the woman. Who are you? The woman smiled and said, I ask, you answer. The ferocious beast stared at the woman. You are. At this point, the beast's left arm suddenly flew off, and blood spurted out like a pillar. The beast was shocked and looked at the woman in disbelief. You, the woman smiled. Have you seen a woman in a red dress? The beast hurriedly nodded. Yes. She was with a young man. The woman frowned slightly. With a young man? Is that young man an emergency body? The beast nodded. Yes, yes. The woman's frown deepened. She didn't kill that young man? Hearing this, the beast became excited. She didn't kill that young man. Not only did she not kill him, she's even helping him. Helping, the woman blinked. She hurt you because she helped that young man? The beast hurriedly nodded. Yes. The woman chuckled. That's interesting. Could it be that this woman has turned traitor? In the distance, the beast didn't dare to speak again. Being beaten up by 2 women in a day, he had never felt so aggrieved. Right at this moment, the woman turned around and said softly, that woman should have sensed my arrival. That's why she took that young man away. The beast hesitated for a moment and said, Are you going to kill that young man? The woman looked at the beast and smiled. Can't I? The beast hurriedly said, Of course you can. But that woman in the red dress is protecting that young man. The woman smiled. Don't worry. She can't protect that young man. At this point, she seemed to have noticed something and disappeared on the spot. Seeing that the woman had disappeared, the beast immediately heaved a sigh of relief. This woman was too terrifying. He felt that she was even scarier than that hot-tempered woman from before. The beast looked up at the sky and a trace of confusion flashed in his eyes. Am I really that weak? Right at this moment, the space above his head suddenly split open. The next moment, 3 women appeared not far in front of him. They were Mu Nianyan and the other 2. They found this place because the swordsman was no longer suppressing Yi Xian's bloodline power. The mysterious woman found this place based on Yi Xian's undying bloodline, but as soon as they found this place, Yi Xian's aura disappeared again. The beast frowned when he saw Mu Nianyan and the other 2. Where did they come from? The mysterious woman looked at the beast. Have you seen a young man? The beast was slightly stunned, and then he said, The young man with the calamity body? The 3 women became slightly excited when they heard this. The mysterious woman in the lead hurriedly nodded. Yes. The beast said in a low voice, He was here before, but I don't know where he went now. Nian Yan looked at the mysterious woman. Can you sense his aura? The mysterious woman glanced over, and a moment later, she said in a low voice, I can only sense a little. Moreover, he's getting further and further away from us. It doesn't seem like he's on his way. Nian Yan was about to speak when the beast suddenly said, Are the 3 of you here to kill that young man as well? The 3 women looked at the beast when they heard this. The beast cupped his fists. To tell you the truth, I've already made a move against him before. Unfortunately, I was stopped by a woman. Otherwise, I would have blown his head apart. What a pity. The mysterious woman suddenly said, You've made a move against him? The beast hurriedly said, Yes. If that woman hadn't interfered, I would have blown his head apart. Right at this moment, Tu suddenly blasted out with his fist, Mu Nianyan slashed out with his sword, the mysterious woman directly charged out. Ah! Not long after, miserable and shrill cries resounded from the depths of the great desolate mountain range. After a long time, the beast's miserable voice suddenly resounded from the depths of the great desolate mountain range. What exactly did I do wrong? On the other side of the clouds, a certain space suddenly split open. and in the next moment, a woman walked out. It was the woman in a black dress. Not far away from the woman in a black dress stood a woman in white armor. The woman in a black dress looked at the woman in white armor and said with a smile, "So it's Xian. I never expected that you would be here as well." The woman called Xian said indifferently, "Mu Xiaodao, what are you doing here?" Mu Xiaodao smiled. "Do you believe that I'm here to look for you?" Xian was expressionless. "Do you want to fight?" Mu Xiaodao was about to speak when she suddenly frowned. "You deliberately let me discover you. You're stalling for time for that youth." Xian didn't say anything. Mu Xiaodao suddenly shook her head and smiled. "I heard that little E is also helping that youth. This is really interesting." Xian frowned slightly. "The Door of Calamity is also helping that youth?" "That doesn't make sense," Mu Xiaodao suddenly said. "Is that law on you?" Xian looked at Mu Xiaodao with a calm expression. "Do you really want to know?" Mu Xiaodao smiled. "I was being nosy. Farewell." With that said, she turned around and disappeared into the horizon. She didn't dare ask any further because if the law was really on Xian, then she would definitely die. Although the law of the universe that Xian was guarding was already injured, it wasn't something that she could resist. Seeing Mu Xiaodao leave, Xian said softly, "Whether you live or die is up to you." With that said, she turned around and disappeared into the horizon. In a certain spatial black hole, Xian was flying through it on his sword. He didn't know where he was going either. In any case, escaping was the right thing to do. At this moment, the Door of Calamity suddenly said, "To the right, there's a spatial black hole there. You can use that spatial black hole to escape." Xian turned around and glanced at it. He hesitated for a moment, and then he directly rode his sword to the right. It didn't take long for him to leave the black hole in the starry sky. After he left, he glanced at the surroundings. The starry sky around him was silent. It was an unfamiliar star region, and not far in front of him, there was a spatial black hole. This spatial black hole was enormous and occupied half of the starry sky. Any star that came here would be devoured by it. The Door of Calamity suddenly said, "Go in quickly." Xiao Ta said, "Young master, that dangerous aura is getting closer." Xian chose to believe in Xiao Ta. He didn't hesitate and directly entered the spatial black hole. As soon as he entered, he was directly sucked into the depths of the spatial black hole. Xian hurriedly used his sword domain to block. Xian's expression gradually turned solemn. This was because he realized that the power of the spatial black hole was very strong. His sword domain could only barely block it. This was not the power of dark energy, but a mysterious power. He didn't know what it was exactly. As though he thought of something, Xian asked again, "Little heir, what law's guardian is looking for me?" The Door of Calamity said coldly, "What law's guardian? You can't even beat it." Xian frowned slightly. "Aren't you looking down on me too much?" The Door of Calamity said angrily, "Can you stop being so arrogant? If not for that swordsman helping you block some of the Calamity Law's power, you would be dead now." Xian said in a deep voice, "Is Big Brother still helping me block it?" The Door of Calamity said, "Nonsense. Otherwise, do you think you can survive until now?" However, he has already left. Furthermore, he's getting further and further away. "I don't know." At this point, her expression suddenly changed. F***ck. He didn't help you block it. Xian blinked. "Really?" Just as he finished speaking, some blood-red threads suddenly appeared around him. Upon seeing this, Xian's expression changed. F***ck, little heir, hurry up and think of a way to help me block these Calamity Law's power. The Door of Calamity's face twitched as she said angrily, "I'm the Calamity Law's guardian, not your guardian. You want me to help you think of a way to deal with the Calamity Law? Are you kidding me?" "Ah? P.S. I'm late." "Oh my god. How exciting." Xian came to his senses when he heard the Law of Misfortune's words. This woman is on the same side as the Law of Misfortune. At this moment, the surrounding space suddenly trembled. Xian frowned slightly. What's going on? The Law of Misfortune's expression turned ugly. Damn it, this black hole is going to self-destruct. Xian's expression changed drastically. Are you kidding me? Can this black hole self-destruct? The law of misfortune said angrily, why can't it self-destruct? After a black hole devours too many stars and matter, its energy will reach a limit, and then it will explode. Xian said solemnly, under normal circumstances, how long does it take for such a black hole to explode? The law of misfortune said, a few million years, or even longer. Xian's expression was incomparably ugly, damn it, in other words, I actually encountered a black hole that only explodes once every few million years? The law of misfortune fell silent for a moment, and then said, it has nothing to do with you, it's because of the law of misfortune. The law of misfortune, Xian suddenly came to his senses, right, how can I be so unlucky, it's all because of the law of misfortune. In the surroundings, the black hole in the starry sky suddenly began to expand, and the mysterious power seemed to be multiplying. Seeing this scene, Xian's expression changed drastically. If this black hole explodes, then not to mention him, even the body of the ferocious beast would be pulverized. At this moment, the law of misfortune suddenly said, hurry up and escape. Xian raised his speed to the limit, and at this moment, the law of misfortune said, it's too late. This black hole will completely explode in at most a dozen breaths of time. Xian, the law of misfortune suddenly appeared in front of Xian, and she glared coldly at Xian, I really want to take you down with me, you bitch. As she spoke, she directly grabbed Xian's shoulder, and in the next moment, she and Xian transformed into a blood-red bolt of lightning and vanished at the end of the starry sky. She naturally did not want to save Xian, but she had no choice but to do so. Only by hiding in Xian's body could she avoid Mu Xiaodao's pursuit. If it was under normal circumstances, she would naturally not be afraid of Mu Xiaodao, but the problem was that she was not normal at the moment. One must know that when the swordsman left, he did not remove the 2 strands of sword qi left between her brows. The suppressed her was not Mu Xiaodao's opponent, she had fought with Mu Xiaodao her entire life. If she were to fall into Mu Xiaodao's hands now, it would be a fate worse than death. The moment the door of adversity made its move, Mu Xiaodao, who was in a certain space behind them, suddenly raised her head and looked into the distance. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Has it made its move? Speaking up to this point, she frowned slightly. Logically speaking, this woman should have come to pick a fight with me when she met me. Why did he choose to escape? Could it be that he's injured? As she spoke, her eyes flashed with a strange light, and in the next instant, her entire body turned illusory, entering an unknown starry region. Xiaoer's speed was much faster than Xian's. Under her lead, the 2 of them escaped before the black hole exploded. Just as the 2 of them escaped, the black hole behind them exploded. Boom, in an instant, the starry region that the 2 of them were in began to be annihilated inch by inch. The adversity law did not dare to stay any longer. Grabbing onto Xian's shoulder, they once again disappeared at the end of the starry sky. Behind the 2 of them, the starry sky began to be annihilated bit by bit. The starry sky exploded. Looking at the scene behind him, Xian's heart was filled with shock. Was this the power of nature in the universe? In this vast universe, humans are really insignificant. As if thinking of something, Xian turned to look at Xiaoer. Xiaoer, if we join forces, can we beat that woman? Xiaoer glanced coldly at Xian, that woman plays with knives. More than 100,000 years ago, her knife was already an ordinary knife. Xian blinked, and then said, pretend I didn't say anything. Let's run. Xiaoer stomped her foot, and a bolt of lightning suddenly exploded under her feet. In the next moment, she and Xian directly disappeared in the deepest part of the starry sky. Xian asked again, Xiaoer, you guardians of the laws of the universe should also have strong and weak ones. Who is the strongest? Xiaoer was expressionless, me. Xian was speechless. Damn, this Xiaoer is also starting to be shameless, Xiaoer suddenly said, I can't stay outside anymore. Otherwise, that woman can use my aura to find me. I have to return to the pagoda. Xian nodded, all right. Xiaoer directly returned to the prison pagoda, while Xian continued to fly on his sword. At this moment, Xiaoer said again, running like this is not a solution. Qingqing, Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors above, Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Xian's position as the crown prince shall be removed, and Yi Lang shall take over. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind him, stood a youth, with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides were the Yi clan's elders. Why? At this moment, a timid voice suddenly rang out in the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a hint of fear in her eyes. This little girl was called Yi Ling, and was Yi Xian's biological sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to remove Yi Xian, she ignored her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. Yi Ling, what are you doing? The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to the people in the ancestral hall, and said timidly, Great Elder, my brother Yi Xian is the crown prince, why did you remove him for no reason? The Great Elder looked at Yi Ling coldly, this is a matter of the clan, why are you interrupting? Leave. Yi Ling was obviously afraid, and did not dare to look at the Great Elder, but she did not leave. Instead, she plucked up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She bowed again to the elders on both sides, Dear elders, my brother is fighting with the Li clan over the mining rights at Nanshan. He is fighting for the clan, and his life is uncertain. Yet, the clan is using a groundless excuse to remove his crown prince position. This is really unfair. Impudent. The Great Elder suddenly raged, whether he is removed or not, it is not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away. At this moment, the new crown prince Yi Lang suddenly laughed, you should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The Great Elder said coldly, then flog 30 times. Soon, 2 guards of the Yi clan rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists, and said angrily, this is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, and even now he is fighting for the clan. The clan is so unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new crown prince Yi Lang, and he knew that this was his chance to show off. The guard sneered, young master Yi Lang inherits the crown prince position, and it is everyone's wish. What are you shouting for? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap, a crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly swelled up, but she did not cry. She just held her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard, and smiled, what's your name? The guard hurriedly bowed, I'm Zhang Mu, greeting the crown prince. Yi Lang nodded, you're not bad. After I become the crown prince, I need 10 guards. You can be my guard from now on. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed, and hurriedly bowed deeply, I'm willing to go through fire and water for the crown prince. Yi Lang nodded slightly, drag him away. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall, so don't show any mercy. Do you understand? Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang, and when he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu seemed to have seen something, and he suddenly stopped. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe that was tattered, and there was blood everywhere. This person was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from the South Mountain. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's mouth curled into a cold smile. Inside the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The Great Elder narrowed his eyes, and his expression was frighteningly dark. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his expression turned savage, who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his expression changed. He hurriedly looked at Yi Lang, and was about to speak, when Yi Xian suddenly leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung, Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. However, Yi Ling did not stop there, and charged towards Zhang Mu once more. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh, Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's expression turned ugly. Yi Xian looked up at him, and snarled, your man? As he spoke, he stepped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, Prince, save me. Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's appearance, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being cut by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yiling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed out. "Brother, it hurts, it hurts." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage, and in the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu, and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Peng, Qingqing, Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as prince shall be replaced by Yiling. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man, there was a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yiling. On both sides, there were the Yi clan elders. Why? At this time, a timid voice rang out in the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This little girl was called Yiling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to remove Yi Xian from his position, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. "Yiling, what are you doing?" The little girl called Yiling bowed to the people in the ancestral hall, and said timidly, "Great elder, my brother Yi Xian is a prince, why did you discard him for no reason?" The great elder looked at Yiling coldly. "This is a matter of the clan, what are you interrupting for? Leave." Yiling was obviously afraid, and did not dare to look at the great elder, but she did not leave. Instead, she plucked up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She bowed to the elders on both sides. "Elders, my brother is fighting with the Li clan over the mining rights at Nanshan. He is fighting for the clan, and we don't know if he's dead or alive. Yet, the clan is using a groundless excuse to discard his position. This is unfair. Impudent." The great elder suddenly raged. "Whether he discards his position or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away." At this time, the new prince, Yiling, suddenly laughed. "You should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others." The great elder replied coldly, "Then flog her 30 times. Soon, 2 guards of the Yi clan rushed in. Yiling clenched her fists, and said angrily, "This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, and even now, he is fighting for the clan. The clan is so unfair to him." One of the guards glanced at the new prince, Yiling. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard sneered, "Young Master Yiling inherits the title of prince, and it's the wish of everyone. What are you shouting for?" As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yiling's face. Slap, a crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yiling's face instantly swelled up. However, she did not cry, and only held her cheek tightly. Yiling looked at the guard, and smiled. "What's your name?" The guard hurriedly bowed. "Subordinate Zhang Mu greets the prince." Yiling nodded. "You're not bad. After I become the prince, I need 10 guards. You can be my guard from now on." Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed, and hurriedly bowed deeply. "This subordinate is willing to go through fire and water for the prince, even if it means death." Yiling nodded slightly. "Drag him out. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall, don't show mercy, understand?" Zhang Mu glanced at Yiling, and when he saw the murderous intent in Yiling's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yiling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu seemed to see something, and suddenly stopped. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe, and the robe was tattered, and there was blood everywhere. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yiling's lips curled into a sinister smile. Inside the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder narrowed his eyes, and his face darkened. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yiling, his face turned savage. "Who gave you the guts to touch my sister?" When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He hurriedly looked at Yiling, and just as he was about to speak, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Peng, Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. However, Yiling did not stop there, and charged towards Zhang Mu once more. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh, Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly. Yi Xian looked up at him and snarled, your man? As he spoke, he stepped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, Prince, save me. Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed, brother, it hurts. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu, and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pung! The nine-dimensional universe. Speaking of the nine-dimensional universe, one had to mention a clan. The Undying Emperor clan. In the entire nine-dimensional universe, there was only one super clan, the Undying Emperor clan, known as the #1 clan in the universe. In the entire nine-dimensional universe, other than the nine-dimensional Tendo, the Undying Emperor clan had no natural enemies. This ancient clan had been invincible for millions of years. Even the nine-dimensional Tendo had to give face to this clan. In the Undying Realm, a drop of burning blood essence slowly floated into the Undying Realm. The moment this drop of blood essence entered the Undying Realm, the entire Undying Realm was shocked. Blood Call. This was the supreme secret technique of the Undying clan. Ordinary people did not have the qualifications to learn it. Was it a blood call? At this moment, an old man appeared in front of the drop of blood essence. When he saw it, his expression changed and he said excitedly, it's the third young lady. The third young lady's bloodline. As he spoke, he escorted the drop of blood essence into the depths of the Undying Realm. The third young lady. Countless experts of the Undying clan were dumbfounded. Who was the third young lady? An old man suddenly said with a trembling voice, it's the third young lady. It's her. In the past, the Undying clan had two outstanding talents. One of them was the third young lady. The third young lady was very popular in the Undying clan because she was approachable and did not put on any airs. Of course, she was also the most mischievous and often mischievous. Unfortunately, that was a long time ago. The young people of the Undying clan did not even know who the third young lady was. The old man escorted the drop of blood essence to the Undying Palace, then slowly retreated. There was only one woman in the Undying Palace. The woman wore a black, tight-fitting robe, and her beautiful hair was tied up high behind her head. Between her brows, there was an air of dignity. This person was the current leader of the Undying clan, Dongli Jing. Looking at the drop of blood essence in front of him, Dongli Jing slowly closed his eyes and said softly, third sister, that man's child. His voice was filled with complex emotions. Everyone knew that the Undying Emperor clan was the #1 clan in the universe, but very few people knew that this #1 clan had once faced a crisis, the crisis of almost being exterminated, that man had killed his way from the 6th dimension all the way to the 9th dimension, causing the undead race to tremble in fear. At that time, the patriarch of the Undying race died in battle. More than 30 Heaven Realm experts fell, and several hundred Deity Realm experts were instantly killed. The Undying world collapsed, and not only the Undying world, the entire 9th dimension almost collapsed. Even the Undying Emperor clan's ancestor was unable to stop that man's footsteps. In that battle, the Undying Imperial clan's core bloodline was nearly exterminated. If it wasn't for her third sister, she would have been killed in that battle as well. After a long time, Dongli Jing suddenly opened his eyes. Issue the Undying Order. Tell the elders of the 10 worlds to come see me immediately. Very quickly, within the Undying realm, 10 black tokens soared into the sky, straight into the depths of the starry sky. Once the immortal order was out, all the worlds would submit. In less than a quarter of an hour, 10 super powerhouses entered the Undying Great Hall. 6 men and 4 women. Apart from these 10 people, there were 2 more old men in the Undying Hall. They were sitting not far from Dongli Jing. These 2 were the Undying clan's supreme elders, Dongli Zhua and Dongli Xing. The 2 had been in closed-door training for more than 1,000 years, but this time, they had come out early. Dongli Jing opened his palm, and the mysterious woman's drop of blood appeared in his palm. He looked at the crowd. You should already know the specifics. What do you think? Everyone in the hall was silent. what do they think? The Undying Imperial clan naturally didn't have a good impression of that green-robed man. He was the one who had almost exterminated the Undying Imperial clan. At this moment, the Supreme Elder Dongli Zhuo suddenly said, "That young man has two bloodlines?" Dongli Jing nodded, "Yes." Dongli Zhuo frowned, "How is that possible?" Dongli Jing said, "He indeed has two bloodlines." Dongli Zhuo said softly, "A miracle." At this moment, Dongli Xing suddenly said, "Third Miss, why did you suddenly come to find us?" Dongli Jing said in a low voice, "That young man is in trouble." Dongli Xing frowned, "That man is here, who dares to cause trouble for him?" Dongli Jing shook his head, "That man isn't here." As she spoke, she glanced at the crowd, "Third sister wants us to lend a hand." Dongli Xing said in a low voice, "He is that man's son." Dongli Jing glanced at Dongli Xing, "But he has the bloodline of our Undying Imperial clan. Moreover, he is third sister's son." Dongli Xing sighed softly and didn't speak. Dongli Jing glanced at the crowd, "I know that all of you hate that green-robed man, but to be honest, our Undying Imperial clan doesn't have the strength to take revenge on him. Besides that child might be an opportunity for our Undying Imperial clan." An opportunity. Everyone looked at Dongli Jing when they heard this. Dongli Jing said softly, "Since our ancestor, no one from our Undying Imperial clan has been able to break through their bloodlines. However, this young man might be able to. If he breaks through his bloodline and brings our Undying Imperial bloodline to a new height, then our entire Undying Imperial clan will benefit." Hearing this, the expressions of the people in the hall became slightly excited. Why was the Undying Imperial clan so strong? It was because of their bloodline, but now, their bloodline had become their shackles. Because it had been a very, very long time since anyone had been able to break through their bloodline. If someone was willing to break through their undying bloodline, then the entire clan's bloodline would be able to break through their shackles. Simply speaking, if someone was able to break through the shackles of their undying bloodline, then it would be equivalent to raising the upper limits of the Undying Imperial clan's bloodline and allowing the Undying Imperial clan to become even stronger. Meanwhile, someone suddenly asked, "Patriarch, what realm is that young man at?" Dongli Jing spoke softly, "The Dao Formation realm." The expressions of everyone here instantly became extremely unsightly when they heard this. The Dao Formation realm, that's too low. Even a sweeper from the Undying Imperial clan has a higher cultivation realm than that, and now they're inviting him back to be their young master. The Undying Imperial clan couldn't afford to lose face like that. Meanwhile, Dongli Jing added, "According to third sister, he attained mortal attainment in the sword when he was being pursued by a ferocious beast in the Nether River Starfield." Mortal attainment. The expressions of everyone here changed violently when they heard this. Meanwhile, Dongli Zhuo suddenly stood up, and his eyes were filled with viciousness. A ferocious beast from the lower plains actually dared to pursue and kill the young master of my Undying Imperial clan? Guards! As soon as he finished speaking, a guard suddenly appeared here. Dongli Zhuo spoke fiercely, "Immediately lead our forces to the Nether River Starfield and slaughter all the ferocious beasts there." "No, let's destroy that Starfield." The guard bowed slightly, "Yes." As soon as he finished speaking, he was about to turn around and leave. Meanwhile, Dongli Jing spoke abruptly, "Forget it." Dongli Zhuo gazed at Dongli Jing, and he spoke softly, "The karma of slaughtering a Starfield is too great. Moreover, his true enemy isn't the people of that Starfield. It's the Cosmos Divine Court." The Cosmos Divine Court. The expressions of everyone here changed when they heard this. There were very few existences in the boundless universe that the Undying Imperial clan feared, and the Cosmos Divine Court was one of them. Dongli Jing gazed at them, "Are we protecting him or not?" Dongli Zhuo spoke solemnly, "Why is the Cosmos Divine Court targeting him?" Dongli Jing gazed at Dongli Zhuo, "Because he doesn't just possess two bloodlines, he even possesses the Constitution of Calamity." Constitution of Calamity. Everyone in the hall glanced at each other. "Protect him." Right at this moment, Dongli Jing spoke abruptly, "It has been 800,000 years since anyone from our Undying Imperial clan has broken through the bloodline shackles. This youth is our chance. Because it's very likely that he's fused the bloodline of our Undying Imperial clan with the Mad Demon bloodline. Once they fuse, his Undying bloodline will definitely reach new heights. Moreover, this youth has already become immortal at such a young age. In other words, he might become an invincible swordsman like his father in the future. As he spoke, he gazed at Dong Lijing. We must protect him. Dong Lijing said, even if we become enemies with the Cosmos Divine Court. Dong Lijing roared with laughter, so what? We'll just do it. Dong Lijing turned around and glanced at everyone. Do you have any objections? Everyone shook their heads. Dong Lijing suddenly spoke, men. As soon as he finished speaking, an old man appeared in front of Dong Lijing. Dong Lijing was expressionless, immediately informed the 7th and 8th dimensions. Tell them to drop everything and use all their power to search for our undying Imperial clan's young master. After finding him, protect him at all costs. Whichever universe he's in, our undying Imperial clan will exterminate that universe. The old man bowed respectfully, understood. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned illusory. Dong Lijing looked at the elders in the hall. Elders of the 10 worlds, the 10 of you will drop everything and send all the experts of the 10 worlds to the lower realms to search for him. You will go personally. Remember, protect him at all costs. We cannot let him die in the hands of the Cosmos Divine Court. The 10 people bowed, understood. As soon as they finished speaking, the 10 people disappeared from the hall. Dong Lijing suddenly spoke again, Big Dipper. As soon as he finished speaking, an armored woman appeared in front of Dong Lijing. Dong Lijing looked at the woman. How many undying Imperial Army soldiers are there in the clan now? The woman was expressionless. 69. Dong Lijing said, immediately recall everyone and personally lead a team to the lower realms to search for the young master. If he's found, the undying Imperial Army must obey the young master unconditionally. Big Dipper replied, understood. As soon as she finished speaking, she disappeared. Dong Lijing suddenly spoke again, Nan Xing. As soon as he finished speaking, a man appeared in front of Dong Lijing. Dong Lijing looked at Nan Xing. You are in charge of the intelligence network of our undying Imperial clan and the 10,000 worlds. Now, I want you to use all your power to search for him. Remember, he's being chased by the Cosmos Divine Court. He's definitely in a difficult situation. So, you have to be quick, understand? Nan Xing said solemnly, I've already ordered all the intelligence network leaders to drop everything they're doing and start searching for the young master. As he said this, he paused, I'll personally make a trip to the Tianji God sect to ask for their help. However, I'm afraid this sect won't offend the Cosmos Divine Court. Dong Lijing stared at Nan Xing, tell the Heavenly Arcanum sect that if anything happens to our undying Imperial clan's young master, our undying Imperial clan will slaughter the entire Heavenly Arcanum sect. Nan Xing bowed slightly, understood. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared on the spot. Dong Lijing slowly closed his eyes. According to what I know, he has the disaster body, and is currently being targeted by the disaster law. Elders, immediately activate our undying Imperial clan's undying blood formation, and then forcibly block the power of the disaster law. P.S. That's all, however, we'll continue tomorrow. Will it work or not? If it doesn't work, I'll commit seppuku as an apology. Somewhere in the starry sky, the mysterious woman withdrew her gaze, because she sensed that her drop of blood essence had returned to the undying Imperial clan. At the side, Moon Yanyan said, How is it? The mysterious woman said softly, I have informed the undying Imperial clan. As for what they do, it is up to them. Saying that, she looked into the distance, our top priority now is to find him. Saying that, she disappeared into the starry sky. Tu coldly looked into the distance, no one knew what she was thinking. Moon Yanyan said softly, Miss Tu, our current enemy is the law of disaster and the mysterious force behind her. Tu was silent. Moon Yanyan said again, let's go. Saying that, she turned into a sword light and disappeared into the distance. Tu was silent for a moment, then disappeared into the distance. Somewhere in the starry sky, Xianxia was flying on his sword. Actually, he was a little panicked, because he sensed a dangerous aura, and that aura was getting stronger and stronger. As if thinking of something, Xianxia said, Xiao, how far is she from us? Xiao said, if you stop, she will appear in front of you in 10 breaths of time. 10 breaths of time, Xianxia's expression became solemn, he only had 10 breaths of time. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly looked into the distance. In the depths of the starry sky, he sensed the aura of life. There was someone. Xianxia immediately sped up, not long after Yi Xian disappeared, a woman suddenly appeared in the starry sky. Mu Xiaodao. Mu Xiaodao looked into the distance and smiled. Are you escaping? I love cats catching mice. As soon as she finished speaking, she disappeared. In the distance, Yi Xian had just entered the starry sky with life when a young man suddenly appeared in front of him. The young man shouted angrily, Who are you? How dare you trespass into the great thousand world? I don't want. The young man's voice stopped abruptly because a sword was pressed against his forehead. Yi Xian looked at the young man. The young man blinked. Big brother. You've passed. I didn't see anything. Yi Xian was stunned for a moment before he said angrily, Are you that spineless? The young man smiled bitterly and said, Big brother. I'm just a doorkeeper, and I've just been appointed. Don't make things difficult for me. It wasn't easy for me to get to where I am now. Yi Xian was speechless. At this moment, the gate of adversity suddenly said, She's coming. Yi Xian's expression changed when he heard this, and he directly transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the distance. The young man instantly heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Yi Xian vanish. He was almost killed on his first day in office. Right at this moment, a woman suddenly appeared soundlessly in front of the young man. The young man's expression changed drastically when he saw this. This woman was Mu Xiaodao. Mu Xiaodao raised her head and looked into the distance. A moment later, her eyebrows slightly furrowed. Has the aura disappeared? The young man stood to the side, not daring to breathe. Mu Xiaodao suddenly said, What realm is this? The young man hurriedly said, Boundless world. The corner of Mu Xiaodao's mouth lifted slightly. Let's see how you escape. As soon as she finished speaking, she took a step forward. With this step, her entire body disappeared into the starry sky. In the starry sky, the young man's mind was in a mess. Somewhere in a city, Yi Xian walked among the crowd. This chapter is not finished, please continue to the next page. At this moment, his aura had been completely concealed with the help of Xiao Ta and Xiao Er. It could be said that he was now an ordinary person. As long as he did not expose his aura, it was basically impossible for the other party to use their divine sense to find him. After all, Xiao Ta and Xiao Er were not simple characters. Yi Xian looked around. He also did not know what city this was. He only knew that the boundless world was very, very big, bigger than the fifth dimension. He randomly found such a city in the endless boundless world. As long as he did not expose his aura, it was basically impossible for the other party to find him. At this moment, Xiao Er suddenly said, Remember not to attack. Once you attack, you will immediately expose your aura. Once you expose your aura, with your current distance from her, her flying knife will stab into your head in half a breath. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, Then do we continue to hide like this? Xiao Er said, That's the only way for now. Yi Xian walked into the distance. After walking for a while, he suddenly said, Xiao Er, you guys are from the Cosmos God Court. Then, this Cosmos God Court only has the laws of the universe and you guys as the protectors of the laws? Xiao Er sneered, What do you think? Yi Xian frowned slightly, Is there anything else? Xiao Er said indifferently, Take a guess. Yi Xian, Xiao Er said again, This Mu Xiaodao came to find you. Do you know what this means? Yi Xian was a little curious, What does it mean? Xiao Er said, It means that another universal law has made a move against you. Yi Xian, at this moment, Xiao Er suddenly said, From now on, you should try to keep a low profile. Because you have a disaster on you, anything you do might bring about bad consequences. Yi Xian nodded, I will try to keep a low profile. As soon as his voice fell, at this moment, his face changed drastically, and he hurriedly retreated. Just as he retreated, a powerful force suddenly blasted in front of him. Rumble, Yi Xian was directly blown away. He did not dare to use his own strength to resist, so he was directly blown away. But fortunately, this force was not particularly strong, so he did not suffer too much. In the ruins, Yi Xian crawled out. He was a little confused. Someone is deliberately targeting me. Yi Xian looked up into the distance. Not far away, there stood a woman. The woman was about 20 years old, wearing a black and red dress. Her hair was tied into long whips. Her whole person looked particularly hot. Opposite the woman, there was also an old man. Yi Xian frowned. Fuck, I don't know these two. At this moment, the woman in the distance suddenly said angrily, "Grandfather, Feng Shui will not marry that Lin family's good-for-nothing son." The old man frowned slightly, a little displeased. "Girl, go back with me." Feng Shui said coldly, "I will not go back with you." The old man was about to speak. At this moment, a young man appeared beside Feng Shui. The young man looked at Feng Shui, smiled. "Sister Shui." Feng Shui suddenly said angrily, "Lin Su, my name is Feng Shui. I'll tell you today, Feng Shui, already have someone I like. I will not marry you." Lin Su said with a smile, "Sister Shui, I know, you're deliberately angering me, you don't have anyone you like." Feng Shui glared angrily at Lin Su. At this moment, she glanced at the surroundings, and suddenly pointed at Yixian who had just climbed out of the nearby ruins. "I'll tell you, I like him." Hearing this, Yixian directly jumped up. He was slightly stunned, and he was astonished in his heart. "Little heir. Fuck, isn't your law of disaster a bit too ridiculous? Is this how you play it? Huh?" Within the prison pagoda, Little Heir's expression was slightly unsightly. She said angrily, "Who allowed you to watch the show? Let me tell you, in any case, you are not allowed to make a move. This chapter is not finished. Please continue to the next page. If you make a move, that woman will stab your head with a flying knife." Yixian. At this moment, Feng Shui suddenly ran over to Yixian. She directly hugged Yixian's arm, and then looked provocatively at the distant Lin Su. "Lin Su, I like him." Lin Su's gaze gradually turned gloomy when he witnessed this scene. Feng Shui was his fiancée, yet she was actually hugging a man's arm in broad daylight. Lin Su's eyes were filled with killing intent. Right at this moment, Yixian suddenly glanced coldly at Feng Shui. "Fuck off. Fuck off." As soon as this voice resounded, everyone here was stunned. Feng Shui was slightly stunned as well. "This man told me to fuck off?" Yixian gazed at Feng Shui. "Miss Feng Shui, have you thought about your Feng clan when you did this?" Feng Shui stared fixedly at Yixian. "What do you mean?" Yixian laughed coldly. "What do I mean? I can understand that you don't like Brother Lin, but why did you humiliate Brother Lin? Do you know that your actions earlier aren't just an insult to Brother Lin and his Lin clan, it's an insult to your Feng clan as well? Have you ever thought that your willfulness might cause our clans to become enemies?" Feng Shui spoke angrily. "Are you trying to teach me how to do things?" The corners of Yixian's mouth curled into a ridiculing smile. "Teach you how to do things? Do you think your grandfather and Brother Lin can't tell that you randomly picked a man to be your shield on the streets?" As he spoke, he gazed at Lin Su. "Brother Lin, forgive me for speaking bluntly, but this kind of unruly and willful woman isn't worth it." Lin Su glanced at Yixian. "You are?" Yixian walked over to Lin Su and smiled. "I'm Yang Xian, people call me Young Master Yang." Yang clan. Lin Su frowned slightly. "I don't think I've heard of it." Yixian was about to speak when Feng Shui suddenly ran over to Yixian and said angrily, "You damnable man, you actually dare to say that I'm unruly and willful. Do you not want?" Meanwhile, Yixian suddenly said angrily, "Stay away from me." As he spoke, he hastily retreated to Lin Su's side, his right hand tightly grabbing onto Lin Su's sleeve. When he looked at Feng Shui, his eyes were filled with disgust, as if he had seen something extremely disgusting. Seeing this scene, everyone was somewhat dumbfounded. As for Feng Shui, she was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. Feng Shui glared at Yixian, her eyes filled with killing intent. "You dare to humiliate me?" Yixian glanced coldly at Feng Shui. "Women, there isn't a single good thing. Men are still the best." As he spoke, he turned to look at Lin Su. The disgust in his eyes instantly turned into a trace of strangeness. "Men are still the best." Hearing this, Feng Shui was stunned. Lin Su was stunned as well. Feng Shui looked at Yixian. She blinked her eyes. You like men?" Yixian glared at Feng Shui and said angrily, Can't I? Can't I like men? Ah? Don't you know that the opposite sex is only for reproduction, and the same sex is true love?" Feng Shui's throat rolled. At this moment, Lin Su, who was beside Yixian, quietly pulled back his sleeve that Yixian had grabbed. He moved a few steps to the side. He glanced at Yixian. "Brother Yang, I still have matters to attend to. Farewell." "Farewell." After speaking, he turned and left, walking very quickly, and as he walked, he took off his clothes. At the side, Feng Shui glanced at Yixian. She hesitated, a trace of apology flashed in her eyes. "Sorry, I didn't know you like men." I'm really sorry, inside the prison pagoda. Xiao Er was silent for a long time. She gave a thumbs up. You really are a goddamn talent. End of this chapter. Seeing that Lin Su had left, Yi Xian also turned to leave. If they were to fight, these people really wouldn't be his match. But it was completely unnecessary. He didn't want to be used by this woman. At this moment, Feng Shui suddenly stood in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian frowned slightly. He really didn't have a good impression of this woman. To be honest, he really wanted to cut this woman down with his sword. This woman used him as a shield, completely not considering his life or death. Think about it, if he was an ordinary person, what would the result be? He would definitely die. Previously, he had already felt the killing intent from Lin Su's eyes. Feng Shui glanced at Yi Xian, still angry. Yi Xian was expressionless. Move aside. Feng Shui said softly, I really didn't know you liked men. Just as Yi Xian was about to speak, Feng Shui suddenly approached Yi Xian and grinned. Actually, I think what you said is very right. Yi Xian frowned slightly. What's very right? Feng Shui blinked. The opposite sex is only for reproduction. The same sex is true love. Yi Xian was speechless. Feng Shui looked around, then said softly, actually, I like women. Hearing this, Yi Xian was dumbfounded. F*CK, this is really F*King explosive. Feng Shui sighed softly, unfortunately, no one can understand me. Saying that, she looked at Yi Xian, is it wrong to like women? Yi Xian was speechless. Feng Shui suddenly said, Yang Xian, you're not an ordinary person, right? Yi Xian looked at Feng Shui, what do you mean? Feng Shui said seriously, when you faced me and Lin Su, there was no fear in your eyes. There's only one explanation, and that is you have confidence. So, you're definitely not an ordinary person. Yi Xian smiled, I'm just an ordinary person. Miss, I still have things to do, so I'll take my leave. Saying that, he turned around and left. He did not want to provoke this woman. She seemed to be in her rebellious phase. It was better not to provoke her. Feng Shui didn't stop Yi Xian. She looked at Yi Xian's back as he left, deep in thought. After Yi Xian left, he immediately found an empty courtyard. In the courtyard, he sat cross-legged on the ground and said in a deep voice, Little heir, can you predict what will happen to me next? Xiao heir, yes. Yi Xian quickly asked, what's going to happen to me next? Xiao heir said, you will be enlightened after this, and immediately reach the level of a true mortal sword. Hearing this, Yi Xian was overjoyed. Are you kidding me? Xiao heir said indifferently, you were the one who joked with me first. Please, if I could predict the future, would I have ended up like this? Yi Xian's expression froze. After a short while, he said, aren't many extraordinary experts able to predict what will happen in the future? Xiao heir said, some experts who have reached a certain level can predict what will happen in the future. However, it's absolutely impossible for them to predict in detail. They can only predict the general situation. Moreover, it depends on the situation. For example, if the tribulation or the person related to the tribulation is too strong, then they won't be able to predict it. For example, that big brother of yours. He's not tainted by any karma. If he wants to kill someone, then the person who is killed will not be able to predict anything related to your big brother. Hearing this, Yi Xian said softly, I understand. Xiao heir continued, the future is uncertain, and it's exactly because of this that a person's life is meaningful. If a person's future is destined, then what's the point of his life? Yi Xian said softly, I thought that the Cosmos Court would make every single person's life. This chapter is not finished, please continue to the next page. A person's fate is already determined. Xiao heir said, we're not that strong. What we protect is the order of the universe. Whether it's us or the universal laws, we're the guardians of the order of the universe. As for the Tao of destiny that you mentioned, everyone's destiny is actually different, and it's not fair. For example, some people are born with wealth. Their starting point is the end point that some ordinary people can't reach in their entire lives. Of course, it's not absolute. There are many people who can change their destiny through their own hard work. Therefore, everyone's destiny is determined at birth, but the future is not. Yi Xian asked, is there a destiny law? Xiao heir said, yes. The second is the destiny law. Yi Xian was a little curious. What about the first? Xiao Er said calmly, guess. Yi Xian's face darkened. Guess my ass, Xiao Er said. The duty of the destiny law is to protect the order of destiny and not let others control their own destiny. However, she's also injured now. Her power of law can no longer protect the Tao of destiny of this vast universe. Yi Xian frowned slightly. The destiny law is injured? Who did it? Xiao Er said coldly, you did it. Your sister did it. Yi Xian, Xiao Er's voice became colder. When that mysterious person forcibly reincarnated, not only did he injure the reincarnation law, but he also injured the destiny law and the karma law. Not only did he jump out of the order of the destiny law, but he also controlled the fate of that life. No, I should say, he implicated that life of yours. At this point, she suddenly sneered. However, this guy's luck is also bad. I guess he never dreamed that you have a sister who is even more heaven-defying than him. Your sister forcibly saved you and suppressed him. This guy is really bloody unlucky. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, Xiao Er, that mysterious person can also defy the laws of the universe. My sister Qing Er can also defy the laws of the universe. Who is stronger? Xiao Er said coldly, do you still need to ask this question? Yi Xian was a little puzzled. What do you mean? Xiao Er said, the one who lives well is stronger. Yi Xian was stunned, then shook his head with a smile. It was obvious that Qing Er was strong. Yes, if Qing Er was not strong, the one who should be suppressed should be her. As if thinking of something, Yi Xian asked again, Xiao Er, from what you said, that mysterious person is also very strong. He can actually defy the laws of the universe. Xiao Er was silent for a moment, then said, he is the first person to defy the laws of the universe. Yi Xian asked, do you know his identity? Xiao Er said lightly, I don't know. Yi Xian blinked. Actually, in that case, you and I are both victims. Since we are all victims, why do we hurt each other? Isn't it better for us to join forces to kill that mysterious person? Xiao Er said angrily, we are the victims. You are not a victim. Your sister and that father of yours are worse than that mysterious person, especially your sister. She defied the laws of the universe more than that mysterious person. Not only does she want to defy the laws of the universe, she also wants to kill the laws of the universe. Yi Xian was speechless. If you don't mess with me, Qing Er will not target you. Xiao Er suddenly said, why don't you come with me to the Cosmos God Court to plead guilty? Let's settle this peacefully. Yi Xian blinked and said with a smile, sure. Xiao Er quickly said, are you sure? Yi Xian smiled, I will bring my brother and Qing Er there, we will settle this peacefully. Xiao Er's expression instantly turned cold. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly raised his head. In the sky, there was a powerful, this chapter is not finished, please flip the page. The aura spread over. At this moment, Xiao Er's expression changed greatly, not good. That woman is using the misfortune law to find you. She is forcefully sensing the misfortune law. If she can sense it, she can use the misfortune law to find you. Because in this world, you are currently the only misfortune body. Wherever the power of the law of calamity is, it's definitely where you are. Yi Xian's expression sank. Do you have any solution? Xiao Er was silent for a moment, said, call your brother here. Yi Xian, Xiao Er said, it is not too late to call him now. Yi Xian smiled bitterly, I want to call him too, but I don't know where he went. Xiao Er was stunned, then said, you can't contact him? Yi Xian nodded, he can contact me, but I can't contact him. Xiao Er said angrily, just wait for your death. Yi Xian spread his hands, if this woman finds me, do you think she will let you off? Xiao Er was furious, you think I am afraid of her? Yi Xian blinked, Miss Xiao Er, of course you are not afraid of her, but you are still being suppressed. If that woman takes advantage of you, what will you do? In the World Prism Pagoda, Xiao Er's expression was extremely ugly. Take advantage of me, that woman will definitely take advantage of me and humiliate me. Thinking of this, Xiao Er's expression became even uglier. Yi Xian hurriedly said, quickly think of a way. Xiao Er was expressionless, what else can I do? Just screw her and be done with it. Xiao Er blinked, can the two of us beat her? Xiao Er said coldly, even if we can't beat her, we have to. Yi Xian was speechless, listening to this woman. She might not be able to beat her. Yi Xian thought for a moment, then said, "Why don't you help me stall her? I will go find reinforcements." Xiao Er sneered, "Let me tell you, if we live together, if we die together. Do as you see fit." Yi Xian, Xiao Ta suddenly said, "Xiao Er, are you going to live and die with the young master?" "Wow, don't tell me you like the young master." Xiao Er suddenly flew into a rage, "Stupid door, shut up." Xiao Ta floated to the 9th floor, it chuckled, "Come and hit me then." Yi Xian, soon, a series of explosions rang out in the prison pagoda. Yi Xian was about to speak. At this moment, Xiao Er suddenly stopped. She suddenly looked up. After a moment, her eyes narrowed slightly. "Someone is helping you resist the disaster law." Yi Xian hurriedly said, "Who? Is it my big brother?" Xiao Er shook her head. "No, if it was your big brother, he would have chopped that woman with a sword. What's the point of blocking?" Yi Xian frowned slightly. "Then who could it be?" Xiao Er said solemnly, "It's not a person, the other party is using an array to help you resist." A trace of confusion flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. "Array?" Xiao Er looked at Yi Xian, "You really don't know?" Yi Xian shook his head, "I don't know." Xiao Er glanced at Yi Xian, silent. "This guy doesn't look like he's lying. Just how many helpers does this guy have? Fuck. Endless helpers." In the starry sky, Mu Xiaodao raised his head, his expression cold. "Who is resisting the power of the disaster law? Do they not want to live?" After a moment of silence, a voice came from the endless starry sky, "Undying Emperor Clan, please kill me." End of this chapter. Undying Emperor Clan. Yi Xian was dumbfounded. Which faction was this? At this moment, Xiao Er said softly, "Why would this clan help you block the disaster laws?" Yi Xian asked quickly, "Xiao Er, do you know this clan?" Xiao Er said after a moment of silence, "They are known as the #1 clan in the universe." At this point, she frowned, "You don't know them?" Yi Xian shook his head, "I don't." Xiao Er said after a moment of silence, "Damn. I almost forgot about the bloodline in your body, you are from the Undying Emperor clan." Yi Xian, at this moment, Xiao Er said, "Run." Yi Xian looked up at the sky, "The Undying Emperor clan can't stop this woman?" Xiao Er said angrily, "Stop my ass." The Undying Emperor clan is in the 9-dimensional universe, which is several universes away from here. How can they stop this woman? Yi Xian thought for a moment, then turned and ran. At this moment, Yi Xian was extremely shocked. The 9-dimensional universe. There really was a 9-dimensional universe. He couldn't understand why a faction in the 9-dimensional universe would protect him. Could it be his mother's clan? But Du Guxian was just an ordinary woman. Moreover, Du Guxian didn't seem to have the bloodline of the Undying. Could it be that his birth parents were someone else? Thinking of this, Yi Xian felt a headache. He almost couldn't figure out whose son he was. In the starry sky, Mu Xiaodao looked at the depths of the starry sky, his eyes cold. Undying Emperor clan. In the depths of the starry sky, a figure condensed. It was the patriarch of the Undying Emperor clan, Dongli Jing, void projection, and his body was several universes away in the 9-dimensional universe. Dongli Jing looked at Mu Xiaodao, his expression calm, "Law protector." Mu Xiaodao smiled, "What, your Undying Emperor clan wants to protect this youth called Yi Xian?" Dongli Jing said calmly, "So what?" Unyielding, the Undying Emperor clan had existed for millions of years. Other than that time when they met the green-robed man, they had never been afraid. Although they were wary of the Cosmos God Court, they weren't afraid. Of course, a large part of the reason for this confidence was because of the green-robed man. This Yi Xian not only possessed the bloodline of the Undying Imperial clan, he also possessed the bloodline of the green-clothed man. In other words, the Undying Imperial clan was standing together with the green-clothed man. So what if I am? A cold smile appeared on Dongli Jing's face. It seems like your Undying Imperial clan has been very arrogant these past few years. As soon as she finished speaking, she opened her palm, and the flying dagger in her hand flew out. In the distance, Higashi Yasushi's projection vanished, but the flying dagger didn't stop. It pierced through the starry sky, and wherever it passed, space was annihilated inch by inch. Even the cosmic barrier couldn't stop it. In just a few breaths of time, the flying knife had already arrived in the sky above the undying world of the 9-dimensional universe. Then, it struck the undying blood array. Boom, the entire undying blood formation trembled violently and then was annihilated inch by inch. The flying dagger had already disappeared. The expressions of the experts from the undying imperial clan turned unsightly when they witnessed this scene. Higashi Yasushi suddenly said in a cold voice, "I'll go meet her. All of you, reconstruct the formation. You must help him block the laws of calamity." As soon as she finished speaking, she took a step forward and pulled her hands forward. Hiss, the space in front of her was torn apart by her hands, and then she stepped into the spatial rift and vanished in the blink of an eye. After Higashi Yasushi left, Donglizwa suddenly said, "Reconstruct the formation." It didn't take long for another grand formation to rise slowly from within the undying imperial clan. The Kiliacosm. Mu Xiaodao opened her palm, and a flying dagger flew back into her hand. At this moment, her expression was extremely gloomy. She'd almost found Yixian just now, however, she'd been stopped by the undying imperial clan. The undying imperial clan. Mu Xiaodao was quite puzzled. Why would this ancient clan suddenly help Yixian? After a moment of silence, Mu Xiaodao turned around and glanced around. She didn't sense the auras of Yixian or Xiao'er. They've escaped again. Mu Xiaodao suddenly raised her palm into the sky. In the next moment, a ray of red light shot into the sky and shot into the starry sky. On the other side, within Yixian's body, Xiao'er suddenly said, "Not good. That woman is calling for the Universe Enforcer." Yixian frowned slightly. "Universe Enforcer?" Xiao'er said solemnly, "Yes. Within the Universe God Court, there's a mysterious team called the Universe Enforcer. They frequently patrol the universe and specifically kill those who destroy the order of the universe. For example, those who reincarnate and are reborn." Yixian asked, "Are they powerful?" Xiao'er said, "With your current strength, you can barely become a universe enforcer." Yixian's expression darkened. This woman called Mu Xiaodao is actually calling for people. She's too shameless. Xiao'er said coldly, "Although I don't like that woman, please, when it comes to calling for people, who can compare to you, young Master Yi?" Yixian was speechless. Yixian didn't continue bickering with this woman. He looked around and said, "Miss Xiao'er, where do we escape to?" Xiao'er said, "We can't escape." Yixian frowned slightly. "What do you mean?" Xiao'er said solemnly, "You can't fly a sword, and you can't use Xian Qi. Otherwise, that woman will immediately sense you." Yixian's expression was a little ugly. "So I can only wait for death?" After a moment of silence, Xiao'er said, "Can you help me remove the sword qi that swordsman left in between my eyebrows?" Yixian blinked. "No. What a joke." The reason why this woman was standing with him now was because she was currently weaker and couldn't beat the woman who played with knives. If this guy recovered his strength, needless to say, he would definitely be twinned. Xiao'er said calmly, "Then I have no other way. Think of a way yourself." Yixian thought about it and said, "Miss Xiao'er, what's the personality of this woman who plays with knives?" Xiao'er laughed coldly. "What? Do you want to use your shamelessness to defeat her?" Yixian laughed embarrassedly. "I'm just asking. After all, as my enemy, I should at least understand her personality, right?" Xiao'er said flatly, "Don't think about all that fancy stuff. This woman isn't as stupid as you think. You're dreaming if you want to deceive her." Yixian was speechless. Before he knew it, Yixian had arrived at a mountain range. Actually, he was slightly panicking because the law of disaster was too mysterious. It caused trouble at the slightest provocation. Suddenly, the sounds of battle resounded from afar. Yixian's expression instantly changed when he witnessed this, and he immediately turned around and left. Meanwhile, the door of disaster suddenly roared angrily, "Hurry up." Yixian said furiously, "Go my ass. Little Ernie, can you talk to the misfortune law and tell it not to play like this? If you have the ability, then fight me openly. Why are you doing such despicable things?" Xiao'er said coldly, "Are you sure you want her to come over and fight you in person?" Yixian blinked. "Can she come over?" Xiao'er said calmly, "Her law of disaster is on you. What do you think?" Yixian was speechless. At this moment, Xiaota suddenly said, "Young master, don't be a coward. There's nothing to be afraid of. We'll just fight." The corners of Yixian's mouth twitched. F***ck, he really wanted to beat this Xiao Ta to death. At this moment, an explosion suddenly came from afar. The next moment, a figure rushed out from the dense forest in the distance. It was a young man in his 20s. His body was covered in injuries, and it was obvious that he had experienced a huge battle. The young man staggered toward Yixian. He was about to speak when he spat out a mouthful of blood. Yixian turned around and left. His instincts told him that something bad had happened. Damn it, right at this moment, the young man suddenly strode forward and grabbed the young man. Brother! Yixian was speechless. The young man withdrew a spatial ring and stuffed it into Yixian's hand. His voice trembled as he said, "Brother, do me a favor and send this to the southern city Xiao family." Yixian hesitated for a moment, and then he said, "I'm in a very difficult position." The young man hurriedly said, "No, I won't help you for nothing." As he spoke, he withdrew a huge pile of crystals and placed them in front of Yixian. "Brother, do me this favor, and all of these are yours. Moreover, the eldest young miss will reward you handsomely." Yixian hesitated for a moment, and then he withdrew a spatial ring. "Have a look." The young man glanced at it, and he was stunned in the next moment. There were hundreds of millions of top-grade energy crystals in the spatial ring, and they were all of the highest quality. The young man gulped. "Brother." Yixian gazed at the young man and spoke seriously, "Brother, I'm not interested in money." The young man felt suffocated, and he spat out another mouthful of blood. Yixian hesitated for a moment, and then he clenched his right hand tightly, and a strand of violet energy suddenly appeared in his palm. He could save this man's life. Meanwhile, Xiao suddenly said, "I advise you not to save him. If you do, then something bad will definitely happen. Because if you save him, then it'll be a cause, and this cause will definitely be a bad cause." Yixian spoke solemnly in his heart, "What if I don't save him?" Xiao fell silent for a moment before she said, "Not saving him is also a bad cause. Something bad will definitely happen as well." Yixian was furious in his heart. "Damn it. Xiao, tell me, is the law of disaster doing things to humans? She's forcing an innocent girl to become a prostitute." Xiao fell silent. She felt that doing this was going a bit too far. Xiao was shocked when she thought up to this point. "How could I have such a thought? I'm the protector of the law of disaster. I should be steadfast in protecting the law of disaster." Outside, Yixian fell silent. "Damn it. I can't save him, but I can't not save him either." At this moment, the young man slowly collapsed to the ground. He handed the storage ring to Yixian and begged, "Brother, this is extremely important to my Xiao family. Please help me." And, as he spoke, he took out another storage ring and handed it to Yixian. "This is my life savings. Please give it to my younger sister. Her name is Xiaoling." Younger sister. Hearing this, Yixian's expression changed slightly. He no longer hesitated and opened his palm. A strand of purple gas floated into the young man's body. Boom! In an instant, the injuries all over the young man's body began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Within the prison pagoda, Xiao fell silent. She did not know what would happen next. The young man was a bit dazed. He looked at Yixian in disbelief. "Brother," Yixian said, "send it back yourself now." After saying this, he turned and left. The young man was stunned. He looked at Yixian, who was leaving in the distance. No one knew what he was thinking. In the distant mountain range, Yixian glanced at the surroundings and smiled. "There doesn't seem to be a problem." Xiao said indifferently, "There will definitely be a problem." Yixian thought for a moment, and then he said, "Do you think I did anything wrong?" Xiao said, "What are you trying to say?" Yixian smiled. "Xiao, let's have a good chat. Do you think I did anything wrong by saving him?" Xiao replied with a question. "What if that man is an evil person?" Yixian fell silent. Xiao said, "There are two sides to everything. Most of the time, the good deeds you do might not be really good. Moreover, I have to remind you that good deeds might not necessarily be rewarded in this world. In the Milky Way world, people who do good deeds are often extorted." Yixian blinked. "You know about the Milky Way world as well?" Xiao said indifferently, "Of course I do. However, the Cosmos God Court doesn't manage it." Yixian was slightly puzzled. "Why?" don't you manage the entire universe? After a moment of silence, Xiao said, that place is a little special. A little special? Yi Xian was a little curious. How special? Xiao suddenly said angrily, why do you have so many questions? Is our relationship very good? Huh? Yi Xian. P.S. Hee hee. Yi Xian did not ask any more questions, because he discovered that this woman seemed to be becoming irritable again. A hot-tempered woman, Yi Xian began to speed up his pace. He was quite annoyed because he originally wanted to cultivate a Dao body. With the blood of the horned little girl, it would be very easy for him to cultivate Dao, but the problem was that he did not dare to cultivate at all. He did not know how terrifying Mu Xiaodao was, but he knew how terrifying Little was. At his peak, Little was ridiculously strong, and Mu Xiaodao, who was also a law guardian, was definitely not inferior to Little. Thinking of this, he was even more certain that he could not face Mu Xiaodao head-on. He had to be as wretched as possible. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly stopped. He frowned and turned around. Not far away, more than a dozen auras were coming at him. Soon, more than a dozen people appeared in front of Yi Xian. The leader was a woman. She wore a black robe and held a sword in her hand. Beside the woman, there was a young man. Yi Xian recognized this young man. It was the young man he had saved before. Yi Xian's expression sank. They came with ill intentions. The young man smiled and said, we meet again. Yi Xian smiled and said, what's the matter? The young man looked at the woman beside him. The woman walked not far from Yi Xian and said, you have a kind of purple aura on your body. Yi Xian nodded and said, yes. The woman looked straight at Yi Xian and said, and a lot of crystal stones. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. Sure enough, good karma can also have bad karma. The woman stared at Yi Xian and said, seeing that you saved my clansman, if you hand it over, I can spare your life. Yi Xian smiled and said, miss, if I hand it over, you will immediately kill me to eliminate future troubles, right? The woman's eyes narrowed and was about to speak when Yi Xian suddenly said angrily, you bunch of idiots. The woman and the others were dumbfounded by the scolding. Yi Xian angrily pointed at the woman, use your pig brain to think, to be able to have that kind of purple energy and so many crystals, how could an ordinary person be? Would it? Can't you guys grow some brains? Even if you're going to be a bad guy, can't you use your brain a little? Speaking of this, he also felt a little sullen. Damn it, for the first time in history, he hoped that his enemy would be smarter. The woman looked at Yi Xian. Then can you tell me who you are? Yi Xian swiped the ground with his right hand. In an instant, countless treasures appeared in front of him. Among them were some supreme-grade treasures. His executing heaven sword, soul-suppressing sword, violet chi, and supreme-grade energy crystals. In addition, there were countless treasures of heaven and earth. Most of them were spoils of war from the past few years. The expressions of the woman and the others changed violently when they saw those treasures. Any one of these treasures in front of him was priceless, especially that purple gas and those top-grade energy crystals, the degree of purity. At this moment, the hearts of the woman and the others surged like a tidal wave, and they were extremely shocked. Yi Xian pointed at those treasures. See that? Am I an ordinary person? The woman looked at Yi Xian. At this moment, there was a solemn and fearful expression in her eyes. Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief in his heart when he saw this. Obviously, this woman probably wouldn't make a move. Suddenly, the young man by the woman's side spoke abruptly, eldest young miss, there's only one reason why he said so much, and that's because he's afraid. Yi Xian was speechless. The woman looked at the young man, and the young man looked at Yi Xian and sneered. If he really isn't an ordinary person, then why would he waste his breath on us? He only said so much to scare us away. Yi Xian shook his head speechlessly. Xiao suddenly said, hold it, don't do anything. The young man continued, young miss, so many treasures are enough to change the fate of our Xiao family. In time, our Xiao family will definitely become the #1 family in South City. No, it'll become the #1 family in the entire world. Hearing this, the woman and the others instantly felt the blood in their bodies boil. The #1 family in the world, just thinking about it makes me excited. Yi Xian fell silent. Xiao suddenly said, a little impatience will spoil great plans. Hold it. The young man spoke in a deep voice, young miss, riches come from danger. If we do this, our Xiao family will rise completely. As he spoke, he looked at Xian. Moreover, if we give up now, this person might take revenge on our Xiao family in the future. At that time it'll be even more troublesome. Since that's the case, why don't we kill him now and take his treasures? Xian looked at the young man. I saved you just now. The young man smiled. Did I ask you to save me? As he spoke, he shook his head with a smile. I don't think I asked you to save me, right? Suddenly, the young man's voice stopped abruptly. That was because a hand was gripping his throat. It wasn't Xian, it was Xiao Er. Xian was slightly stunned when he saw Xiao Er suddenly make a move. Xiao Er looked coldly at the young man whose face was filled with terror. Is that what you're saying? I suddenly realized that although that bitch is cheap, she's not disgusting. But you make me extremely disgusted. Fuck you. As she spoke, she slammed the young man to the ground. Bang, the young man's head exploded, and blood sprayed violently. The woman and the others' expressions changed drastically when they saw this scene. Meanwhile, Xian loosened his hand. He wanted to make the first move, but he didn't expect Xiao Er to make the first move. The Xiao family's eldest young miss stared at Xiao Er. You. Who are you? Xiao Er ignored the eldest young miss and turned around to look. Not far away, a woman had appeared out of nowhere. Mu Xiaodao. Mu Xiaodao sized up Xiao Er, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Xiao Er. You don't seem to be in a good state. Xiao Er looked at Mu Xiaodao. Give me 15 minutes. Mu Xiaodao smiled. Sure. Xiao Er turned around to look at the Xiao family's eldest young Mississippi. You stupid woman. Are you brainless? That bitch can take out so many treasures at once. Is he an ordinary person? Did your IQ get eaten by a dog? The Xiao family's eldest young miss said in a deep voice, Senior, this is my Xiao family's fault. I apologize to the two of you on behalf of the Xiao family. Apologize? Xiao Er said angrily, I don't accept it. As she spoke, she slapped out. Bang, the Xiao family's eldest young miss was directly destroyed by this slap. Xiao Er slapped out again. In the distance, the Xiao family's experts were directly wiped out by a powerful force. After killing them, Xiao Er clapped her hands. Comfortable. With that, she turned around to look at Mu Xiaodao. Let's begin. Mu Xiaodao's mouth curled up. All right. As she spoke, she opened her palm, and the flying knife in her hand suddenly flew out. In the distance, Xiao Er's expression turned sinister. She clapped her hands together, and a blood lightning exploded from her palms. The knife arrived. Bang, the blood lightning exploded apart, and Xiao Er was instantly pushed over 10 kilometers back. Moreover, there was a deep gash on the right side of her face. Xian's expression instantly became extremely solemn when he witnessed this scene. Damn it. This woman with the flying knife isn't just ordinarily ferocious. Mu Xiaodao opened her palm, and the flying knife returned to her hand. She gazed at Xiao Er and smiled. Xiao Er, why have you become so weak? Xiao Er wiped off the blood on her face. She didn't waste her breath at all and suddenly vanished on the spot. A blood lightning tore through the surroundings. Mu Xiaodao's eyes narrowed slightly, and she pointed forward with the flying knife in her hand. Bang, an expanse of lightning suddenly erupted in front of Mu Xiaodao, and then a figure retreated explosively. This figure retreated over 30 kilometers away. The person who retreated was Little Er. Xiao Er's pupils constricted when she stopped moving. She suddenly moved to the side, and a cold ray of light flashed past her face. Xiao Er gazed at Mu Xiaodao. Mu Xiaodao was looking at her with a spurious smile on her face, and the flying knife was still in her hand. On the other hand, a blood-red mark had appeared on the other side of Xiao Er's face. Mu Xiaodao gazed at Xiao Er and smiled. Xiao Er, I'm really not used to you suddenly becoming so weak. As she spoke, she opened her palm, and the flying knife in her hand suddenly started to spin swiftly. In an instant, the entire heavens and the earth started to become illusory. Watch out for the flying knife. The heavens and the earth can't endure it. Mu Xiaodao gazed at Xiao Er and smiled. Xiao Er, you're going to die after this. Don't worry, I'll let you die with dignity. As she spoke, she was about to attack. However, Xian suddenly said, wait. Mu Xiaodao gazed at Xian, do you have a problem with that? Yi Xian spoke in a low voice, "Miss, I think it's unfair. After all, Miss Xiao'er isn't at her peak right now." Mu Xiaodao blinked, "Fair? What's fair? Can it even be eaten?" Yi Xian was flabbergasted. "Damn it. I've encountered another shameless person." Mu Xiaodao sized up Yi Xian and smiled, "One with the body of calamity. You seem to have quite a good relationship with Xiao'er." Yi Xian spoke in a low voice, "Miss, I think that you would definitely feel a lot of regret if you killed Miss Xiao'er just like that, right? After all, she isn't at her peak right now." Mu Xiaodao suddenly shook her head, "No, I don't feel any regret at all." Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he said, "I really don't understand. Aren't all of you from the Cosmos Court? Why did you kill each other?" As soon as he finished speaking, even he felt that it was quite absurd. "Damn it, isn't it a good thing for the Cosmos Court to kill each other?" Mu Xiaodao sized up Yi Xian once more, and then she smiled, "Actually, I don't understand it either. She's the guardian of the law of calamity, and you're the body of calamity. How did the two of you get together?" At the side, Xiao'er suddenly spoke angrily, "You're the one who got together with him. I have nothing to do with him." Yi Xian nodded, "The two of us are innocent. We have nothing to do with each other." Mu Xiaodao blinked, "Innocent? I didn't say that the two of you aren't innocent." Yi Xian was speechless. Mu Xiaodao glanced at Yi Xian and Xiao'er, and then she said, "The two of you wouldn't have really gotten together, right? If that's the case, then I'm very shocked." In the distance, Xiao'er suddenly spoke coldly, "Mu Xiaodao, are you trying to kill us with your mouth?" Mu Xiaodao looked at Xiao'er and smiled, "All right. No more nonsense. Xiao'er, die." As soon as she finished speaking, the flying dagger in her hand suddenly flew out. In the distance, Xiao'er's pupils constricted, and she pressed her hands together. A blood-red lightning wall suddenly condensed in front of her, the flying dagger arrived, bang, the blood-red lightning wall trembled violently. In the next moment, the blood-red lightning wall split apart, and the flying dagger flew past Xiao'er's chest. Hiss, a stream of blood sprayed out. "P.S. I was late yesterday, so I'll make up for it today. A real man should keep his word. I'm a man, don't call me AB*TCH. The knife pierced through her chest, and Xiao'er immediately retreated thousands of feet away. As soon as she stopped, blood slowly flowed out from the corner of her mouth, and on her chest, there was a knife wound. A powerful force was crushing the vitality in her body. Xiao'er hurriedly suppressed the force in her body. In the distance, Mu Xiaodao opened her palm, and the flying knife suddenly appeared in her palm. She looked at Xiao'er and smiled, "I won't give you a chance." As she spoke, the flying knife in her hand suddenly flew out. In the distance, Xiao'er stared at the flying knife. She knew that she would definitely die this time, because if she blocked this flying knife, the force in her body would instantly crush all her vitality. "Am I going to die?" Xiao'er slowly closed her eyes. She was somewhat unwilling to die like this, because this was not her peak state. She was unwilling, but she was powerless. At this moment, she suddenly opened her eyes. In front of her stood a man. It was Yi Xian. Seeing Yi Xian blocking in front of her, Xiao'er was stunned. At this moment, Xiao Ta suddenly flew in front of her, and the next moment, countless purple gas surged towards her like a tide. Yi Xian stared at the flying knife. "Hurry up and heal. I'll help you block it." As he spoke, he directly rushed out. "Fight." Have you seen Mu Xiaodao before? He was very clear that he couldn't beat him, but he must fight, because once Xiao'er died, Mu Xiaodao's target would be him. Yi Xian, if he saved Xiao'er, and the two of them joined forces, there would still be a chance of survival. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly pulled out his sword and stabbed. Sword domain plus sword of life and death. This was his current strongest sword. The sword stabbed out. Boom, in front of Yi Xian, the sword light shattered, and he instantly retreated thousands of feet away. Just as he stopped, crack. The executing heaven sword in his hand directly cracked. Not only that, his whole body instantly cracked into a spider web, especially his face. At a glance, it was extremely terrifying. One blow almost destroyed his soul. Yi Xian took a deep breath. This woman was really F***king terrifying. Why were all the women he met so terrifying? In the distance, Mu Xiaodao glanced at Yi Xian. This sword is actually a mortal sword. Interesting. If this sword wasn't an ordinary sword, Yi Xian would definitely die. Yi Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and then turned to look at Little Air, who was not far away. At this moment, Little Air had recovered a lot with the help of the violet qi, but he still needed some time. Mu Xiaodao suddenly laughed and said, "Looks like your relationship is really deep." Then she looked at Yi Xian. "Take another knife attack from me." As soon as she finished speaking, she opened her palm and the flying sword suddenly flew out. When the saber was unleashed, the entire world seemed to have quietened down. Between heaven and earth, there was only the tearing sound of the saber. In the distance, Yi Xian's pupils suddenly shrank when he saw this strike. Invincible, that was the only thought left in his mind. Flee. As soon as this thought appeared, it was rejected by Yi Xian, and a wisp of viciousness flashed in his eyes. "Flee my ass, even if I die, I'll die with dignity." He took a step forward and stabbed with his sword. This strike was still a sword of life and death. Moreover, he'd forgotten about life and death when this strike was executed. Life was this strike, death was this strike. Meanwhile, the flying saber arrived. Bang! An expanse of sword light and saber light suddenly erupted in front of Yi Xian, and the heavens and the earth split apart. Mu Xiaodao's eyes suddenly narrowed because Yi Xian's sword had actually blocked her saber in the distance. Yi Xian had used the cracked executing heaven sword to block her flying saber. At this moment, Yi Xian was calm like water, and there wasn't the slightest aura of the sword Dao on him. However, the executing heaven sword in his hand was trembling slightly. Mu Xiaodao looked at Yi Xian. The mortal realm. It wasn't the mortal realm, but the mortal realm, a realm that had jumped out of the realm. From this moment onwards, the realms set by the Dao scripture and others were no longer effective against Yi Xian. He had truly jumped out of the shackles of the realm. At this moment, Mu Xiaodao suddenly waved his right hand. Bang! Yi Xian instantly retreated thousands of meters away. After he stopped, Yi Xian spat out several mouthfuls of blood, but he was smiling. The mortal realm, he had truly reached the mortal realm. In the distance, Mu Xiaodao suddenly smiled and said, "You seem very happy." Yi Xian looked at Mu Xiaodao and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. "Why wouldn't I be happy?" Mu Xiaodao blinked. "I had already entered the mortal realm hundreds of thousands of years ago." Yi Xian shook his head. No. That's not what I'm happy about." Mu Xiaodao was slightly curious. "Then what are you happy about?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "I'm happy that I can use external objects." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly opened his palm, and in the next moment, countless strands of sword energy shot out from within him. It wasn't his own sword energy, but the remnant sword energy that the green-clothed man had left behind tens of thousands of years ago. Mu Xiaodao's expression instantly changed when she saw the sword energy, and she held the flying saber between her fingers as she slashed it forward. The space in front of her was obliterated inch by inch. However, her attack wasn't able to shatter the sword energy, and the sword energy directly tore through her energy and slashed towards her. Mu Xiaodao's pupils constricted, and then she tapped the tip of her foot lightly and floated backwards. At the same time, the flying saber in her hand flew forward. Hiss! The saber tore through the sky and collided head-on with the sword energy. Meanwhile, one of the strands of sword energy slashed directly onto the flying saber, and it was instantly stopped. Meanwhile, another strand of sword energy slashed onto the flying saber. Bang! The flying saber was blasted flying. At this moment, Mu Xiaodao had already retreated 30 kilometers away. She opened her palm, and the flying saber appeared in her hand once more. But at this moment, the flying saber in her hand had split apart. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly roared furiously, "Condense!" As soon as he finished speaking, the illusory strands of sword energy suddenly fused together and transformed into a sword of energy. It was a relatively condensed sword of energy. Yi Xian pressed his fingers together and pointed forward, slash. Hiss! The sword of energy tore through the sky. Mu Xiaodao's eyes narrowed slightly, and there was a wisp of a solemn expression in the depths of her eyes. She didn't retreat. She took a step forward instead, and then she swiftly slashed the flying saber forward. Sky Destroyer. As soon as the saber descended, a 300 m long strand of saber energy suddenly appeared in midair, and then it descended in a straight line. Crack! At this instant, the heavens and the earth in the surroundings collapsed. Sky Destroyer. The entire world was shocked. The saber energy slashed directly onto the sword of energy. In an instant, the heavens and the earth trembled violently while the space in the surroundings was transformed into nothingness. Suddenly, the sound of cracking resounded. Mu Xiaodao's saber energy split apart and shattered. and then the sword of energy continued forward and slashed at Mu Xiaodao. A wisp of viciousness flashed through Mu Xiaodao's eyes, and then she suddenly opened her palm. God Slayer. As soon as she finished speaking, the flying saber in her hand suddenly flew forward, and it was like a cold light that caused the heavens and the earth to dim down. Moreover, this saber slashed directly onto the sword of energy. Bang! The flying saber exploded apart, and then a powerful aftershock swept through the sky. It was extremely swift, and it instantly swept through the starry sky that was 500,000 kilometers away, causing the entire starry sky to seethe with excitement. At the instant that the flying saber shattered, the sword energy tore through the sky and slashed straight at Mu Xiaodao. Mu Xiaodao's expression became ferocious, and then she slowly closed her eyes while an illusory saber suddenly appeared above her. As soon as this illusory saber appeared, the quintessence energy in the world started to disperse. Bit by bit, this illusory saber was already harming the quintessence of the universe. Mu Xiaodao suddenly opened her eyes and shouted furiously, "Divine fusion." As soon as she finished speaking, her soul suddenly came out of its sheath. The next moment, her soul held on to the illusory flying saber and slashed forward. As the saber fell, the quintessence energy of the entire universe instantly dissipated at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. As for the world that Mu Xiaodao was in, it directly began to shatter. Under this saber, nothing could survive. Something worth mentioning was that when Xian shot out that strand of sword energy, he'd already carried little on his back and ran. In order to block this sword energy, Mu Xiaodao did not hesitate to use her most powerful saber attack. In fact, she usually did not use this saber attack. This was because the lethality was too great, and it harmed the quintessence and the harmony of the world. However, at this moment, she had no other choice because this sword energy was simply too powerful. As this saber slashed down, the sword energy was finally forced to stop. However, in the next moment, Mu Xiaodao's pupils suddenly shrank because the flying saber in her hand began to be annihilated bit by bit. She still could not block it. Mu Xiaodao was greatly shocked, and she immediately shouted angrily, "Soul returns to God Slayer." As soon as she finished speaking, her soul returned to her body. As soon as her soul returned to her body, the illusory flying saber had vanished without a trace, and the sword energy had instantly arrived in front of her. At this critical moment, she used her hand like a saber, pointed forward, and shouted furiously, "Break!" Bang! Her right arm exploded apart while the powerful force of the collision blasted her over 100 kilometers away. As soon as she stopped moving, the energy sword had appeared in front of her once more. Her pupils suddenly constricted when she witnessed this scene. However, the energy sword had suddenly stopped when it was still half an inch away from the center of her forehead, and then it gradually dispersed into nothingness. Mu Xiaodao's eyes slowly closed. There was a mysterious force in front of her, and it was this mysterious force that had destroyed that strand of sword energy earlier. That mysterious force gradually started to disperse. Mu Xiaodao opened her eyes and gazed into the distance. Besides killing intent, there was a trace of seriousness and fear in her eyes. She knew that this strand of sword energy didn't belong to Yixian. But since it didn't belong to Yixian, then whose was it? A moment later, she lowered her head and glanced at her right shoulder. At this moment, her right arm had disappeared. Mu Xiaodao's eyes slowly closed, and no one knew what she was thinking. On the other side, Yixian was running madly with little and as he fled, he could still feel the intense battle behind him. At this moment, little suddenly said, "The battle is over. Stop." Yixian stopped, put little down, and then turned to look. "Is she dead?" Little glanced at the end of the horizon, and a moment later, she shook her head. No. The nomological energy behind her saved her. Yixian frowned slightly, and he said angrily, "Damn it, she actually called for help. How King shameless." Little glanced at Yixian. "Don't you feel embarrassed when you say that?" Yixian was speechless. Yixian sat cross-legged on the ground and started to heal himself. Now, he started to use purple energy to heal himself. He who had already reached the mortal sword realm could use any external objects because he would no longer rely on them. His current state of mind was completely different from before. Of course, the main reason was that he had no choice but to use external objects. He really couldn't do it. At the side, Xiao Er was also healing herself. Her injuries were already mostly healed. Xiao Er glanced at Yixian. "Why did you save me just now?" Yi Xian said seriously, we are good friends, friends help each other. Xiao Er suddenly said angrily, shut up. Yi Xian, Xiao Er looked at Yi Xian, let me tell you, in my current state, even if we join forces, we still can't beat that woman. Moreover, that woman also summoned the Cosmos Executioner. With their speed, they will arrive here soon. Yi Xian said solemnly, Xiao Er, you are also from the Cosmos God Court, the Cosmos Executioner won't beat you too, right? Xiao Er was expressionless, they won't beat me, but they will beat you. Yi Xian was silent for a moment, then said, then what do you think we should do now? Xiao Er looked at Yi Xian, get rid of Mu Xiaodao, get rid of the Cosmos Executioner, then get rid of the Cosmos God Court. Yi Xian hurriedly said, you have a plan? Xiao Er said angrily, I have a chicken feather plan. Can you remember, I am from the Cosmos God Court, I am the protector of the misfortune law. Can you not ask me how to deal with the Cosmos God Court? We are really not on the same side. Yi Xian smiled awkwardly, I almost forgot about that. Xiao Er looked coldly at Yi Xian, remember, I want to kill you. Be more careful. Yi Xian thought for a moment, then said, then let's talk about how to deal with Mu Xiaodao. Xiao Er was silent for a moment, then said, that can be done. Yi Xian glanced at little Er. Do you have any good suggestions? Xiao Er looked at Yi Xian. 3 ways. The first one, you call your big brother. Yi Xian shook his head. I don't know where Big Bro has gone to act cool. Tell me about the second one. Xiao Er pointed at the space between his eyebrows. Help me get the sword aura that your brother left in my brain out. I'll fight her one-on-one, and you can sneak an attack from the side. You can definitely kill her. Yi Xian asked, what happens after I kill her? Xiao Er looked at Yi Xian. Then I'll kill you. Yi Xian said, tell me about the third one. He knew very well that the reason he could coexist peacefully with Xiao Er now was because she was suppressed by the sword qi. If the sword qi was withdrawn, this woman would become even more terrifying than Mu Xiaodao. At that time, he might get mixed doubles. Little Er was expressionless. The third way is to keep running. However, this is only a stopgap measure, because she will find you sooner or later. Yi Xian said, I've already reached the mortal realm. If we join forces, can we kill her? Xiao Er shook her head. No. Yi Xian was about to speak when Xiao Er suddenly looked up at the sky. She frowned. She's here. As soon as she said that, the sky suddenly split open, and a woman walked out. It was Mu Xiaodao. At this moment, Mu Xiaodao's injuries were almost healed. Mu Xiaodao did not care about Xiao Er this time, but looked at Yi Xian. Do you still have that kind of sword qi? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Mu Xiaodao stared at Yi Xian. No. You don't have any more. As soon as she said that, the flying knife in her hand suddenly flew out and slashed at Yi Xian. In the distance, Yi Xian took a step forward and stabbed with his sword. It was just an ordinary sword. Bang, Yi Xian instantly retreated a few kilometers. But in the next moment, he suddenly appeared in front of Mu Xiaodao and slashed with his sword. Mu Xiaodao caught the flying knife with 2 fingers and blocked it. Bang, the heavens and the earth trembled. Yi Xian was blasted flying again. However, at the instant he was blasted flying, over a dozen sword qi suddenly appeared around Mu Xiaodao. The sword qi crisscrossed and shattered space. At this moment, Mu Xiaodao's body suddenly became illusory, and he was faintly visible. Those sword qi slashed at him. A short moment later, Mu Xiaodao's body condensed, and those sword qi were gone. Yi Xian's face sank when he saw this scene. Mu Xiaodao was about to attack when a bolt of blood-red lightning suddenly descended from above her head. Xiao Er had attacked. At this moment, she knew that she couldn't allow Mu Xiaodao to kill Yi Xian. Otherwise, she would die as well. If she joined forces with Yi Xian, they would have a chance at survival. Mu Xiaodao opened her palm, and the flying knife in her hand suddenly shot into the sky and slashed at the blood-red lightning. Bang, the blood-red lightning exploded apart and transformed into nothingness. Meanwhile, Xiao Er suddenly appeared in front of Mu Xiaodao. She used her hand like a knife and swiftly slashed at Mu Xiaodao. This slash was like a large knife as it slashed down fiercely at Mu Xiaodao. Mu Xiaodao's expression was icy cold. She charged forward and suddenly slashed with the knife with 2 fingers. Head on, bang, the knife descended, and the blood-red lightning was instantly obliterated. Xiao Er instantly retreated explosively by 30 km. Mu Xiaodao was just about to attack again when a sword chi suddenly appeared in front of her forehead. She tilted her head to the side and avoided this instant death strike by a hair's breadth. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly appeared in front of her, and a sword descended straight down from above her head. Mu Xiaodao's body suddenly became illusory. Hiss! Yi Xian's sword slashed empty air. Yi Xian's expression instantly changed when his sword slashed empty air, and he suddenly stabbed towards the right. Bang! As soon as his sword stabbed out, Yi Xian felt his arm go numb while his chest felt suffocated. After that, his entire body was blasted flying, and he flew over 30 kilometers away. At the instant that Yi Xian was blasted flying, Mu Xiaodao's palm suddenly opened, and a flying knife pursued Yi Xian. The flying knife was like a thunderclap that tore through everything. With this strike, the world and the surroundings was obliterated inch by inch. Obviously, Mu Xiaodao intended to kill Yi Xian with this strike. Yi Xian's pupils constricted when he saw this strike. What a formidable strike! A trace of viciousness flashed through Yi Xian's eyes. He didn't retreat, and he took a step forward instead before drawing his sword and slashing. A sword of life and death, live or die. This strike slashed directly onto the flying knife, causing it to tremble violently before a powerful force erupted from it. Yi Xian's pupils constricted, and he hurriedly utilized his sword domain to suppress it. Bang! The powerful force within the flying knife was instantly suppressed by his sword domain, but his countenance had instantly turned pale. The strength of this strike had exceeded the limits of his sword domain. Right at this moment, Mu Xiaodao suddenly opened her palm, and then an illusory flying knife appeared in her hand. Mu Xiaodao gazed at Yi Xian. Go! As soon as she finished speaking, the flying knife shot straight at Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian was suppressing the flying knife, so how could he resist it? Right at this moment, a bolt of blood-red lightning suddenly flashed, and it smashed directly onto the flying knife. Bang! The flying knife shook violently, and then the blood-red lightning exploded apart. The flying knife shot straight at Xiao Er, who stood in front of Yi Xian. A wisp of viciousness flashed through Xiao Er's eyes, and then she suddenly pressed her palms together and stopped the flying knife. Bang! Xiao Er's figure shook violently while countless bolts of blood-red lightning exploded around her. At the same time, her body started to gradually become illusory. Her current strength was utterly insufficient to resist the might of this strike. At this moment, Mu Xiaodao opened his palm once more, and a flying knife condensed in his palm. Mu Xiaodao gazed at Xiao Er. Go! The flying knife suddenly shot forward. Another strike. Xiao Er's pupils constricted when she witnessed this scene, and then she slowly closed her eyes. After she was sealed by Swordsman, her strength was less than half of her peak strength. Under such circumstances, she was utterly unable to resist Mu Xiaodao, who was at his peak. Not to mention her current state, even she didn't dare say that she could defeat Mu Xiaodao at her peak. Now, she knew that she was really going to die. She wasn't afraid of death, but she was slightly displeased that she would have to die with this bitch behind her. However, it didn't matter. In any case, she and this bitch would both be annihilated, and no one would have a next life. At this moment, Yi Xian, who was behind Xiao Er, suddenly roared angrily. The next moment, he directly withdrew his sword domain and allowed the flying knife to pierce through his chest. However, he himself directly rushed in front of Xiao Er and stabbed forward with the executing heaven sword in his hand. The sword light cut through the knife light. Bang! The executing heaven sword in Yi Xian's hand suddenly exploded, and the flying knife directly penetrated his body. Bang! Yi Xian's body trembled violently, and then directly became illusory. Behind Yi Xian, Xiao Er opened her eyes. When she saw the scene before her, Xiao Er's eyes opened wide, and her entire mind went blank. Yi Xian slowly fell, and Xiao Er subconsciously caught him. Yi Xian was just about to speak when blood sprayed from his mouth, and his chest was instantly dyed red. Yi Xian looked at Xiao Er and smiled bitterly. I just reached the mortal realm. I thought I would finally be invincible. I didn't expect such an amazing person to come. Can't you give me a more normal enemy? This enemy is always several levels higher than me. I'm really angry. As he spoke, he spat out another mouthful of blood essence. Xiao Er looked at Yi Xian, and did not speak. It was unknown what she was thinking. Yi Xian said softly, Am I going to die? Xiao Er nodded. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then said, I think I can still be saved. Xiao Er looked at Yi Xian. In this life I, Xiao Er, do not owe anyone anything. You saved my life, so I will return it to you. As she spoke, she stood up and looked at Mu Xiaodao, who was not far away. She slowly raised her hands, and in an instant, blood lightning surged in the horizon. At the same time, a tinier character appeared between Xiao Er's eyebrows. Mu Xiaodao's eyes narrowed slightly. Xiao Er, you're going to utilize the energy of the laws left behind by the laws of disaster. You have to think this through. The person behind you has the constitution of disaster, and utilizing the energy of the laws of disaster to save him is equivalent to going against the laws of disaster and the cosmos divine court. You will be sent into the boundless divine prison and be imprisoned for eternity. Xiao Er said furiously, I'll fucking think about it. I'm going to die, so what the fuck am I thinking about? As soon as she finished speaking, their character between her eyebrows suddenly floated out, and in the next moment, an extremely terrifying force suddenly appeared here. Xiao Er pointed furiously at Mu Xiaodao. Kill this bitch. As soon as she finished speaking, their character suddenly transformed into a blood-red bolt of lightning that slashed down towards Mu Xiaodao. Mu Xiaodao gave Xiao Er a thumbs up when he saw the scene. You really have balls. You used the energy of the laws of disaster to help the person with the constitution of disaster resist the laws of disaster. Just wait for your punishment. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and ran. The power of the disaster law did not stop, instead, it directly chased after Mu Xiaodao. This time, Mu Xiaodao did not choose to take it head-on, because she knew that she could not withstand the power of this disaster law. Seeing Mu Xiaodao escape, little Er's face was incomparably gloomy. After a moment, she turned to look at Yi Xian. Yi Xian was lying on the ground motionless. Little Er's brows slightly wrinkled. This guy can't really be dead, right? Little Er quickly walked to Yi Xian. She sized up Yi Xian. Yi Xian was still motionless. Little Er kicked Yi Xian. Stop pretending to be dead. Yi Xian was still motionless. Little Er opened her palm. A bolt of divine lightning appeared in her hand. At this time, Yi Xian sat up. He smiled. How did you know I'm not dead? Little Er kept the divine lightning, her face expressionless. I actually did not think that your bloodline is the Immortal Emperor clan's immortal bloodline. Immortal bloodline, just now that saber strike, Yi Xian would have undoubtedly died, but the immortal bloodline forcibly saved him. Yi Xian shook his head. He also thought that he would undoubtedly die, until the immortal bloodline began to repair his body. He then remembered that he originally had the immortal bloodline. This time, if not for the immortal bloodline, he would really be dead. As if thinking of something, Yi Xian suddenly asked, Little Er, since I have the immortal bloodline, does it mean that I can exhaust that woman to death? Little Er coldly looked at Yi Xian. What kind of dream are you having? Yi Xian slightly frowned. Can't I? Little Er said, just now if she used another saber strike, your soul would immediately be destroyed. Although your immortal bloodline is heaven-defying, it is not invincible. As long as the strength is strong enough, it can end you before you recover. Yi Xian nodded, understood. As he spoke, he turned to look at the end of the horizon. Can the power of the law that you created just now kill her? Ernie shook his head. No. He could only force her away temporarily. And she would soon catch up again. Also. At this point, she didn't continue. Yi Xian looked at Little Er. You used the misfortune law to help me. You will be punished by the Cosmos God Court, right? Little Ernie was expressionless. That's my business. She then looked at Yi Xian and said, I didn't do it to save you. I just don't like that woman. Don't overthink it. Yi Xian looked at Little Er and frowned. Will you really be punished? Xiao Er said indifferently, that's my business. Yi Xian suddenly said, Little misfortune, why don't you stop following that law of disaster? Xiao Er slowly closed his eyes. You can go now. Yi Xian frowned. They want to punish you. Little Ernie glared at Yi Xian. If you don't go now, that woman will come here again after she exhausts my misfortune law. At that time, you won't be her match. Also, I can already feel that the cosmic enforcers are rushing here. In at most an hour, they will appear here. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, let's go together. Little Ernie said angrily, go my ass. I am the protector of the misfortune law. My duty is to protect the misfortune law and the Cosmos God Court. Yi Xian also became angry. They want to punish you. Little Ernie glared at Yi Xian. I made a mistake. I deserve to be punished. Yi Xian said angrily, deserve my ass. Let's go together. Little Ernie stared at Yi Xian. His eyes were filled with anger. You only know how to go. Where are you going? Don't you know that if I follow you, it won't be Mu Xiaodao alone who will come? There will be even more powerful law protectors coming. Yi Xian roared. I'm not afraid. Little Ernie's chest heaved. She took a deep breath. Slut, I saved you because I don't want to owe you anything. Really, I don't have any other intentions. Also, I'm your enemy. Do you understand? Yi Xian looked at little Ernie. You used the misfortune law to save me. This action is equivalent to betraying the misfortune law and the Cosmos God Court. They won't let you off easily. Little Ernie looked straight at Yi Xian. This is my choice. Yi Xian shook his head. Just as he was about to speak, little Ernie said, quickly go. The power of my law of disaster is already slowly dissipating. Once the power of the law of disaster completely disappears, that woman will immediately return. Also, the Cosmos enforcers are getting closer. If you don't leave now, you won't be able to leave later. Yi Xian said solemnly, if you stay here, Mu Xiaodao will kill you. Little Ernie looked up at the horizon. She said softly, he won't. Yi Xian frowned. Why? Little Ernie suddenly glared at Yi Xian. Can you stop being so wishy-washy? Quickly scram. Yi Xian was about to speak. At this moment, little Ernie suddenly looked up at the horizon. The next moment, she grabbed Yi Xian's collar. She said angrily, you idiot. You can't leave now. As soon as she finished speaking, the space in the horizon suddenly tore open. The next moment, a black-robed man holding a staff walked out. Behind the black-robed man were 12 other black-robed men. These 12 black-robed men all had long blades on their waists, the 12 of them were wearing masks. Their real faces couldn't be seen, Cosmos enforcers, the 12 of them stood there without any aura. It was as if they didn't exist. The black-robed man's gaze landed on little Ernie. Little Ernie has betrayed the God Palace. We are under orders to arrest you and send you to the Boundless God Prison. As soon as he finished speaking, he opened his palm. A pitch-black chain flew out from his palm and pointed straight at little Ernie. Little Ernie was expressionless. She had no intention of resisting. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly stood in front of her. He drew his sword and slashed. Boom, the chain was immediately sent flying. The black-robed man looked at Yi Xian and narrowed his eyes. Sinner of misfortune. Yi Xian said fiercely, did you ask me to capture someone? As he spoke, he was about to draw his sword. At this moment, little Ernie suddenly stood in front of him. She looked at Yi Xian. Mu Xiaodao isn't here yet. If you escape now, you still have a chance. Yi Xian said angrily, I won't escape. Little Ernie said angrily, this is my business. I don't need you to interfere. Yi Xian was expressionless. Whether I escape or not is also my business. I don't need you to interfere. Little Ernie glared at Yi Xian. She was speechless. You, at this moment, the black-robed man suddenly said, capture the sinner of misfortune. As soon as he finished speaking, a black-robed man suddenly disappeared from the sky. A vicious glint flashed in Yi Xian's eyes, and he slashed forward with his sword. Boom, a wave of sword light exploded, and the black-robed man was forced back. But at this moment, a saber silently appeared at the back of his neck. It was so fast that Yi Xian could not dodge at all. Yi Xian did not choose to dodge either. Instead, he stabbed backward with his sword. It was a suicidal move. He had no choice. However, the black-robed man did not choose to die with him. The moment Yi Xian's sword stabbed backward, the black-robed man withdrew his saber and retreated. Yi Xian's attack missed. However, the moment his sword missed, a saber suddenly pierced straight down from the top of his head. It was a perfect combination. Yi Xian immediately activated his sword domain. As soon as it appeared, the saber's speed was instantly suppressed. At this instant, Yi Xian moved over 30 m back. However, he just stopped when 12 rays of light suddenly entered his sword domain. Bang! His sword domain was instantly slashed into pieces. In the next moment, a few hundred afterimages appeared in the space before him. Moreover, There were a few hundred rays of light mixed within those afterimages. Xian closed his eyes slowly. Then he suddenly opened his eyes and thrust his sword out at high speed. Mortal sword. In an instant, he'd attacked over 100 times. Sword. Sword. Mortal sword. Bang. 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 The rays of light from the sword and saber shattered while Xian retreated repeatedly. Countless rays of light crisscrossed around him, and the sound of space being torn apart resounded incessantly like firecrackers. At that moment, little Air, who was not far away, suddenly disappeared. Chi, a blood-red bolt of divine lightning tore through the battlefield. Bang! In the distance, a certain space directly exploded. The battle had stopped. Little Ernie appeared by Xian's side. At this moment, Xian's body was densely covered in saber wounds. However, those wounds were recovering at an extremely fast speed. In the distance, the 12 people were covered in wounds as well. In the sky, the black-robed old man looked down at little Ernie. Protector, do you know what you're doing? Little Ernie ignored the black-robed old man, and she turned to look at Xian. I must go back. Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. You won't have a good ending if you go back. Little Ernie looked straight at Xian. But I must go back. I made a mistake, and I deserve to be punished by the divine court. Xian looked at little Ernie. You made a mistake because you saved me. I'm part of this mistake. Little Ernie shook her head. We stand on different sides in the end. Different sides. Xian was silent. He was the misfortune entity, while little Ernie was the protector of the misfortune law, the protector of the cosmos god court. Yes, they stand on different sides. Little Ernie was about to speak, but at this moment, the black-robed old man suddenly said, Kill. Kill. The 12 cosmic order enforcers were about to attack when little Ernie suddenly said, Yanma, let him go. I will go back with you. The black-robed old man called Yanma looked at little Ernie. Protector, do you know what you're saying? Little Ernie looked at Yanma. If you don't let him go, I will join forces with him. I'm afraid you're not our match. Yanma was silent, and her face was slightly ugly. She knew little Ernie's strength. If they were to fight, the 13 of them would not be this misfortune protector's match. It could be said that if little Ernie wanted to kill them, it would be very simple. Of course, he did not know that a portion of little Ernie's strength had been sealed. Moreover, he didn't believe that little Ernie would dare to kill them. If she really killed them, then she would truly be betraying the misfortune law and the cosmos god court. Little Ernie turned around to gaze at Xian. Don't make it difficult for me. Going back with them is my choice. Because I was raised by the misfortune law, and I don't want to go against it. Take it as me begging you. Xian was about to speak when a bolt of blood-red lightning suddenly descended from the sky. Little Ernie's expression instantly changed drastically when she sensed it, and she swiftly pushed Xian away. A moment later, she was struck by it. Bang! Little Ernie's body exploded into pieces, and her soul was swept away by a bolt of blood-red divine lightning. Xian was struck dumb at the sight of that. Not far away, Yama bowed slightly. Because it was the energy of the misfortune law that had attacked just now. Meanwhile, Mu Xiaodao suddenly appeared here. She glanced at the battlefield and smiled. She's finished. Xian gazed at Mu Xiaodao. What are you trying to say? Mu Xiaodao gazed at Xian and smiled. She's been sent to the boundless divine prison. She'll suffer a fate worse than death. P.S. I drank too much with a reader last night. I woke up late today, and my alarm didn't even wake me up. I'm fucking late again. I'll fucking beat anyone who dares to drink with me in the future. A life worse than death. Xian's expression was as cold as ice. The soul-suppressing sword in his hand gradually trembled. Mu Xiaodao sized up Xian and smiled. I really didn't expect her to go against the law of misfortune for you. This woman is usually quite smart. Why did she become so stupid this time? Xian slowly closed his eyes. How do I get to the boundless god prison? Mu Xiaodao blinked. You want to go to the boundless god prison to save her? Xian looked at Mu Xiaodao and suddenly drew his sword. Sword drawing technique. The current sword drawing technique was worlds apart from the previous sword drawing technique. This was because he was now in the mortal realm. When the sword fell, heaven and earth were torn apart. In the distance, Mu Xiaodao opened her palm and the flying knife in her hand suddenly flew out. Chi, a sharp and ear-piercing tearing sound suddenly resounded. This flying knife directly slashed the tip of Xian's sword. boom, in front of Xian, a beam of sword light suddenly exploded, and he was sent flying backward. He was sent flying thousands of feet away. After stopping, his arm felt numb. At the same time, a trace of blood slowly flowed out from the corner of his mouth. In the distance, Mu Xiaodao opened her palm and a flying knife appeared in her palm. She slowly walked towards Xian and smiled. Are you in despair? You want to save her, but there's nothing you can do. Xian chuckled. I suddenly realized that this so-called order of yours is very trashy. Mu Xiaodao caught the flying knife with 2 fingers and looked at Xian. Are you questioning our Cosmos God Court? Xian looked at Mu Xiaodao and pointed his sword at her. Yes. As his voice fell, he suddenly charged forward and instantly appeared in front of Mu Xiaodao and slashed down with his sword. In Mu Xiaodao's palm, a flying knife directly turned into a blade light and flew out. Boom, a wave of sword light shattered again and Xian instantly retreated thousands of meters. However, at this moment, a sword suddenly appeared in front of Mu Xiaodao's forehead. Instant kill sword. Mu Xiaodao's expression was calm as she tilted her head slightly, once again dodging the sword by a hair's breadth. At the same time, the flying knife in her hand had already flown out. In the distance, Xian blocked with his sword. Boom, the soul-suppressing sword in his hand trembled violently, and his entire body was sent flying again. At this moment, another flying knife appeared in Mu Xiaodao's hand. She looked at Xian and chuckled. I know that you don't like our Cosmos God Court. However, what can you do? You can't beat him one-on-one. You won't be able to beat them in numbers. Are you angry? As she said that, she blinked. I know. You want to say that I'm bullying the weak. I like to bully the weak. What can you do to me? Hee hee. His words struck at the heart. She was purposely trying to provoke Xian. It was easier to deal with an angry person. Of course, what she was truly worried about was that Xian possessed that formidable sword chi from before. In the distance, Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He laughed. Are you trying to provoke me? Mu Xiaodao looked at Xian. Do you know what will happen to little heir? Her physical body has already been shattered, and her soul will be thrown into the boundless God prison. She will be burned by the heavenly law divine fire for eternity. Not only will there be the heavenly law divine fire, there will also be the 10,000 tribulation lightning soul refinement, divine water soul immersion, absolute ice spirit soul freezing. Most importantly, she will suffer the millions of lashes of the law soul whip every day. That feeling, tsk. After a moment of silence, Xian opened his palm. The soul-suppressing sword in his hand turned into a sword spirit, the sword of the green-robed man. Xian's expression suddenly turned ferocious. Woman, you said that I can't beat you one-on-one. Alright, let's fight one-on-one now. Remember, whoever calls for a helper is a dog. Boom, as his voice fell, his eyes turned blood red. At the same time, a surge of blood surged from his body. Boom, the entire starry sky turned into a sea of blood. Seeing this scene, Mu Xiaodao's eyes narrowed. What the hell is this? At this moment, Xian suddenly disappeared on the spot. The flying knife in Mu Xiaodao's hand suddenly flew out. In the distance, Xian suddenly slashed down with his sword. The sword light was blood red. Boom, as the sword descended, Mu Xiaodao's flying knife was directly stopped. At this moment, the strength of both sides was actually equal. Seeing this scene, Mu Xiaodao frowned. What the hell is this? At this moment, Xian suddenly stomped his right foot. Boom, space instantly exploded, and the flying knife in front of him was directly slashed away. At the same time, he directly turned into a blood-red light and slashed at Mu Xiaodao. Mu Xiaodao did not retreat. Instead, he advanced and slashed at Xian, head-on. Boom, a bloody light suddenly erupted not far away, and Xian instantly retreated several thousand feet, while Mu Xiaodao also retreated nearly 3,000 feet. After he stopped, Mu Xiaodao looked at the chipped flying knife in disbelief. This, as she spoke, she looked at Xian who was nearby with disbelief. What the hell is this? How could his bloodline be so heaven-defying? In the distance, Xian didn't waste his breath. He charged forward once more and slashed down at Mu Xiaodao. A wisp of viciousness flashed in Mu Xiaodao's eyes. I refuse to believe that I can't defeat you. As soon as she finished speaking, she took a step forward, and the flying knife in her palm suddenly flew out. Skybreaker. Army Destroyer. as the knife flew out, the entire world became illusory. In the distance, Xian suddenly sheathed his sword. In the next moment, he suddenly drew his sword and slashed, sword drawing technique. With a single slash, the space in an area of hundreds of thousands of meters exploded. Bang! Xian's sword forcefully stopped Mu Xiaodao's flying knife. At the instant the sword came into contact with the flying knife, the space in an area of hundreds of thousands of kilometers turned pitch black. This world was utterly unable to endure the strength of the two of them. Right at this moment, Mu Xiaodao suddenly vanished on the spot. At practically the exact same moment, Xian suddenly turned around and slashed down with his sword. Rumble! A figure was directly slashed back. It was Mu Xiaodao. As for Xian, he retreated over 1 km. After he stopped, Xian held his sword and pointed it downwards. Powerful sword intent and aura erupted ceaselessly from his body like a volcano. In the distance, Mu Xiaodao stared fixedly at Xian. She noticed that Xian's aura was increasing explosively at every moment as if there was no limit. Mu Xiaodao frowned deeply. Just what kind of plaything was this bloodline? It's actually so heaven-defying. Although Xian had reached the mortal realm, he had only just reached the mortal realm. There was still a huge gap between them, but at this moment, this mysterious bloodline power had actually made up for this gap. Most importantly, Xian was still growing stronger. Thinking up to here, Mu Xiaodao spread out her palm. She knew that she had to end this battle quickly. Mu Xiaodao took a step forward. Above his head, an illusory flying knife suddenly condensed. In the distance, Xian seemed to sense danger and suddenly disappeared on the spot. Strike first and gain the upper hand, but Mu Xiaodao did not give him this chance. Mu Xiaodao's soul suddenly unsheathed. Her soul directly grabbed the flying knife and slashed forward. God slaying. One slash God slaying. At the instant the knife was slashed out, a formidable force suddenly shot into the sky and directly shot into the starry sky that was 500,000 kilometers away, causing the entire starry sky to seethe. At the instant that Mu Xiaodao slashed out, Xian suddenly utilized his sword domain. At the instant the sword domain appeared, the flying knife was directly suppressed. However, Xian's countenance instantly turned pale like a sheet of paper. Moreover, the strength of the flying knife hadn't vanished, and it had merely slowed down slightly. Xian suddenly took a step forward and slashed down with his sword. Rumble! This sword strike contained the strength of his sword domain. As soon as the sword descended, his sword domain was directly shattered into pieces, and the flying knife trembled violently as well. After that, two strands of formidable force suddenly erupted. Bang! Xian was instantly blasted over 10 kilometers away. As soon as he stopped, his entire body split open and blood sprayed. On the other hand, Mu Xiaodao was blasted 3 kilometers away as well. These two forces were too strong. Even if it was her, she was unable to completely resist those two forces. After stopping, Mu Xiaodao raised her head to look at Xian who was nearby. When she saw that Xian was heavily injured, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. I've finally crippled you. As she spoke, she opened her palm and a flying knife appeared in her palm. She was about to attack again, but the smile on the corners of her mouth suddenly froze. Because in the distance, Xian's wounds were recovering at a terrifying speed. The undying bloodline. At this moment, within Xian's body, the undying bloodline was madly repairing Xian's body. Moreover, Xian's mad demon bloodline didn't suppress the undying bloodline. At this critical moment, the mad demon bloodline didn't act recklessly. Of course, it wasn't that it didn't act recklessly, but it was because of the sword spirit. When the sword spirit was present, the mad demon bloodline still had to give him face. Soon, Xian's injuries were almost fully recovered. In the distance, Mu Xiaodao stared at Xian. These two bloodlines of yours are really abnormal. At this moment, in the distance, Xian suddenly said in a ferocious voice, please kill me. At this moment, he hadn't completely entered the mad demon state, because he still had something very important to do, so he didn't dare to let himself completely enter the mad demon state. He must maintain a trace of consciousness. Mu Xiaodao looked at Xian, so arrogant. As she spoke, the flying knife in her hand suddenly flew out. In the distance, Xian stabbed out with his sword. Boom! The flying knife was forced to stop in place by his sword. The next moment, Xian suddenly disappeared. In the distance, Mu Xiaodao blocked with her knife. Boom! A blood-colored sword light erupted, and Mu Xiaodao was directly pushed back, but Xian didn't stop and rushed forward again. Soon, the two of them fought fiercely. Xian was still at a slight disadvantage, but the more he fought, the stronger he became, especially relying on the powerful recovery ability of the immortal bloodline. The more he fought, the fiercer he became. The power of the two bloodlines forcibly closed the gap between him and Mu Xiaodao. Of course, the most important thing was that he was now in the mortal realm. After the mortal realm, the mad demon bloodline was even more terrifying. At this moment, Mu Xiaodao suddenly stopped in the distance. She looked at Xian and said angrily, "You're really shameless, you actually used foreign objects. I'm warning you now, if you don't stop using foreign objects, I'll beat you up." Xian. At this moment, Xiao Ta suddenly said angrily, "F***ck, this woman is actually more shameless than you, young master." Group fight. Actually, Mu Xiaodao felt extremely sullen in her heart. Because she realized that she couldn't kill Xian. With the help of the two bloodlines, Xian was able to compete with her. Of course, it wasn't very possible for Xian to kill her, but it wasn't a good idea to continue like this, because Xian was becoming stronger and stronger. Her main purpose of coming here was to kill Xian. In the distance, Xian slowly closed his eyes. A sea of blood surged around him. Mad demon bloodline. He realized that if it wasn't for the sword spirit's help, he wouldn't be able to control the mad demon bloodline. Suddenly, Mu Xiaodao said, "I'm warning you for the last time. If you continue to use external force, I'll beat you up." Xian looked at Mu Xiaodao and opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with a sea of blood. "Woman, you're bullying the weak, and you won't let me use external force?" Mu Xiaodao said angrily, "What do you mean by bullying the weak? You're in the mortal realm, and so am I. Is this bullying the weak? Moreover, you're a man, and I'm a woman. Don't you think it's shameful for a man like you to use external force to fight a woman?" Xian cursed, "Shameful your mother. Is that what you're saying? You're a super expert after all. Can't you have some face?" Mu Xiaodao slapped his face. "Face is just skin. What's the use of it? What's the use?" Xian, in the prison pagoda, Xiao Ta sighed, "It's over. In terms of shamelessness, young master has met his match." Mu Xiaodao suddenly said, "Since you insist on using external force, then I won't be polite anymore." As she spoke, she looked at Yan Mo, "Let's beat him up together." Yan Mo nodded slightly. He'd wanted to do that for a long time. Mu Xiaodao opened his palm and a flying dagger flashed across the field. Yan Mo and the others disappeared on the spot as well. Ganging up, in the distance, Xian's expression suddenly changed. He held his sword with both hands and slashed forward. Boom, the flying dagger was stopped by his sword, but at this moment, hundreds of afterimages suddenly appeared around him. The saber light swept across, shattering the space. Xian stomped his right foot and retreated. At the same time, he swung the sword in his hand. Boom 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 boom, as a series of explosions rang out, Xian kept retreating. While he was retreating, the saber gleams drowned him like a torrential storm. At this time, Mu Xiaodao, who was far away, suddenly threw out his fingers. Chi, a flying dagger suddenly disappeared into the saber radiance. Boom, the saber light directly exploded, and Xian instantly retreated several tens of thousands of meters away. As soon as he stopped, his chest split open and blood spurted out. It was caused by a flying dagger. Heavy injuries. If it wasn't for the undying bloodline that was repairing his body, he would be dead by now. Right at this moment, Yan Mo and the others charged towards him again. At the same time, Mu Xiaodao opened her palm, and another flying dagger appeared in her palm. Mu Xiaodao looked at Xian who was being besieged. "It's over." As soon as she finished speaking, the flying dagger in her hand suddenly flew out. In the distance, Xian's pupils constricted as he was fighting against the law enforcers. At this moment, he was pinned down by the law enforcers and the others, so he couldn't resist the flying dagger at all. Moreover, if he didn't, the flying dagger would take his life. At this critical moment, Xian suddenly roared furiously, "Condense!" Bang! In an instant, the blood chi in the surroundings suddenly condensed into numerous blood swords, and they slashed towards the flying dagger, controlling the swords with his thoughts. Bang! 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 The blood swords slashed against the flying dagger. Even though they weren't able to block it, they did slow down the flying dagger. Mu Xiaodao's beautiful brows knit together slightly when she witnessed this scene. She opened her palm, and another flying dagger appeared. In the next moment, this flying dagger flew forward, hiss, the sound of space being torn apart suddenly resounded, 2 flying daggers, Yi Xian's expression had become ferocious, and then his body suddenly started burning. Igniting his lifespan, life sword, actually, he didn't have much lifespan left. But at this moment, he had no choice but to ignite it. Because he would definitely die if he didn't. As his lifespan was ignited, Yi Xian's aura suddenly rose explosively. Yi Xian held his sword with both hands and suddenly slashed forward. Bang! His sword slashed down, and the expanse of light in front of him was instantly slashed into pieces. The 12 law enforcers and Yan Mo were blasted over 30 kilometers back, and Mu Xiaodao's flying daggers were instantly blasted flying as well. On the other hand, Yi Xian seemed as if he'd collapsed, and he almost fell to the ground. At this moment, he only had less than 10 days of lifespan left. This was even because the sword spirit had forcefully stopped him. If the sword spirit hadn't stopped him, then he would have perished on the spot. In the distance, Mu Xiaodao glanced at Yi Xian, and she was slightly shocked in her heart. The might of Yi Xian's attack from before was slightly abnormal. Why does this fellow have so many trump cards? Mu Xiaodao didn't think too much about it. She opened her palm, and another flying dagger appeared. She was able to discern that Yi Xian was very weak after he executed that secret technique. Now was the best opportunity to kill Yi Xian. Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly opened his palm, and a box appeared in his hand. Yi Xian gazed at Mu Xiaodao, and he wiped off the blood on the corners of his mouth. "Woman, I really don't want to open this box now. I advise you to be kind." Mu Xiaodao gazed at Yi Xian. "Are you threatening me?" Yi Xian said angrily, "I am threatening you. Come at me if you have the balls." Mu Xiaodao remained silent. She didn't think that Yi Xian was bluffing. Damn it, this person has too many trump cards, especially the sword chi at the beginning. If there were more. Thinking of this, Mu Xiaodao kept the flying dagger, retreated to the side, and looked at Yan Mo. "You guys go first." Yi Xian, Yan Mo and the others' expressions froze. Was this how they played? Yan Mo hesitated for a moment, and then said, "Miss Mu, you're stronger." Mu Xiaodao blinked. "Don't tell me you think I'm afraid of death, that's why I don't dare to go?" Yan Mo glanced at Mu Xiaodao. Was that not the case? Mu Xiaodao said seriously, "I'm the dignified Mu Xiaodao, how can I be afraid of death? The reason why I let you guys go first is because I want to give this credit to you enforcers. I had good intentions, but you guys misunderstood me. I'm so angry. I want to complain that you guys are cowards, and don't dare to go forward in the face of the enemy." Yan Mo suddenly said, "Miss Mu, stop talking. Can't we go?" As he spoke, he sighed in his heart. Damn it, there was nothing he could do when he encountered such a muddle-headed person. Most importantly, she was of a higher rank than him. Moreover, Mu Xiaodao was famous for being a troublemaker in the Cosmos Divine Court, so forming a grudge with her would cause him to suffer in the future. Yan Mo looked at Yi Xian in the distance, and then he led the 12 enforcers and charged over. At the side, Mu Xiaodao glanced at the box in Yi Xian's hand, and then she opened her palm, and a flying dagger suddenly flew out. She'd thought it through. She didn't fight Yi Xian head-on, and she would stab him in the dark. In the distance, Yi Xian's eyes gradually turned icy cold, and he was about to open the box when the sky suddenly split open, and a powerful aura descended from the sky. Bang! A powerful force blasted the 12 enforcers back, and the flying dagger in front of Yi Xian was suddenly stopped by a mysterious force. A woman stood in front of Yi Xian, Undying Emperor Race's patriarch, Dongli Jing. Dongli Jing punched out, boom. That flying dagger was directly sent flying. In the distance, Mu Xiaodao opened her palm, and a flying dagger landed in her hand. Mu Xiaodao looked at Dongli Jing, Undying Emperor Race. Dongli Jing had one hand behind her back, and she looked at Mu Xiaodao. "Yes." Mu Xiaodao smiled. "Is the Undying Emperor Race declaring war on the Cosmos Divine Court?" Dongli Jing didn't reply. She turned to look at Yi Xian, and when she saw the 2 bloodlines in Yi Xian's body, her eyes constricted. 2 peak bloodlines coexisting. Moreover, Yi Xian was still in the mortal realm, such a young mortal realm. Dongli Jing suddenly laughed. She turned to Mu Xiaodao, "Going against the Cosmos Divine Court? So what?" Mu Xiaodao gave a thumbs up. "You've got guts." Dongli Jing suddenly said, "Big Dipper." A woman clad in armor suddenly appeared behind Higashi Yasushi as soon as he finished speaking. Dongli Jing looked at the dying Yi Xian, immediately escort the young master to the 9 dimensions, and send him back to the clan at all costs. Whoever dares to stop us, no matter who, kill without mercy. Big Dipper said, understood. With that, she turned and disappeared into the horizon with Yixian. In the distance, Mu Xiaodao suddenly said, you guys chase after them. Yanma and the rest disappeared on the spot. Dongli Jing was about to attack, but a saber force enveloped her. Dongli Jing looked at Mu Xiaodao, and Mu Xiaodao smiled. She opened her palm, and a golden stone suddenly floated up, turned into a golden light, and disappeared into the depths of the universe. Call for reinforcements. Mu Xiaodao was very clear that with the Undying Emperor race's interference, they couldn't kill Yixian. Watching the golden light disappear into the depths of the universe, Mu Xiaodao retracted her gaze, and looked at Dongli Jing. Undying Emperor race, I'm afraid you can't afford to play with us. Dongli Jing smiled, won't you know if you can or can't afford to play with us? Mu Xiaodao looked at Dongli Jing, come, let's exchange a few moves. With that, the throwing knife in her hand suddenly flew out. In the distance, Dongli Jing's eyes flashed with hostility, and in the next instant, she directly charged out. Boom, a great battle erupted. Somewhere in the horizon, Big Dipper was madly running with Yixian. Return to the Undying Emperor race. At this moment, Yanma and the rest suddenly appeared in front of Big Dipper. Yanma looked at Big Dipper, put him down. Big Dipper suddenly said, kill. With that, the surrounding space suddenly split open, and in the next instant, 36 people directly charged out. The Undying Emperor army, Big Dipper directly left with Yixian. Behind them, Yanma's expression suddenly became ferocious. He opened his palm, and a pitch-black token suddenly shot into the sky, straight into the depths of the universe. Enforcement order. Once this order was issued, regardless of where in the universe the enforcers were, they had to rush over as fast as possible. Big Dipper directly brought Yixian to the 7th dimension, and beside her were 46 experts from the Undying Emperor army. As soon as they arrived in the 7th dimension, Big Dipper directly roared, immediately open the universe barrier. As soon as she finished speaking, she took Yixian and dashed away. In the 7th dimension, countless experts followed and escorted. Just as they arrived in front of the universe barrier, a spatial vortex suddenly appeared above their heads, and at the same time, a voice came from the depths of the vortex. This is a sinner with a body of misfortune, who dares to save him? Big Dipper turned his head to look at an Undying Emperor army beside him. Stop them. That expert replied, understood. As soon as he finished speaking, he led the 46 super experts beside him and charged into the black whirlpool. Big Dipper directly led Yixian into the 8th dimension. Along the way, Big Dipper's eyes were as cold as ice, and on her waist, there were 100 wooden jade tokens, but at this moment, those jade tokens were currently shattering. Those were soul tokens. P.S. Don't go away, there's more. Soul tablets shattering one by one meant that people were dying one by one. Big Dipper's heart was bleeding, but she couldn't stop. She didn't know who Yixian was. She only knew that the person in her arms was the young master of the Undying Emperor clan, the future of the Undying Emperor clan. Big Dipper carried Yixian as they sprinted towards the 9-dimensional universe. Along the way, there were experts escorting and protecting them. However, these experts were still too weak in front of the universal enforcers. Soon, Big Dipper brought Yixian to the barrier of the 9-dimensional universe. At this moment, the barrier of the 9-dimensional universe had already been opened. Just as Big Dipper was about to bring Yixian in, the space above her head suddenly split open. Then, a ray of saber light shot through the starry sky like a meteor. Wherever the saber light passed, ear-piercing tearing sounds reverberated. Big Dipper immediately stopped, pulled out the saber at her waist, and slashed upwards. Boom, the saber light shattered, and Big Dipper brought Yixian back several hundred meters. The moment she stopped, she saw 26 black-robed men standing not far from her, universal enforcers. The leader was a middle-aged man in a black robe. His long hair draped over his shoulders, and his eyes were as sharp as knives. In his right hand, he held a sheathed saber. Mo Shan, the commanders of the universal enforcers. There were a total of 6 commanders in the universal enforcers, and every commander was a powerhouse of a region. Mo Shan looked at Big Dipper. Without any superfluous words, he suddenly charged forward, unsheathed his saber, and slashed. Heaven and earth split open. Big Dipper's lips curled into a sinister smile. She put down Yixian, and her entire body was like a ferocious tiger pouncing on its prey. She also unsheathed her saber and slashed. Boom, a wave of saber light suddenly exploded, and the two of them retreated several thousand meters. In front of them, countless saber lights tore through the air. It was incomparably terrifying. After Big Dipper stopped, she raised her saber with both hands, took a step forward, and roared, slash. The saber fell, and with her at the center, the space around her began to crumble inch by inch. In the distance, Emotion suddenly disappeared. An afterimage tore through the battlefield. When Emotion was about 100 feet away from Big Dipper, he suddenly drew his saber and slashed. Fight head-on, boom, a wave of saber light suddenly exploded in front of the two. This time, neither of them retreated. Instead, they slashed over 1,000 times. The surrounding space began to crumble bit by bit. The space of the 8-dimensional universe couldn't withstand the power of the two of them. Under their slashes, the entire starry sky was sliced into countless pieces like tofu. It was extremely terrifying. As the two fought fiercely, Xian, who was not far away, was suppressing the mad demon bloodline in his body. His injury was actually almost healed. After all, he had the undying bloodline and the purple gas. The reason why he wanted to suppress the crazy demon bloodline was because he realized that he could no longer suppress this bloodline. If he continued like this, he would completely lose his mind. Once he entered that state, it would be dangerous. Therefore, he must suppress this demonic madness bloodline. In the distance, Seven Star was still fighting with Emotion. Their battle was earth-shattering and the entire starry sky had already shattered. The two of them were equally matched. Neither of them could do anything to the other. At this moment, more than 10 universe enforcers charged towards Xian, who was not far away. The saber light was like a waterfall that was about to drown Xian. Xian's eyes suddenly opened, and within them was still a sea of blood. He was about to attack when Seven Star suddenly slashed Emotion back. In the next moment, she appeared in front of Xian and threw the saber in her hand forward. Heaven-shattering saber, rumble, countless saber lights shattered, and the dozen universe guardians were directly forced back. Seven Star opened her right hand, and the saber flew back into her hand. She stood with the saber in her hand, her beautiful hair fluttering in the wind. Her eyes were filled with ferocity, and she was like a goddess of war. Seven Star, the deputy commander of the Undying Emperor Army. In the Undying Emperor Army, her prestige was only second to the commander. Seven Star turned to look at Xian. How much longer do you need? Xian suddenly stood up. That's enough. At this moment, he had already suppressed his mad devil bloodline. Seven Star pointed at the distant universe barrier. Go to the Undying Realm. There will be people there to receive you. Xian glanced at the universe barrier before looking at Seven Star. What about you? Seven Star was expressionless. I'll block here. Xian shook his head. You will die. Seven Star looked at Xian with cold eyes. Go in. Don't let those people die in vain. Xian said, you go receive them. I'll block them here. Seven Star stared at Xian. Xian suddenly turned his head and roared, I can't let others die for me. Go and save them, as many as you can. I'll block them here. Don't give me any more nonsense. Seven Star stared at Xian with cold eyes. My duty is to protect you. As long as you're alive, we can all die. Xian glared at Seven Star. Then you block them here. I'll go and save them. With that, he suddenly turned into a sword light and charged out. Seeing this, Seven Star flew into a rage. Let your emotions affect your decisions. She was about to chase after him when Emotion charged towards her. On the other side, Xian's speed was extremely fast. He turned into a sword light and charged into that pitch-black whirlpool. When he entered that pitch-black whirlpool, an Undying Emperor Army youth was half-kneeling on the ground. His left arm was already missing. If it wasn't for his saber supporting him from the ground, he would have collapsed, and in front of him, there were a total of 45 corpses. Of the 46 people that entered, he was the only one left alive. Not far in front of him, stood over 60 people. All of them were universe enforcers that had rushed over from other places. These were universe enforcers that had rushed over from all over the universe. The leader was a young man. He held a spear in his hand and a saber at his waist. Enforcer commander, this person was one of the 6 commanders of the Universe Enforcers, Han Feng. Yi Xian quickly walked in front of the last surviving Undying Emperor army man. He wasn't old. He was only in his 20s. At this moment, his chest was bleeding non-stop. It was a spear wound. At this moment, he slowly fell down. Yi Xian hurriedly caught him. The young man laid in Yi Xian's embrace. He looked at Yi Xian. His breathing was weak. You. Young master, Yi Xian shook his head. His body gradually trembled. I'm sorry. Within his body, countless amounts of purple energy flowed into the young man's body. The young man turned his head and looked at the corpses on the ground. He was at a loss. My brothers are all dead. As he said that, he looked at Yi Xian. Before coming, Commander Bei said that our mission is to protect your safety. But, we don't even know you. But, orders are like that. We have no choice but to obey the family head's orders. For the family, we can give up everything. Even if it's death. As he said that, he suddenly took out a necklace and stuffed it into Yi Xian's hands. He said with a trembling voice, Lin City, Xiao family. Young master. Help me tell. Xiao Fei. Tell her. I've broken off the engagement. Please don't tell her that I'm dead. Thank you. As he said that, there was no longer any color in his eyes. The purple energy dispersed from his body again. Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. His entire body was trembling. He was too late. When he arrived, the life force in this man's body had already dissipated. The purple energy could heal injuries, but it couldn't bring the dead back to life. Yi Xian gently placed the man on the ground. He looked at the corpses in front of him. He was stunned. They didn't know each other. These people came to protect him, who they didn't know, because of an order, and then they all died here. Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. 2 streams of clear liquid flowed down. He clenched his fists and his entire body couldn't stop trembling. You, in the distance, Han Feng suddenly said, sinner of misfortune. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were bloodshot. He roared like a wild beast. Since you say that I'm a sinner, then I'll commit a sin for you to see. As he said that, he directly charged out with his sword in hand. Berserk demon state. The berserk demon bloodline that had been suppressed earlier was activated once again. This time, he completely entered the berserk demon state. In his mind, there was only slaughter. At this moment, his killing intent had reached a peak state. Seeing Yi Xian rush over like a madman, Han Feng's eyes narrowed. Kill. As soon as he said that, he directly charged out. His spear was like a dragon, and a cold light shot out. Boom. Boom. Very quickly, a great battle broke out. The entire spatial vortex was directly shattered, and everyone entered the starry sky. After Yi Xian completely entered the berserk demon state, his combat strength instantly soared. Especially with the sword spirit in his hand, his combat strength had reached an unprecedented and terrifying level. After all, he was currently in the mortal realm. Although Yi Xian was fighting against dozens of people alone, he still had the advantage in terms of momentum. As the sword light flashed, more and more universal enforcers fell. Every time one of them died, their vitality would be instantly absorbed by Yi Xian. Coupled with the berserk demon bloodline, Yi Xian was getting stronger as he fought. In the crowd, Han Feng's expression was extremely ugly. He didn't expect Yi Xian's strength to be so terrifying, especially Yi Xian's self-recovery ability. It was simply too abnormal. Killing intent. At this moment, there was only one thought in Yi Xian's mind, and that was to kill madly. At this moment, his killing intent swept the surroundings like a wave. Under his powerful killing intent, the minds of the surrounding enforcers were affected. Just like that, the battle continued for an entire hour, and more corpses appeared on the battlefield. At this moment, Yi Xian had killed over 30 enforcers. However, he wasn't in a good state either. Although he had the undying bloodline to recover, his body was still covered in injuries. Especially his shoulder, there was a spear stuck in it. However, Yi Xian was like a killing maniac at the moment. He did not feel pain at all, nor was he afraid of death. The more he fought, the stronger he became. Under the berserk demon state, the power of Yi Xian's bloodline became stronger and stronger as if there was no limit. He was breaking through his limits at every moment. Gradually, more and more universal enforcers fell. Suddenly, Han Feng roared angrily, "Everyone, retreat." At this moment, there were less than 19 enforcers left by his side. He knew that if they continued fighting like this, then his brothers would die here. Because Xian was truly too abnormal under the enhancement of his two bloodlines. The enforcers immediately stopped and retreated to the side when they heard Han Feng. Han Feng stared fixedly at Xian. "All of you retreat first. I'll stop him." Xian had gone berserk, and he wouldn't allow all of them to retreat. If they wanted to retreat, then someone had to stay behind to cover their retreat. However, none of the enforcers retreated. Han Feng turned to look at the enforcers and roared furiously, "This is an order." The enforcers still didn't move. Han Feng spoke fiercely, "This person isn't normal anymore. If we continue fighting him, then we'll be exhausted to death. All of you retreat quickly." The enforcers still didn't move. Han Feng slowly closed his eyes. He'd brought them here, and he knew that they wouldn't leave. They were his brothers who'd gone through life and death with him countless times. Han Feng looked at Xian, who was charging over from afar, and said fiercely, "Brothers, kill the sinner. Today, we'll either live together or die together." As soon as he finished speaking, he charged out. Behind him, the 19 enforcers roared furiously in unison, "We'll either live together or die together." With that, the 19 enforcers charged out as well. Pissed, in the distance, a blood-red sword gleam flashed past, and a bloody head was thrown out. An hour later, only Xian and Han Feng were left on the battlefield. Xian's left arm had almost been chopped off by the saber, and it hung on his shoulder. It would fall off with a gentle pull. A long saber was stabbed into his chest, and his entire body was covered in wounds. Even with the immortal bloodline, he couldn't fully recover. In the distance, Han Feng was in a terrible state as well. There were at least 10 sword wounds on his body, especially on his chest. A sword had pierced through it, and his internal organs could be seen clearly. Moreover, there was a sword aura that was constantly destroying his vitality. Both of them were like arrows at the end of their flight. In the distance, Han Feng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and he looked at Xian with a ferocious expression. "Kill the sinner." With that, he held the spear in his hand and walked towards Xian. However, after taking 2 steps, he fell into a pool of blood. He looked at the horizon and wanted to get up, but he couldn't use any strength at all. At this moment, he saw many afterimages in the depths of the starry sky. When he saw those afterimages, he grinned because those were the enforcers of the universe. Their reinforcements had arrived. Han Feng retracted his gaze and turned to look at the corpses of the enforcers in the distance. His eyes gradually became blank, and his left hand clutched the badge of the enforcer in front of his chest. "Brothers. In the next life, we'll continue to be brothers." As soon as he finished speaking, there was no longer any focus in his eyes. "P.S. I'm not asking for votes, I'm asking for a compliment. Can you compliment my looks?" At the moment Han Feng died, Xian slowly collapsed as well. He was also exhausted. Were the enforcers weak? Not at all. Most importantly, they were just like Xian. Every single one of them was unafraid of death. Most of the injuries on his body were exchanged with the enforcers' lives. If it wasn't for the undying bloodline and the mad demon bloodline, he would definitely not be a match for them. Fortunately, there were no experts on the level of Mu Xiaodao in this group of people, otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to resist 10 of them, let alone 60. Earlier, Mu Xiaodao had almost killed him with over 10 enforcers. There was a huge gap between the enforcers and Mu Xiaodao. At this moment, a middle-aged man appeared. He wore the signature black robe of the enforcers. He was one of the 6 commanders of the enforcers, Lin Shan. There were 28 enforcers behind Lin Shan. When he saw the corpses of Han Feng and the rest, Lin Shan's face instantly turned gloomy. He looked up at Xian who was nearby. "Chop him into pieces." Behind him, a law enforcer dashed towards Xian directly. When the law enforcer was in front of Xian, a beam of sword light suddenly slashed towards him. The law enforcer's expression changed drastically, and he blocked the blade horizontally. Boom, the saber shattered, and the enforcer was instantly sent flying thousands of meters away. At this moment, 3 women appeared behind Xian. They were the mysterious woman and the other 2 women who had rushed over due to the aura of Xian's undying bloodline. The 3 women were dumbfounded when they saw Xian lying in a pool of blood. The mysterious woman suddenly charged towards Xian. When she saw Yi Xian's miserable state, her tears instantly flowed down. No. Xian. No. As she spoke, she hugged Yi Xian, and the tears in her eyes flowed like a broken dam. Regret. At this moment, the mysterious woman felt like her heart was being pricked by needles, and she was close to going mad. Self-blame, guilt, regret. The mysterious woman hugged Yi Xian tightly and cried like a child, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry." She was the one who forced Yi Xian into a desperate situation. Not far away, Tu retracted her gaze from Yi Xian and looked at Lin Shan with bloodshot eyes. Die. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly transformed into a ray of sword light that charged out. This time, she did not use her fists, because her sword was stronger. At this moment, she only wanted to kill. Lin Shan's expression instantly changed when he saw this strike. What a powerful sword! Lin Shan directly rushed out. On the other side, Mu Niannian's lips curled into a sinister smile as he charged forward with his sword in hand. The two of them were furious. As soon as they exchanged blows, the two women were crushed, directly crushed, especially when they were enraged. Their combat strength was simply off the charts. At the side, Xiao Ta slowly floated out from within Yi Xian's body, and Xiao Ta was shocked when he saw the mysterious woman. Fuck. Save me. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and ran. The mysterious woman was speechless. At this moment, the woman's right hand suddenly made a grabbing motion, and the small pagoda was instantly caught in her hand. Xiao Ta begged. The mysterious woman hurriedly said, "Quickly give him violet energy." Xiao Ta hesitated for a moment, and then he said, If this chapter isn't finished, please continue." The mysterious woman spoke furiously, "What? Quickly give him violet energy." Xiao Ta hesitated for a moment before he said, "Young master is fine." The mysterious woman gazed at Yi Xian when she heard this. As expected, the injuries throughout Yi Xian's body were slowly recovering. The mysterious woman instantly heaved a sigh of relief when she witnessed this scene. Actually, if he relied solely on the immortal bloodline, then Yi Xian would be dead by now. In the end, it wasn't just the immortal bloodline that saved him, but the violet energy as well. Meanwhile, Xiao Ta spoke softly, "Young master's insanity demon bloodline." The mysterious woman gazed at Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian's entire body was still blood red, and the insanity demon bloodline was growing stronger. The reason Yi Xian hadn't completely woken up was because of the insanity demon bloodline. The mysterious woman fell silent for a moment before she placed her right hand lightly on Yi Xian's shoulder, and a mysterious force entered Yi Xian's body. At this moment, the insanity demon bloodline suddenly boiled. "Resist." The mysterious woman withdrew her hand when she witnessed this scene. She didn't dare use force because Yi Xian was too weak right now. As if she'd thought of something, she gazed at the sword in Yi Xian's hand. "Sword spirit, I need your help." After a moment of silence, the sword spirit trembled slightly. The mysterious woman placed her right hand on Yi Xian's shoulder again, and it didn't take long for a mysterious force to enter Yi Xian's body. The insanity demon bloodline resisted once more, and it was even more intense than before. It had a bad temper. Right at this moment, the sword spirit suddenly transformed into a ray of blood-red light that entered Yi Xian's body. Bang! Yi Xian's body stiffened, and the insanity demon bloodline within Yi Xian's body gradually calmed down. On the other hand, Yi Xian's body gradually returned to normal. A trace of a smile appeared on the mysterious woman's face when she witnessed this scene. Meanwhile, the battle in the distance had ended. Over 10 corpses lay by Mu Niannian and Tu's sides, and only Lin Shan was still alive. However, Lin Shan was half dead at this moment, and a sword was stuck in his chest. It was unknown whether it was Tu's or Niannian's. Lin Shan stared fixedly at the two women before him and was about to speak when Mu Niannian suddenly pressed her fingers together and slashed. Hiss! Lin Shan's head flew into the air. Mu Niannian turned around and walked over to Yi Xian's side. When she saw that Yi Xian's arm had been severed, her expression instantly turned gloomy. Tu's eyes were scarlet red, and he didn't conceal his killing intent at all. Right at this moment, Yi Xian slowly opened his eyes. When he saw the mysterious woman for the first time, Yi Xian's expression instantly changed, and he jumped to the side. Fuck. You chased me all the way here to kill me. Needless to say, he was really shocked at this moment. Damn it, I actually encountered this woman here. How long has this woman been chasing after me? What kind of deep hatred does she have? The mysterious woman's expression froze. At this moment, Yi Xian saw Tu and Mu Niannian. When he saw them, Yi Xian was overjoyed. Sister Nian. Qing. Mu Niannian smiled faintly. She walked over to Yi Xian's side and gently patted Yi Xian's head. She smiled. How do you feel now? Yi Xian grinned. Much better. As he spoke, he looked at Tuesday. Qing, you're here too. Tu nodded slightly, and his expression was gloomy. I'm late. Tu still couldn't let go of the fact that Yi Xian had been bullied to this extent. Yi Xian grinned. It's good that you're still alive. It's good that you're still alive. In fact, when he had completely entered a state of madness, he had already given up on living. At that moment, he only wanted to kill. As if he had thought of something, Yi Xian suddenly looked at the mysterious woman. If this chapter is not finished, please continue to the next page. He opened his palm, and a sword appeared in his hand. Sister Nian, Qing, let's join forces. We can definitely kill this demon woman. Mu Niannian, too. The mysterious woman lowered her head slightly, and no one knew what she was thinking. Yi Xian sensed that the atmosphere was a little strange. He looked at Nian Nian. Sister Nian, what's going on? Mu Niannian hesitated for a moment. If I said that she's your biological mother, would you believe me? Yi Xian blinked. Sister Nian, this joke isn't funny at all. Mu Niannian looked at Yi Xian. I'm not joking. The smile on Yi Xian's face gradually disappeared. He knew that Sister Nian usually wouldn't joke around with him. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. Sister Nian, have you forgotten how she treated me in the past? In order to kill me, she would do anything. How could she be my biological mother? Moreover, my biological mother is Du Guxian. At this moment, the mysterious woman suddenly said softly, I'm sorry. Yi Xian looked at the mysterious woman. I think this is a little absurd. The mysterious woman looked at Yi Xian. I am indeed your biological mother. Yi Xian smiled. Then who is Du Guxian? The mysterious woman said softly, she's my older sister. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Your older sister? The mysterious woman nodded. She's also from the Undying Emperor clan. However, due to some special reasons, her bloodline was taken away. Yi Xian looked at the mysterious woman. This time, it was you who asked the Undying Emperor clan's experts to help me? The mysterious woman nodded. Yi Xian was silent for a moment, then shook his head. I still don't understand. If you're really my mother, why did you target me so desperately before? Could it be that you wanted to train me? But it doesn't seem like it. You're really trying to kill me. The mysterious woman was a little embarrassed. Of course, she felt even more guilty. All these years, not only did she not fulfill her responsibility as a mother, she even forced her own son to die. At this moment, Yi Xian said again. Moreover, what I don't understand is that you knew I had the undying bloodline. Logically speaking, even if you didn't know I was your son, we should be related since we share the same bloodline. Why did you force me to die so crazily? The mysterious woman said softly, I thought you were my older sister's son. Yi Xian blinked. Do you have such a deep grudge against your older sister? The mysterious woman wanted to say something, but stopped. At this moment, Mu Niannian suddenly said. She thought you died back then. That's why she wanted to take revenge on her older sister. But the truth is, you didn't die back then. That's why it's like this now. As she spoke, she recounted the old stories that Miss Ding had told her before. After hearing Mu Niannian's words, Yi Xian was silent. Actually, he felt that it was a little too ridiculous. She was a mortal enemy just a while ago, but now she was his biological mother. Didn't this mean that he couldn't take revenge? He was beaten for nothing. How could a biological mother beat her son for nothing? No way. Yi Xian was about to speak when a huge black vortex suddenly appeared in the starry sky, and then a woman walked out. It was Mu Xiaodao. With Mu Xiaodao's appearance, the leader of the undead clan, Dong Li Jing, also appeared. After Mu Xiaodao appeared, she opened her palm, and a flying dagger appeared in her hand. At this moment, she glanced at Nian Nian and the others, and then she blinked and said, Sorry to disturb you. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and ran. She confirmed that she couldn't defeat so many people, everyone. End of this chapter. The reason why Little Heir was able to suppress Nian Nian and Tu back then was mainly because of the disaster law. If it wasn't for the disaster law suppressing Nian Nian and Tu, in a one-on-one battle, she would at most have a 50-50 chance of defeating them. Seeing Mu Xiaodao escape, Yi Xian shouted angrily, "Hack her to death." Saying that, he chased after her. "Don't let this knife-wielding woman go. This woman is too shameless, moreover, she knows when to yield and when to stand tall. If she lives, she will become a huge problem in the future." Mu Nian and Tu were even faster. In the instant that Mu Xiaodao escaped, the two girls had already chased after him. Yi Xian also wanted to chase, but the mysterious woman suddenly shook her head. "It's too late." Yi Xian was stunned and was about to speak when Mu Nian and Tu returned. Mu Nian shook her head, "She ran too fast." Yi Xian was speechless. "Damn, this woman ran so fast." At this moment, the mysterious woman suddenly said, "We have to return to the undead tribe first." Hearing that, Yi Xian suddenly turned and left. Mu Nian and the other two were stunned and quickly followed. Yi Xian rushed to the 9-dimensional cosmic barrier. When he arrived, there was only one person left, Big Dipper. Yi Xian quickly walked in front of Big Dipper. Big Dipper's injuries were serious, but fortunately, she had the undead bloodline, so it was not fatal. Yi Xian opened his palm, and countless purple energy surged out of his palm and entered Big Dipper's body. With the purple energies healing, Big Dipper's injuries healed even faster. Yi Xian looked around. "Where are the enforcers?" Big Dipper wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. "Gone." "Gone," Yi Xian frowned. "These enforcers retreated very quickly." Big Dipper suddenly looked at the mysterious woman. You are the third miss?" The mysterious woman nodded. Big Dipper was about to speak when Dongli Jing suddenly said, "The Cosmos God Court will not let this go. Let's return to the undead tribe first." Yi Xian suddenly said, "Wait." With that, he turned around and disappeared. The girls looked in the direction in which Yi Xian had left. Soon, they discovered that Yi Xian had arrived at the battlefield. Yi Xian looked at the experts of the Undying Emperor clan who had died in battle. He bowed deeply to their corpses, then put them away. Then, he returned to the 9-dimensional barrier. Yasushi glanced at Yi Xian and said, "Let's go." Just as she was about to enter the 9-dimensional universe, a flying dagger suddenly flew towards her from afar. Higashi Yasushi frowned, turned around, and threw a punch. Boom, the flying dagger was forced to stop. At this moment, another flying dagger slashed over. The mysterious woman at the side suddenly took a step forward and struck out with her palm. There was a blood-red flame on her palm. Boom, the flying knife was forcibly stopped by this palm. At this moment, the mysterious woman and Higashi Yasushi suddenly attacked again. Boom, the two flying daggers were sent flying. Everyone looked over and saw that it was Mu Xiaodao who had attacked. Mu Xiaodao blinked. "I'm back." Higashi Yasushi gazed at Mu Xiaodao and slowly clenched his right fist. Mu Xiaodao opened her palm, and a flying dagger appeared in her hand. She smiled and said, "I now announce that your Undying Emperor clan will be annihilated." A wisp of disdain curled up the corners of Higashi Yasushi's mouth. "You?" Mu Xiaodao suddenly pointed above her head. Everyone looked in the direction she was pointing. Bang, an expanse of space suddenly split open above Mu Xiaodao, and then a middle-aged man walked out from within it. The middle-aged man wore a black robe, and his hair was tied up high. He had a scholarly aura between his brows, and he gave others the feeling that he was quiet. Mu Xiao, he was the boss of the Universal Enforcers, and he was in charge of all the Universal Enforcers. Behind Mu Xiao, 10 black-clothed men appeared soundlessly. These 10 black-clothed men all held a dagger in their hands, and they were like ghosts. Behind these 10 black-clothed men, there were 4 middle-aged men, 2 of whom were, "This chapter isn't finished. Please continue." They were Yan Mo and Mo Shan. Both of them were commanders of the Universe Enforcers, and the other 2 were commanders of the Universe Enforcers as well. Behind the 4 of them, there were 120 people. All of them were Universe Enforcers. Other than the dead Universe Enforcers, almost all the Universe Enforcers of the Cosmos God Court had rushed here. At this moment, a few hundred meters to the right of Mu Xiao, the space there suddenly split open, and an old man walked out. The old man wore a loose white robe, and he held a black ancient book in his hands. On the book, there were 2 large black words, God Technique. sage. In the Cosmos God Court, there was a group of people who specialized in spells and secret techniques. These people were called sages. And these people possessed the most ancient secret techniques and spells in the universe. Sages were also split into different levels. Even though the person in front of them wasn't at the peak, he was still a sage master. One must know that above the sage master was the God Word Master, and there were only 2 God Word Masters in the entire Cosmos God Court. Behind the old man, there were 2 people, 1 male and 1 female. From their appearance, they seemed to be around 30 years old, and they were both holding a sheathed sword in their hands. It wasn't over yet. A few hundred meters to the right of Mu Xiaodao, the space there suddenly split open, and a white-robed man walked out. This man was wearing a robe as white as snow, and he was holding a long spear in his hands. It was an extremely ordinary wooden spear. Below, Yi Xian's face sunk. There wasn't a single weakling among these people. The Cosmos God Court, the most ancient and mysterious power in the universe, was slowly emerging. In the distance, the boss of the universe enforcers, Mu Xiao, suddenly looked at Mu Xiaodao. "Miss Mu, how are we going to fight?" Mu Xiaodao pointed at Yi Xian. "I'll fight this one, I'll leave the rest to you guys." Yi Xian, Mu Xiao glanced at Yi Xian and the rest, and his face sunk. This woman was the strongest on their side, but she chose the weakest person on the other side. Only this woman would do such a thing. The white-robed man from the Cosmos God Court suddenly said, "Miss Mu, you're strong, you can fight the Undying Race's leader, what do you think?" Mu Xiaodao immediately shook her head. "I won't fight this woman." She wasn't afraid of Dong Lijing, but this woman couldn't be beaten to death. That undying bloodline was like a pervert. As long as she wasn't instantly killed, she would be able to continuously recover. If the 2 of them fought, they could fight for 10 years. Hearing Mu Xiaodao's words, the white-robed man was speechless. Amongst the 6 universe law protectors, Mu Xiaodao was the most shameless, and also the most unreasonable. Moreover, she could do anything, for example, betray her teammates. The moment she realized that she couldn't win, she would immediately flee. This woman was simply the best in the Cosmos God Court. However, she was really strong. Therefore, even though many people didn't like her, they didn't dare to offend her. Strength was secondary. The most important thing was that this woman knew how to play dirty. Mu Xiaodao glanced at the white-robed man and the rest. "Are you guys fighting? If not, then I'm leaving." Hearing this, everyone's expressions instantly turned slightly unsightly. At this moment, the divine sage suddenly said, "Leave the Undying Clan's patriarch to me." The white-robed man looked at 2 below. "Leave this woman to me." Below, 2 directly shot into the sky and slashed at the white-robed man. A single slash shook the heavens and the earth. In midair, the white-robed man narrowed his eyes. What a strong swordsman. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly vanished on the spot. Bang! A crack in the space was blasted open. Within the pitch-black spatial hole, 2 directly suppressed the white-robed man. However, the white-robed man was strong as well. Even though he was suppressed, he didn't show any signs of losing. Mu Xiao looked at Mu Nianyan below. "Leave this woman to me." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly took a step forward, and below him, Mu Nianyan suddenly drew her sword. A sword hum shook the starry sky. Soon, Mu Nianyan and Mu Xiao started fighting, and Mu Nianyan still held the upper hand, suppressing Mu Xiao. This chapter isn't finished, please continue to the next page. At this moment, Mu Xiaodao suddenly looked at a sword-wielding woman behind the divine sage. "You go and beat the one with the blade from the Undying Emperor clan." She was referring to 7 Star. 7 Star looked up at the sword-wielding woman, and the 2 women looked at each other. In the next moment, the 2 women simultaneously vanished on the spot. Bang! In the starry sky, a wave of sword light and blade light violently exploded. Mu Xiaodao then looked at the enforcers. "Follow me and beat up that sinner of misfortune." Yi Xian's face was filled with black lines. Damn it, this woman was bullying the weak, and she still wanted to gang up on him. 120 enforcers, and 4 universe enforcer commanders. Other than that, there were also 10 people who looked extremely powerful. This was too much. At this moment, Dongli Yasuda suddenly sneered, "Bullying the weak with numbers? Don't you know whose territory this is?" As soon as he finished speaking, countless strong people appeared in the surroundings. There were tens of thousands of them. All of them were the strongest people in the 8th dimension. Although their overall strength was slightly weaker than these enforcers, they had the numbers advantage. Other than that, within the entire 8th dimension, countless large arrays appeared, and these large arrays targeted the enforcers. However, this was not the end. From the space channel leading to the 9 dimensions, a powerful aura suddenly appeared. The next moment, a group of experts wearing armor and holding long spears rushed out. Dao soldiers. The Undying Emperor clan had nurtured a total of 30,000 Dao soldiers. Leading them was a middle-aged man. Dongli Ting, Dao soldier commanders. Dongli Yasuda suddenly pointed at the distant Yixian, protect the young master. Dongli Ting looked at Yixian, and in the next moment, he knelt on one knee. We pledge our lives to protect the young master. Behind him, tens of thousands of people knelt on one knee. We pledge our lives to protect the young master. Yixian was about to speak, but at this moment, behind him, 19 black figures suddenly appeared without a sound. These 19 people were like shadows, closely guarding beside him. The auras of these 19 people were even stronger than those of the enforcers. Yixian was slightly shocked, because he didn't even notice when these 19 people had appeared behind him. However, this wasn't the end. Within the spatial tunnel, dragon roars suddenly sounded, and in the next moment, a powerful aura swept out from the spatial tunnel. The aura was like a mountain flood, crushing everything. In next to no time, a group of cavalrymen clad in armor and wielding spears charged out from the spatial passageway while riding on enormous dragons. Undying Blood Cavalry. As a superpower that ruled the 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th dimensions, how could the Undying Emperor clan not have an army? This Undying Blood Cavalry was the most elite cavalry of the Undying Emperor clan. There weren't many of them, only 1,000, however, when these 1,000 cavalrymen charged in formation, just their aura alone could split the heavens and shatter the earth. As soon as the 1,000 Undying Blood Knights charged out, everyone in the surroundings felt a strand of pressure descend upon them. Even Yixian felt an extremely strong pressure, and he had no choice but to use his sword intent to resist. At this moment, the commander of the Undying Blood Cavalry suddenly looked at Yixian, and in the next moment, he put away his spear and slightly lowered his head. Greetings, young master. Behind him, the 1,000 Undying Blood Cavalry simultaneously lowered their heads, and said in unison, Greetings, young master. And the 1,000 giant dragons beneath them also suddenly lowered their heads. In a subservient posture, Yixian was somewhat dumbfounded. At this moment, the spatial tunnel that led to the 9th dimension suddenly trembled. There were more experts rushing over. Looking at the experts of the 9th dimension kneeling on one knee in front of him, Yixian softly sighed. At this moment, Xiao Ta asked, Young master, why are you sighing? Yixian looked towards the horizon, and softly said, In the past, when I said that I was the son of the 9th dimension, not only did they not believe me, they even said that I was bragging. Xiao Ta. P.S. Yesterday, a reader told me that I can publish it on time. This way, I won't be late anymore. That's great. End of this chapter. Thousands of people charged out from the spatial tunnel. They were all wearing silver armor, feathered helmets, and had longbows on their backs. 3,600 people, divine feather guards. These were the divine archers that the Undying Emperor clan had carefully nurtured. They were also an army that was as famous as the Undying Blood Cavalry. In the secular world, armies could not contend against peak experts, but in the 9-dimensional universe, it was different, because these armies were made up of super experts. Why was the Undying Emperor clan so powerful? Other than their own bloodlines, there was another important reason. The Undying Emperor clan controlled 3 super-dimensional universes, as well as 10 worlds. Simply put, the Undying Emperor clan controlled an enormous amount of resources and talents. Every year, these worlds would provide the Undying Emperor clan with an endless supply of talents. As long as they were geniuses or monsters, they would be absorbed by the Undying Emperor clan, and these armies of the Undying Emperor clan were all made up of super geniuses and monsters. In addition, they had the support of the Undying Emperor clan's resources. Thus, these people were extremely powerful, just like this divine feather guard. In terms of individual strength, they were not much weaker than the universe enforcers. In addition, they had the advantage in numbers. Even if they faced the universe enforcers, they would not be afraid. After this divine feather guard appeared, everyone clenched their right fists and placed them on their chests. Then, they bowed slightly to Yixian. Young master, the Undying Emperor clan had not had a young master for countless years, and this generation's young master was different from the past. Because this generation's young master had 2 super bloodlines, he was the future hope of the Undying Emperor clan. Before coming, the clan's elders had given them a death order. They had to protect the young master at all costs. It could be said that Xian's identity had been decided by the clan leader and the Undying Emperor clan's elders. Not only was it legal, it was also very special. Seeing everyone bow to him, Xian felt complicated. He was still a bit confused about his identity as the Undying Emperor clan's young master. As the Undying Emperor clan's experts continued to appear, the situation instantly reversed. Not far away, Mu Shaodao's expression was incomparably gloomy. This was awkward. They did not compete in numbers, she was already preparing to flee. If she could win, she would fight. If she couldn't, she would not fight. If you want to live long, you must learn to be humble. As if he knew what Mu Shaodao was thinking, the nearby diviner suddenly sent a voice transmission. Guardian, if you retreat now, then all of us will die here. Mu Shaodao blinked his eyes. Who told you not to get more people? This was especially so for the Hall of Men Yin. They had only sent 3 of them. What were they thinking? Are you looking down on the Undying Imperial clan? The Divine Word Master said in a deep voice, it is not that we look down on the Undying Imperial clan. Merely, we never expected that the Undying Imperial clan would actually fight to the death for this person. Guardian, you must not retreat. There are already super experts from our palace rushing over. If you retreat, the people here will be in danger. At this moment, he was really worried. If it was any other law enforcer, he wouldn't be worried. But this Mu Shaodao, this woman, didn't act according to common sense. She would really do something like betraying her teammates. In the entire Cosmos God Court, other than the laws of their universe, no one else could control them, Mu Shaodao said indifferently, who came to the Hall of Speech. The Divine Sage said in a deep voice, the white-robed priest has arrived. White-robed Divine Sage, Mu Shaodao's expression changed slightly. However, she still didn't speak. The Divine Sage said again, other than that, the Dark Hall's Divine Guards have arrived. The one leading them is the mistress of the Dark Hall. Also, another guardian is already rushing over here. Guardian, Mu Shaodao hurriedly asked, do you know who it is? The Divine Sage shook his head. I don't know. Mu Shaodao said softly, who could it be? At this moment, a man suddenly appeared beside Dongli Jing. This person was Nan Xing, who was in charge of intelligence. Nan Xing said in a deep voice, Patriarch, there is a group of super experts rushing towards us through the star field. They are very strong. Our people can't stop them. In at most 15 minutes, they will appear here. Dongli Jing looked at Mu Shaodao. There was a rare trace of seriousness in her eyes. How strong was the Cosmos God Court, she didn't know either. This was because the Cosmos God Court rarely appeared in the eyes of the world. Even to the Undying Imperial clan, the Cosmos God Court was very mysterious. Now, there were experts from the Cosmos God Court rushing over. This proved that the Cosmos God Court wasn't afraid of the Undying Imperial clan. They also chose to fight the Undying Imperial clan head-on. At this point, Dongli Jing suddenly turned to look at Xian. Double bloodline, mortal sword. Seeing Dongli Jing look over, Xian was about to speak. Dongli Jing suddenly transmitted his Xianxia, little fella, you have to cooperate with me later. Xian was slightly confused. How? Dongli Jing said, there is a group of super experts from the Cosmos God Court rushing over. I don't know how strong they are. If they are too strong, I will need to mobilize a mysterious army of the Undying Imperial clan. However, this mysterious army is stationed in the Undying world. They will only act when the family is in danger. I need them to leave the Undying world. In order for them to leave the Undying world, I need a reason that they can't refuse. I need to display all my talent. The more outstanding I am, the more I can move them. Xian said solemnly, Patriarch, even you can't mobilize them? Dongli Jing nodded. I can. However, I need a reasonable reason. Moreover, I need to raise their morale. Xian went silent. Dongli Jing continued, little fella, we are a big family. Families like this are usually the most snobbish. If you have potential and value, the family will protect you at all costs. If you don't have potential or your value isn't high enough, the family will consider if it's worth it. I can suppress other voices in the family. However, I hope to do it in a different way. That is to let everyone in the family feel that it's worth risking their lives for me. Risking their lives, Xian slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, he thought of the young man from the undying imperial army. These people were risking their lives for him. However, they didn't even know who he was. If it was him, would he risk his life for someone he didn't know, value? Dong Lijing's words were very direct. If there was value, if it could bring benefits and hope to the family, then everyone would fight for it. If there was no value, if it couldn't bring benefits and hope to the family, then it was useless even if he was the patriarch's son. Of course, he understood the other meaning behind Dong Lijing's words. That was, he, Xian, had to take a stand. Right now, the people from the undying imperial clan all treated Xian as their young master. However, what about Xian himself? Did he have any sense of belonging to the undying imperial clan? His, Xian's, attitude was very important. If the undying imperial clan risked their lives in exchange for a young master who didn't have any sense of belonging to the undying imperial clan, Xian collected his thoughts. He opened his palm and a necklace appeared in his hand. This was what the young man from the undying imperial army had given him before he died. Xian looked at the necklace in silence for a moment. Then, he turned to look at his surroundings. At this moment, countless experts from the undying imperial clan were waiting in formation. These people were here to protect him. Xian, by the side, Dong Lijing looked at Xian. What she wanted was Xian's attitude. The undying imperial clan was really determined to fight the Cosmos God Court to the death. Xian's attitude was very important, it wasn't just her. The higher-ups of the undying imperial clan were also waiting for Xian's attitude. Right at this moment, Xian suddenly walked out. He held a long sword in his hand and pointed it at the distant Mu Xiaodao. Universe Guardian, I, Xian, the young master of the undying imperial clan, challenge you on behalf of the undying imperial clan. Boom, as he spoke, a powerful aura surged out from Xian's body, the aura of the undying bloodline. At this moment, everyone turned to look at Xian. Undying bloodline, pure undying bloodline. Of course, this wasn't the main point. The main point was that Xian was challenging the Cosmos Guardian. No one here was a weakling. They could naturally tell that the strongest person on the Cosmos God Court's side was the Cosmos Guardian, Mu Xiaodao, and now, their young master had actually. He directly challenged the strongest, Mu Xiaodao. In an instant, the blood of countless undying imperial clan members boiled, their morale soared. When he heard Xian's words, Dong Lijing slowly closed his eyes. Everything he did was worth it. A smile appeared on the mysterious woman's face. She naturally hoped that Xian would acknowledge the undying imperial clan. After all, this was her clan. In the sky, Mu Xiaodao looked at Xian, one-on-one. Xian laughed, yes. Mu Xiaodao fell silent. At this moment, the experts of the Cosmos God Court were also looking at her. If Mu Xiaodao retreated now, then the Cosmos God Court would lose all face. Meanwhile, Mu Xiaodao suddenly smiled. You want a one-on-one fight? Sure. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly took a step forward. In the next moment, her soul was unsheathed, and a flying dagger appeared above her head. Her soul grabbed the flying dagger and slashed forward. God slaying. As soon as this strike was executed, the world here instantly became illusory. Everyone sensed a powerful attack from the blade. The expressions of all the experts from the undying imperial clan changed when they witnessed this scene. That attack was too strong. Even Dong Lijing's eyes were filled with seriousness at this moment. She could block that attack. But what about Xian? Under everyone's gaze, Xian suddenly took another step forward. Bang! A red aura suddenly shot into the sky from within him, and in an instant, the entire sky was dyed blood red. Mad demon bloodline. Xian had entered a mad demon state, and he'd gone completely mad without even a trace of consciousness left. 2 bloodlines. All the experts from the undying imperial clan were shocked. But this wasn't the end of it. Xian took another step forward. The sword domain. It wasn't just the sword domain, there was the slaughter domain, the death domain, and the blood domain. 4 domains. The shock in the hearts of all the spectators had transformed into astonishment. However, this wasn't the end of it. Xian took another step forward and stabbed with his sword. It was a very ordinary attack, and it didn't even carry a trace of sword energy. However, the expressions of Dong Lijing and the others had changed. The mortal realm, it wasn't just the mortal realm, it was the mortal sword. The sword pierced through the flying dagger. Bang! The starry sky in the surroundings was obliterated inch by inch, and all the experts retreated in unison. Xian didn't retreat. He didn't even take a single step back. Because he knew that he couldn't, because he would weaken his momentum if he did. Xian had forcefully suppressed the power within Mu Xiaodao's flying knife with his 4 domains. However, he had to pay a price for it. His face had instantly turned pale as a sheet, and his internal organs had been torn apart. Fortunately, he had the undying bloodline and primordial violet aura. Otherwise, he might have died on the spot. Just like that, Xian used his 4 domains to forcefully resist Mu Xiaodao's attack, and he forcefully swallowed the blood in his mouth over and over again. Xian stood ramrod straight with his back towards the experts from the undying imperial clan. At this moment, they felt like Xian was a god of war. Moreover, all of them were shocked. How did Xian block that attack so easily? Actually, he didn't even have the strength to move. However, he forced himself to act as if he was fine. Meanwhile, Xian suddenly raised his head to look at Mu Xiaodao, and a wisp of ridicule arose on the corners of his mouth. Is that all the guardians of the universe have? If all of them are like this, then I, Xian, can take on 9 of them. Everyone was speechless. It didn't matter if he could win or not. What was important was that he had to act tough. In any case, acting tough wasn't against the law. Right at this moment, someone suddenly shouted. The young master is invincible. A moment of silence ensued. The young master is invincible. The young master is invincible. The young master is invincible. Voice after voice resounded through the battlefield and into the depths of the starry sky. Mu Xiaodao stared fixedly at Xian. She really didn't understand why this fellow makes it seem like he's won. Didn't they just exchange a single blow? Actually, she was quite shocked that Xian had been able to resist her attack. Because Xian hadn't taken a single step back. After all, she hadn't held back at all just now. Under normal circumstances, Xian wouldn't have been able to resist it. But he'd resisted it. Not only had he resisted it, he'd even seemed to do it with ease. The most intolerable part was that he'd actually said that he wanted to fight 9 guardians of the laws of the universe. Meanwhile, Mu Xiaodao suddenly gazed at Xian's hand, and she noticed that Xian's hand seemed to be trembling. A thought arose in her mind when she saw this. Is he putting on a show? When she thought up to this point, she opened her palm, and another throwing knife appeared in her grasp. She was about to launch another attack. She would definitely be able to see through Xian's strength with this attack. Suddenly, Xian pointed the sword in his right hand towards the ground while he placed his left hand behind his back. A light breeze blew past, and his sleeves fluttered. The elegant demeanor of a swordsman was on full display. Meanwhile, Xian's mind had recovered slightly with the help of the sword spirit. So long as he didn't suffer too much of a shock, then the sword spirit would be able to help him regain consciousness. Mu Xiaodao was just about to attack when Xian suddenly shouted, Mu Xiaodao. His voice rumbled like thunder and shook the starry sky. Mu Xiaodao, who was about to attack, gazed at Xian with a puzzled expression. What are you doing? Xian roared with laughter. A mere guardian of the laws isn't worthy of me, Xian. You aren't worthy. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left swiftly. Everyone in the surroundings was stunned when they heard this. Did Mu Xiaodao lose? All of them exchanged glances. Meanwhile, someone shouted from the crowd, the young master is invincible. The young master is invincible. Countless experts from the undying imperial clan began to shout in succession. The voices grew louder and louder. The group of Cosmos God Court experts were still stunned. Did our guardian of the laws of the universe lose? They all looked at Mu Xiaodao. Mu Xiaodao was also somewhat dumbfounded. Had he lost? He didn't lose. But why did this guy make it sound like he had already lost? How could they play like that? Mu Xiaodao shook her head and looked at Xian. Come out, let's continue fighting. At this moment, she was enraged. Damn it, in terms of shamelessness, he had met his match this time. Down below, Xian slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, his undying bloodline and purple chi were madly repairing his body, healing. Hurry up and heal. That saber strike just now almost took his life. Seeing that Xian did not respond, Mu Xiaodao suddenly said angrily, come on, continue fighting. As she spoke, she opened her palm and the flying knife in her hand suddenly flew out and slashed towards Xian. The corner of Xian's mouth twitched when he saw the blade coming at him. How could he block it? At this moment, the mysterious woman suddenly appeared in front of Xian and punched out. Her fist was burning with flames. Boom, the mysterious woman blocked the flying knife with a single punch. In the sky, Mu Xiaodao looked at the mysterious woman. Didn't you say one-on-one? The mysterious woman was about to speak when Xian suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Mu Xiaodao. I've already received your saber strike. Now, it's your turn to receive my sword strike. Do you dare? Mu Xiaodao Qingqing, Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent and no virtue. From this moment onwards, Yi Xian's position as prince will be replaced by Yi Lang. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man stood a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides were the Yi clan's elders. Why? At this moment, a timid voice suddenly sounded in the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This little girl was called Yi Ling and was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to dismiss Yi Xian, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. Yi Ling, what are you doing? The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to the people in the ancestral hall and said timidly, Great Elder, my brother Yi Xian is a prince. Why did you cripple him for no reason? The Great Elder looked coldly at Yi Ling. This is a matter of the clan. Why are you interrupting? Leave. Yi Ling was clearly a little fearful. She did not dare to look the Great Elder in the eye, but she did not leave. Instead, she mustered up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She bowed to the elders on both sides of the hall and said, Elders, my brother is currently fighting with the Li family for the mining rights of the mine in Nanshan. He is now fighting for the family, and it is unknown whether he is alive or dead. However, the family has used a groundless excuse to remove his position as the crown prince. This is truly unfair. Impudent. The Great Elder suddenly raged. Whether or not he is crippled is not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away. At this time, the new Prince Yi Lang suddenly laughed. He should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The Great Elder replied coldly, then flog him 30 times. Very quickly, 2 Yi clan's guards rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists and said angrily, This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years. Even now, he is fighting for the clan. The clan is unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new Prince Yi Lang. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard sneered, Young Master Yi Lang inherits the title of prince. What are you yelling about? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap, a crisp slap was heard. Yi Ling's right cheek instantly turned red and swollen. However, she did not cry. She only covered her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard and smiled, What's your name? The guard hurriedly bowed. Subordinate Zhang Mu greets the crown prince. Yi Lang nodded, You're not bad. After I become the prince, I will need 10 guards. You can be my guard from now on. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed. He quickly bowed deeply, Subordinate will go through fire and water for the prince. I will do anything for you. Yi Lang nodded, Drag him away. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall. Don't hold back. Understood? Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang. When he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu suddenly stopped as if he had seen something. Inside the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside the hall. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe. The robe was tattered and covered in blood. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's mouth curled into a cold smile. In the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The Great Elder narrowed his eyes. His face was dark and gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He looked at Yi Lang and was about to speak. At this moment, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Peng, Zhang Mu felt dizzy, and he stumbled and fell. Yi Lang did not stop there. He charged at Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, "Yi Xian, he's my man. How dare you?" Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh, Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly. Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, "Your man?" As he spoke, he stomped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, "Prince, save me." Yi Xian ignored Zhang Mu, walking up to Yi Ling. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced apart. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed. "Brother, it hurts, it hurts." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Peng, Qingqing, Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as prince shall be replaced by Yi Lang. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man, there was a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides, there were the Yi clan elders. Why? At this time, a timid voice rang out in the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to remove Yi Xian, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. "Yi Ling, what are you doing?" The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to everyone in the ancestral hall, and asked timidly, "Great elder, my brother, Yi Xian, is the prince. Why did you cripple him for no reason?" The great elder looked at Yi Ling coldly. "This is a matter of the clan, what are you interrupting for? Leave." Yi Ling was clearly a little fearful. She did not dare to look the great elder in the eye, but she did not leave. Instead, she mustered up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She bowed to the elders on both sides of the hall and said, "Elders, my brother is currently fighting with the Li family for the mining rights of the mine in Nanshan. He is now fighting for the family, and it is unknown whether he is alive or dead. However, the family has used a groundless excuse to remove his position as the crown prince." Impudent! The great elder suddenly raged. "Whether he's crippled or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away." At this time, the new prince, Yi Lang, suddenly laughed. "He should be flogged 30 times, as a warning to others." The great elder replied coldly, "Then flog him 30 times. Very quickly, 2 Yi clan guards rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists, and said angrily, "This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, and even now, he's fighting for the clan. The clan is unfair to him." One of the guards glanced at the new prince, Yi Lang. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard sneered, "Young Master Yi Lang inherits the prince's position. What are you yelling about?" As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap, a crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly swelled up. However, she did not cry, and only held her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard, and smiled. "What's your name?" The guard quickly bowed. "This subordinate, Zhang Mu, greets the prince." Yi Lang nodded. "You're not bad. After I become the prince, I'll need 10 guards. From now on, you'll be my guard." Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed, and quickly bowed deeply. "This subordinate is willing to go through fire and water for the prince, even if it means death." Yi Lang nodded. "Drag him away. This person is causing trouble in the ancestral hall. Don't hold back, understand?" Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang, and when he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu seemed to have seen something, and he suddenly stopped. Inside the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside the hall. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe, and the robe was tattered, and there was blood everywhere. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's mouth curled into a cold smile. In the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder narrowed his eyes, and his face was dark. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He quickly looked at Yi Ling, and was about to speak. At this moment, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Bang! Zhang Mu's head spun, and he stumbled and fell. Yi Ling did not stop there, and charged towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Ling suddenly roared, "Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you!" Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh! Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly, while Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, "Your man?" As he spoke, he stomped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, "Prince, save me!" Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed. "Brother, it hurts, it hurts." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu, and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pung! Group fight. As soon as Yi Xian gave the order, all the experts from the undying imperial clan charged towards Mu Xiaodao. The mysterious woman was at the front, only she could block Mu Xiaodao's flying daggers. Mu Xiaodao's first thought was to flee when she saw so many people charging at her. There were too many people, she couldn't beat them. She was very clear about her own strength. If it was a one-on-one fight, she wouldn't be afraid of anyone. But the problem was that they were ganging up on her. There were too many of them. Mu Xiaodao was just about to flee when the holy sage fighting with Higashi Yasushi suddenly said, "Guardian, you can't run." If Mu Xiaodao ran now, they would be slaughtered. Mu Xiaodao was speechless. Why was this old man so old-fashioned? Didn't he see how many people there were? Suddenly, a voice rang out in Mu Xiaodao's mind. A moment later, Mu Xiaodao took a step forward. She opened her palm and a flying dagger appeared in her hand. In the next moment, she wielded the flying dagger with one hand and fiercely slashed forward. Chi, a saber light swept out like a scorching sun. The world trembled. The saber light drowned the mysterious woman and the others who were charging at the front. But in the next moment, the mysterious woman broke through the saber light, charged at Mu Xiaodao, and punched. Mu Xiaodao's expression was cold. She took a step forward and slashed down again. Boom! As the saber slashed down, the mysterious woman instantly retreated thousands of feet away. She was still inferior to Mu Xiaodao in a head-on fight. After retreating, Mu Xiaodao wanted to continue attacking. But at this moment, she suddenly turned her head and saw that Yi Xian was charging at the Universal Enforcers. Seeing this scene, Mu Xiaodao's face darkened. The Universal Enforcers weren't a match for Yi Xian at all. If they were ganging up on Yi Xian, then Yi Xian wouldn't be able to do anything to them. But the problem was that there were people by Yi Xian's side. Not only were they not weaker than the Universal Enforcers, but they also outnumbered them. How could the Universal Enforcer stop them? As soon as Yi Xian rushed in, he started killing indiscriminately, because behind Yi Xian, there were 19 assassins that were like shadows. These 19 people were inseparable from Yi Xian. With these 19 people following Yi Xian, the Cosmic Order Enforcers simply couldn't get close to Yi Xian. Mu Xiaodao opened his palm and a flying knife suddenly flew out. In the distance, the expression of Yi Xian, who was fighting, suddenly changed. He was about to turn around, but at this time, the 19 people suddenly appeared in front of him. The 19 people simultaneously pulled out the daggers at their waists and slashed forward. 19 blade lights directly slashed at the flying dagger. Boom! The blade light shattered and the 19 people were sent flying. However, in the process of being sent flying, the bodies of the 19 people suddenly became illusory. In the next moment, the 19 people silently appeared behind Yi Xian. He actually blocked it. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian was extremely shocked in his heart. The strength of these 19 people was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Mu Xiaodao frowned as well. She hadn't expected that the 19 people would actually be able to block this attack of hers. She was about to attack again when a flame suddenly charged in front of her. It was the mysterious woman. Mu Xiaodao looked at the mysterious woman, and the flying knife in her hand suddenly flew out. Hiss, a tearing sound suddenly resounded. Bang, the flame was directly slashed apart, and the powerful force blasted the mysterious woman flying again. Mu Xiaodao didn't pay any attention to the mysterious woman, and she directly transformed into a blade light that slashed at the distant Yixian. Who did she want to kill the most? It was Yixian. Since she, Mu Xiaodao, was born, this was the first time she wanted to kill someone so much. When he noticed Mu Xiaodao charging over, Yixian immediately turned around. He held the sword in his right hand as he took a step forward, and then he slashed with his sword. This sword slashed directly at the blade light. Rumble, an expanse of sword light shattered, and Yixian was directly blasted away. Mu Xiaodao was about to follow up with another attack when the 19 people suddenly appeared in front of her. Mu Xiaodao's eyes flashed with malevolence. Scram! With that, she fiercely swung the flying knife in her hand. Hiss, an expanse of blade light swept out, and at this moment, the 19 people suddenly became illusory. At this moment, the 19 people directly fused together, forming an illusory figure. This illusory figure suddenly drew his knife and slashed. Slash! It looked like one slash, but in reality, it was 19 slashes. As the blade light descended, the surrounding space was directly annihilated. Rumble! With this slash, the blade light in front of Mu Xiaodao was directly slashed apart. At the same time, Mu Xiaodao was directly blasted hundreds of meters away. After stopping, Mu Xiaodao was somewhat in disbelief. She looked into the distance. At this moment, the illusory figure had already returned behind Yixian. However, at this moment, there were 19 people again. Mu Xiaodao looked at the 19 people with a rare trace of seriousness in her eyes. The Undying Imperial clan actually had experts of this level. Moreover, these people were clearly not the top experts of the Undying Imperial clan. This clan had some tricks up their sleeves. At this moment, Mu Xiaodao suddenly turned around. At this moment, the group of Cosmic Keepers of Order had all been killed. Although over 100 Cosmic Keepers of Order were powerful, compared to the Undying clan, their numbers were far too few. They were not a match for them at all. At this moment, more and more experts surrounded Mu Xiaodao. Obviously, they wanted to kill Mu Xiaodao. Mu Xiaodao's expression was calm. She opened her palm, and a flying knife appeared in her hand. She looked at the distant Yixian and smiled. Want to gang up on me? Dream on. My people are here. As soon as she finished speaking, countless bolts of lightning suddenly appeared in the sky. At the same time, a terrifying pressure crushed down from the starry sky. Seeing this scene, Yixian slightly narrowed his eyes. At this moment, Higashi Yasuharu suddenly called out from afar, "Get into formation." As soon as he finished speaking, the experts of the Undying Imperial clan retreated. The 30,000 Dao soldiers were in front, the 3,600 feather gods were behind, the 1,000 Undying Blood cavalry were on the side, and the 19 mysterious experts were closely following behind Yixian. At this moment, the cry of a sword suddenly rang out in the distance. Yixian looked up and saw a bloody head falling to the ground. It was the head of the Universe Enforcer Commander Mu Xiao, and the person who killed him was Mu Niannian. At this moment, Mu Niannian stood in the starry sky with a long sword in her hand, like a god of war. Niannian, the fourth sword in the human world. Actually, if she were in the fifth dimension, she would be even stronger. This was because she was the Tendo of the fifth dimension. In that place, she could rely on the entire fifth dimension. However, she basically didn't need any external help. At this moment, another cry of a sword rang out. Everyone turned to look and saw a head slowly falling from the distant horizon. It was the white-robed man who had fought with Tu. The white-robed man's eyes were still wide open as his head fell to the ground. He had never expected that he would be killed just like that. In the sky, Tu turned to look at the distant Mu Xiaodao. The sword in her hand was trembling. Mu Niannian was also looking at Mu Xiaodao. Both women's eyes were filled with killing intent. At this moment, the space in the sky suddenly split open. A moment later, a middle-aged man walked out. He wore a purple robe and held an ancient scroll in his hand. The moment the middle-aged man walked out, the divine lightning in the starry sky suddenly quieted down and formed a huge lightning net that covered the entire starry sky. Divine Word Master. At the same time, another man walked out. This man wore a black robe and an iron mask, the Dark Halls Hall Master. Along with the appearance of the Dark Halls Hall Master, many afterimages suddenly appeared in the starry sky. Soon, these afterimages solidified. They were all mysterious black-cloaked people, and there were hundreds of them. Each of these people held a blood-red sickle in their hands. Hundreds of people exuded a sinister aura, giving people an extremely uncomfortable feeling. The divine oracle's gaze fell on the bodies of the keepers of order. After a moment of silence, he suddenly took a step forward. He flipped open the ancient book in his hand and began to chant. Gradually, countless bolts of lightning began to wriggle in the starry sky. As they gazed at the bolts of lightning, the expressions of everyone here had become solemn. Xianxia's expression was also extremely solemn. The power of these thunderbolts was only second to the blood lightning that little air had created previously, but at this moment, there were so many thunderbolts. Down below, Higashi Yasushi suddenly said, "Immortal blood formation." As soon as he finished speaking, countless strands of blood energy surged out from the spatial passageway, and then an enormous blood formation appeared above them. In the sky, the Divine Word Master suddenly said, "Descend." Boom! Countless bolts of lightning rained down. In an instant, it was as if doomsday had arrived. Boom 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 boom. Thunderous booms resounded above everyone's heads as the blood formation grew dimmer and dimmer under the bombardment of the divine lightning. He couldn't block it. Right at this moment, Higashi Yasushi suddenly shot into the sky and headed straight for the divine pronoun. The divine pronoun glanced at Higashi Yasushi. "Imprison!" Bang! Higashi Yasushi seemed as if he'd been frozen on the spot, and then a strange scene appeared. The space around Higashi Yasushi actually started to shrink layer by layer. No, it wasn't just the space here, countless other spaces were appearing incessantly around Higashi Yasushi. Meanwhile, the mysterious woman by Xianxia's side spoke softly, "The space of a myriad of worlds." He's using the space of a myriad of worlds to imprison the patriarch. As she spoke, she glanced at the divine pronoun, and there was a trace of a solemn expression in her eyes. What terrifying attainments in the Tao of space. Xian was about to attack, but the mysterious woman stopped him. "There's no need. Don't underestimate her." She'd just finished speaking when the space around Higashi Yasushi was suddenly obliterated inch by inch, and it didn't take long for the space of a myriad of worlds to shatter. A ferocious expression flashed through Higashi Yasushi's eyes as she charged at the divine pronoun again. The divine pronoun's expression was calm as he spoke softly, "Slash." Hiss. Hiss. In an instant, countless strands of sword energy suddenly appeared around Higashi Yasushi. Xian's expression changed at the sight of this. All of these strands of sword energy were actually ordinary swords. Higashi Yasushi's expression changed as well. She immediately stopped moving, raised her arms horizontally, and then blocked the attacks in front of her. Break. Bang! An expanse of sword energy erupted in front of her, and then Higashi Yasushi was blasted back to where she stood just moments ago. Moreover, her arms were covered in injuries, but they were repairing themselves. There was a trace of seriousness in Higashi Yasushi's eyes as she gazed at the divine pronoun. Meanwhile, the blood formation in the sky suddenly shattered. Countless bolts of lightning descended in a straight line. Mu Niannian gazed at too, and then both of them exchanged glances. A moment later, two rays of sword energy shot into the sky, and then countless strands of sword energy covered the entire starry sky. It was a head-on slash. The divine pronoun frowned slightly when he saw that they were actually able to resist his technique head-on, and then he suddenly said after a short moment of silence, "Open." Bang! An expanse of space behind him suddenly split open, and then a strand of mysterious energy surged into that expanse of space. It didn't take long for numerous powerful auras to emerge from the depths of that expanse of space. He had forcefully opened up the cosmic barrier and established a transmission array. Clearly, countless experts were coming over through his transmission array. Down below, Nanxing suddenly appeared beside Higashi Yasushi. Nanxing's expression was extremely unsightly. "Patriarch, there's a large number of mysterious experts rushing towards our world. These mysterious experts' identities and strength are unknown, because our spies have all been killed." Higashi Yasushi stared fixedly at that expanse of space. A moment later, she roared angrily, "Prepare for battle. Fight." All around, countless experts from the Undying Emperor clan roared angrily in unison. At this moment, powerful auras were rushing over from the spatial passageway leading to the nine-dimensional universe. These were experts from the Undying Emperor clan who had come to reinforce them. It was clear that Xianxia had already called for reinforcements from the very beginning. At this moment, the divine pronoun suddenly pointed at the spatial passageway leading to the nine-dimensional universe, Dao Yi. Seal. Bang, a powerful force directly sealed the spatial passageway. Xianxia's expression changed drastically when she saw this. She turned around and threw a punch. Bang, the spatial black hole did not budge at all. That was because there was an endless stream of spatial energy sealing that spatial passage. The Undying Imperial clan's reinforcements would not be able to arrive. Xianxia's expression turned cold when he saw that the reinforcements had been sealed. At this time, several experts suddenly appeared behind the Divine Word Master. These experts were all clad in black armor, wielding long spears and wearing black helmets. There were a lot of people, no less than 60,000. Their leader was a middle-aged man with disheveled hair. The middle-aged man had a ferocious look on his face, and he held a chipped broadsword in his hand. One look was enough to tell that he was not a kind person. With the appearance of these 60,000 people, the scale of the battle tilted towards the Cosmos God Court, because now, the Cosmos God Court had more people. The middle-aged man holding the large blade looked down at the people from the Undying Emperor clan and grinned. This is the number one clan in the 10,000 worlds, the Undying Emperor clan? In the distance, the Divine Word Master glanced at the man. Fierce blade, do not underestimate the enemy. The man named Hong Dao laughed and said, understood. As he spoke, he licked the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with ferocity. At this time, Nanxing's voice sounded in Dongli Jing's mind. This man is called Han Dao, a divine general of the Great Qing dynasty in the Heaven Domain. He is in charge of 100,000 elites of the Great Qing dynasty. His soldiers are also known as the Fierce Soldiers. Each of them is fierce and brave. Heaven Domain, Fujiwara slowly closed his eyes. It was a star domain that was relatively unfamiliar to the Undying Imperial clan. If the Undying Imperial clan wanted to go to the Heaven Realm, even if it was an expert of her level, it would take at least 100 years. It was too far away, but this time, the Divine Word Master actually used such a short period of time to teleport these powerhouses over. This was not a normal kind of horror. Xianxia shot a glance at the Divine Pronoun Master, her eyes growing more solemn. The current situation was extremely unfavorable for the Undead Emperor clan, because the experts of the Undead Emperor clan were temporarily unable to provide support. At this moment, the Divine Word Master suddenly looked towards the distant starry sky. Moon Yanyan and Tu were still blocking the Divine Lightning. Under the joint efforts of the two women, the Divine Lightning slowly disappeared. After a moment of silence, the Divine Pronoun looked down at Xianxia. Kill. He did not ask for peace, nor did he say any nonsense. The Undying Imperial clan had massacred hundreds of law enforcers. There was no way to resolve this matter peacefully. Even if the Undying Emperor clan wanted to ask for peace, the Cosmos God Court would definitely not agree to it. Both sides were already in a life-or-death situation. Following the Divine Word Master's order, Jian Dao suddenly burst into laughter. Wolf pups, charge for this father. Let these remote natives experience the might of my Great Qing dynasty. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged downwards with his broadsword in hand. Behind him, 60,000 people dove in unison. Meanwhile, the Divine Word Master suddenly closed his eyes and began to chant. A mysterious force gradually enveloped the 60,000 plus people, and their auras suddenly skyrocketed. His strength had increased greatly. Fujiwara's expression instantly sank when she witnessed this scene. Because she noticed that the strength of these 60,000 plus cultivators had increased by at least 40%, Dongli Jing did not think too much about it. She looked to the Undying Imperial clan's Dao soldiers in the distance. Fight! The Dao soldier commander suddenly walked out. He pointed his spear at the sky. Fight! Fight! Tens of thousands of Dao soldiers roared in unison. In the next moment, tens of thousands of Dao soldiers soared into the sky and met the Great Qing dynasty's experts head-on. The moment they charged out, the divine feather guards behind them suddenly attacked. Thousands of divine arrows pierced through the sky and into the crowd. In an instant, some experts fell from the sky, but not many. The thousands of arrows only killed a few dozen people. At this moment, the Undying Blood Cavalry suddenly charged out in unison. Their charge caused the sky to change color. In the distance, Jian Dao suddenly turned to look at the cavalry and said fiercely, "Stop them." As soon as he finished speaking, thousands of people beside him charged towards the cavalry. However, as soon as the two sides clashed, the Undying Blood Cavalry scattered the thousands of people. Hundreds of corpses fell from the sky. Unstoppable, how terrifying was the cavalry's charge. Although there were only 1,000 cavalry, when they charged, it was as if they could crush the sky and earth. Seeing this, Jian Dao's expression turned ugly. He had underestimated the Undying Imperial clan. At this moment, he could not care less. He suddenly raised his saber and roared, "Kill!" Boom, a red light suddenly swept out from his body. Killing intent, powerful killing intent swept out in all directions. Wherever the saber passed, it tore apart everything. Soon, the two sides were engaged in a fierce battle in the starry sky. Although the Undying Imperial clan had fewer people, Jian Dao's side did not have the slightest advantage. The two sides were evenly matched. Below, Xian suddenly looked at the 19 people behind him. Attack! The 19 people did not hesitate and disappeared on the spot. However, the instant they disappeared, the Dark Hall's master suddenly said, "Stop them." As soon as he said that, several blood-red rays of light suddenly appeared not far away. Boom, 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 the dozen or so people were directly blocked by a group of mysterious experts, Dark Hall's assassins. Both sides were assassins. The two sides did not waste any words and immediately started fighting. The Divine Word Master looked around and was silent for a moment. Then, he opened his palm and lightly waved it. A huge teleportation array appeared not far away to his right. Soon, the huge teleportation array began to tremble violently. It was calling for help again. Below, Dongli Jing turned to look at the spatial passageway that led to the 9th dimension. She had to forcefully open the spatial barrier so that the experts of the 9th dimension could come to her aid. Higashi Yasushi acted as soon as he thought of this and was about to attack. However, the Divine Tongue Master suddenly said, "Stop her." The Dark Hall's master suddenly disappeared and went straight for Dongli Jing. Dongli Jing suddenly said, "Third sister, stop her." Below, the mysterious woman directly charged towards the Dark Hall's master. The Divine Word Master looked at the leisurely Mu Xiaodao and said, "Stop her." As soon as he finished speaking, he felt slightly regretful, because his tone was wrong. As expected, Mu Xiaodao looked coldly at the Divine Word Master and said, "Are you ordering me around?" In the Cosmos God Court, the guardians of the universe only listen to the laws of the universe. Of course, this was not the main point. The main point was that this was Mu Xiaodao, this indescribably stupid woman. The Divine Word Master immediately bowed and said, "Miss Mu, I was disrespectful just now. Please forgive me." Mu Xiaodao grunted coldly, and then she turned to look at Xian and said, "I'm going to hit him." She had no other thoughts right now, and all she wanted was to beat Xian to death. The Divine Word Master hesitated for a moment and said, "Miss Mu, please consider the bigger picture." Mu Xiaodao spoke furiously, "Big my ass. I'm going to beat that bitch to death." As soon as she finished speaking, she charged towards Xian. The reason she hadn't attacked earlier was actually because she was waiting. She was waiting for someone to tie down the other experts. But now, all the experts here who had the ability to stop her had been tied down. Xian was all alone. Xian's face sank when he saw Mu Xiaodao charge towards him. Damn it. She's targeting me. He didn't attack, and he withdrew a box instead. Mu Xiaodao's expression changed when she saw this, and she immediately stopped. Mu Xiaodao gazed at Xian and said, "What's that?" She was extremely fearful of Xian's trump cards, the sword chi from before, the sword Dao will from before. She realized that this bitch had more than just a few trump cards. Xian gazed at Mu Xiaodao and said, "Take a guess." Mu Xiaodao spoke coldly, "Are you trying to scare me?" Xian chuckled and said, "Then come over here." Mu Xiaodao thought for a moment, and then she gazed at the nearby Divine Word Master. The Divine Word Master said in a low voice, "Miss Mu, stop the Undying Imperial clan's patriarch first." At this moment, cracks had appeared on the spatial passageway that led to the 9th dimension from Dongli Jing's ferocious attacks. Mu Xiaodao frowned slightly and said, "Why don't you stop him yourself?" The corners of the Divine Word Master's mouth twitched. "Miss Mu, I have to maintain this teleportation formation. control the divine lightning to keep those two swordsmen busy, and I have to constantly strengthen the sealed spatial passageway. Actually, he was very angry in his heart. Damn it. Was this Mu Xiaodao sent by them? He didn't dare to scold her or fight her. Why did the laws of the universe send this idiot to capture the people of misfortune? Wasn't she sent to cause trouble? No. As if thinking of something, the divine word master's expression suddenly changed. He looked at Mu Xiaodao and said, Miss Mu, you didn't come here by yourself, did you? Mu Xiaodao blinked innocently and said, what do you mean by myself? Seeing this, the divine word master's expression sank. This woman wasn't sent by the laws of the universe. She definitely came here by herself. Thinking of this, the divine word master's expression sank even more. Without the restrictions of the laws of the universe, this woman could ascend to the heavens. Thinking of this, the divine word master opened his palm and was about to recite an incantation to report this matter to the Cosmos God Court. At this moment, Mu Xiaodao suddenly said, if you dare speak nonsense, I will hack you to death. Saying this, she opened her palm and a flying knife appeared in it. The divine word master's expression froze. At this moment, his heart was crumbling. How could there be such a strange woman? Was this woman really not from the other side? Right at this moment, Xian suddenly transformed into a ray of sword light and charged towards the experts of the great Qing dynasty. Instant kill. The sword light lit up and a head flew into the air. Xian was about to attack again when a flying knife suddenly slashed towards him. Xian's expression changed and he swiftly turned around and slashed down with his sword. 4 domains, boom, Xian was sent flying. After sending Xian flying with a single strike, Mu Xiaodao was about to attack again. Right at this moment, the cosmos barrier seal in the distance suddenly shattered. In the next moment, a furious roar suddenly sounded out from the spatial teleportation channel. Who dares to bully the young master of my undying imperial clan? Who dares? Who dares? Countless experts roared in unison from within the spatial passageway. Following that, countless experts charged out of the spatial passageway. Countless powerful auras caused the starry sky to tremble. At the same time, the space around the starry sky suddenly trembled. In the next moment, space split open and 10 old men walked out, elders of the 10 realms. The Grand Elder who led the group roared, who dares to bully the young master of the undying imperial clan? Rumble. Behind the 10 elders, countless experts charged out like a tsunami, causing the starry sky to tremble. Who dares to bully the young master of the undying imperial clan? For a time, countless furious roars resounded incessantly from the surroundings. At the same time, a dense mass of experts appeared in the starry sky. All of them had rushed over from the 10 realms. In just a few breaths of time, there were hundreds of thousands of people in the starry sky. FO. In the blink of an eye, the situation had turned around. As soon as the Undying Emperor clan's experts appeared, they charged towards the experts of the Dangxing dynasty. In an instant, the experts of the Dangxing dynasty were slaughtered. Seeing this, Han Dao's face fell, and he turned to look at the Divine Word Master, his eyes bulging out. Divine Word Master. The Divine Word Master's expression was extremely gloomy. Suddenly, Dongli Yasuo pointed at the Divine Word Master. Stop him. As soon as she finished speaking, she charged towards the Divine Word Master. The Divine Word Master's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly said, Miss Mu, stop. As he spoke up to this point, he suddenly turned his head, but Mu Xiaodao had already vanished. She fled. The Divine Word Master's mind went blank. Fuck, that woman actually ran. Is that how she betrayed her teammates? The Divine Word Master didn't have time to think about it, and he suddenly pressed forward. Greater teleportation. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge circle of light appeared beneath the feet of all the experts of the Cosmos God Court, and then all of them vanished. All of them, including the remaining experts of the Dangxing dynasty, all of them were teleported away. Dongli Yasuo's face fell when she saw this. She hadn't expected the Divine Word Master to be so terrifying to the point of teleporting all the experts of the Cosmos God Court away. That's a bit heaven-defying. The experts of the Undying Emperor clan were stunned as well. They're gone just like that. Meanwhile, Dongli Yasuo suddenly said, return to the undying world. She turned around and left once she finished speaking. All the experts in the surroundings left as well. The mysterious woman walked over to Yixian. Let's return to the undying world first. Yixian fell silent for a moment before he nodded, And then he followed the others into the ninth dimension. The starry sky gradually returned to its calm state. Right at this moment, a woman appeared soundlessly here. She wore a tight linen robe with a rope tied around her waist, and it made her slender figure seem even more slender and graceful. She wore a pair of linen shoes as well, and her toes were completely exposed. They were pure white like jade, and they were very beautiful. The woman clasped her hands behind her back, her expression indifferent. Her gaze was fixed on the barrier leading to the 9 dimensions. After a long time, the woman suddenly turned her head. Not too far away, there was a woman playing with a saber. It was Mu Xiaodao. Mu Xiaodao looked at the woman and said with a smile, "Ma Yi, long time no see." Ma Yi, one of the guardians of the universe's laws. Lini was expressionless. "The divine court has orders. Go back. Go back," Mu Xiaodao blinked. "You want me to go back?" Ma Yi glanced at Mu Xiaodao. "Yes." Mu Xiaodao chuckled, "All right. I'm going back now." With that, she turned and ran. Ma Yi shook his head. She knew that this woman would not go back. At this moment, Mu Xiaodao turned back. Mu Xiaodao looked at Lini. "I saw Xian." Ma Yi frowned slightly. Mu Xiaodao said seriously, "The laws of the universe might be following her." As she spoke, she glanced at the surroundings and said, "Don't tell anyone that I told you." With that, she turned and ran. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared into the horizon. Ma Yi was silent for a long time. Then, she turned and took a step. With this step, she crossed dozens of star fields. Somewhere in the starry sky, the Divine Word Master suddenly looked up. The moment he did, Ma Yi appeared in front of him. The Divine Word Master nodded slightly. "Miss Ma Yi." Ma Yi opened her palm. A purple token suddenly floated out of her palm and landed in front of the Divine Word Master. Seeing this purple token, the Divine Word Master's expression changed slightly. Divine token, the owner of this token could mobilize all the experts of the Divine Court, excluding the guardians of the universe's laws. The Divine Word Master bowed slightly. "Your orders, miss." Ma Yi looked at the Divine Word Master. "Exterminate the Undying Emperor clan." The Divine Word Master took the token. "Understood." Green City, Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent and no virtue. From this moment onwards, Yi Xian's position as prince will be replaced by Yi Lang. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man stood a youth. The youth had a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. Beside him were the elders of the Yi residence. "Why?" At this moment, a timid voice rang out in the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look. There was a little girl standing at the entrance. She was about 12 or 13 years old. Her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face was sickly pale. She looked a little weak, and there was even a hint of fear in her eyes. This little girl was called Yi Ling. She was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the clan was going to replace Yi Xian, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. "Yi Ling, what are you doing?" The little girl called Yi Ling bowed slightly towards the people in the ancestral hall. She said timidly, "Grand Elder, my brother Yi Xian is the prince. Why did you cripple him for no reason?" The Grand Elder looked coldly at Yi Ling. "This is a matter of the clan. Why are you interrupting? Leave." Yi Ling was clearly a little fearful. She did not dare to look the Great Elder in the eye, but she did not leave. Instead, she mustered up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She bowed to the elders on both sides of the hall and said, "Elders, my brother is currently fighting with the Li family for the mining rights of the mine in Nanshan. He is now fighting for the family, and it is unknown whether he is alive or dead. However, the family has used a groundless excuse to remove his position as the crown prince. This is truly unfair. Impudent." The Grand Elder suddenly raged. "Whether he's crippled or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away." At this time, the new crown prince, Yi Lang, suddenly laughed. "He should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others." The Grand Elder replied coldly, "Then flog him 30 times. Very quickly, 2 guards of the Yi residence rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists. She said angrily, "This is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years. Even now, he's fighting for the clan. The clan is unfair to him." One of the guards glanced at the new crown prince, Yi Ling. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard sneered. "Young Master Yi Ling inherits the title of crown prince. What are you yelling about?" As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap, the crisp sound of the slap was heard. The right side of Yi Ling's face instantly turned red and swollen. However, she did not cry. Instead, she covered her cheek tightly. Yi Ling looked at the guard and smiled. "What's your name?" The guard hurriedly bowed. "I'm Zhang Mu." "Greetings, Crown Prince." Yi Ling nodded. "You're not bad. After I become the Crown Prince, I'll need 10 guards. You can be my guard from now on." Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed. He hurriedly bowed deeply. "I'll go through fire and water for the Crown Prince. I'll do anything for you." Yi Ling nodded. "Drag him away. This person is causing a ruckus in the ancestral hall. Do not hold back. Understood?" Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Ling. When he saw the killing intent in Yi Ling's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this time, Zhang Mu seemed to have seen something and stopped. Within the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. He was wearing a tight-fitting robe that was tattered and covered in blood. This person was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Ling's lips curled into a cold smile. Within the ancestral hall, all the elders began to frown. The great elder narrowed his eyes. His face was dark and gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. "Who gave you the guts to touch my sister?" When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He quickly looked at Yi Ling and was about to speak. At this time, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Pung, Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. Yi Ling did not stop there. He charged towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Ling suddenly roared, "Yi Xian, he's my man." "How dare you?" Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh, Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Ling's face turned ugly. Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, "Your man?" As he spoke, he stomped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, "Prince, save me." Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being cut by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed. "Brother, it hurts, it hurts." Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Peng, Qingqing, Yi Clan, Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue. From now on, Yi Xian's position as prince shall be replaced by Yi Ling. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man, there was a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Ling. On both sides, there were the elders of the Yi clan. "Why?" Right at this moment, a slightly timid voice suddenly resounded within the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor, and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that Yi Xian was to be replaced, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. "Yi Ling, what are you doing?" The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to everyone in the hall, as she asked timidly, "Great elder, my brother, Yi Xian, is the prince. Why did you cripple him for no reason?" The great elder looked at Yi Ling coldly. "This is a matter of the clan, what are you interrupting for? Leave." Yi Ling was obviously afraid, not daring to look at the great elder, but she did not leave. Instead, she plucked up her courage and walked into the hall. Once again, she bowed to the elders. Dear elders, my brother is fighting with the Li clan over the mining rights at Nanshan. He is fighting for the clan, and it is unknown whether he is dead or alive. Yet, the clan is using a groundless excuse to strip him of his position. This is really unfair. Impudent. The great elder suddenly raged, whether he's stripped or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away. At this time, the new prince, Yi Lang, suddenly laughed. He should be flogged 30 times, as a warning to others. The great elder replied coldly, then flog him 30 times. Very quickly, 2 Yi clan guards rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists, and said angrily, this is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years, and even now, he is fighting for the clan. The clan is unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new prince, Yi Lang. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard sneered, young master Yi Lang inherits the prince's position. What are you yelling about? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap, a crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly swelled up. However, she did not cry, and only held her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard, and smiled, what's your name? The guard quickly bowed, this subordinate, Zhang Mu, greets the prince. Yi Lang nodded, you're not bad. After I become the prince, I will need 10 guards. From now on, you will be my guard. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed, and quickly bowed deeply, this subordinate will go through fire and water for the prince, and I will do anything for you. Yi Lang nodded, drag him away. This person is causing trouble in the ancestral hall. Do not hold back, understand? Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang, and when he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu suddenly stopped as if he had seen something. Inside the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside the hall. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe, and the robe was tattered, and there was blood everywhere. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's mouth curled into a cold smile. In the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder squinted his eyes, and his face was dark. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He quickly looked at Yi Lang, and was about to speak. At this time, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Bang! Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness, and he stumbled and fell. Yi Lang did not stop there, and charged towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Pooh! Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly, while Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, your man? As he spoke, he stomped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess, as he screamed, Prince, save me. Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu, as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced by a knife. He clenched his fists, and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed, brother, it hurts. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu, and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pung! When the soul is gone, the face is red, and the infatuated girl waits for her lover in the wedding hall. How can a pair of mandarin ducks not be matched? Heaven and earth chase after each other. The woman just sat there quietly, her red makeup like fire. In front of the door, Yi Xian looked like he had lost his soul. After a long time, Yi Xian knelt in front of the door. He held his head with both hands and said with a trembling voice, I'm sorry, self-blame. At this moment, Yi Xian was blaming himself very much. Those immortal emperor soldiers, even Yi Xian did not know who they were, but they were willing to die to protect him. And these immortal emperor soldiers, they could be someone else's son, father, or husband. What did he do to deserve so many people to die for him? Yi Xian felt like needles were stabbing his heart. At this moment, Higashi Yasuo appeared next to Yi Xian. Looking at Yi Xian, who was kneeling in pain, Higashi Yasuo was half happy and half worried. She was happy because Yi Xian was loyal and righteous. She had all the information about Yi Xian and what Yi Xian had experienced. She concluded that this was a young man who was loyal and righteous. In terms of character, there was nothing to complain about. But she was worried because Yi Xian was too loyal. If a family head was too loyal, he might act on his emotions. This was not a good thing. As a family head, he must not act on his emotions. He must consider the situation. If he acted on his emotions, he might cause countless lives to be lost because of his personal feelings. Fortunately, Yi Xian was decisive and ruthless, especially when it came to dealing with his enemies. He never showed mercy. This was very good. As a family, he must be ruthless. After a while, Higashi Yasuo collected her thoughts and turned around. Family head Xiao. As soon as the voice fell, an old man appeared in front of the door. The old man quickly bowed to Dong Lijin and Yi Xian respectfully. When he saw the woman in the room, the old man lowered his head slightly, and his body gradually trembled. Higashi Yasushi looked at the woman in the room and said softly, although Li Qing has not married Miss Xiao, but, the old man hurriedly said, Li Qing is my Xiao clan's son-in-law. This subordinate will bury the two of them together. Since they are not fated in this life, let them reunite in the next life. Towards the end, the old man's voice trembled even more. Dong Lijing nodded. There's a super spirit vein on the southern mountain outside the city. It's more suitable for cultivation. Xiao clan, move there. Other than that, the Xiao clan can send 2 people to the Undying Realm every 10 years to train with the geniuses of our Undying Imperial clan. Whatever our Undying Imperial clan's geniuses have, they also have. As long as our Undying Imperial clan exists, the Xiao clan will forever exist. The elderly man kneeled down and said with a trembling voice, Thank you, leader. He knew that this time, the fate of the Xiao clan had changed, but this was at the cost of his daughter's life. Thinking of this, the elderly man turned around and walked into the room. He gently held the woman's hand and wept. Girl, so cruel. You can die for him. But, have you ever thought about your father? Too cruel. Outside the room, Higashi Yasushi pulled Yi Xian up and said softly, Let's go. Then, she turned around and left with Yi Xian. Behind them, the leader of the Xiao clan was crying like a child. Higashi Yasushi brought Yi Xian to walk on the streets of the city. On the streets, people bowed to them. Obviously, they all knew Higashi Yasushi and Yi Xian. Yi Xian's eyes were lifeless as if he had lost his soul. Higashi Yasushi said softly, Do you know how many worlds our Undying Imperial clan controls? Yi Xian shook his head. Higashi Yasushi said, the 7-dimensional universe, the 8-dimensional universe, the 9-dimensional universe, and the 10 realms. There are countless other small worlds. Saying this, she looked at the horizon and said softly, Our every word and action can determine the life and death of countless people. Yi Xian stopped and looked at Higashi Yasushi. I don't want people to die for me. Higashi Yasushi looked at Yi Xian. He didn't die for me. He died for the honor of his clan. Do you know how many people want to join the Undying Imperial Army? Many, many people. These people's life stream is to join the Undying Imperial Army, including Li Qing. He joined the army when he was 12 years old. His life stream is to join the Undying Imperial Army and become a member. Saying this, she looked around and said, The Undying Imperial clan's existence today was exchanged with the blood of countless ancestors and experts. The clan's honor. Every member of the Undying Imperial clan will fight for the clan's honor. They will even die for the clan, including me. I know that since I was young, I wasn't loved and trusted by the clan. I don't have any sense of honor for the clan. I can understand that, and I won't force it. However, I want to tell you that as the young master of the Undying Imperial clan, countless people will follow and fight for the clan. They believe, follow, and even die for the clan. Their every word and action can determine the life and death of countless people. Yi Xian was silent. Actually, when he saw so many people risking their lives for him, he was deeply moved. He was the young master of the undying imperial clan. This was the first time he had seen such a united clan. These people would really die for the undying imperial clan, Higashi Yasushi said. There are 2 reasons why we came back and risked our lives for the clan. First, there is a chance to break through the shackles of the undying imperial clan. Second, and also the most important reason, is that we have the undying imperial bloodline. The blood that flows in our bodies is the same as ours. Of course, the clan's benefits are the most important. The reason why we value it so much is because there is a chance to change the undying imperial bloodline. The clan is too big. Emotions are a bit of a luxury in the clan. Yi Xian said, "You are very frank." Higashi Yasushi smiled and said, "You are a smart person. Is there any use in playing tricks?" "It's useless, isn't it?" Yi Xian was silent for a moment, then said, "Back then, the azure-robed man and the undying imperial clan," Higashi Yasushi said softly, "I don't hate him. Do you remember what I said just now? As the clan leader, every word and action can determine the life and death of countless people. At that time, the clan leader of the undying imperial clan, who is also my father, made a decision that almost destroyed the undying imperial clan because of his greed. He wanted to devour our blood to break through the shackles of the undying imperial bloodline. Second sister and third sister had a falling out with my father because of this. When the azure-robed man found out about this, he killed his way from the 6th dimension to the undying imperial clan. That battle." She looked at Yi Xian and said, "Do you want to see it?" Yi Xian looked at Higashi Yasushi and said, "Can you see it?" Higashi Yasushi nodded and said, "Yes. Because of that battle, I used a secret technique to preserve it." As she spoke, she looked at Yi Xian. "You should try to understand that grudge. Because he is the only person who can resolve the grudge between the undying imperial clan and him." Yi Xian said softly, "Do you hate him?" Higashi Yasushi smiled and said, "As the clan leader of the undying imperial clan, I hate him because countless clansmen died at his hands. But I don't have the right to hate him, and I don't dare to hate him. As an ant, I don't hate him, and I can even understand him." Yi Xian said, "Being the clan leader must be very tiring, right?" Higashi Yasushi smiled and said, "Very tiring. Actually, the clan leader should have been my mother because she was more talented. But because of that matter, not only did she fall out with my father, but she also hated the clan. I just didn't expect that she would take the initiative to contact the clan for me." Yi Xian did not say anything. Higashi Yasushi said softly, "I also know a little about what happened between you and her. Don't hate her. The reason why she targeted you is because she thought that her child died for you. She did so many things just to get justice for her child." Yi Xian still did not say anything. Higashi Yasushi smiled and said, "Let's not talk about these things. Let's go and see that great battle." She placed her right hand on Yi Xian's shoulder and the 2 of them disappeared, on a certain mountain peak. The Forbidden Mountain. This was a forbidden area of the undying imperial clan, and ordinary people could not come here. Dongli Jing led Yi Xian to a mountain wall. She opened her palm, and a mysterious force suddenly floated up from her palm. The force slowly floated up and then sank into the mountain wall. Soon, the mountain wall began to tremble. Not long after, a huge light screen suddenly appeared on the mountain wall, and a man appeared on the light screen. That man was dressed in a green robe. A man in green clothes. At this time, Xiaota suddenly floated out of Yi Xian's body and jumped up and down. "Little master, it's master. Look. It's master." Xiaota was very happy. Yi Xian smiled and looked at the screen of light. On the screen of light, the man in green clothes was tearing space. That was the 6th-dimensional universe. At this time, the man in green clothes had a cold expression, and his eyes were scarlet red. His body emitted a terrifying killing intent and evil chi. Even through the screen of light, Yi Xian felt his heart palpitate. He had never seen such a terrifying killing intent and evil chi before. In the screen of light, the man in green clothes suddenly stopped. Not far in front of him was an old man. The old man looked at the man in green clothes and shouted angrily, "Impudent! You dare to trespass into the 7-dimensional universe." Chi, a ray of blood suddenly slashed the old man's throat, and his head flew off. The man in green clothes directly entered the 7-dimensional universe. After entering the seven-dimensional universe, countless experts of the seven-dimensional universe rushed over. The man in green clothes waved his sword. Chi, in the distant horizon, hundreds of thousands of heads flew into the sky and then fell down in an orderly manner. Blood instantly dyed the entire horizon red. At this time, the man in green clothes had already arrived in front of the barrier that led to the eight-dimensional universe. Without any superfluous words, the man in green clothes waved his sword again. Bang! The eight-dimensional universe's barrier was like a piece of paper and directly turned into nothingness. The man in green clothes raised his sword and entered the eight-dimensional universe. Without any superfluous words, he waved his sword again. Chi, within a radius of tens of millions of miles, countless heads flew into the sky. Blood was like a fountain, and the entire horizon was directly dyed red. It was like a huge bloody cloth. This sword had killed at least hundreds of thousands of super experts. All of them were experts of the Undying Emperor clan. The man in green clothes took a step forward. With this step, he directly arrived in front of the nine-dimensional universe's barrier. Without any superfluous words, the man in green clothes waved his sword again. Bang! The terrifying nine-dimensional universe's barrier directly turned into nothingness. It was as weak as a piece of paper. The man in green clothes stepped into the nine-dimensional universe. At this time, in the horizon above his head, a mysterious force suddenly appeared. The nine-dimensional Tendo. This was because the man in green clothes' evil energy and killing intent were eroding the nine-dimensional universe's source. Even the Undying Emperor clan did not dare to easily destroy the nine-dimensional universe's source. But now, there was actually someone eroding the nine-dimensional universe's source. How could the Tendo tolerate this? A powerful pressure constantly pressed down on the surroundings. At this time, the man in green clothes raised his head and looked. Scram! In the starry sky, a shadow quietly condensed. But the next moment, the shadow directly disappeared without a trace. The powerful pressure and aura in the horizon retreated like the tide, as if it had never appeared. He confirmed that this was someone that he could not afford to offend. The Tendo came quickly and disappeared just as quickly. The man in green clothes took a step forward. With this step, he directly arrived in the Undying Realm. Just as he arrived in the Undying Realm, an old man suddenly appeared in front of the man in green clothes. The old man looked at the man in green clothes, cupped his fists, and said in a deep voice, "Yang." Just as he said this word, the old man's head directly flew. His soul was obliterated. The man in green clothes held his sword in hand as he walked towards the distance. His eyes were scarlet red, and his expression was quite ferocious. "How dare you touch my sons? Who gave you the Undying Emperor clan the courage to do that? How presumptuous! How dare you run wild in my Undying Realm?" Suddenly, a furious shout resounded from afar. In the next moment, an old man appeared in front of the man in green clothes. However, he'd only just arrived before the man in green clothes when a sword stabbed into the center of the man's forehead. The old man's eyes opened wide, and they were filled with disbelief. "I actually didn't have the ability to fight back at all." He was instantly killed by a single sword strike. No matter how terrifying the Undying bloodline was, it was useless. All the experts of the Undying Emperor clan were shocked. "Who's that man?" That was the question in the minds of countless experts of the Undying Emperor clan. Suddenly, a white-haired old man appeared here. It was the patriarch of the Undying Emperor clan, Dong Liao. Dong Liao gazed at Yi Xian and was about to speak when the man in green clothes suddenly appeared in front of him. Dong Liao's expression changed drastically, and he swiftly smashed his fist forward. A fist mark flashed out from his fist, and it was burning with raging flames. The energy of the Undying bloodline. The man in green clothes stabbed his sword forward, and it pierced through the image of the fist. A moment later, his sword instantly arrived at the center of Dong Liao's forehead. The surroundings fell deathly silent to the point a falling needle could be heard. The formidable patriarch of the Undying Emperor clan lost just like that. He didn't even have the ability to fight back. Their eyes were filled with disbelief and terror. Suddenly, a woman shouted, "Yang Yi." It was none other than the mysterious woman, Yi Xian's mother. She gazed at the man in green clothes and spoke with a trembling voice, "He's my father." The man in green clothes suddenly turned around and roared furiously, "When a man kills a woman, shut up." As he spoke, he suddenly slashed his sword down. Hiss! Dong Liao's body was instantly slashed into two, and blood and internal organs sprayed all over the ground. P.S. The poem at the beginning was written by a reader. and the reader's name is user129446288. I'm ashamed. Even though I like ancient poems as well, my poems aren't serious at all. I'm ashamed. This reader can add me and get a physical book because it's really well written. However, I didn't read it in vertical and horizontal, so I don't know if you'll be able to find me. That'll depend on the will of the heavens. In the end, there's only a single chapter today. Why? Because I've noticed that I haven't even finished a single chapter. I want to give it a try. I admit that I drank a bit of beer just now, and it's getting to my head. I'm getting a little carried away. However, I'm going to get carried away today. Don't be a coward, just fight. In any case, you don't know where I live. End of chapter 1563. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.